Traversing the mortal realm, one acquires the golden finger known as the world within, embarking upon an extraordinary path of transcendence. Keywords: world within, divine furnace of creation, essence of the world, manifesting all beings. In the ancient words, a scroll of thunder and wind, 5 mystical swords. The arduous journey of cultivation sees myriad heroes bowing in submission, accompanied by celestial partners. One soars through the spirit realm and treads upon the domain of immortals. Utilizing the world within as the foundation of the great path, one cultivates the art of the world to attain enlightenment and ultimately achieve transcendence. Chapter 1. Brother Lu. In the state of Yu, nestled within a branch of the Tianyu mountain range, lies the Chen family, one of the 3 prominent cultivation families in Huangfeng Valley. At this moment, on the grand performance square constructed with great expense from green oak stones, young men and women clad in family attire gaze intently at 2 figures floating above. One figure clad in white, and the other in yellow hover in midair, their hands swiftly changing, casting spells, and unleashing various magical arts in a fierce duel. Fireball technique, wind blade technique, ice spike technique. Explosive technique. The sounds of explosions resonate, illuminating the azure sky, making the radiant sunlight appear dim in comparison. Who would have thought that the prodigy from the Lu family possesses such remarkable talent, effortlessly wielding various low-tier spells, rivaling even the eldest son? Murmurs a voice from the crowd. Indeed, the prodigy of the Lu family is exceptionally gifted at such a young age. He has already reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Another voice enviously remarks. He must be around 17 or 18, right? To be able to contend with the eldest son, who has suppressed his cultivation to the 9th layer, truly speaks volumes of his talent. As the crowd praises the young man from the Lu family, Chen Qiaoming, the cherished jewel of the Chen family, feels a surge of joy, her heart overflowing with sweetness, and she softly murmurs, "It seems Brother Lu has made further progress in the past 2 months." Though her voice is soft, the presence of cultivators ensures her words reach attentive ears nearby. A few individuals cast glances at the enchanting figure of the young woman, filled with jealousy. This girl, around 16 or 17, possesses bright, captivating eyes and an ethereal beauty. Her slender, fair neck is adorned by a gown of green silk that accentuates her graceful curves, lending her an air of unmatched elegance. Yet, her demeanor is slightly delicate, radiating a gentle warmth that naturally attracts many admirers. At this moment, the sky undergoes another transformation as the residual energy from the magical duel dissipates. The 2 figures cease their evasive maneuvers, momentarily pausing in midair. Lu Tianyu, donned in white, smiles at the yellow-clad man. Chen Qiaoming, who appears to be in his 30s, and says, "Thank you, Brother Qiaoming, for your restraint. I have gained much from this spar. Recently, I have acquired a new mid-tier spell and would appreciate your guidance." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of curiosity and surprise flickers in Chen Qiaoming's eyes. How could someone so young already master a mid-tier spell? Each mid-tier spell typically requires years of dedication to learn. Though he harbors doubts, he maintains a composed demeanor, waving his sleeve with a relaxed air. "Very well, let us engage once more, Brother Tianyu." Without further ado, Lu Tianyu swiftly forms hand seals, channeling the surrounding spiritual energy, causing a giant azure hand to materialize before him. Feeling the rapid depletion of his internal energy, he gazes at the hand shimmering with azure light and commands, "Wind spirit grasp, go." With a gentle flick of his finger, the azure hand surges forward, aiming for Chen Qiaoming, who, sensing the violent wind energy contained within the giant hand, quickens his spellcasting in response. As the azure hand approaches, Chen Qiaoming's eyes ignite with a fierce crimson glow, and he shouts, "Fire dragon, arise." A massive, fiery red dragon, over 2 meters long, suddenly appears, roaring with ferocity as it charges toward the azure hand. Seeing the fire dragon emerge, Lu Tianyu employs the wind step technique, swiftly retreating. Chen Qiaoming, not to be outdone, drifts to the left while casting a protective spell upon himself. The ensuing explosion reverberates through the air, with flames and violent wind blades dispersing in all directions. While the chaos above continues, the ground remains undisturbed, thanks to the protective formation of the green oak stones. Observing the brilliant bursts of red and blue in the sky, Chen Qiaoming's heart races. So, Brother Tianyu has already mastered mid-tier spells. With such talent, achieving the foundation establishment stage should be effortless. Once we both reach that stage, we can become dual cultivation partners, soaring together. As she contemplates this, a rosy blush adorns her cheeks, enhancing her beauty. The endearment brother Tianyu is reserved for their private moments or her inner musings in public. Her shyness prevents her from uttering it aloud. Just then, a deep male voice interrupts her reverie. Brother Tianyu, I am astonished at your progress after months apart. Chen Qiaoming's robust voice, tinged with surprise, resonates. Had I not suppressed my cultivation to the 13th level, I might have faced a setback. He bursts into hearty laughter, having been surprised by Lu Tianyu on 2 occasions in the past year. Brother Qiaoming, you flatter me. My modest abilities are hardly worth mention. Such trivial spell talent is nothing to boast about. Lu Tianyu responds with a gentle smile, devoid of any arrogance. Nevertheless, his remarkable cultivation at such a young age does not escape the notice of those around him. Chen Qiaoming chuckles lightly, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. While Lu Tianyu's rapid advancement in spellcraft is indeed remarkable, it is merely a means to protect his path ultimately. A cultivator must prioritize the enhancement of their cultivation. He recalls hearing that this future brother-in-law possesses exceptional talent in talisman crafting, much to the delight of the Lu family. News of this has naturally reached the Chen family. To his surprise, upon returning and engaging in spell duels with Lu Tianyu, he discovers that the young man possesses remarkable talent in spellcraft as well, leaving him astounded. The transformation of the Lu family brothers in the past year is truly remarkable. He hardly recognizes them anymore. As the two descend slowly, Lu Tiandu's clear silhouette appears before Chen Qiaoming, clad in a fitted white robe, a jade belt cinching his waist, a silver crown atop his head, with eyebrows like flying phoenixes and eyes sparkling like stars, exuding an aura of extraordinary grace. Meeting her gentle gaze, Chen Qiaoming feels her heart flutter, bashfully casting a sideways glance at Lu Tianyu and pouting. Brother Lu, when did you learn mid-tier spells? Why didn't you tell me? Though her tone seems accusatory, it carries a hint of playful affection, drawing the attention of those around them, who gaze at Lu Tianyu with envy and admiration. It's because someone kept pestering me with endless questions, Lu Tianyu replies with an exasperated shrug, winking at the bashful figure before him. Teasing, I had no chance to say anything. He shakes his head in mock resignation. Brother only knows how to bully me. Chen Qiaoming retorts, raising her small fist in a mock threatening manner. Though she yearns to retaliate against her mischievous brother, she lacks the courage to do so in front of others. In their private meetings, while she occasionally harbors rebellious thoughts, she ultimately finds herself subdued and compliant, unable to stir any significant resistance. All right, little sister. If you continue to ignore your older brother, I shall be displeased. Chen Qiaoming interjects, hands clasped behind his back, a teasing smile gracing his face. Brother, you are bullying me too, Chen Qiaoming exclaims, feeling increasingly embarrassed under her brother's knowing gaze. I shall ignore you both. With that, she activates the wind control technique, vanishing without a trace. Lu Tianyu and Chen Qiaoming exchanged glances, erupting into hearty laughter. All right, everyone disperse. Quickly return to your cultivation and do not delay your training. At Chen Qiaoming's command, the Chen family disciples surrounding them scattered like fish and birds. Lu Tianyu, along with a young man in his 20s, followed Chen Qiaoming into an elegantly designed pavilion. This young man, resembling Chen Qiaoming in features, was his third brother, Chen Qiaoming, who had already attained the 13th layer of Qi refinement. Once the attendants brought forth 3 cups of spiritual tea, the trio began to engage in casual conversation. Lu Tianyu took a sip of the fragrant tea, feeling an invigorating clarity wash over him, as the fatigue induced by his spellcasting gradually dissipated. This spiritual tea was indeed exceptional, and Lu Tianyu had always managed to indulge in it during his visits. Although Chen Qiaoming's younger sister had generously shared some of her own supply with him over the years, it had long been consumed. Regular consumption of this spiritual tea proved beneficial for maintaining mental clarity and enhancing one's spiritual awareness. Regrettably, only direct disciples of prominent cultivation families like the Chen clan, which was overseen by a golden core cultivator, could partake in such luxuries. In contrast, Lu Tianyu, as a direct descendant of the medium-sized Lu family that allied with the Chens, had never enjoyed such privileges. Brother, have you truly decided to participate in the blood-forbidden land trial 6 months hence? Chen Qiaoming's hands clenched and then relaxed, his thick eyebrows furrowing in concern, revealing a hint of worry on his face. Upon hearing the mention of the blood-forbidden trial, Lu Tianyu instantly lifted his head. This trial, held once every 5 years, was infamous among the 7 sects of the Xianxia cultivation realm, and having been in this mortal cultivation world for a year, he was well aware of its reputation, bolstered by memories from his previous life. The revelation that Chen Qiaoming, the current head of the Chen family, intended to participate in this trial, notorious for its high mortality rate, left him utterly astonished. Traversing the mortal realm, one acquires a golden opportunity in extraordinary world by one's side, embarking on a unique path of transcendence. Keywords: world by one's side, divine furnace of creation, essence of the world, transforming all things. Original synopsis: a scroll of winds and thunder, 5 mystical swords. On the long path of cultivation, heroes vie for supremacy, accompanying celestial partners, soaring through the spirit realm, treading upon the immortal domain. With the world by one's side as the foundation of the grand path, one cultivates the way to transcendence, ultimately achieving liberation. Chapter 1. Brother Luan, the kingdom of Yu. Nestled within a certain branch of the Tianyu mountain range, lies the Chen family, one of the 3 prominent cultivation families in Huangfeng Valley. At this moment, on a grand performance square constructed with great expense from green oak stone, young men and women clad in family attire are fixated on 2 figures floating above. One in white and the other in yellow. These figures hover in midair, their hands swiftly changing, casting spells, and unleashing various magical arts in a fierce clash. Fireball technique, wind blade technique, ice spike technique, explosive technique. The sounds of explosions resonate, illuminating the azure sky and momentarily overshadowing the brilliant sunlight. Who would have thought that this prodigy from the Lu family possesses such remarkable talent, effortlessly wielding various low-tier spells, rivaling even the eldest son? Murmurs a voice from the crowd. Indeed, the talent of an extraordinary spirit root is unparalleled. At such a young age, he has already reached the 9th level of Qi Refinement. Another voice chimes in, tinged with envy. Perhaps he is 17 or 18. To be able to contend with the eldest son, whose cultivation is suppressed at the 9th level, is truly impressive. Hearing the crowd's admiration for the young Lu, Chen Qiaoming, the jewel of the Chen family, subtly beams with delight, her heart feeling sweeter than honey as she murmurs, "It appears Brother Lu has made further progress in the past 2 months." Although her voice is soft, the presence of cultivators around ensures her words are heard clearly. Some nearby glance back at the beautiful figure fixated on the young man in white, jealousy brewing within them. The young woman, around 16 or 17, possesses radiant features and an ethereal beauty. Her slender, fair neck is adorned in delicate green silk that accentuates her graceful curves, lending her an air of unmatched elegance. Yet, there is a hint of fragility in her posture, embodying a gentleness that naturally attracts numerous admirers. At this moment, the sky shifted once more, the residual waves from their magical clash dissipating. The 2 figures ceased their evasive maneuvers and hovered in place. With a smile on his lips, Lu Tianyu gazes at the man in yellow, Chen Qiaoming, who appears to be in his 30s, and expresses, "Thank you, Brother Qiaoming, for your leniency. I have gained much from this encounter. I have recently acquired a mid-tier spell and would appreciate your guidance." Upon hearing this, Chen Qiaoming's eyes widen with curiosity and surprise. How could Lu Tianyu, at such a young age, have grasped a mid-tier spell? Each mid-tier spell typically requires years of dedicated practice to master. Although he harbors a degree of skepticism, it does not show on his face. With a wave of his sleeve, he responds casually, "Very well, let us engage in another round of sparring, Brother Tianyu." Lu Tianyu does not linger on words, swiftly forming hand seals. The spiritual energy in the air trembles, and a massive azure hand, roughly the size of a zhong, suddenly materializes before him. Sensing the rapid depletion of his internal power, Lu Tianyu gazes at the azure hand shimmering with ethereal light and commands, "Wind spirit capturing hand, go." With a gentle flick of his finger, the azure hand surges forward toward Chen Qiaoming, who immediately recognizes the violent wind energy contained within and hastens his hand seals. As the azure hand approaches, a surge of crimson light erupts in Chen Qiaoming's eyes as he exclaims, "Fire dragon ascend, arise." A ferocious fire dragon, over 2 zhong in length, materializes, roaring fiercely as it charges toward the azure hand. Seeing the fire dragon emerge, Lu Tianyu activates the wind walking technique, swiftly retreating. Chen Qiaoming, not to be outdone, glides to the side, while simultaneously casting a golden armor technique upon himself. Boom! The explosive sounds echo, flames and violent wind blades scattering in all directions. As the blasts dissipate into the void, the ground remains steadfast, reinforced by the formation inscribed within the green oak stone. Observing the brilliant explosions of red and blue in the sky, Chen Qiaoming's heart flutters with excitement. So, Brother Tianyu has already mastered mid-tier spells. With such talent, establishing a foundation should not be difficult. Once we both attain our foundation, we can become dual cultivation partners, soaring together. As these thoughts cross her mind, a blush tinges her delicate face, making her appear even more radiant. The title of Brother Tianyu is reserved for their private moments, while in public, her shyness prevents her from uttering it aloud. At that moment, a deep male voice interrupts her reverie. Brother Tianyu, I did not expect that after a few months, you would astonish me so. Chen Qiaoming's robust voice resonates, his scholarly demeanor now tinged with surprise. Had I not just relaxed my cultivation to the 13th level, I might have faced a minor setback. He bursts into hearty laughter. Having seen Lu Tianyu twice in the past year, each time leaving him in awe. Brother Qiaoming, you flatter me. My humble cultivation is hardly noteworthy. Such mere talent in spellcraft is trivial. Lu Tianyu responds with a gentle smile, betraying no hint of arrogance. Nonetheless, his remarkable achievement of reaching the 9th level of Qi Refinement at such a young age does not escape anyone's attention. Chen Qiaoming chuckles lightly, refraining from further comment. Although Lu Tianyu's rapid advancement in spellcraft is commendable, it remains merely a means of protection. True cultivators must ultimately prioritize the enhancement of their cultivation. Upon returning to his family from Huangfeng Valley 6 months prior, he had heard rumors of Lu Tianyu's remarkable talent in talisman crafting, much to the Chen family's delight. This news had naturally reached the Chen family. To his astonishment, upon engaging in a sparring session with Lu Tianyu, he discovered the latter's considerable aptitude in spellcraft as well, leaving him genuinely astonished. The transformations witnessed in Lu's family over the past year are truly remarkable, to the point he scarcely recognizes them. As the two descend gradually, Lu Tianyu's distinct figure appears before Chen Qiaoming, clad in a fitted white robe, a jade belt cinched at his waist, a silver crown adorning his head, his brows elegantly arched, and eyes akin to bright stars. Exuding an air of exceptional grace, locking eyes with her gentle gaze, Chen Qiaoming's heart races, and with a playful pout, she reproaches him. Brother Lu, when did you learn mid-tier spells? Why didn't you inform me? Though her words seem like a complaint, they carry an endearing quality that draws the attention of those surrounding them, their gazes filled with envy and admiration for Lu Tianyu. It was merely that someone kept pestering me with questions, chattering incessantly. Lu Tianyu replies with a feigned exasperation, glancing at the blushing figure before him, playfully teasing, I had no opportunity to mention it. He shakes his head, adopting an expression of resigned amusement. Humph, brother only knows how to bully me. Observing Lu Tianyu's exaggerated antics, Chen Qiaoming raises her tiny fist, feigning anger. Though tempted to strike her mischievous brother, she lacks the courage to do so in such a public setting. In their private meetings, while thoughts of rebellion occasionally flit through her mind, the ultimate outcome is always her submission, quelled by his overwhelming presence. Very well, little sister. Should you continue to disregard your elder brother, I shall be displeased. Chen Qiaoming interjects, hands clasped behind his back, a teasing smile adorning his face. Brother, you two are bullying me. Chen Qiaoming retorts, feeling increasingly embarrassed under the knowing gaze of her elder brother. I shan't pay attention to you two. With that, she activates the wind control technique, vanishing without a trace. Lu Tianyu and Chen Qiaoming exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. All right, everyone disperse. Quickly go and cultivate. Do not delay your training. At Chen Qiaoming's command, the Chen family's disciples surrounding them scattered like fish and birds. Lu Tianyu, accompanied by a young man in his 20s, followed Chen Qiaoming into an elegantly designed pavilion. This young man, who bore a slight resemblance to Chen Qiaoming, was his third brother, Chen Qiaoming, who had already achieved the 13th level of Qi Refinement. Once the attendants served 3 cups of spiritual tea, the trio began to engage in leisurely conversation. Lu Tianyu savored a sip of the fragrant tea, feeling his spirit rejuvenate as the mental fatigue from his spellcasting dissipated significantly. This spiritual tea was indeed remarkable. Lu Tianyu always managed to enjoy a generous amount during his visits. Although Chen Qiaoming's younger sister had occasionally gifted him some from her own share, it had long been consumed over the years. Regular consumption of this spiritual tea proved beneficial for maintaining mental clarity and enhancing one's spiritual awareness. Regrettably, only those direct descendants of esteemed cultivation families, like the Chen family with its golden core cultivators, could relish such privileges. Lu Tianyu, as a direct descendant of the Lu family, a mid-tier cultivation clan aligned with the Chen family, had never partaken in such delights. Brother, have you ultimately decided to participate in the blood-forbidden land trial 6 months from now? Chen Qiaoming asked, his hands clenching and relaxing, thick eyebrows furrowing, revealing a hint of concern on his face. Upon hearing the mention of the blood-forbidden trial, Lu Tianyu abruptly lifted his head. This trial, held every 5 years, was renowned among the 7 cultivation sects of the Yu Kingdom and Lu Tiandu. Having spent a year in this mortal realm of cultivation, was well aware of its significance, bolstered by memories from his past life. The shocking revelation that Chen Qiaoming, the current head of the Chen family, intended to participate in this perilous trial, which was infamous for its high mortality rate, left him astounded. Chapter 2. The Hidden Thunder Spirit Root. A moment of silence enveloped the attic, and the 3 bowls of spiritual tea had unknowingly cooled. After a brief pause, Chen Qiaoming broke the stillness, a fleeting look of worry crossing his face. Though momentary, it did not escape the notice of Lu Tiandu and Chen Qiaodian. You are aware, dear brother, that I possess merely a 3 spirit root, rendering my cultivation aptitude significantly inferior to yours and our little sister's dual spirit root, he remarked, casting a glance at the attentive Lu Tiandu. Not to mention, my abilities pale in comparison to those of the wind element spirit root of our brother Tianyu. Previously, I obtained a foundation-building pill from the sect. Regrettably, my poor aptitude resulted in failure. With each passing year, as I grow older, my hope of achieving the celestial path wanes. If I do not strive earnestly now, I may find myself forever barred from ascension. With a sigh, Chen Qiaoming's scholarly visage was marked by regret. Approaching 35 years of age, he realized that without a desperate gamble, the prospect of foundation building would become increasingly challenging as he neared 40. I've heard that this time, the 7 sects have produced over 1,000 foundation building pills. And according to tradition, our Huangfeng Valley is entitled to over 100. Should we not beseech our ancestor for a greater share? After pondering briefly, Chen Qiaodian inquired eagerly. Alas, our father has already approached our ancestor regarding this matter. There are indeed many disciples suitable for foundation building within the sect, making competition exceedingly fierce. It is said that even our reclusive uncle has intervened. As one of the 3 prominent families of Huangfeng Valley, we, the Chen family, have received a few pills under the care of our ancestor. However, based on factors such as seniority, talent, and cultivation level, the allocation has left us with scarcely any remaining. Fortunately, your and our little sister's commendable talents have secured your spots for this round of foundation-building pills. Thanks to our father's relentless efforts. Hearing Chen Qiaoming's words, Chen Qiaodian forced a bitter smile. The rarity of foundation-building pills was well known beyond the borders of the Yu Kingdom. Throughout the entire Southern Sky cultivation realm, cultivators would fight fiercely at the once-a-decade Ascension conference for a single pill, a testament to their value. Both he and his sister, Chen Qiaoqian, could not afford to relinquish their share of this opportunity, even if it meant competing with their elder brother. The path of cultivation is, in essence, a battle against fate. Falling behind even a single step can lead to a cascade of setbacks. Although he possesses a dual spirit root, no one can guarantee that one pill will suffice for successful foundation building. Should he also fail this time, the prospect of acquiring another foundation building pill within a short span would likely require him to venture into the perilous blood-forbidden zone, akin to what his elder brother faced over 5 years later. Alternatively, he could wait another decade to see if the family could secure another pill. However, missing a decade would mean nearing 40. A lifetime halted at the foundation stage is hardly his desire. Do not worry. With my perfected Qi refinement and adept command of spells, combined with my 2 top-tier magical artifacts, few would dare harbor ill intent against me, Chen Qiaoming stated. A flicker of killing intent briefly illuminating his eyes. It appeared that this outwardly refined and amiable middle-aged man harbored a fierce spirit within. Listening to the brothers' exchange, Lu Tiandu remained silent. He was acutely aware that apart from the peak elder at the initial stage of the Golden Core, the Chen family boasted over 10 foundation stage elders, which was crucial for maintaining the standing of Huangfeng Valley among the 3 major cultivation families. These individuals also had their own relatives and disciples, who would desire to secure an additional foundation-building pill for their progeny. The presence of several foundation cultivators within a lineage inevitably shifts the balance of power within the family. Regrettably, even in the Yu Kingdom, the only opportunity to procure the primary ingredients for foundation-building pills arises from the blood-forbidden trials. The demand for foundation-building pills across the Southern Sky cultivation realm far exceeds supply, with occasional black market auctions reportedly fetching upwards of 3,000 low-tier spirit stones, often with no buyers in sight. Lu Tiandu envied Chen Qiaoming's possession of 2 top-tier magical artifacts, recognizing them as a rare complete set, the golden brush and silver pen. This set could be utilized separately or in unison, its combined power surpassing that of ordinary top-tier artifacts. These artifacts were crafted after the ancestral treasure of the Chen family, and only direct descendants of the Chen lineage had access to their crafting techniques. This return to the family is indeed fortuitous. My father has informed me that the treasure he sought for me has been acquired. With this artifact in hand, my chances of survival will greatly increase, Chen Qiaoming remarked. Sipping the now cold spiritual tea, he refrained from disclosing the nature of the treasure, knowing that Chen Qiaodian was already aware, sparing them further inquiry. Lu Tiandu too remained silent, having spent a year in this world. He understood the sensitivities surrounding such matters. Avoiding prying into what could pertain to another's life and death was prudent. The three conversed for a while longer before attending to their respective pursuits. Upon returning to the guest room prepared for him at the Chen residence, Lu Tiandu sat cross-legged on the bed, lost in contemplation. He did not take Chen Qiaoming's final goodwill to heart, for he possessed the advantage of a spatial pocket filled with cultivation resources, elixirs, talismans, and techniques. Over the past year, he had lacked nothing. He would not incur a debt of gratitude to the Chen family for such provisions, knowing that any obligations incurred would be repaid tenfold once he achieved foundation building. As for more valuable resources, such as the coveted top-tier artifacts he yearned for, the Chen family would likely be reticent to part with them. After all, a top-tier artifact of exceptional quality typically commanded a price exceeding 1,500 spirit stones, a sum even ordinary foundation cultivators would find difficult to afford. Much like the Chen family, the Lu family was also reliant on the various cultivation families associated with Huangfeng Valley. It was customary for disciples with 3 or more spirit roots to join the Huangfeng Valley for training. The foundation-building pill reserved for him by Huangfeng Valley, as mentioned by Chen Qiaoming, was a customary gesture. On the surface, he was perceived as a wind attribute spirit root, and aside from the rare heavenly spirit root, cultivators of differing spirit roots in the Yu Kingdom's 7 sects were welcomed for their superior cultivation aptitude. Each sect sought to enhance their foundations by admitting such cultivators. While conventional wisdom suggests that a single foundation-building pill suffices for most, Lu Tiandu, having inherited the legacy of his predecessor, was acutely aware of the deeper implications of his unique dual spirit roots, wind and thunder. This, indeed, was the greatest secret he harbored, and the challenges lay within the undisclosed nature of his thunder spirit root. The protagonist began their cultivation journey at the tender age of 8. After many arduous years of effort, they eventually stumbled upon a perplexing issue, possessing dual elemental roots, wind and thunder. While dual elemental roots were not uncommon in the realm of cultivation, the concept of dual distinct roots was something entirely new to them. After much discreet investigation, they confirmed this revelation, yet they remained confounded, particularly as their thunder root manifested inconsistently. Eventually, through careful exploration, they discerned a peculiar pattern. The thunder root only appeared during the 6 evening hours, while the wind root was ever present throughout the entire day without any anomalies. Moreover, their cultivation pace was indeed slower than that of individuals with singular elemental roots. The protagonist harbored this secret, fearing that its discovery would tarnish their reputation associated with their unique roots. A year prior, Lu Tiandu arrived, inheriting the memories of the protagonist. Drawing from their knowledge of the original text, he deduced that this rare phenomenon might be an elusive thunder root, a sight seldom encountered in the spiritual realm. Although it did not significantly impact his current Qi refining stage, the notion of dual distinct roots was still a concern. Lu Tiandu pondered whether he could successfully establish a foundation with a single foundation establishment pill, leaving him uncertain in his heart. This uncertainty propelled him to seek opportunities after advancing to the 9th layer of Qi refining. Recalling the original story, the protagonist had ventured into Huangfeng Valley to curry favor with Dong Xin'er, aspiring to become her dual cultivation partner and seeking the support of the most powerful elder within the valley, Master Hongfu. This ultimately led to a tragic betrayal against his former lover, Chen Qiaoming, which culminated in his demise at the hands of Han Li. Lu Tiandu couldn't help but smile wryly at the thought. Perhaps the pursuit of a foundation establishment pill for Chen Qiaoming had been one of the protagonist's motivations, stemming from the complications related to his elemental roots. Inside the quiet abode, a delicate incense wafted through the air, filling the room with a gentle fragrance. Lu Tiandu reminisced about the brothers Chen Qiaoming and Chen Qiaodian. According to his memories, the elder brother, Chen Qiaoming, would participate in a bloody trial alongside his sister, Chen Qiaoqian, in 5 or 6 years, where they would ultimately acquire over 20 spirit herbs and each obtain a foundation establishment pill. Subsequently, Chen Qiaoqian would successfully establish her foundation with the pill, while her elder brother would unfortunately fail and resign himself to managing the family's mundane affairs. Lu Tiandu had not anticipated his own participation in this bloody trial, leading him to realize that Chen Qiaoming, despite being a triple elemental root wielder, had consumed 3 foundation establishment pills in vain. The disparity in cultivation talent indeed barred many from success, and despite high aspirations, without extraordinary opportunities, they could only meet their demise along the way. This reminded him of Han, the old demon, who, despite possessing quadruple elemental roots and relying on a precious artifact, had consumed 8 foundation establishment pills before managing to establish his foundation. Perhaps had Chen Qiaoming consumed 2 pills consecutively, he might have succeeded as well. In contrast, both Chen Xiaodian and Chen Xiaoqian had successfully established their foundations, and Lu Tiandu recalled that in the original narrative, Chen Xiaodian had already become a core formation cultivator during the descent to the Demon Valley dungeon. A soft creaking sound interrupted Lu Tiandu's contemplation. He extended his senses slightly and immediately recognized the visitor. A smile crept onto his lips as he remained still, feigning indifference. A petite head peeked through the door, eyes sparkling with mirth, her cherry lips slightly parted in curiosity. Upon seeing Lu Tiandu seemingly meditating or dozing, Chen Xiaoqian's smile widened further. With a subtle grace, she slipped into the room, moving with the utmost care towards Lu Tiandu, who was seated on the bed, gazing at his handsome visage. A rosy hue blossomed on Chen Xiaoqian's cheeks, and with a bashful demeanor, she reached out her delicate hand to caress his brow. Suddenly, her slender wrist was seized by a firm hand, eliciting a gasp from her lips. Realizing she was lifted off the ground and into the warm embrace of Lu Tiandu, she playfully exclaimed, "You mischievous little girl, sneaking into my room again." Teasing laughter echoed in her ears, and the familiar scent of her beloved made her cheeks flush even deeper. "I wasn't hiding in your arms," she protested, her face turning crimson. "Humph. You always know when I arrive, yet you ignore me and still dare to tease." Chen Xiaoqian attempted to turn away, reluctant to leave the comfort of his embrace, her demeanor becoming playful. Holding her soft form, Lu Tiandu chuckled. "Once again, I've caught you. How shall I punish you this time?" "No, please," she gasped, feeling his grip tighten around her waist. Memories of their increasingly intimate relationship over the past year and his various playful punishments made her pliant form grow even softer. "No," she protested softly, her gentle eyes glistening with newfound affection. "Oh, Lu Tiandu," he murmured, his voice rich and soothing. "Let us forget about it." "Ah." Chen Xiaoqian's eyes widened in surprise, as if she had not comprehended his words, her expression adorably bewildered. Observing her reaction, Lu Tiandu's fingers tingled with mischief, and he leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on her translucent earlobe. A soft, satisfied sound escaped from her lips, and before long, she found herself snugly seated atop his lap, her arms wrapped around his neck, offering her soft lips in return. The air within the room thickened with an undeniable intimacy, the scent of the incense having faded into the background. Eventually, the couple fell silent, Chen Xiaoqian's attire slightly disheveled as she remained nestled in Lu Tiandu's embrace. Listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat, wishing this moment would last forever, he lowered his chin to brush against her forehead, feeling her affection envelop him in silence. "My dear Tiandu, have you missed me during this time?" she inquired, her beautiful face alight with anticipation. "Can you not feel it?" He responded with a meaningful glance, his fingers gently caressing her back. "Oh." The blush returned to her cheeks as she shot him a playful glare. "You always tease me." Although flustered, she made no effort to dislodge his hand from her heart. The allure in her gaze nearly overwhelmed Lu Tiandu. Yet in order to maintain his vitality before establishing his foundation, he resolved to restrain himself. Sensing her softness beneath his fingers, he whispered something in her ear, igniting her playful indignation. Indeed, even in the realm of cultivation, physical affection held its merits. They exchanged sweet nothings before Lu Tiandu finally divulged his intentions for this visit. "Ah, where are you going?" Chen Xiaoqian gasped, her hands gripping his robe. "Do not worry, I shall be away for some time. No less than 6 months and no more than a year, but I will return." Lu Tiandu reassured her, patting her back gently. "I shall accompany you," she insisted, hastily brushing aside his teasing hands and leaping off the bed to adjust her attire, disregarding her bashfulness. Observing her resolute expression, Lu Tiandu felt a pang of exasperation. Having spent a year understanding her character, he knew that while she often presented a gentle and innocent facade, her determination surfaced when it came to matters of the heart. Without a compelling reason, it would be challenging to extricate himself from her steadfast resolve. Having departed for a period of introspection, "I am not one to vanish without a trace, merely seeking to encounter fortuitous opportunities along the way." Observing the skeptical expression on the maiden's face, Lu Tiandu could not help but smirk, drawing the girl back into his embrace. "What expression is that?" Do you suspect your senior brother is deceiving you? He teased. Humph. I have heard whispers that certain individuals from certain families have been inquiring about you. With a look of doubt, Chen Qiaoming questioned. You wouldn't be secretly meeting with them, would you? They can't possibly compare to me. She feigned a haughty demeanor, yet her gaze remained fixed on Lu Tiandu. Inwardly, Lu Tiandu chuckled, recognizing that over the past year, his talents in talisman crafting and spell casting had gained him a modicum of fame, making inquiries about him entirely reasonable. It was only natural that some female cultivators wished to form dual cultivation partnerships with him. After all, few knew of the dual cultivation pact he had made with Chen Qiaoming 5 or 6 years ago. However, he had not actively pursued frivolous distractions. Unwilling to be unjustly accused, with a swift motion, Lu Tiandu delivered a playful smack. Feeling a sharp sting, Chen Qiaoming shivered, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Thinking to herself, this mischievous brother is at it again. You little minx, if you continue to doubt me, I may have to resort to familial discipline. He warned playfully. All right, I will heed your words, came the soft, mosquito-like murmur from within his embrace. Good, focus on your training at home. Once your cultivation level rises, we shall venture forth together. Lu Tiandu reassured her. If love endures through the ages, does it truly matter whether we are together day in and day out? Humph. I care about the day-to-day. Chen Qiaoming pouted, yet upon seeing Lu Tiandu's resolute expression, she relented, thinking, humph, I will soon break through to the 9th level. And then we shall see what you have to say. After parting ways with Chen Qiaoming, Lu Tiandu exited the Chen family estate, oriented himself, and with a gentle tap on his waist pouch, summoned his wind element flying sword. It transformed into a streak of light and soared away. Although cultivators in the Qi refinement stage possessed limited spiritual power and could not maintain flight for extended periods, this method was considerably faster than using wind techniques. In the vicinity of Jingzhou, several hundred miles away from Xianxia Mountain, Lu Tiandu had arrived at an unnamed peak the previous day. After some inquiry, he located the picturesque mountain that had recently been dubbed Jingguang Mountain. Locals spoke of a temple atop this mountain, home to a powerful sword immortal. Revered for their invincibility and ability to traverse the skies, their legend growing ever more fantastical. Upon hearing such tales, Lu Tiandu smirked, deeming this the right place. Months prior, he had dispatched members of the Lu family to gather details about the region surrounding Xianxia Mountain, resulting in the creation of a comprehensive jade slip. Following his farewell to Chen Qiaoming, he swiftly navigated to this location, using his flying sword and wind techniques to arrive within a matter of days. In the realm of mortal cultivation, the most accessible opportunities often came in the form of precious gifts from benevolent beings. At this moment, he was in no rush, leisurely admiring the scenic vistas as he mingled with the crowd heading towards the temple, embodying the essence of a leisurely nobleman. Ah, if only my resources were more abundant. I would surely pay my respects to the immortal, perhaps earning a casual blessing of treasures that would serve me well for ages. On the path to the temple, visitors lamented their lack of fortune, their eyes glimmering with greed. Indeed, some lamented the emptiness of their sleeves, nodding in agreement. Upon entering the temple, small clusters of people emerged from the main hall, chatting amicably. Among them, a select few adorned in fine garments were escorted by a young acolyte through a side entrance into the inner courtyard. Indeed, the Jingguang immortal has quite the knack for profit, Lu Tiandu mused. He learned that merely to pay respects to the Jingguang immortal required a hefty offering of 10 taels of gold, though such worldly treasures held little value for cultivators. For the common folk, 10 taels could sustain a family of 5 for several years, truly significant. Extending his spiritual awareness, Lu Tiandu detected a flicker of spiritual energy within the inner courtyard. Finding a secluded spot, he cast a small illusion spell and stealthily entered the inner sanctum. This courtyard was considerably larger than the outer areas, encompassing 2 sections. In the center stood a magnificent hall, lavishly decorated with gilded patterns adorning the walls. And flanking the grand staircase were pairs of gilded cranes poised to take flight. Ascending the steps, he approached the main entrance of the hall. At the head of the hall, upon a golden cloud bed, sat a grotesque gnome, cross-legged, showcasing a sword-shaped, gray light to the assembly of seated individuals below. The gnome, clad in a robe woven with golden threads and adorned with a crown, fingers gleaming with rings, epitomized ostentatious wealth. As Lu Tiandu restrained his aura to blend in with the new arrivals, a sudden, sharp shout echoed from within the hall. The gnome's gray flying sword darted around the chamber, startling the crowd below into fervent reverence. Hearing the flattery directed at him, the Jingguang immortal wore a pleased expression, wielding the sword with increasing fervor. This is a treasure of the immortals. To merely witness, it is a great fortune for you mortals. The Jingguang immortal appeared as a figure of profound mystery. We thank you for your generosity, immortal. The crowd chorused, their faces radiant with joy as they bowed deeply in gratitude. The Jingguang immortal's pride swelled further. This treasure is magnificent. Perhaps I should have a turn with it? Before he could finish, a calm voice resonated through the hall. The dazzling gray light that had captivated the crowd was suddenly seized by a young man in white who had appeared at the entrance, compressing the light into a golden talisman. Who dares? The Jingguang immortal, perched upon his golden cloud bed, felt a surge of alarm as the spiritual energy from his treasured sword was dispelled. Furious, he was about to unleash a torrent of curses when he realized the newcomer's aura vastly surpassed his own, transforming his anger into fear. Not good, I must flee. Panic surged within him as the diminutive Jingguang immortal tumbled from the cloud bed, sprinting towards a concealed door in the corner. Lu Tianyu, observing the gnome's desperate escape, smiled faintly and called out, "Do not flee, dear Jingguang. I am here to rescue you." Chapter 4. The Little Bottle in the Blink of an Eye. The gnome had tumbled from the cloud bed, sprinting towards the hidden door, while the assembly remained in a daze, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. This door was one of the escape routes the Jingguang immortal had prepared after years of navigating the mortal realm, embodying the wisdom of the cunning rabbit with multiple burrows. Though Lu Tianyu called out for the gnome to stop, he did not hesitate in his actions. With a swift motion of his right hand, he conjured an explosive spell. 2 palm-sized crimson orbs of light surged forth, hurtling towards the gnome's escape route. A thunderous explosion resounded, creating a massive breach in the corner, sending dust swirling and chaos erupting. The crowd, witnessing the composed young man in white juxtaposed against the collapsed wall, gasped in shock, frantically fleeing the hall. Clearly, this was a conflict between immortals, one they could not afford to engage in. In that moment, they wished for nothing more than to sprout additional legs to distance themselves from this turmoil. The Jingguang immortal has fled. As they dashed from the hall, some lamented the loss of their offerings. Alas, I never anticipated the once mighty Jingguang immortal would prove so feeble. At this moment, Lu Tianyu pursued the fleeing Jingguang immortal leisurely, his spiritual awareness firmly locked onto the figure, untroubled by the prospect of escape. In the blink of an eye, the two had arrived at the backyard. "What is the matter? No escape?" Lu Tianyu remarked with a faint smile. At this moment, the golden light man had swiftly placed a talisman upon himself. Enveloped in a layer of golden radiance, Lu Tianyu appeared oblivious to it all, resting his chin in his hand, scrutinizing the golden light man. Within the luminous barrier, the golden light man's expression shifted multiple times. His already unattractive visage grew increasingly unsightly. Gazing at the unfamiliar young man in white before him, he could not fathom how he had offended this individual. Ever since fleeing from Xianxia Ridge, he had been acutely aware of his low cultivation level, knowing that any random cultivator could easily kill him for his treasures. He had avoided encounters with other practitioners and had cautiously mingled among mortals. But it seemed he was destined for misfortune this time. "May I inquire how I have offended you, esteemed senior? I wish to understand my fate," the golden light man said, his complexion fluctuating. He was well aware of his own limitations. Aside from the stolen flying sword talisman and this basic mid-tier Vajra talisman, he possessed no other means of defense. As a third-tier Qi refinement cultivator, he knew that once the Vajra barrier was breached, he would face certain death. His instincts told him that the young man in white radiated the essence of a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, capable of extinguishing him with ease. "You have not wronged me," Lu Tianyu replied coolly, "but do you not know that a man without fault may suffer for possessing a treasure?" The golden light man's eyes darted as he realized that his display of treasures had likely drawn covetous gazes. Despite having kept a low profile for years, he had inadvertently attracted attention. "Very well, hand over your storage bag. If I find something useful, I may spare your life," Lu Tianyu continued, maintaining his indifferent tone. The corners of the golden light man's mouth twitched, bitterness flooding his heart. In the world of cultivation, the act of killing for treasures was all too common. Today, he feared he would not escape unscathed. Knowing that even in death, his possessions would be looted, he resolved to relinquish his belongings in hopes of preserving his life. He removed the slightly worn gray bag from his waist and tossed it out of the golden barrier, stating, "All my treasures are here, esteemed senior. Please, look and see if anything catches your eye. I only hope you will allow me to keep my life. Rest assured, I am a man of my word." Lu Tianyu replied with a chuckle. After scanning the bag with his divine sense and confirming its contents, he waved his hand, summoning a green spiritual light that enveloped the storage bag and drew it into his possession. The golden light man, trapped within his golden barrier, resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter. His expression despondent. Lu Tianyu quickly inspected the contents of the storage bag. Aside from a plethora of gold and mundane items, he discovered a token, a family genealogy, 2 low-grade spirit stones, and several lower-tier talismans belonging to the realm of cultivation. Flipping through the genealogy, Lu Tianyu indeed confirmed that the Golden Light Man was a descendant of the Qin family from Xianxia Ridge, but alas, he was the last of his line. The once great Golden Core family had vanished in the blink of an eye. With a sigh, Lu Tianyu set aside the other items and took the token, examining it before placing it into his own storage bag. This Ascension token was truly the most valuable item in the Golden Light Man's possession. Very well. Take care of yourself, Lu Tianyu concluded. Tossing the storage bag near the barrier and leaving behind several bottles of qi-nourishing pills as compensation for the talismans and the Ascension token. I have never been here. Do you understand? At that moment, the Golden Light Man realized that the man in white had indeed kept his word. Although he had lost 2 treasures, it was far better than losing his life, and the compensation of 4 or 5 bottles of pills filled him with a sense of joy at having survived a calamity. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your mercy. I have never encountered you before. The Golden Light Man hurriedly knelt and bowed deeply. When he lifted his head, Lu Tianyu had vanished without a trace. Sitting on the ground, the Golden Light Man wiped the sweat from his forehead, murmuring, "May the ancestors of the Qin family bless me. Having survived this great disaster, there must be future blessings." Later, local gossip would reveal that within the ruins of a certain temple on the mountain, there had once been a Golden Light immortal who, after losing a battle against another immortal, had hastily gathered his valuables and disappeared without a trace. In Xianxia Mountain, within the tranquil valley a few dozen miles from Qishuan sect, Lu Tianyu sat cross-legged upon a clean azure stone. From this vantage point, the scenes within the valley were laid bare before him. This was indeed the flying sword talisman that had been passed down through the Qin family. Though it would only serve a few more times, he toyed with a golden talisman in his hand, where a small gray sword was vividly depicted, radiating beams of light that captivated the eye. A century ago, when the Lu family's Golden Core ancestor had passed away, he had crafted 2 talismans for the younger generation, and Lu Tianyu had been fortunate enough to glimpse them in the family treasury. Thus, upon seeing this gray sword talisman, he immediately recognized it as a treasure of the Qin family. Alas, after the passing of the Lu family's Golden Core ancestor, the family had descended to become a second-rate family in Huangfeng Valley, merely surviving due to their connection to the millennia-old sect. Yet the Qin family, following the demise of their Golden Core ancestor, had fallen to such a state, evoking a sense of lament. A sect or a family that does not continually produce high-ranking cultivators is destined to decline and perish eventually. In a decade or so, when the demonic path invades and the 6 sects scatter, what fate awaits the Lu family? Alone, I could retreat to the Chaos Star Sea and live freely, but the changes of the world, the rise and fall of existence, the paths of fate and opportunity must still be carefully considered. Shaking his head, he set aside his thoughts and began to observe the situation within the valley. On the night 2 days later, Lu Tianyu's body wavered as he glided towards several stone houses within the Xianxia Valley. In a shadowy corner radiating white light, he spotted the Tianzhong bottle buried in the earth and smiled knowingly. Although he had arrived equipped with the supreme treasure of the Stone Pearl world, who would refuse additional treasures? His intention was to see if he could make a convenient acquisition. If successful, it would be wonderful. If not, there was no need to force it. Unscrewing the bottle cap, he was pleased to find a drop of green liquid had already formed. This was the human realm version of the celestial transformation liquid, containing the laws of time, a remarkable substance. A single drop could enhance the efficacy of spiritual herbs by 100 years. Just as Lu Tianyu prepared to conveniently stow the bottle within his Stone Pearl world, an inexplicable sense of danger surged within him, instilling a profound sense of foreboding. At that moment, a gray furnace shadow flickered in his sea of consciousness, snapping him from his trance. He hastily discarded the bottle, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and mused, "Why does this bottle feel like a forbidden item? Is there some deeper significance? Could it be that old Demon Han had obtained the bottle in advance, and the cause and effect had already been established?" Chapter 5. The marvelous use of the golden finger. Forget it. I possess the Stone Pearl world. I need not covet this item. Lu Tianyu quelled his greedy thoughts, silently hovering in place, pondering. I've got it. He suddenly grinned. If I cannot take the bottle, can I not acquire the drop of green liquid? My interest in the bottle was solely for this human realm version of the celestial transformation liquid. After all, if my subsequent actions prove fruitful, I may not even need the Tianzhong bottle. With a sweep of his fingers across his storage bag, a white jade bottle appeared in his hand. He waved again, releasing a pale azure light that enveloped the Tianzhong bottle. Twisting the cap, he tilted the bottle, allowing a drop of green liquid to slowly drip into the white jade vessel. After slightly burying the Tianzhong bottle in the soil, Lu Tiandu suddenly flashed into his stone pearl world. In the stone pearl world, at the center of a vast land, a colossal peak soared into the clouds. At the midsection of the towering celestial peak, within a mysterious cave, an ancient and enigmatic aura flowed. This cavern, measuring nearly 100 zhang in circumference, was adorned with hundreds of luminous pearls that illuminated the space as brightly as day. Lu Tiandu appeared here as if conjured from thin air, casting a glance around the oddly familiar cave. Within the 100 zhang expanse, on a massive stone platform at the top, an archaic stone furnace hovered, spinning incessantly. Standing approximately 3 zhang tall and a zhang wide, the furnace appeared unremarkable and grayish, yet Lu Tiandu regarded it with great affection, his face beaming with joy as he gazed upon it. This furnace was a mysterious treasure born from the world of the stone pearl that had transported him to this universe, and over the years, he had tested and developed it extensively, discovering numerous functionalities. Whether it succeeds depends on you, he murmured softly, refraining from further elaboration. Gradually ascending, he formed hand seals and cast a series of incantations. A sizzling sound erupted as a cascade of colorful radiance spilled forth from the furnace. With a casual gesture, Lu Tiandu directed a drop of green liquid from a white jade bottle into the radiant light, which instantly enveloped the drop and drew it into the furnace. Disengaging from his wind manipulation technique, he landed on a stone platform, patiently awaiting the outcome. Within the cavern, aside from the conspicuously prominent stone furnace, there lay a pond of golden liquid not far from it. A faint golden mist hovered above the pond, swirling but never drifting more than 3 zhang away from the golden waters. During his initial exploration of this golden pond, Lu Tiandu had inadvertently inhaled a breath of the golden mist and narrowly escaped a disastrous fate. The profound impression this mysterious pond left on him was indelible. Over the past year, he had ventured nearby several times, yet he could never ascertain the nature of the golden liquid within, leading him to refrain from further proximity, intending to revisit it after achieving significant cultivation advancements. To his astonishment, could this stone furnace indeed produce such green liquid? After a quarter of an hour, sensing the information relayed by the gray furnace shadow in his mind, the typically composed Lu Tiandu abruptly stood, forming hand seals as the colorful radiance surged forth again. Accompanied by the drop of life-giving dew, he retrieved the original white jade bottle to preserve this drop of green liquid, and then pulled out 50 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag, tossing them into the furnace. Moments later, the furnace emitted another drop of green liquid, swirling with vibrant light. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Tiandu produced a small yellow jade bottle, carefully storing this precious drop. Simultaneously, unbeknownst to him, as the drop of green liquid was formed, a wisp of the golden mist above the pond dissipated. Exiting the cave, he stood on the mountainside, a gentle breeze brushing against his cheeks, yet he could hardly quell the exhilaration within him. At this moment, the stone pearl world mirrored the night outside, the void adorned with twinkling lights akin to stars, blinking rhythmically as if following a cosmic order. Without lingering, Lu Tiandu stepped onto his wind blade, swiftly descending, the towering mountain gradually becoming clearer in his vision. He realized that the cave was situated at the midsection of the peak. Soon landing at the foot of the mountain, Lu Tiandu waved his hand to retract the wind blade. Although it was night, the starlight illuminated the surroundings, rendering the environment distinctly visible. He hastened through a small illusionary array toward the medicinal field he had tended for a year at the mountain's base. The field, though modest in size, less than 2 mu, was equipped with a small spirit-gathering formation, where over 100 varieties of commonly found spiritual herbs were meticulously planted. Spotting a century-old Huangjing, Lu Tiandu flipped his palm to reveal a yellow jade bottle, uncapping it to find a drop of green liquid resting within. This was none other than the life-giving dew he had generated with the furnace. Tilting the bottle, the green liquid slowly dripped onto the century-old Huangjing. This was the moment of witnessing a miracle, Lu Tiandu thought to himself, his gaze fixed intently on the Huangjing as it began to grow visibly faster. Akin to having consumed a potent restorative, his heart brimmed with astonishment. Truly, this spiritual entity possessing the essence of time was remarkable. 1 drop could enhance a herb's age by a century. However, what kind of treasure was this stone furnace that could produce such spiritual entities? Lu Tiandu found it hard to believe that mere 50 low-grade spirit stones could yield such a boon. Realizing the time was of the essence, he decided to return the drop of green liquid produced by the furnace, lest its efficacy dissipate over time and arouse Han Li's suspicion. With this thought, Lu Tiandu once again vanished into the realm of the stone pearl. In a shadowy corner shimmering with white light, Lu Tiandu reappeared. After scanning the vicinity with his consciousness and detecting no anomalies, he retrieved the white jade bottle, placing the drop of green liquid back into the life-giving furnace. Concealing the bottle to its original state, he activated his wind technique and sped away. The night was deep, and no one noticed his flight through the darkness. Back on the blue stone where he had meditated, Lu Tiandu surveyed the surroundings once more with his consciousness, finding no irregularities before vanishing without a trace. In the stone pearl world, beneath the towering celestial peak, within the medicinal field, Lu Tiandu's figure appeared beside a Huangjing, now aged 200 years. Observing the herb growing rapidly, he burst into laughter. Indeed, this mysterious stone furnace is hardly inferior to the life-giving furnace. He gently caressed the 200-year-old Huangjing, unable to suppress the smile that spread across his face. This Huangjing was now the oldest spiritual herb in his small medicinal field. Alas, his herbal garden lacked a bit of variety. Currently, it housed only about 100 types of spiritual herbs, totaling merely over 1,000 plants. With less than 10 being a century old, a result of his diligent efforts over the past year, he had nearly exhausted the common herbal varieties available in the markets of Huangfeng Valley and Tianyu sect, leaving only those prohibitively expensive or held by formidable cultivators at the foundation or golden core stages, far beyond the reach of a Qi refinement stage practitioner like himself. It seemed that once he entered Huangfeng Valley, he would need to work in Master Ma's private herb garden for a time. This master was known for his passion for alchemy, reputed to possess an array of spiritual herbs that even the golden core stage elders lacked. Master Ma's garden boasted 500 to 600 types of commonly used spiritual herbs, which would significantly enrich his own garden, though the ancient herbs left behind were likely few and far between. In the vicinity of the state of Yu, the only place known to produce certain ancient spiritual herbs was the blood-colored Forbidden Zone. The ancient remnants of these herbs were exceedingly rare in the current cultivation world and vital for his future growth. Moreover, to ensure a successful foundation establishment, preparing 2 foundation establishment pills was indispensable. The opportunities there were considerable, but since there were still 5 or 6 years until the next opening of the Forbidden Zone, there was no need to rush. Wandering leisurely in the medicinal garden, Lu Tiandu's mind brimmed with thoughts of various spiritual herbs. With a continuous supply of life-giving dew, he could now nurture high-aged spiritual herbs at will. Although generating a single drop of this green liquid required 50 spirit stones, significantly depleting his already limited assets, it was undeniably worthwhile. After all, there were myriad ways to acquire spirit stones, while the method of rapidly aging herbs was unprecedented apart from Han Li's life-giving furnace. In the realm of mortal cultivation, possessing an endless supply of elixirs and cultivation resources opened up limitless possibilities. Now, the sole constraint on his growth lay in the variety of herbs and the various alchemical formulas available. At this moment, he could finally exhale a sigh of relief. Chapter 6. The first encounter with Han Li, sitting cross-legged beside the spirit-gathering array in the medicinal herb garden. Lu Tiandu reflected on the events of the past year with a dreamlike sensation. 1 year ago, after graduating from university and parting ways with his girlfriend, he had traversed various job fairs, unable to secure a satisfactory position. During a mountain excursion to clear his mind, he stumbled upon a stone bead. Unexpectedly finding himself in this world of mortals cultivating immortality, where he had also seized the rare opportunity to inhabit the body of an exceptional spiritual root practitioner. After the initial astonishment, he quickly adapted to this new realm, constantly pondering ways to earn more spirit stones to purchase elixirs and enhance his cultivation. After all, he was acutely aware of the fierce competition among practitioners in this world, particularly after realizing he had crossed over into the unfortunate body of senior brother Lu. He felt a peculiar sense of urgency. Soon, he discovered that the stone bead which had brought him to this world concealed an entire realm within it, a land, or rather, a colossal island, floating upon the boundless sea, filled with mountains and rivers. The spiritual energy within this stone bead world was astonishingly abundant, several times denser than that of the outer world, leaving him utterly astounded. When Lu Tiandu first entered the stone bead realm, he found himself on this land, surrounded by towering trees that could be embraced by dozens of people, and a colossal peak that soared into the clouds, commanding attention. The richness of spiritual energy here naturally inspired him to secretly cultivate spiritual herbs, leading to the establishment of his medicinal garden. After spending 3 months exploring the area around the giant peak, Lu Tiandu finally uncovered a mysterious stone furnace nestled in a cave halfway up the mountain. At first glance, he sensed that this furnace must be a treasure, but regrettably, he was unaware of how to refine it. Unexpectedly, through a stroke of luck, he inadvertently recognized it as his own after a primitive blood oath, which granted him a set of incantations. After practicing, he found himself able to manipulate the furnace to a slight degree. Simultaneously, an image of the furnace appeared in his sea of consciousness, filling him with joy. Besides the stone bead world he carried with him, he understood that this furnace was likely his greatest advantage. Through a series of explorations, he quickly discovered various marvelous uses of the furnace. For instance, by tossing a basic low-grade talisman and a low-grade spirit stone into the furnace for refinement, he could enhance the quality of the talisman, resulting in a basic mid-grade talisman. Similarly, combining a basic mid-grade talisman with 10 low-grade spirit stones yielded a basic high-grade talisman. The market price for a basic low-grade talisman was 12 spirit stones, while a basic mid-grade talisman was valued at 710 spirit stones. And a basic high-grade talisman reached a staggering 3,050 spirit stones. The price differential was astonishing. Although it was observed that each talisman could only be enhanced once during testing, this still allowed him to amass a considerable amount of spirit stones. Most of his current sales comprised mid to low-grade talismans, and over the course of the year, he managed to accumulate thousands of spirit stones, which he used to purchase elixirs for cultivation and collect spiritual herbs to establish his own medicinal garden. During this process, influenced subtly by the image of the furnace in his sea of consciousness, his divine sense grew somewhat, and his talisman-making skills improved significantly. Coupled with his notable talent for spells, the reputation of his prowess as a talisman maker began to spread. Currently, his success rate for crafting basic low-grade talismans reached 100%, while the mid-grade talismans stood at 50%, and the high-grade talismans at 10%. Such statistics would surely astonish anyone who heard them. Though he occasionally concealed his abilities, news of Lu's genius in talisman-making still circulated. Talisman crafting and alchemy are among the two most resource-intensive professions in the cultivation world, requiring vast quantities of resources. And even seasoned talisman masters only achieve a success rate of 30 to 40% at each level. This highlights the benefits bestowed upon him by the mysterious stone furnace within his portable world. The second advantage of this enigmatic furnace was its ability to purge impurities from elixirs, slightly enhancing their quality. Each year, Lu Tiandu received elixirs suitable for the Qi refinement stage from his family, such as Qi nourishing pills and Qi gathering pills. After undergoing enhancement in the furnace, these elixirs had their impurities removed and their efficacy improved by about 10 to 20%, much to his delight. Within a year, he had advanced 2 levels, now standing at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The third benefit he discovered was that by refining the flesh and blood of demonic beasts within the furnace, he could create a type of elixir that bolstered physical vitality and alleviated hunger, which he named the Vitality Elixir. Although this elixir gradually enhanced physical strength, he refrained from investing excessive spirit stones in this pursuit due to the high cost of demonic beast flesh. The enhancement of his physical strength naturally led him to consider body refinement, thereby increasing his regard for the Vitality Elixir. The Blood Forbidden Zone housed numerous low-level demonic beasts, which provided an opportunity for him to capture some free of charge, and this was one of the reasons he contemplated the Blood Forbidden trial. This evening, through the analysis and synthesis of the green liquid containing the essence of laws, he discovered a fourth remarkable use of the divine furnace. However, he sensed that if he were to use the furnace indiscriminately to generate items that had been analyzed by it, it might adversely affect the growth of the stone bead world in ways that could not be remedied. It seemed that this mysterious stone furnace held countless wonders waiting for him to explore, and since it possessed such transformative powers, he decided to name it the Divine Furnace of Transformation. With this thought fleeting through his mind, Lu Tiandu exited the medicinal herb garden and casually found a place to sit cross-legged. The spiritual energy in the stone bead world was exceptionally rich, surpassing that of the mortal realm by several times, making it highly suitable for cultivation, albeit slightly chilly. Over the past year, he had explored thousands of miles around the giant peak, and aside from the various towering trees, he had encountered no other flora or fauna. Due to having refined a bit of the divine furnace of transformation, he felt a sense of control over the space within a 10-mile radius of the giant peak. However, he had yet to test the extent of this ability. The sky of the stone bead world was adorned with 360 stars, a fact Lu Tiandu had confirmed on multiple occasions, with only one sun and one moon present. As time passed, the 360 stars gradually faded, and a crescent moon sank in the west, while at the horizon, a red sun began to rise. A new day had arrived, and Lu Tiandu awoke from his meditation. Feeling the slight advancement in his magical power, which deepened his fondness for the sensation of cultivating. With a slight movement of his body, he exited the stone bead world and reappeared on the stone platform in Xianxia Valley. Glancing into the distance, he murmured to himself, "Since there is no need to contend for the heavenly bottle, I shall go meet this child of destiny." In Xianxia Valley, just as dawn broke, a 15-year-old boy had already risen early in a stone house, clad in gray garments, of modest height, with a somewhat dark complexion and ordinary features. His only distinguishing trait was the calmness reflected in his eyes. After swiftly completing his morning routine, the boy moved with agility, covering considerable ground with each stride, clearly having mastered some form of earthly lightness skill to great heights. In no time, this unremarkable boy arrived at the valley's medicinal herb cultivation area. After observing the surroundings for a moment, he made his way to a secluded corner, where he quickly unearthed a small blue vial. After confirming that there were no signs of tampering, he unscrewed the cap. As he gazed at a fresh drop of green liquid within the vial, a smile crept across Han Li's face. Skillfully locating a wooden basin, he filled it with water and diluted the green liquid before beginning to irrigate the medicinal garden and the herbs in the corner. This afternoon, Dr. Mo would be entering the valley, and for the time to come, he would likely be unable to utilize the small vial again. After muttering a few words, Han Li approached an open space, glanced around for a moment, and swiftly dug a small pit with his bare hands. He then retrieved a cloth pouch from his bosom, carefully wrapped a small vial within, and meticulously buried it. He covered the pit with some grass, marked the location in his mind, and proceeded to gather a few medicinal herbs to tuck away before departing with a lightness in his step. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Could it be that Dr. Mo had returned early? Upon arriving near the stone house, he noticed the front door of the usual reception room wide open, causing Han Li's previously buoyant mood to plummet instantly. Reflecting on the public confrontation he had with Dr. Mo 6 months prior, he recalled the overtly malicious glances cast in his direction, intensifying his urgency to enhance his capabilities in order to confront the looming unknown threats. Thinking of his precarious situation, Han Li's expression grew somber. Yet, as long as the moment of drawing blades had not yet arrived, he resolved to fulfill his duties as a disciple and avoid giving Dr. Mo any reason to find fault. With this thought in mind, he stepped into the courtyard and approached the house, preparing to pay his respects to Dr. Mo. To his surprise, upon entering, he found not Dr. Mo seated at the head of the room, but a stranger, a young man clad in white, quietly observing the doorway. The youth appeared only a few years his senior, adorned in a splendid white robe and a silver crown, with handsome features that exuded an air of nobility. Han Li had never encountered a more strikingly handsome young man, which stirred an uncomfortable sense of inadequacy within him. "Pray tell, who might you be? Has Dr. Mo returned?" Han Li inquired cautiously, wary of disrespecting this unexpected visitor. "Ah, so you are the infamous disciple of Dr. Mo," the young man, Lu Tiandu, replied with a chuckle, his gaze sweeping over the dark-faced Han Li. "I didn't expect you to have reached the 5th level of cultivation." "What?" Han Li gasped in shock. His right hand, hidden within his sleeve, instinctively gripped onto a metal tube. The moment the young man's eyes flickered across him, Han Li felt as though all his secrets had been laid bare, sending a chill down his spine. Realizing that his true cultivation level in the Eternal Spring technique had been inadvertently revealed, his face darkened with a burgeoning sense of danger. Chapter 7. Young Han seeks a master? "Child, do not flaunt your trifles before me." A faint, cold snort resonated, and Han Li felt the air around him suddenly thicken, rendering him incapable of even moving a finger. Who is this person? What kind of martial arts is this? Panic gripped Han Li's heart, and beads of cold sweat began to form. If this individual was indeed a helper summoned by Dr. Mo, he would find himself utterly defenseless. Lu Tiandu smirked slightly. Although Han Li had cultivated the Eternal Spring technique to the 5th level, he had not yet learned any techniques or spells to wield mana. With just a slight exertion of skill, Lu Tiandu could easily suppress him, leaving Han Li without any means of resistance. As Lu Tiandu withdrew his power, Han Li felt a surge of freedom return to his limbs. He quickly composed himself, exposing his hands to show his sincerity. Bowing his head respectfully as he offered an apology, "Forgive my impudence, esteemed senior. It was my folly." Raising his head, he cautiously asked the young man in white, "Are you a guest invited by Dr. Mo?" Recognizing that he could not oppose this individual, he was eager to discern whether this person was friend or foe. He mused that although Dr. Mo had revealed his fangs, had they not agreed to give him a year? It had only been 6 months, Why was the time for reckoning already upon him? He had intended to seclude himself for half a year to enhance his survival skills. But it now seemed he had delayed too long. Dr. Mo? Lu Tiandu scoffed, his demeanor turning indifferent. Does he even deserve such recognition? Observing Lu Tiandu's aloof and lofty demeanor, Han Li found himself starting to believe the young man's words. Feeling a surge of desperation, Han Li hastily bowed low, exclaiming, "Please, esteemed senior, save me." Lu Tiandu regarded Han Li's deep bow with a slight smile. "Go, prepare a pot of tea," he commanded, intrigued by the future of Han Tianzuan. Within a quarter of an hour, Han Li, nimble and efficient, had boiled water and prepared the tea. With utmost reverence, he placed the teacup before Lu Tiandu and bowed, saying, "Please, esteemed senior, enjoy the tea." Lu Tiandu, observing the respectful Han Li, smiled gently. "You should also have a cup." "I dare not," Han Li quickly replied, maintaining a humble posture beside him. Lu Tiandu said no more, lifting a slender finger to grasp the teacup and savoring a sip. Just as Han Li anticipated a compliment regarding the tea, the young noble furrowed his brow instead. "Is this tea spoiled?" Lu Tiandu inquired, his tone indifferent. "Ah." Han Li's eyes widened in alarm, utterly at a loss. This was the very tea he had specially sourced for Dr. Mo. Yet he had never been particularly interested in such pleasures, thus unaware that it had gone stale. "Forget it. I suppose you have no good tea here." Lu Tiandu set down the teacup and, with a swift motion, produced an intricately carved jade jar from his waist. Upon opening the jar, a delicate fragrance of tea wafted through the air. This divine tea had been gifted to him by Sister Chen during their last parting, although he had yet to prepare the special water required for brewing. The sudden appearance of the jade jar and the delightful aroma it emitted astonished Han Li, who couldn't help but steal glances. Lu Tiandu paid no mind to his curiosity. Instead, he retrieved 2 white jade teacups and a wooden clip. Using the clip, he placed a small amount of the precious tea into each cup before pouring hot water over them, covering the cups with their lids as he awaited patiently. Witnessing this almost magical display, Han Li's curiosity surged. After all, he was merely a 14 or 15-year-old youth, pondering whether this could be the work of an immortal. Seeing that the young man in white showed no inclination to explain, Han Li refrained from asking further questions, awaiting the next moment in silence. As the incense of time passed, Lu Tiandu lifted one of the cups, unveiling the lid, and a wave of fresh fragrance enveloped the stone house. Taking a gentle sip of the divine tea, he was immediately enveloped in a refreshing sensation that invigorated his entire being. "Do have a cup," Lu Tiandu remarked, glancing at the other cup of tea. Han Li hesitated, lifting his gaze to the young man's half-smiling, handsome face. He quickly forced a smile. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for the tea." Indeed, after experiencing the tribulations of Li Feiyu and Dr. Mo, young Han had become increasingly cautious in his actions. Gritting his teeth, he took up the teacup. The white jade cup felt exceptionally smooth to the touch, clearly crafted from premium jade, something an ordinary person could scarcely afford. Lifting the lid, an enchanting aroma rushed forth, and he inhaled deeply, a shiver running down his spine, followed by a delightful relaxation washing over his tense spirit. A few green leaves floated gracefully within the cup, akin to drifting water plants. Exhaling a breath of anxiety, Han Li took a tentative sip, and immediately, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through him, prompting him to involuntarily channel the eternal spring technique. Feeling his inner vitality increase slightly. "This divine tea is quite beneficial for your cultivation. Do not squander it." The gentle voice of the young man in white echoed in Han Li's ears. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for the precious tea." Han Li bowed once more, this time with genuine gratitude. As the tea quickly dwindled, Lu Tiandu performed a minor cleansing technique, conjuring a pool of clear water in midair. He deftly swirled his teacup within it, leaving Han Li, who was still savoring the lingering essence of the spiritual tea, utterly astonished. Once the cleansing was complete, Lu Tiandu casually pointed, sending the water, now enveloping the discarded tea leaves, shooting outside, while the tea set on the table was instantly gathered by him. In truth, the enigmatic demeanor Lu Tiandu initially exhibited, followed by his invitation for Han Li to partake in the spiritual tea, was all deliberate. Throughout these 2 interactions, he had been keenly observing Han Li. Although he still paled in comparison to the later formidable Han Laoma, the young man's cautious, adaptable, and prudent nature had already begun to take shape. Possessing such traits at merely 15 years of age was a remarkable feat, far surpassing that of Lu Tiandu in his previous life. This maturity hinted at the complexities Han Li had encountered over the years. Having completed his probing, Lu Tiandu cut to the chase. "What is your name? Are you aware that calamity is approaching you?" Your so-called master is conspiring with others to seize your body, he remarked with a sly smile. A physique with 4 spirit roots, and yet 2 individuals have their eyes on you. Should I deem you fortunate or unfortunate? Young Han Li, may I inquire as to how I should address you, senior? Han Li, filled with confusion, earnestly asked, what does seizing one's body mean? Could you enlighten me? He had sensed for years that his supposed mentor, Dr. Mo, harbored ill intentions, yet he could never fathom what made him a target of such covetousness. The notion that Dr. Mo could heal him using the so-called true qi of eternal spring was something he firmly dismissed. Lu Tiandu briefly elucidated the concept of body seizing within the realm of cultivation, touching upon the notion of spirit roots, which left Han Li in sheer astonishment. What? Dr. Mo intends to occupy my body, and there is another lurking in the shadows? His complexion darkened, the already dusky hue of his face deepening into a shadowy pallor. Is it merely because I possess what the cultivation world deems spirit roots? Han Li grappled with a tumult of emotions, struggling to comprehend why they would covet his body solely for the pursuit of immortality. Observing Han Li's agitation and confusion, Lu Tiandu spoke calmly. Though your cultivation technique appears to be the commonly practiced wood-based method, the eternal spring technique, and you have reached the 5th level, you remain unaware of what it truly means to cultivate. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the means of a cultivator, revealing why these two are so determined to seize a body capable of cultivating. With that, Lu Tiandu formed a hand sign and swept his finger through the air, summoning a fire serpent that appeared, coiling and dancing within the stone chamber. An overwhelming heat surged forth, raising the temperature of the room several degrees. Startled by the sudden apparition of the fire serpent, Han Li took several steps back, momentarily disregarding the unbearable heat, his eyes fixed on the fiery entity. Go! Lu Tiandu commanded with a flick of his finger, and the fire serpent shot out the door, hurtling towards a large tree several dozen yards away. A thunderous explosion echoed from outside. Han Li immediately activated his Luo Yin steps, rushing towards the site of the explosion, where he beheld the charred remains of the tree. A mixture of terror and relief flooding through him. Now do you understand why they are vying for your body? And this is merely a commonplace method among cultivators. When one reaches advanced stages, moving mountains and filling seas, achieving immortality becomes a trivial matter, Lu Tiandu remarked as he watched Han Li return to the chamber. A practitioner of the 7 Mysteries sect can easily eliminate an initial stage Qi practitioner. Therefore, if you were to face the myriad benefits of cultivation, what decision would you make? Lu Tiandu inquired with a smile. Hearing this, Han Li's expression shifted through various emotions before settling into silence. His silence spoke volumes. Please, senior, accept me as your disciple. He suddenly knelt, his demeanor respectful as he bowed deeply. Chapter 8. A casual suppression. Please, senior, accept me as your disciple. Witnessing Han Li's prostration, Lu Tiandu's lips curled in surprise. This unexpected display indeed caught him off guard. However, taking on a disciple was out of the question. After his encounter with Dr. Mo, Han Li would likely harbor distrust towards any so-called master for the rest of his life. With a wave of his sleeve, Lu Tiandu lifted the kneeling Han Li effortlessly, causing the latter's eyes to widen in astonishment. Let us not pursue the idea of taking on a disciple. Although I am merely a few years your senior and possess a higher cultivation level, I have yet to formally embark on the path of mentorship. Pausing, as if sensing Han Li's disappointment, he continued, however, teaching you a few spells is certainly within reason. Just as Han Li's spirits lifted at the prospect of gaining knowledge, Lu Tiandu added, Young Han, you must understand that there is no free lunch in this world. If I teach you spells, what will you offer in return? Han Li opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, his earlier plea to become a disciple was not entirely sincere. He merely thought it prudent to express eagerness to learn from an immortal, fearing that hesitation might reveal his hidden secrets. Upon hearing Lu Tiandu's refusal, he felt a flicker of relief. His intention was merely to extract some knowledge of cultivation techniques or spells from this unnamed elder. But the sudden demand for offerings left him flustered. However, with a resolute spirit, he quickly regained his composure and produced 2 porcelain vials from his robe. Senior, these are 2 pills I have concocted. One is the yellow dragon pill, and the other is the golden essence pill. Both are top-tier medicinal herbs from the mortal realm. I wonder if they might be of any use to you? Let me see. Lu Tiandu waved his hand, bringing the 2 vials into his possession. Upon uncorking them and inhaling the fragrant aroma, he discerned that both pills were crafted from decades-old ingredients, far exceeding the potency of ordinary yellow dragon and golden essence pills. Indeed, these are nearly on par with the qi-nourishing pills I consume regularly. Few mortals possess the skill to create such potent elixirs, You must be quite adept. Han Li. Moreover, Han Li's decision to present only 2 vials indicated he had learned the art of discretion, understanding that wealth should not be flaunted. After all, he typically consumed these 2 spiritual pills like candy. Your pills are of commendable quality. If you were to provide a few more vials, I could indeed teach you some spells, Lu Tiandu remarked with a nonchalant smile, feigning indifference. However, now is not the time for spell learning. You must first deal with your master. Lu Tiandu's expression turned sly as he observed Han Li's face pale at the mention of Dr. Mo's imminent return. Glancing towards the entrance, Han Li, though yet to see Dr. Mo and his imposing bodyguard, trusted Lu Tiandu's words and bowed respectfully. I implore you, senior, to take action. Very well. I shall suppress Dr. Mo along with his ironclad servant and the hidden individual. In exchange for these 2 pills, you shall provide me with 10 vials each. What say you? Lu Tiandu waved the vials enticingly. I agree, Han Li nodded, realizing that while these pills were invaluable to his cultivation, he possessed the means to concoct more at will. The prospect of using elixirs as a bargaining chip to eliminate a formidable adversary felt like a most advantageous trade. Yet, moments later, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed nearby, clear even to Han Li's ears. 2 figures were approaching the open doorway of the stone chamber. The leader appeared remarkably aged, seemingly in his 60s or 70s. His face, marked by a veil of gray, was shrouded in a faint dark aura, exuding an aura of decay and an imminent end. Behind him stood a mysterious figure cloaked in a black hood, draped entirely in a voluminous green robe that concealed every inch of skin. This towering presence emanated an intimidating aura. As they entered, Lu Tiandu disregarded Han Li's anxiety and extended his hand, summoning a massive azure hand that suddenly reached for Dr. Mo simultaneously. He gently tapped his storage pouch, producing a silver talisman, which he activated and hurled towards the iron servant behind Dr. Mo. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, the murky eyes of Dr. Mo widened in disbelief. Before he could utter the words cultivator, the azure hand seized him and flung him into a corner. While using this wind spirit capture technique to restrain Dr. Mo, Lu Tiandu's low-tier freezing talisman collided swiftly with the iron servant, creating a colossal ice block in an instant. Encased within it was a tall figure adorned with a bamboo hat, motionless. Han Li gaped at this sudden transformation, his expression one of utter incredulity. The formidable Dr. Mo, who had seemed insurmountable, was effortlessly subdued by the cultivator. Just then, Lu Tiandu gestured, and a small brass bell hanging from Dr. Mo's waist appeared in his hand. As his spiritual energy surged, the mark left by Dr. Mo was instantly obliterated. This is the artifact that controls the Iron Servant. It is now yours. Lu Tiandu casually tossed the bell to Han Li. I have already immobilized Dr. Mo's limbs with my magic. How you choose to deal with him is entirely up to you. Ignoring Han Li, who was still reeling from the shock, Lu Tiandu turned to Dr. Mo and coldly remarked, What? Have you grown accustomed to staying inside and refuse to come out? If that is the case, then let it be that you never emerge again. Upon observing that Yu Zitong still intended to feign innocence at this moment, Lu Tiandu lost all patience and began to cast another spell. Fellow cultivator, please do not act rashly. A fist-sized green orb eerily floated from Dr. Mo's body, emanating an urgent voice. This scene astonished Han Li, who had been fixated on Dr. Mo's form. This must be the individual lurking nearby, preparing to take over his body. Han Li's expression turned cold. This person was likely also a cultivator, and indeed, their methods were bizarre and beyond the means of ordinary mortals. At the same time, his desire for powerful abilities surged even stronger. The events of the day had left a profound impression on him. Observing Yu Zitong's primordial spirit, Lu Tiandu remained silent. With a casual wave of his hand, he ensnared this essence with his magical power and stored it within his sleeve. I shall leave Dr. Mo in your care. I have matters to attend to, and will find you later. After advising Han Li, Lu Tiandu summoned his windward sword and shot off into the distance. In a secluded shadow on a mountain peak, Lu Tiandu scrutinized a green light, interrogating it. At this moment, the light had dimmed significantly compared to when it had first emerged from Dr. Mo. If you do not speak the truth, I shall have no choice but to leave you to fend for yourself in this desolate wilderness. His cold words accompanied a magical attack that further weakened Yu Zitong's already frail spirit. Spare me, I will speak. Yu Zitong finally dared not harbor any more illusions. No matter how he had promised or tempted earlier, he realized that this individual was not easily swayed. In a desperate bid for survival, he revealed the location where he had buried his storage pouch. Lu Tiandu was not excessively harsh with him. He allowed Yu Zitong's spirit to remain within a spirit jade-crafted vial, delaying its dissolution. Lu Tiandu then produced a jade slip, examined a map, and, having determined the direction, guided his windward sword towards a specific destination. After more than an hour, Lu Tiandu arrived at a ravine on the wild frontier. Directing his flying sword to chop at a tree hollow, from which a gray bag fell. With a swift motion, he grasped the dusty storage pouch with a magical hand. After a moment of silence, with his consciousness surveying the surroundings, he shook his head. It seems I have been overly cautious. Yu Zitong suffered severe injuries. And at the moment of his demise, he buried his storage pouch without time to set up any contingencies. Soaring through the air again, he scanned the vicinity and indeed found a skeleton. As expected, it was likely Yu Zitong's. A flick of his finger ignited a small fireball, reducing the bones to ashes. Lu Tiandu infused his magical power into the storage pouch and began to inspect its contents. As anticipated, there were no pleasant surprises. With a sigh, Lu Tiandu acknowledged the normalcy of the situation. A seventh-layer Qi refining cultivator estranged from his clan, living among mortals, would possess little in terms of treasures. However, a few medicinal herbs were commendable, making the journey worthwhile. As he surveyed 3-century-old spirit herbs and a dozen other plants, he realized these were likely all the resources Yu Zitong had gathered over the years to enhance his cultivation. Among them, a blood spirit herb aged over a century was likely the direct cause of his demise. The rest of the contents included blank talisman papers, a talisman brush, a low-grade magical artifact, and several common tomes of the cultivation world, none of which included spirit stones or elixirs. After categorizing a few useful items into his own storage pouch, Lu Tiandu placed the remaining items and a selection of mundane objects back into Yu Zitong's pouch, tossing it into a tree hollow, perhaps to provide some small fortune for someone in the future. With a casual touch, the vial containing Yu Zitong's primordial spirit appeared in his hand. Releasing the spirit, Lu Tiandu said, I kindly request you to disperse your essence. What? Did you not just promise to spare my life? Yu Zitong's voice was a mix of anger and weakness. You heard correctly. I said I would not kill you and would spare you. But I did not retract my request for you to dissolve your essence. Lu Tiandu maintained an indifferent demeanor. If you disperse your essence, you may still have a chance to ascend in the next life. Otherwise, under this blazing sun, your spirit may soon dissipate. Yu Zitong's desperate pleas failed to sway Lu Tiandu, who remained unmoved. Ultimately, with a fierce glare at Lu Tiandu, he chose to disperse his essence. Even a minor inconvenience is something I wish to avoid. Lu Tiandu sighed softly and took to his flying sword, departing swiftly. Ah, you did not eliminate Dr. Mo? Upon entering the guest stone chamber of the Divine Hand Valley, Lu Tiandu was met with a surprised expression from the bound Dr. Mo. By this time, more than 2 hours had passed since Lu Tiandu's departure. Han Li had undoubtedly extracted the sequence of events from Dr. Mo. And based on Lu Tiandu's understanding of Han the Old Devil, he likely had just flicked his fingers and dispatched a fireball to resolve the matter. Although Han Li has yet to master the small fireball technique, he is capable of swiftly ending matters. To his surprise, he finds himself confronting the living Dr. Mo. Han Li's gaze flickered slightly, and he forced a wry smile, remarking, I have already rendered Dr. Mo's martial prowess null and have confiscated various poisons he carried. Now, as he languishes in captivity, his plight must be more unbearable than death itself. The aspirations of his cultivation have crumbled, and at barely 30, his lifespan is all but extinguished. With his grand legacy and beautiful wives beyond his reach, how could he not feel anguish? Han Li regarded Dr. Mo with a complex array of emotions. Deep within, he harbored a measure of respect for Dr. Mo, as the latter's formidable medical skills and longevity techniques were imparted to him. Ultimately, Dr. Mo was subdued before he could attempt to seize control, and their enmity had not reached an irreconcilable point. To slay him would leave a bitter taste in Han Li's heart. After all, he was not yet the future Han Laoma. Do as you wish, Lu Tiandu said with a faint smile. Dr. Mo's vitality is waning. It appears he has but 3 or 4 months left. In his final days, having such a dutiful disciple by his side can be considered a fitting conclusion. Upon saying this, Lu Tiandu laughed heartily. Han Li offered a bitter smile, but said nothing further, while Dr. Mo glared at them with murky eyes, remaining silent. Since you are also a practitioner, it is inappropriate for you to address me as senior. I am merely a few years your elder. Let us call each other fellow cultivators, Lu Tiandu said gently. Han Li hesitated. No need for concern. In the realm of cultivation, power reigns supreme. We stand on the same level. So let us address each other as fellow cultivators. Only then did Han Li's expression ease, and he felt an inexplicable surge of excitement within. Very well, fellow cultivator Han. I shall now impart some detailed knowledge of the cultivation world to you. so that you do not unwittingly jeopardize your life upon entering it, Lu Tiandu declared. Should we ask Dr. Emo to leave? Han Li inquired, glancing at Dr. Emo in the distance. Let him stay. If he wishes to listen, so be it. Lu Tiandu replied, shaking his head slightly, unconcerned. Dr. Emo had heard tales of cultivators in Xianxia, and due to his efforts to evade enemies, he had encountered Yuzito. Although he possessed some knowledge of the cultivation world, lacking spiritual roots prevented him from practicing. The allure of the mysterious cultivators filled him with curiosity, and with Lu Tiandu permitting him to remain, a flicker of gratitude surged within him. In his final moments, to hear the tales of cultivators was a small consolation. Lu Tiandu commenced his explanation of the cultivation world, covering topics such as the concept of spiritual roots, the hierarchy of practitioners, the distribution of powers within the cultivation realm of the Yu Kingdom, the general scope of Tiannan, the existence of various demonic beasts, spiritual herbs, fruits, and the techniques, spells, pills, talismans, magical artifacts, and spiritual stones used in cultivation. This discourse left both Han Li and the astonished Dr. Emo in awe. Their eyes wide and their breaths quickened. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li asked, "What type of spiritual root does fellow cultivator Lu possess? Is it from one of the 7 major sects?" Han Li, having learned that he possessed merely a pseudo-spiritual root, felt a pang of discontent. Was he destined to remain at the Qi refinement stage for eternity? Reflecting on the rarity of those with true spiritual roots, he found some solace in the fortune of being able to cultivate it all. My spiritual root is of the wind attribute, and my cultivation talent is only slightly lower than that of those with true spiritual roots who have seamlessly entered the core formation stage, comparable to some unique cultivation physiques. Lu Tiandu acknowledged. Upon hearing this, Han Li's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder this esteemed cultivator moved with such grace. His talent in cultivation was indeed remarkable. Evoking feelings of envy and admiration within Han Li, Lu Tiandu smiled at the youth's evident admiration and continued, "I am a scion of the Lu family from Huangfeng Valley, and I shall return to the Tianyu Mountains in a couple of years to join a sect for further cultivation. Perhaps there will be a time in the future when we can meet again." A bitter smile crossed Han Li's lips through Lu Tiandu's explanations. He understood that with his pseudo-spiritual root, he would not be welcomed even by the 7 major sects of the Yu Kingdom, let alone mid-tier cultivation families. In the Yu Kingdom, the most potent force in the cultivation realm is the 7 sects, which include Yanyu Sect, Spirit Beast Mountain, Huangfeng Valley, Clear Void Gate, Blade Transformation Workshop, Skycliff Fortress, and Greatsword Sect. Among these, the Yanyu Sect stands supreme, followed closely by Spirit Beast Mountain, while the others possess comparable strength, without significant disparities. In addition to these 7 sects, the next tier comprises large cultivation families with core formation stage practitioners, such as the Yin family, the foremost cultivation family in the Yu Kingdom. The patriarch of the Yin family boasts mid-core formation prowess, with numerous foundation establishment practitioners within the family, establishing their dominance. Next are mid-sized families, like the Lu family from which Lu Tiandu hails, possessing several foundation establishment practitioners. A century ago, the Lu family was supported by a golden core ancestor and had around 10 foundation establishment practitioners, making them one of the 3 prominent families of Huangfeng Valley, classified as a large cultivation family in the Yu Kingdom. However, after the demise of their golden core ancestor a century ago, the family has dwindled to merely 3 foundation establishment practitioners. The smallest are the small cultivation families, which may have once produced a foundation establishment practitioner, but now possess only 1 or several late-stage Qi refinement practitioners. Individuals like Han Li, with pseudo-spiritual roots, can only aspire to join such small families or live as wandering cultivators, unless they encounter extraordinary opportunities, making significant achievements exceedingly rare. Spiritual root talent is innate, so do not belittle yourself. If you encounter the right circumstances in your cultivation, you might obtain pills that enhance your spiritual root talent, presenting you with the chance to pursue the path of enlightenment. Lu Tiandu consoled, noticing Han Li's despondency. He recalled that in the original storyline, Han Laoma had obtained the Heavenly Restoration Pill, which, after years of refinement, elevated his cultivation talent to that of a dual spiritual root. This could be considered a form of pure spiritual root enhancement. Hearing this, Han Li felt a surge of renewed vigor. Moreover, he possessed a small vial. Perhaps this was his greatest opportunity, igniting a fervent hope within him. Lu Tiandu, reaching into his storage pouch, produced several items that appeared on the table: an ordinary gray leather pouch, several books, a small green sword, a palm-sized black shield, a talisman pen, several stacks of talisman paper, and a few small vials. Observing the youth's gleaming eyes, Lu Tiandu smiled. Our meeting is fortuitous. These are commonly used items in the realm of cultivation, and I bestow them upon you, fellow cultivator Han. As Han Li gazed at the coveted items before him, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Suppressing his joy, he deeply bowed, expressing, I am immensely grateful for your generosity, senior. Lu Tiandu waved his hand dismissively. Do not mention it. Once you enter the cultivation realm, you will understand that these are not particularly precious items. If you have surplus pills, simply provide me with 10 more vials each. According to Lu Tiandu's assessment, the Huanglong pill and Jinsui pill produced by Han Li would be valued at approximately 4 or 5 spiritual stones per vial. Thus, 20 vials would amount to less than 100 spiritual stones. While this was slightly less than the worth of what he presented, it was nearly equivalent, a blend of exchange and gift. He did not deceive Han Li. Otherwise, once Han Li entered the cultivation realm and gained insight, he would undoubtedly feel that this Lu Tiandu had taken advantage of his naivety. Yet, in a sense, the knowledge that guided him into the realm of cultivation was priceless. Such favors can be valued differently by individuals. Some cherish them deeply, while others may regard them lightly. Very well. I shall hasten to gather the elixirs for my esteemed companion. Han Li readily accepted the task, without hesitation. In a corner, Dr. Mo observed Han Li, who had forged a bond with his newfound ally, and felt a surge of complex emotions welling within him. 3 days later, after discussing various challenges in cultivation with Han Li, Lu Tiandu departed, bearing 6 vials of elixirs gifted by Han Li. They made an agreement that Lu Tiandu would return in 3 months to collect the second batch of 17 vials, and again in 6 months for the final 17. As he watched Lu Tiandu soar away on his sword, Han Li was filled with an eager anticipation of his future in the world of cultivation. On his quest for opportunities, Han Li had first acquired a minor sword talisman and an Ascension token, resolved the challenge of rapidly maturing spiritual herbs, and ultimately obtained a number of spiritual grasses along with 40 vials of elixirs suitable for the Qi refinement stage, all while winning the favor of the old demon Han. Lu Tiandu's journey was indeed fruitful. In a secluded valley several hundred miles from Xianxia Valley, Lu Tiandu descended on his flying sword, seeking a hidden spot to establish a cave dwelling. With a flick of his hand, 5 formation flags appeared, which he planted according to the formation's requirements, invoking several incantations to activate the maze formation. After casting a few defensive barriers, he swiftly entered the stone pearl world to commence his cultivation. At the foot of the Tongtian Peak, beside the 100 Herbs Garden, Lu Tiandu sat cross-legged in a wooden cabin adjacent to a babbling brook. After 2 months of diligently consuming 4 vials of elixirs, he finally advanced the Wind Spirit Art to the 10th level. Within the cozy cabin, as he felt the surge of energy within him, a slight smile graced Lu Tiandu's lips. Upon returning to the Stone Pearl world, he refined the 6 elixirs obtained from Han Li through the Creation God Furnace, purging impurities and enhancing their efficacy by a significant margin before consuming them to bolster his spiritual power. Thanks to his exceptional affinity for cultivation, the rich spiritual energy in the Stone Pearl world, and the abundance of elixirs, Lu Tiandu ascended from the 9th to the 10th level in just over 3 months. Emerging from the wooden cabin, Lu Tiandu casually practiced several spells, assessing the enhancements in his magical power, and subsequently resumed his rigorous training in various techniques. During his secluded retreat, Lu Tiandu was not solely focused on meditation and refining elixirs. He also devoted time to his talisman-making endeavors, as talismans were his current means of earning spirit stones. Since talismans are products of sealing learned spells onto talisman paper, the classification of spells and talismans aligns perfectly. Both are divided into 4 levels: primary, intermediate, advanced, and top tier, with each level further subdivided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. The blank talisman paper required for crafting, whether primary or intermediate, is made from certain long-aged spiritual herbs. Naturally, sealing spells of intermediate upper tier or higher, which can only be wielded by golden core cultivators, necessitates special beast hides for their creation. Due to the presence of the furnace image and his inherent aptitude for spells within his sea of consciousness, learning various techniques came effortlessly to him. During his previous spar with Chen Qiaoming, he had only exhibited a mid-level primary spell, the Wind Spirit Capture, yet by that time, he had already mastered 7 or 8 mid-level primary spells, including 2 upper-tier primary spells. This combination of talent for spell cultivation and a knack for drawing talismans was the primary reason for his considerable wealth and rapid advancement compared to other disciples from prestigious families. To maintain this advantage, drawing a few talismans each day became an indispensable part of his routine. Chapter 11. the golden jade pavilion in the stone house of Xianxia Valley. A pot of fragrant tea rested nearby as two young men engaged in conversation. As the young man in white spoke, the ordinary-looking short boy frequently displayed expressions of sudden comprehension. At this moment, Lu Tiandu was elucidating the complexities of spell cultivation to Han Li. This visit marked his final collection of the remaining 17 vials of Huanglong elixirs and Jinsui pills, 3 months having elapsed since his last visit. Each time he arrived, Lu Tiandu would dedicate 3 days to imparting knowledge on spellcraft and talisman-making challenges, for which Han Li was profoundly grateful. With Lu Tiandu's guidance, Han Li had made significant progress, no longer merely a novice in the realm of cultivation. Not far from the cabin, a solitary grave stood in a picturesque spot. Dr. Mo had completed his life's journey 2 months prior, and it was Han Li, the disciple he had once schemed against, who had been by his side during his final moments. The intricacies of human fate are often inscrutable. Lu Tiandu collected the elixirs Han Li had presented with a gentle smile, saying, "My dear friend Han, while the arts of spells and talismans are indeed crucial for protection, do not forget the essence of cultivation. Elevating your realm is of utmost importance. Thank you for your wise counsel, Brother Lu," Han Li replied earnestly, tinged with gratitude. "Regrettably, my understanding is limited. Without your assistance over these past sessions, I might still be at a loss regarding the fundamentals." As he spoke with a hint of wry humor, he continued, "With you embarking on a journey, I cannot help but wonder when we might meet again. I must seize every opportunity to learn. Without the guidance of a sect or a mentor, it is indeed a daunting task for ordinary cultivators to grasp the intricacies of techniques. And investing excessive effort in understanding spells inevitably impedes one's advancement. This is one of the reasons why solitary cultivators often progress more slowly than their sect-affiliated counterparts at the same level." Though Lu Tiandu had only taught him for a mere 9 days, those days had been immensely beneficial. Whenever Han Li found himself perplexed, a mere hint from Lu Tiandu would illuminate his path. Alas, the moment of parting had arrived. Lu Tiandu nodded in understanding. Over the past 6 months, Han Li had devoted considerable time to mastering the flying sword and small shield gifted by Lu Tiandu, as well as various lower-tier spells and talismans, yielding notable progress. However, his cultivation still lingered at the 5th level, hampered not only by his limited efforts, but also by the necessity of using most of the elixirs he had refined to repay his debts, which had significantly slowed his advancement. There is no need to elaborate further. I have already informed you about the Ascension conference to be held in Wuan Prefecture by the 7 great cultivation sects in over 2 years. If you are interested, it would be a fine opportunity to witness it firsthand." Lu Tiandu smiled gently, adding, "If you cannot secure a spot at the Ascension conference, I can facilitate your entry into Huangfeng Valley. The conditions have been communicated to you, so if you are inclined, you may begin your preparations." The Ascension token he received from Jingguang was of no use to him, but it would be invaluable to someone like Han Li, who aspired to join a grand sect. Moreover, Han Li possessed a considerable quantity of precious spiritual herbs. Han Li nodded, acknowledging his understanding. As a newcomer with 1 foot in the world of cultivation, he held great hopes of entering one of the 7 great sects. However, after hearing Lu Tiandu recount the harsh realities of the Ascension conference, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Furthermore, mere months ago, after Dr. Mo's aspirations of cultivation were dashed, he had come to terms with his fate and imparted his lifetime of knowledge to Han Li, hoping that, in light of their bond as teacher and disciple, Han Li would look after the Mo clan in Jiyuan City in Wuan Prefecture within 2 years. The words of a dying man carry weight, and Han Li had ultimately agreed. Having spent several years in this small valley, he had begun to contemplate venturing into the wider world. Although Lu Tiandu's proposed conditions were not overly burdensome, he remained wary of the possibility that Lu Tiandu might discover the secret of his small vial. An innocent man has nothing to fear, but possessing treasures can invite calamity. Human nature is often susceptible to trials. After a period of silence, Lu Tiandu arrived at the cave dwelling where he had resided for 6 months. Dismounting from his flying sword, with a flicker of his figure, he re-entered the world of the stone pearl to commence his cultivation. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months elapsed. Beneath the celestial peak, beside the 100 herb garden, in a small wooden cottage, Lu Tiandu was deeply focused, wielding a talisman brush to depict something upon a sheet of talisman paper. After a brief moment, he gazed at the talisman radiating with spiritual light and revealed a faint smile. As his cultivation progressed, the number of talismans he could draw daily increased, and the success rate of these intermediate talismans had significantly improved. However, his supply of spirit stones had dwindled, and his ability to enhance the quality of talismans through the divine furnace had come to a standstill. It seemed he needed to return home for a while. Muttering to himself, Lu Tiandu began to gather his belongings. A meditation mat woven from spirit herbs, a small furnace for concocting fasting pills. The compilation of spirit herbs annotated by the family's golden core ancestor, true exegesis of the Lu clan's techniques, his talisman brush, the blood of magical beasts, various categories of talismans, and more. By the time he had organized everything meticulously, an hour had already passed. A month prior, he had reached the 11th level of cultivation. This advancement had taken merely over 5 months, during which he had consumed 6 bottles of refined elixirs. In 10 months, his cultivation had soared from the 9th level of Qi Refinement to the 11th, a feat that would astonish many. Yet, in the eyes of some prodigies, this speed was not the most remarkable. Upon departing the Chen family, Lu Tiandu had overheard disciples discussing a girl named Zhong Wenyang from the Zhong family, whose strength was comparable to that of the Lu family. At merely 15 years old, she had officially advanced to the 13th level of Qi Refinement and was preparing to enter the Yellow Maple Valley to commence her foundation establishment. Despite possessing only dual spirit roots, her cultivation speed was nearly on par with those of heavenly spirit roots, indicating that even with the same spirit roots, there could be subtle differences in cultivation talent. Once he had everything in order, Lu Tiandu exited the Stone Pearl world, retrieved his formation flags, oriented himself, and released the wind sword, which shot off into the distance in an instant. Now, with his greatly enhanced cultivation, he wielded this top-tier flying sword with increasing proficiency. At the northeastern edge of the Tianyu mountain range, Lu Tiandu's somewhat travel-worn figure descended. 7 or 8 days had passed since he left the cave dwelling in the Divine Hand Valley. He took his time, alternating between flying with the sword and using wind-walking techniques, encountering no unexpected events along the way, arriving safely in Jianzhou. This place was already on the outskirts of the Yellow Maple Valley's market. According to the conventions of the cultivation world, flying within 5 miles of the market was prohibited for cultivators, so Lu Tiandu had to land. After tidying up his attire, he made his way into the market. As he walked, he encountered numerous hurried passers-by, some of whom were dressed in rather peculiar attire. Those who frequented the Yellow Maple Valley market would recognize that most of them were cultivators from the Yuanwu Kingdom. The Kingdom of Yu, where the Yellow Maple Valley was located, bordered the Yuanwu Kingdom to the north, and the cultivation circles of both kingdoms were not adversarial, allowing for frequent trade between their cultivators in the Yellow Maple Valley market. Of course, several hundred miles to the north lay another market operated by the Tianyu sect, one of the 3 righteous sects of the Yuanwu Kingdom, where many cultivators from the Kingdom of Yu also went to trade. Lu Tiandu had visited the Yellow Maple Valley market numerous times, a small street running north to south, with various shops at the southern end, some grand and exquisite, while others were merely simple wooden or stone huts. Despite the disparities, the layout was orderly. Most of these establishments were owned by the Yellow Maple Valley, but only a small portion was directly managed by the disciples of the valley, while the larger share was rented out to trading families and independent cultivators. A significant portion of the northern end of the street was vacant, designated for cultivators who wished to set up temporary stalls. As long as they submitted a low-grade spirit stone to the disciples managing the area, outsiders could operate their stalls for an entire day without disturbance, and during this time, they would even receive protection from these disciples, alleviating fears of vendettas. Lu Tiandu greeted a few familiar cultivators along the way and soon arrived in front of a beautifully constructed 3-story pavilion. Above the bustling flow of people entering and exiting, a gilded plaque inscribed with the words Golden Jade Pavilion hung prominently. This was indeed the Lu family's establishment in the Yellow Maple Valley market. The Golden Jade Pavilion of the Lu family ranked among the top 10 in the Yellow Maple Valley market. Like all large shops, it offered a wide range of items for sale, from the lowest grade spiritual materials to the most commonly used artifacts, talismans, elixirs, spiritual herbs, formations, and more. Standing at the entrance, Lu Tiandu surveyed the throng of customers, filled with reflection. Having been reborn, he possessed commendable cultivation talent and the support of his family, granting him a head start over many. Coupled with the advantages conferred by his unique circumstances, he had unknowingly developed an ambition to pursue the path of greatness. Suppressing his miscellaneous thoughts, Lu Tiandu stepped into the pavilion. Upon entering, he found himself in a bright hall capable of accommodating dozens of people, adorned with counters and shelves made from aged ironwood on 3 sides. Several attendants clad in uniform blue garments were explaining various items to the customers. At that moment, a perceptive young attendant in blue noticed Lu Tiandu entering, and his eyes lit up with recognition. He hurried over and politely said, "Fourth young master, you've returned." It was none other than Tingqiao. Lu Tiandu nodded in acknowledgement. This boy hailed from a collateral branch of the Lu family. Although he could cultivate, his aptitude was lacking, and he had been sent here to serve as an attendant. Despite being a servant's role, the monthly income of several low-grade spirit stones was highly sought after by many members of the family with inferior talents. Moreover, with time, one could gain experience and, if fortunate enough to be promoted to a managerial position, their income would increase significantly. After exchanging a few words with the young attendant, Lu Tiandu was led upstairs by Lu Tingqiao. The second floor, while smaller than the first, was more elegantly arranged, filled with the fragrance of spiritual incense that refreshed the spirit upon entry. At that moment, two individuals were engaged in a hushed conversation in the hall. One was an elderly man with a ruddy complexion and a long beard, streaks of white woven into his hair, who was explaining something to a guest clad in black. Lu Tiandu smiled and nodded at the elderly man, who looked up and then seated himself at a nearby spot. The guest merely cast a glance at Lu Tiandu before returning his attention to the artifact in his hands. After a brief exchange, the elder and the buyer reached an agreement, joyfully counting the spirit stones and artifacts before concluding their transaction. "You scoundrel! It's been almost a year, and you haven't come to see this old fellow," the long-bearded elder chided with a smile. "If you're venturing out, you should at least find a few companions from the family. You young ones lack experience. You must be cautious when outside. Thank you for your concern, Uncle 13. I'm back safe and sound, aren't I?" Lu Tiandu replied with a bow and a smile. This elder was the manager of the Golden Jade Pavilion, well acquainted with Lu Tiandu, and there was no formality between them. Observing the smiling Lu Tiandu, the long-bearded elder suddenly seemed to notice something, his eyes widening in surprise. "You've reached the 11th level?" Upon receiving a clear affirmation from Lu Tiandu, the elder, in his excitement, stroked his long beard vigorously. "Excellent. Truly my Lu family's prodigy." He laughed heartily. Lu Tiandu, possessing the rare wind affinity spirit root, is held in high esteem among his peers within the family. With the inclusion of the 3 foundation establishment cultivators from the Lu clan, Lu Tiandu is undoubtedly the most promising candidate for achieving the golden core stage, provided he does not suffer any setbacks along the way. The emergence of a nascent soul cultivator can significantly influence the fate of a sect, while a golden core cultivator determines the rise and fall of a family. The importance of having a golden core cultivator within a family cannot be overstated. After discussing their recent circumstances, Lu Tiandu modestly attributed his rapid cultivation progress to fortuitously acquiring several bottles of elixirs left behind by a predecessor, which facilitated his breakthrough. The elder, the 13th, did not press further, as such opportunities arising from ancestral caves are not uncommon. "You have arrived just in time. The family has recently received the treasures crafted by a renowned artifact master for you. I will fetch them." The elder's excitement was palpable as he hurried to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor of the Golden Jade Pavilion had, a century ago, been the venue for private trading gatherings among prominent peers, organized by the late Golden Core ancestor. Unfortunately, after the ancestor's passing, the Lu family lacked capable successors, and such gatherings fell into disuse. The 2nd floor, however, continues to serve as a reception area for foundation establishment cultivators and affluent Qi refining stage practitioners, including elite disciples from various sections. Before long, the 13th elder returned, carrying 2 jade boxes adorned with various restrictive talismans. He performed several hand seals and gently tapped one of the boxes, causing a few sealing talismans to fall away. Upon opening the box, a small azure flag, approximately a foot in length, emerged before them, emanating a faint azure glow and a rich flow of spiritual energy. Lu Tiandu immediately sensed the profound wind spiritual power contained within it. "Is this the azure flood dragon flag?" he inquired, examining the flag closely. The flag's surface depicted a fierce azure dragon, writhing with life, while the flagpole bore various symbols, among which Lu Tiandu recognized several elementary wind spells. "Indeed, this is the treasure. Would you like to infuse it with your spiritual energy?" the elder suggested with a smile. Lu Tiandu slowly channeled his energy, and in an instant, the azure flood dragon flag expanded dramatically, towering to about 10 feet in height, radiating a mesmerizing azure sheen. The flag rippled as if caught in an invisible wind, and the dragon depicted upon it seemed so lifelike that it appeared ready to leap forth. Crafted from the spine of a 2nd-tier wind affinity flood dragon and infused with its residual soul, along with numerous rare materials. This artifact took the master craftsman over a month to create. "You shall soon witness its might," the elder remarked cheerfully. "Thank you, Uncle 13. Lu Tiandu expressed his gratitude. This truly is a treasure among top-tier artifacts. Although he could not test the artifact's power within the hall, Lu Tiandu relished its presence, feeling an attachment to the grand flag. Artifacts are classified into lower, middle, upper, and top tiers, with the top tier further divided into ordinary, exquisite, rare, and exceedingly rare categories. The finest artifacts accessible to Qi refining cultivators are typically ordinary top-tier ones, while those beyond that are generally in the hands of Foundation establishment practitioners. Although the Azure Flood Dragon Flag is classified as a rare top-tier artifact, its incorporation of a dragon's residual soul elevates it to the status of a minor exquisite artifact. The Elder, with a twinkle in his eye, felt a sense of joy for Lu Tiandu, the Wind Affinity Cultivator, in obtaining this artifact that resonated with his inherent attributes. With this artifact and your wind-soaring sword, the family can rest assured about your travels. However, do not allow the power of the artifact to entice you into trouble. He admonished gently. Rest assured, I am not one to seek out conflict. Lu Tiandu replied with a light smile, waving his hand to revert the Azure Flood Dragon Flag to its original size. What is the value of this artifact? He inquired. As one of the family's promising young talents, Lu Tiandu received numerous privileges related to elixirs, monthly spirit stones, and the study of techniques due to his rare spirit root. And he had no intention of acquiring this minor exquisite artifact for free. The materials alone are worth over 900 spirit stones. The craftsman, taking into account the Lu family's reputation, charged only 100 spirit stones for the crafting fee. The market price for this artifact is approximately between 1,400 and 1,500 spirit stones, and if it were to fall into the hands of a cultivator with a matching affinity, the price could be even higher. The family has decided that you may acquire it for 1,200 spirit stones, the Elder explained. Understanding that Lu Tiandu's talent in techniques and talismans would make this purchase manageable, this artifact would serve him well until he reached the golden core stage. Thank you, esteemed uncles and elders, for your generosity. Lu Tiandu expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the family's support. Listening to the Elder's words, he grew increasingly eager to test the artifact's capabilities. An ordinary top-tier artifact typically costs around 300 to 400 spirit stones, while exquisite ones generally range from 500 to 600. The wind-soaring sword he frequently used was an exquisite top-tier artifact, which he had acquired for 700 spirit stones after considerable effort in accumulating wealth and selling talismans. The Azure Flood Dragon Flag's material value was already comparable to that of a rare top-tier artifact, valued above 800 spirit stones. If sold on the market, it would rival the exceedingly rare artifacts priced above 1,500 spirit stones. Chapter 13. The Azure Condensation Mirror Talisman. This Azure Flood Dragon Flag is already quite impressive. I wonder what lies within the other jade box. Lu Tiandu inquired with a smile. Have you not always sought to acquire a talisman for your personal protection? Our golden jade pavilion recently had the fortune to procure one, the Elder replied, hesitating momentarily as he placed his hand on the box, revealing a look of uncertainty on his face. This treasure is as formidable as the Azure Flood Dragon Flag, but what concerns you about this talisman? Lu Tiandu asked curiously. Rather than speculate, let me show you directly. The Elder opened the remaining jade box, revealing a golden talisman adorned with a vividly depicted azure mirror edged in gold, emanating radiant light. This talisman is called the Azure Condensation Mirror. Does it not stir any memories? The Elder suddenly asked. Lu Tiandu murmured, his eyes suddenly brightening. I recall that this name belongs to an artifact wielded by a certain golden core elder of the Moon Concealment sect. The Lu family's library contains numerous records concerning the major powers and renowned figures of the Yu Kingdom, and with his memories from a past life, he could not possibly be unaware that the method of forging the Azure Condensation Mirror is unique to the Moon Concealment sect. Indeed, the Azure Condensation Mirror is the personal treasure of a Yang surname elder from the Moon Concealment sect, renowned for her formidable reputation. However, you may not know that the Azure Condensation Mirror is actually a replica of another artifact, the Elder chuckled, meeting Lu Tiandu's gaze. The famed Azure Condensation Mirror is a copy of the Glimmering Light Mirror, a powerful ancient artifact held by a certain nascent soul master of the Moon Concealment sect. Thus, it is clear that whether as an artifact or a talisman, the Azure Condensation Mirror is a unique possession of this lineage. The talisman we acquired at the Golden Jade Pavilion was obtained from a well-connected Foundation establishment cultivator. Now, do you understand why that cultivator traveled over 10,000 miles to procure this treasure? It goes without saying that this talisman must have an improper origin. Perhaps that foundational cultivator dared not use it, nor could they bring themselves to discard it, which is why they journeyed vast distances to clandestinely dispose of it. Lu Tiandu toyed with the talisman, a smile of delight barely concealed on his face. Although he possessed a minor sword talisman, it was evidently nearing its limit, likely to be rendered useless after just a few more uses. This talisman, despite its dubious origins, was of no concern to him. He merely needed to ensure that anyone who recognized its value disappeared. As for the Yuan-Ing stage cultivator wielding the Qing-Ning mirror, it was likely that they were the mid-Yuan-Ing senior sister of Nangong Wan, suggesting that the Yang surname female golden core cultivator might be her disciple. And that Zhao surname girl participating in the blood-forbidden trial was undoubtedly the granddaughter of this golden core expert. Thus, what is your decision? The 13th uncle inquired of Lu Tiandu. This elder, pleased that the Golden Jade Pavilion had acquired a talisman of such value, was also regretful that it could not be exposed to light. He simultaneously hoped Lu Tiandu would seize this talisman as a means of bolstering his foundation while fearing the potential troubles it might invite. Of course, I shall acquire this talisman. Lu Tiandu responded with a carefree smile, believing that missing such a treasure would mean an uncertain wait for the next opportunity. As for the lurking dangers, our cultivation journey is one of defying fate and claiming our lives. How could we act with trepidation? Ah, your ambition is indeed commendable. The 13th uncle's eyes gleamed with a certain admiration. While talent for cultivation is one aspect, temperament is equally significant. With such resolve, this young man is destined for greatness, provided he does not falter along the way. This type of talisman is generally valued around 2,000 spirit stones. However, the acquisition price is lower, and you need only pay 1,600. Very well. Lu Tiandu nodded, recognizing that this price was quite reasonable. His visit to the Golden Jade Pavilion had proven fruitful. He produced a low-grade storage bag and said, 13th uncle, these are the talismans I brought this time, representing my entire stock for the year. Oh, how impressive. So many mid to upper grade talismans. It seems you have not been idle this past year, the elder remarked with renewed respect as he assessed the talismans. The quality of these talismans is exceptional, particularly the 50 upper grade ones, which are truly rare treasures. It appears you have made significant progress in both your spellcraft and talisman drawing this year, having immersed himself in the art of talismans for decades. The elder noted that producing 50 upper-grade talismans in a year would be a formidable challenge for him, let alone the additional 300 mid-grade ones. Lu Tiandu merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. With his innate talent, he indeed had the capability to draw these 350 talismans within a year, though it would come at the cost of neglecting his own cultivation. All the talismans here were the fruits of his labor. Having consumed 800 spirit stones to enhance 300 low-grade talismans and 50 mid-grade ones through the divine furnace of creation, originally possessing nearly 900 spirit stones. He spent 50 to synthesize a drop of celestial creation liquid, with most of the remainder expended on these talismans. Now, he was left with only a few spirit stones for emergencies. Very well, with mid-grade talismans priced at 7 spirit stones each, and upper-grade ones at 30 spirit stones each. The total comes to 3,600 spirit stones. After deducting 1,200 for the Qing Jiao flag and 1,600 for the Qing Ning mirror, I will give you 800 spirit stones more. Does that sound agreeable? The elder inquired. No problem, 13th uncle, Lu Tiandu nodded. Over a year ago, he had begun selling the talismans he crafted through his family's Golden Jade Pavilion, establishing a steady sales channel and cash flow. The family had also attracted numerous customers through the high-quality talismans he produced, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. In truth, the profits from the mid to low-grade talismans previously sold to the Golden Jade Pavilion were modest, yet they would likely gain significantly from the upper-grade talismans this time. Lu Tiandu believed that each of these upper-grade talismans could easily fetch 40 to 50 spirit stones. However, Lu Tiandu felt no regret. He would not stoop to selling them as a wandering cultivator merely for a slight price difference. Selling individually would take too long and impede his cultivation. Furthermore, pretending to be a wandering cultivator for an extended period would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and speculation. After all, a Qi refining stage cultivator frequently selling upper-grade talismans would raise suspicions. Many wandering cultivators take years to earn enough to purchase a single upper-grade talisman. Naturally, if certain family members discovered his disloyalty, they would likely view him unfavorably, a classic case of ingratitude. In fact, the family had compensated him in some ways, such as the recently acquired Qing Jiao flag and Qing Ning mirror talismans. After a few more exchanges with the elder, Lu Tiandu bid farewell and descended the stairs. He then purchased a substantial quantity of blank low-grade talisman paper and beast blood, selecting several varieties of medicinal herb seeds that were absent from his 100 herbs garden, before finally exiting the Golden Jade Pavilion. Next, Lu Tiandu visited several large shops, including the Qiqiao Pavilion established by the Chun family of the Huangfeng Valley. the Tiangong building founded by the Feng family, the Yinfeng studio created by the Dong family, and the renowned Wanbao building chain, in search of medicinal herb seeds. After expending several dozen spirit stones, he managed to acquire a handful of herb seeds. Once finished, he exited the marketplace and made his way toward the Lu family, situated in a branch of the Tianyu mountain range. Chapter 14. Wealth and schemes. The Tianyu mountain range lies in the western part of Jianzhou, stretching for thousands of miles. Characterized by its pristine forests, steep ridges, and a plethora of wild beasts and birds. The mundane populace would never suspect that this seemingly ordinary range is, in fact, enveloped by a massive mystical formation at its center, home to the Huangfeng Valley, one of the 7 major cultivation sects, which has thrived for thousands of years. Above a northern spur of the Tianyu mountain range, Lu Tiandu sheathed his flying sword and stood suspended in midair, producing a white token from his palm. He tossed the token before him and, forming a seal with his fingers, channeled his spiritual energy into it. The token spun rapidly, emitting a yellow light that shot into the void. Instantly, a phantom portal materialized in the air. Lu Tiandu gathered his family identity token, stepped through the portal, and swiftly activated his wind movement technique. This was the location of the Lu family. Looking down from the sky, he beheld a picturesque array of peaks, with various pavilions and towers arranged harmoniously. Occasionally, he spotted a few cultivators gliding past on flying swords or leaf-shaped artifacts at low altitudes. Upon returning to his family's residence, Lu Tiandu did not proceed directly to his cave dwelling. Instead, he first visited the small hall adjacent to the family assembly hall to report in. He intended to collect the monthly allowance of spirit stones and elixirs that had been prepared for him over the past 10 months. However, just as he exited the small hall, he encountered the family head, Lu Yongxin, who had just finished his duties and was preparing to go out. Noticing the travel-worn Lu Tiandu and confirming the spiritual energy surrounding him, the middle-aged scholar in a green robe was taken aback and exclaimed, "Ah, young lad. You've reached the 11th layer so quickly. Excellent, excellent." The middle-aged scholar repeated his praises, and before Lu Tiandu could respond, he carefully examined his spiritual power, exclaiming, "Your foundation is solid, and your spiritual energy flows smoothly. It is evident that you have been diligent. Very good, very good." Lu Tiandu simply smiled and humbly deflected the praise. Lu Yongxin then inquired in detail about Lu Tiandu's recent outing before stating, "Your cultivation has surpassed the 10th level, so your monthly allowance should be raised to 5 spirit stones. You may collect your previous allowances at the Inner Affairs Hall, and they will all be adjusted to 5 stones as per my instructions. Now that you have acquired the Qingjiao flag, take the time to familiarize yourself with it. It will serve you well in future confrontations." Considering that the family would soon welcome another foundation-building cultivator, this middle-aged scholar felt a surge of joy and offered a few more words of advice before swiftly departing on his flying sword. Lu Tiandu smiled faintly, exchanged greetings with several nearby clansmen, and then made his way to the Inner Affairs Hall. The Lu family had 3 foundation-building cultivators. Aside from the elder who remained in seclusion, hoping to break through to the core formation stage, the ones Lu Tiandu was most familiar with were his uncle Yongqing, who had long guided his cultivation, and the refined family head, Lu Yongxin. Lu Yongxin had only recently reached the foundation stage, and he was of the same generation as Lu Tiandu's deceased father. Due to his wind spirit root, the Lu family had devoted considerable effort to Lu Tiandu's training. In addition to Uncle Yongqing, who was a mid-stage foundation cultivator, family head Lu Yongxin had always ensured that Lu Tiandu received ample resources, subtly favoring him. The family consisted of over 200 direct and collateral relatives with cultivation potential, excluding thousands of ordinary mortals. With such a large clan, various petty intrigues were inevitable. Yet Lu Tiandu recalled little suffering in his own experience. Under the watchful gaze of the elder at the Inner Affairs Hall, Lu Tiandu returned to his residence with 50 newly acquired spirit stones and 2 bottles of qi nourishing pills, along with 1 bottle of qi condensing pills. Upon entering the small courtyard where he had lived for over a decade, a wave of familiarity washed over him. The courtyard, built in an ancient style, was situated on a hillside, offering a pleasant view. His parents had invested considerable thought into this place, arranging several spirit-gathering formations within the rooms, and the backyard even featured a medicinal herb garden, sufficient for a qi-refining cultivator. After the accidental death of his parents 7 years ago, a few distant relatives had helped care for his daily life and cultivation. However, over a year ago, Lu Tiandu had found an excuse to send them away with some spirit stones. Now, having adapted to the life of cultivation over the past 2 years, he felt no loneliness. Returning to his bedroom, he began contemplating his future cultivation plans. Currently, he had reached the 11th level of Qi Refining. With 30 bottles of Huanglong pills and Jinsui pills combined in his storage bag, as well as 5 Qi Nourishing pills, 2 Qi Gathering pills, and 1 Qi Condensing pill, enough to elevate him to the 12th level. He recalled that in the original storyline, after reaching the 11th level, the Huanglong pills and Jinsui pills ceased to enhance cultivation. However, perhaps due to his limited consumption of these two types of pills and the refinement process through the divine furnace, they remained effective for him, which was indeed good news. However, frequent usage of Qi Nourishing pills had diminished their effectiveness, and upon reaching the 12th level, he would need to seek alternative pills to attempt a breakthrough to the 13th level. In terms of spell cultivation, he was very satisfied with his current progress, estimating that he was not inferior to any typical foundation cultivator, given his outstanding talent in this area. Moreover, according to his plan, in a few years, he intended to experiment not only with various elementary spells, but also intermediate ones, with the only potential limitation being insufficient mana. Regarding magical artifacts, he previously possessed only a top-tier flying sword, the Fengxian sword, along with a lower-tier shield and an upper-tier jade talisman gifted by Chen Qiaoming. The recent quest for opportunities, coupled with items purchased from the family's Golden Jade Pavilion, had significantly enhanced his offensive capabilities with the addition of the Qingjiao flag and 2 talismans. The only shortcoming remained in his defense, as he lacked a top-tier protective artifact. As for talismans, he still had over 100 mid-level and over 30 upper-level elementary talismans in his storage bag, valued at over 2,000 spirit stones. With the new monthly allowance from the family, he now possessed more than 850 spirit stones, not counting the various spiritual herbs in his medicinal garden. The total value of his possessions approached 8,000 spirit stones, substantially more than that of the average foundation cultivator. This considerable wealth was primarily accrued from selling various talismans over the past 2 years, illustrating that mastering any of the myriad skills of talisman crafting, pill refining, or artifact forging was immensely beneficial for cultivation. However, it must be noted that these skills either depended on talent or resources, which were not easily accessible to ordinary cultivators. Despite his ample resources, Lu Tiandu still felt that the pace of earning spirit stones was rather slow. For instance, his desire to procure a top-tier defensive artifact and to create some celestial dew for refining specific pills had been hindered by a lack of spirit stones. In simpler terms, his avenues for wealth generation were rather limited. Currently, his only source of income was the sale of talismans. Yet, due to the large quantity of talismans he possessed and the lack of secure and stable channels for their sale aside from the family's Golden Jade Pavilion, he began contemplating how to develop new products to further increase his earnings. Chapter 15. The mysterious stone time passed swiftly, and 2 months later, Lu Tiandu packed various items, departed from his small courtyard, and swiftly headed north beyond the Taiyuan mountain range. During these 2 months, aside from his cultivation, he had spent considerable time familiarizing himself with the usage of the Qingjiao flag, while also maintaining his daily talisman crafting activities. Having solely focused on creating lower-tier talismans, he had drawn 300 various lower-tier talismans over the past 2 months, spending 300 spirit stones to elevate them to mid-tier talismans through the divine furnace. He intended to take a portion of these 300 mid-tier talismans to the Fang market of the Tianxing sect in the Yuanwu kingdom to test the waters. If all went well, any remaining would be sold at the Huangfeng Valley market on his return journey. Having reached the 11th level of Qi Refining, his internal spiritual power's endurance had greatly increased. After flying on his sword for most of the day, he found himself merely 200 to 300 miles from the Tianxing sect's market. Lu Tiandu landed on a secluded low hill, quickly locating a hidden cave he had previously opened. This place was essentially indistinguishable from an abandoned cave, providing no concern of being occupied by others. Once he confirmed with his divine sense that the surroundings were clear, Lu Tiandu deployed several formation flags to set up a defensive array. After everything was arranged and the illusion array was activated, he entered the cave, swiftly stepping into the Pearl World to restore his mana. After resting for a night, Lu Tiandu emerged from the Pearl World. At this point, he appeared remarkably different from before, clad in a black robe and hooded cloak. Anyone who might remove his cloak would likely struggle to recognize him as Lu Tiandu. For safety, he had applied a considerable amount of cosmetics, crafted from materials he had gathered since arriving in this world, resembling those from his previous life. He learned their application from a friend who worked as a makeup artist in the film industry. Now, the results were indeed satisfactory. However, possessing a technique capable of altering his skeletal structure would have been even better. Having previously visited the Tianxing sect's market several times with other members of the Lu family, he was quite familiar with it. With merely a little over 200 miles remaining, Lu Tiandu arrived near the Tianqing sects market in just over an hour. Sensing the fluctuations of the anti-air formation, he descended upon his flying sword and stepped towards the market. Along the way, he encountered many individuals dressed similarly to himself, all wearing expressions of nonchalance. The market of Tianqing sect was quite peculiar, entirely distinct from that of Huangfeng Valley. It centered around a towering structure of 2 to 3 dozen zhang, surrounded by smaller buildings about 1/10 its height, arranged in a radial circular layout. This grand edifice served as the Tianqing sect's own shop, adorned with a massive sign that boldly proclaimed Stardust Pavilion in 3 large silver characters, easily visible from afar. However, Lu Tiandu's objective did not lie with the Stardust Pavilion. Thus he meandered, observing several medium and small shops. After more than an hour, he felt adequately prepared and set his sights on a dozen or so predetermined shops. In a short span, he exited one shop with a smile playing on his lips, having unexpectedly made his first sale. Since it was his inaugural attempt to market his wares, he offered only 10 mid-level talismans at a base price of 70 spirit stones. To his surprise, due to the exceptional quality of the talismans, he ultimately sold them for 75 spirit stones. The shopkeeper, encountering someone with notable talismanic skills, naturally hoped for a long-term supply. However, Lu Tiandu merely indicated that his sale was due to recent financial constraints. Otherwise, he would not part with such fine items. After all, being of lesser strength, he preferred to keep his capacity for mass-producing mid-level talismans a secret, lest trouble should arise. The successful transaction bolstered his confidence. And although he faced some shopkeepers who attempted to drive down prices, Lu Tiandu held firm, ensuring they did not gain much advantage. According to standard talisman pricing, the attack and defense talismans he offered would typically retail for around 8 or 9 spirit stones, allowing the shopkeepers a modest profit. Given the limited variety and quality, such small shops might not sell even a few talismans in a month. Thus, within half a day, Lu Tiandu managed to sell a total of 150 talismans, earning him over 1,100 spirit stones, significantly bolstering his financial reserves. This influx of spirit stones would expedite his forthcoming plans, bringing him a sense of elation. With his financial goals nearly met, Lu Tiandu resolved to explore other areas of the market, hoping to gather information regarding Xianxia. This exceptionally gifted master of formations was crucial to his future endeavors, making her presence a significant aspect of his visit to the Tianqing sect market. Recalling from memory, Xianxia was also a loose cultivator who had fortuitously inherited the legacy of an unnamed formation master among wandering practitioners. Her innate talent in formations gradually garnered her fame among the loose cultivators and certain smaller clans surrounding the Tianqing sect. Uncertain of Xianxia's age, Lu Tiandu could only conduct a general inquiry. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded no news of any renowned female formation masters, and as he perused the temporary stalls, he found little of interest, leaving him rather disappointed. Just as ennui began to set in, he stumbled upon a stall brimming with medium-level talismans, and even a few high-level ones, capturing his attention. The vendor, likely a loose cultivator or a disciple from a less recognizable sect, exuded a spirit aura surpassing his own, estimated at around the 12th layer. This prompted Lu Tiandu to reassess his initial judgment. This person was presumably not a mere loose cultivator, but rather a disciple from a sect within the Yuanwu kingdom. The individual appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, clad in loose black garments that, while somewhat oversized, still hinted at a graceful figure. Wearing a conical hat and veiled in a layer of black silk, her features remained obscured, lending her an air of mystery. Intrigued, Lu Tiandu released his spiritual sense to scan her, only to find it thwarted. The veil possessed the ability to block spiritual probing. Friend, casually probing others is quite an impolite act. A gentle voice emerged from behind the veil, surprisingly soft. Is there anything that catches your eye? Upon hearing the stall owner's words, Lu Tiandu felt a rare twinge of embarrassment. His spiritual consciousness, bolstered by the divine furnace in his mind, was significantly stronger than that of an average person. He estimated it to rival that of a 13th-layer cultivator, which emboldened him to probe. However, he had not anticipated being detected by her extraordinary treasure. My apologies, it was an oversight on my part. Might I inquire the price of this blue stone? He asked, picking up an unremarkable item. Observing Lu Tiandu's interest in the relatively worthless object, the young woman let out a soft scoff. Many of my talismans here are quite splendid. Why not take a look? Lu Tiandu had merely picked up the stone to ease the awkwardness, fully aware that he possessed an abundance of talismans and had no intention of spending spirit stones on such an item. Yet, upon closer examination, he noticed it possessed a certain uniqueness. I find myself in a bit of a financial bind. Your talismans are indeed impressive, but I can only admire them from afar. He replied, feigning the demeanor of an ordinary loose cultivator. His words elicited a subtle eye roll from the woman beneath her hat. Unfazed, Lu Tiandu shifted the conversation. This stone appears rather unusual. Might you elucidate its nature? If you desire it, a price of 10 or 8 spirit stones would suffice. The black-clad woman responded in her gentle tone. I obtained it from someone else, and it did seem exceptional at the time. However, after consulting numerous individuals for identification, none could discern its purpose. Additionally, this stone proves resistant to melting, rendering it unsuitable for crafting. Lu Tiandu examined the blue stone again. It bore a resemblance to a common earth-type spiritual material known as blue star sand, yet it was evidently not the same. Furthermore, embedded within the stone was a peculiar egg-like object, giving the impression of having been petrified by the ravages of time. Is this stone perhaps harboring a kind of egg? Lu Tiandu asked curiously. With no other customers present at the stall, the woman, noticing his genuine interest, was inclined to sell it. Many would dismiss an unknown stone at the same price as a mid-level defensive talisman, shaking their heads in dismay. According to a certain masteress appraisal, it is believed to be a beast's egg, though it has long been deceased. How it came to be trapped within this stone remains a mystery. It is speculated that it originated from one of several earth-type beasts, although which one remains uncertain. The woman recounted all she knew, and Lu Tiandu felt an inexplicable allure towards the stone, especially given its reasonable price. However, spirit stones were invaluable to him, leading him to ponder alternatives for trade. Aside from spirit stones, do you accept other forms of barter? He inquired. If spirit stones are insufficient, I would consider elixirs that enhance cultivation as acceptable substitutes. 10 spirit stones would suffice. No need to produce other artifacts or talismans, she replied calmly, her gaze assessing Lu Tiandu. Reflecting on his apparent cultivation at the 11th layer and his lack of even 10 spirit stones, an embodiment of a loose cultivator, she felt a tinge of disappointment. Having intended to peddle a few talismans of her own creation to this individual, Lu Tiandu pondered for a moment before extracting 2 vials of elixirs from his storage pouch, one containing Huanglong Dan and the other Jin Sui Wan. Were it not for the fact that this stallkeeper had a considerable stock of her own talismans, he might have considered trading for them. After all, the elixirs refined in the divine furnace were notably more effective than their ordinary counterparts, and he was hesitant to reveal their existence. These elixirs should be effective for those below the 12th layer. Feel free to inspect them. He casually tossed the vials towards her, and the woman in the black robe gracefully lifted her head, clasping the jade vials tightly with her slender, porcelain-like fingers. Stealing glances at her exquisite hands peeking from her dark attire, Lu Tiandu couldn't help but wonder what her visage concealed beneath the wide-brimmed hat. At that moment, the woman had already poured out a pill and was inspecting it closely, though her veil still obscured her features. Indeed, this elixir is remarkably pure, and its ingredients appear to be of considerable age, valued at over 10 spirit stones. You may select 2 or 3 lower-tier talismans as compensation, she remarked, her expression brightening with joy after examining the elixir. No need, Lu Tiandu replied with a faint smile, putting away the blue stone and preparing to depart. There was nothing of worth in this place. It was time to return. Wait, the woman suddenly called out, her voice lowered. Do you have any extra elixirs? Everything at my stall is available for trade. Lu Tiandu furrowed his brow slightly, responding nonchalantly. Why would you say that? Who would trade such valuable elixirs unless in dire need of spirit stones? I only have these 2 vials left. The woman, however, was skeptical. She surmised that Lu Tiandu's spirit stones were likely consumed in the crafting of these elixirs. And to part with 2 vials for what she deemed a worthless stone suggested he possessed more elixirs. With a soft giggle, her gentle voice floated towards him. Since you find my stall's offerings unappealing, how about exchanging a piece of information for the elixirs? Lu Tiandu was perplexed by her intent. He was not concerned about her attempting to rob him, for her cultivation level was merely at the 12th layer, and he had no fear of her. Moreover, anyone daring to act within the marketplace would certainly face suppression from the hidden foundation-building cultivators. As for the information, he could not fathom what could be of significant value. Perhaps something regarding that stone? Do share, he said with a calm demeanor. The woman formed a hand seal, conjuring a soundproof barrier before solemnly stating, Are you aware that someone has set their sights on you? What? This revelation startled Lu Tiandu. He had been particularly cautious during his dealings in the Tianxia sect's marketplace, selling talismans in small batches, never exceeding 15 at a time, and only trading for a few dozen spirit stones. Had he been discovered? He did not doubt the truth of her words. He could verify the claim shortly. In truth, The woman was not one to meddle in others' affairs. In the world of cultivation, where countless lives were lost over treasures, who could possibly manage it all? Had Lu Tiandu not exchanged elixirs earlier, she would have dismissed the matter entirely. She speculated that he possessed a fair number of elixirs. And if someone were to kill him and seize them, it would be more beneficial for her to trade a piece of seemingly worthless information for some advantage. If she could procure more elixirs from him, it would undoubtedly enhance her sister's cultivation. With this thought, her heart softened a little. 30 yards behind you, on a staircase, there is an individual clad in blue, wearing a cloak, fiddling with a jade ring. He has been following you for 2 laps, she said with an air of casual negotiation, noting that this person had been whispering with another similarly clad figure. As she spoke, a light laugh escaped her, knowing that the man beneath the cloak was likely wearing a grim expression. I have a considerable stock of higher-tier talismans. Perhaps you should purchase a few for unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, Lu Tiandu had already sensed the presence of his pursuer. Reflecting on the situation, he realized he had indeed encountered this individual at a shop. He had been careless, and the thought filled him with regret. Clearly, his bulk purchase of talismans had drawn unwanted attention, and he had no idea how many accomplices this person had. Forget about the talismans, Lu Tiandu replied, feigning a negotiation stance. This information is crucial to me, and I must extend my gratitude to you. How should I deliver the elixirs to you? Surely you have more elixirs. The woman insisted. Just bring them forth. Not quite, he thought, realizing she likely wished to avoid drawing attention to her possession of elixirs. After all, their previous conversation and her examination of the elixirs had not been conducted with caution, but now, with someone on their tail, she was more reluctant to attract notice. Perhaps you might consider. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind, and after a moment's deliberation, she finally suggested, let us exchange them discreetly, with our hands concealed within our sleeves. Upon concluding her words, a rosy flush crept across the delicate oval of her face. Though no one was there to witness her beauty, they crouched together, pretending to haggle, their hands stealthily drawing closer beneath their sleeves. As he caught a whiff of a fragrance reminiscent of osmanthus, Lu Tiandu's fingers brushed against something cool, and suddenly, the 2 vials of elixirs vanished from his grasp, leaving only a fleeting sensation of softness. Casting a glance at the suddenly silent stallkeeper, Lu Tiandu feigned dissatisfaction, nonchalantly walking towards the next vendor. Indeed, he had been targeted. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He was uncertain whether his frequent comings and goings had been noticed, or if it was merely a shopkeeper's greed that had led to this. However, if someone dared to covet him, they must be prepared to face the consequences. With that thought in mind, he paid no further heed to his pursuer, moving forward with determination into the largest establishment within the Tianyu sect marketplace, the Stardust Pavilion. Chapter 17. The Golden Silk Armor. The Stardust Pavilion spanned 9 levels, with the first 7 open to the public, while the last 2 were off-limits to outsiders. Within these 7 floors, the 1st to 3rd levels catered to low-tier cultivators of the Qi Refinement stage, while the 4th to 6th levels served those at the Foundation Establishment stage. The 7th level was exclusively reserved for those at the Core Formation stage. Previously, Lu Tiandu had visited the pavilion twice due to his interest in purchasing spirit herb seeds, and as a store operated by the Tianyu sect, the prices were quite reasonable, with many fine goods available. However, due to his limited resources, he had only purchased spirit herb seeds and had yet to invest in anything substantial. Had it not been for the pursuit, he would not have felt the urgency to acquire defensive artifacts. Thus, upon confirming he was being watched, Lu Tiandu swiftly altered his original plan, preparing to purchase a top-tier defensive artifact. His current vulnerability lay in his lack of defense. While he had an ample supply of offensive artifacts and talismans, his best defensive item was merely a mid-tier shield, which he did not believe would suffice for the forthcoming challenges. Upon entering the hall and guided by an attendant, Lu Tiandu headed straight for the 3rd floor. Bring me your finest defensive artifacts, he stated without preamble, expressing his intent clearly. Please hold on. I will fetch them for you immediately. The middle-aged attendant, adorned in a brocade robe and possessing a cultivation level of the 12th layer, smiled faintly, recognizing the confidence in his customer's tone and hoping to close the sale as he hurriedly stepped outside. After nearly half a cup of tea's time, the representative reappeared before Lu Tiandu, a gentle smile gracing his face, as he presented 3 exquisite brocade boxes, introducing each artifact in turn. Dear Taoist, please behold. These 3 artifacts comprise a green-skinned gourd, a dark shield, and a white jade bowl. Lu Tiandu examined each item in succession and, after a brief trial, furrowed his brows. Although these artifacts were indeed high-tier and superior to the average offerings, they merely qualified as fine specimens. Priced around 600 to 700 spirit stones, an extraordinary find for the typical Qi refining stage cultivator. A year prior, Lu Tiandu might have held a similar view. But with his current wealth of spirit stones and an impending grand battle, he found himself somewhat disdainful of artifacts that offered middling power. Does your esteemed establishment not possess any superior-grade defensive artifacts? Lu Tiandu rasped, disappointment evident in his tone. Such fine items do not meet your discerning requirements? The middle-aged representative appeared genuinely surprised. These artifacts were indeed rare treasures, likely beyond the means of an average Qi refining cultivator. Observing the calm demeanor of the cloaked figure before him, the representative could not help but wonder about Lu Tiandu's origins, an 11th-layer Qi refining cultivator. Seemingly dismissive of even such artifacts, did not strike him as a mere wandering cultivator. He pondered whether Lu Tiandu hailed from a prominent sect or family. Since you seek superior artifacts, our Xianxia pavilion can certainly provide. However, to access the next tier of treasures, I must first witness your prowess. The middle-aged representative maintained a polite smile as he addressed Lu Tiandu. Without further ado, Lu Tiandu produced a small storage bag from his robe and tossed it to the representative. Upon opening it and briefly scanning its contents, the representative's smile broadened. Very well. As you possess such wealth, you may ascend to the 4th floor to procure items from there. He then led Lu Tiandu to the 4th floor, internally intrigued. Surely this individual was a disciple from the Wan Miao Temple, capable of producing over 100 mid-tier talismans, either from a prominent lineage or the scion of a golden core cultivator. Yet why was he seeking high-tier artifacts at the Tianyu sect's marketplace? Did the Wan Miao Temple not have a few exquisite defensive artifacts? Despite his well-crafted disguise, the representative noted several inconsistencies. Lu Tiandu's demeanor suggested he was not as seasoned as he pretended, and his natural composure, coupled with his nonchalance regarding the value of his talismans, deepened the representative's curiosity. Soon, they reached the 4th floor, where a graceful woman in her 30s received them. Her alluring figure and striking beauty drew the attention of many. Lu Tiandu's spirit sense swept over her, discerning that she was at the 13th layer of Qi refining. It appeared that from the 5th floor onward, the reception would be handled by Foundation establishment cultivators. After the middle-aged representative relayed Lu Tiandu's alias and requests, the woman chuckled lightly, inviting him to sit and signaling for tea before gracefully departing the 4th floor. The representative returned to the 3rd floor. The wait felt slightly prolonged until the enchanting woman returned, bearing a tray. Daoist Han, these are 2 recently acquired superior-grade defensive artifacts from our pavilion. Please take a look and see if they meet your needs. Could you kindly elaborate on them, Daoist-san? Lu Tiandu inquired, gazing at the 2 neatly arranged brocade boxes on the table. The Huangjing shield, a superior-grade defensive artifact, is crafted from a solid piece of earth crystal, infused with a plethora of hard materials of the earth attribute, meticulously refined by a master craftsman. Upon activation, it transforms into a formidable protective barrier, and the earth attribute's defensive capabilities speak for themselves. The woman gestured to the first box, revealing a small, round shield of earthy hue. Lu Tiandu picked up the yellow shield for inspection, and he sensed a familiar presence as he entered the 4th floor. Aware that he was being monitored, he chose to ignore it and infused the shield with his spiritual energy. The shield proved to be significantly stronger than the black one from the 3rd floor. As he channeled power into it, a robust yellow barrier enveloped him, the round shield spinning nearby, indicating an automatic defensive function. Indeed, this artifact possesses commendable defensive capabilities. Lu Tiandu nodded in satisfaction. However, he had sensed a connection between the barrier and the earth upon activation. Might Daoist-san elaborate further on this? Your keen perception serves you well, Daoist Han. When the Huangjing shield is in contact with the earth, its defensive power increases by 20% due to the abundant earth attribute materials used in its creation. However, this does come at a cost to mobility, the woman explained. Her tone measured. Lu Tiandu remained non-committal, responding, please introduce the other treasure within the 2nd box. Noticing that Daoist Han was not inclined to continue the conversation, the woman smiled subtly and opened the 2nd brocade box, revealing an exquisite golden inner armor. The armor, woven from an unknown silken thread, shimmered with vibrant spiritual light, far surpassing the Huangjing shield. Moreover, it featured a protective charm crafted from the shell of a certain magical beast, resembling a heart guard. What is this? Lu Tiandu inquired, intrigued. While armor-type defensive artifacts were not rare, encountering one was indeed fortuitous. The Xianxia inner armor, fashioned from the webs of a 3rd-tier mutated beast. The golden silk spider, blended with a small quantity of Mingguang silkworm silk, jade tree resin, and a piece of a second-tier beast shell. Its defensive prowess is notable, and it also possesses some fire-repelling properties, the woman explained, her eyes revealing a flicker of hidden admiration for the golden armor, though she concealed it well. As Lu Tiandu handled the delicate inner armor, he tossed it lightly into the air and flicked his finger, summoning a fire serpent that lunged toward the golden armor. Remarkably, the armor conjured a faint golden shield to withstand the attack without any infused spiritual energy, demonstrating its commendable innate defense. Lu Tiandu retrieved the golden armor, noting its soft, warm, and lightweight nature, perfect for close wear. Summoning a flame in his right hand, he heated the armor briefly before touching it again, though it remained warm. Its fire-repelling quality was evidently genuine. What are your thoughts on this inner armor, Taoist Han? The woman allowed Lu Tiandu to conduct his various tests without interference. After all, as a superior-grade artifact valued at over 1,000 spirit stones, any reasonable examination was justified as long as it did not cause damage. Quite impressive, Lu Tiandu nodded, acknowledging that, due to his innate advantages in speed from his wind and lightning attributes, this inner armor would enhance his capabilities more than the Huangjing shield. Although he concealed his delight, the woman discerned his preference for the golden inner armor, likely recognizing that she would share a similar inclination. The Huangjing shield, a superior-grade artifact, was priced at 1,000 spirit stones, while the equally esteemed Jinxi inner armor reached an impressive 1,300 spirit stones. After some negotiation, Lu Tiandu exchanged 10 high-tier talismans and 130 mid-tier talismans for the golden inner armor. Regrettably, as the cloaked figure departed, the woman sighed internally. She had held a strong fondness for the inner armor, but lacked the requisite spirit stones to acquire it, missing out on a rare opportunity. Chapter 18. A sudden strike. Lu Tiandu leisurely exited the Stardust Pavilion and wandered through several nearby shops. Having realized he was being watched, he felt strangely at ease. Earlier, he had gathered several rare herbs that were not available in his family's apothecary, and he managed to collect a few more from other stores, making the trip worthwhile. Along the way, Lu Tiandu had largely confirmed the identities of the two individuals tailing him, though whether others were involved remained uncertain. He secured a room at an inn in the marketplace, boldly entering to rest. After activating the room's protective wards, he took out his own array flags and set up a defensive formation before swiftly entering the Stone Pearl world. He intended to don the golden silk armor and test its defensive limits. As Lu Tiandu settled into his room, two figures lurked nearby, whispering conspiratorially, "Brother, why don't you persuade the elder brother? We should wait for the auction at the secret shop to sell that item. Then procure some fine magical artifacts and hunt for easy targets," suggested a short, dark-clad cultivator with glinting eyes, rubbing his hands together. He was eager to sell that item quickly, secure his share, and purchase a coveted artifact, having long desired a top-tier magical tool. Patience is a virtue. It's merely a matter of days. We must not let this opportunity slip away. Once the elder brother takes action, it will be ours, replied the tall and slender figure, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint as he made a gesture across his throat. That kid unleashed over 100 talismans. He's quite the prize. Missing out would be unforgivable. But how could he possess so many talismans? And he went to the Stardust Pavilion. Didn't he acquire something formidable? The short man, though envious of the wealthier cultivator of the same cultivation level, feared the potential disaster if that individual unleashed a barrage of talismans. Humph, even if he has a few, they're likely just mediocre talismans. I'm not concerned. With his level of cultivation, how many can he activate at once? Even if he has a newly acquired treasure, he is still just a child in our eyes. The tall man chuckled, greed evident in their exchanged glances. In the Stone Pearl world, beneath the celestial peak, Lu Tiandu beamed as he held the wind sword in his hand. The golden silk armor was invaluable, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. After donning the armor, he channeled his mana into it, enveloping himself in a golden cocoon. He then unleashed the wind sword against the protective shield, striking it multiple times. Yet the golden cocoon remained unyielding, filling him with astonishment and joy. However, the only drawback was the considerable mana consumption. Sustaining the shield for long periods proved impractical. Nevertheless, if he channeled a moderate amount of mana, he could create a golden membrane around him, capable of withstanding attacks from high-level artifacts. Quite impressive indeed. After adjusting his attire and double-checking his equipment, Lu Tiandu exited the Stone Pearl world, leaving the inn and making his way toward the northern gate of the marketplace. He had no intention of spending the night there. Having sold over 150 talismans during the day and another 140 intermediate-level talismans at the Stardust Pavilion, he felt exposed and preferred not to linger longer than necessary. Once outside the marketplace's restricted area, Lu Tiandu swiftly summoned the wind sword, propelling himself northward. After flying over 100 miles, he veered west, causing dismay among his pursuers. "This is bad. He is aware of us," exclaimed a burly man piloting a silver shuttle. The two others crammed behind him were the tall and short figures who had been whispering outside the inn. "How can that guy fly so quickly? He is nearly as fast as our shuttle." The tall man was astonished, having expected to easily capture the black-cloaked figure with their exceptional flying artifact. "That flying sword must be extraordinary. It's likely a rare wind-thunder attribute sword, a true treasure," said the burly man with a low growl, followed by a sneer. "Even if it is a wind-thunder sword, it cannot possibly match our treasure for speed. Besides, this artifact carries us 3. With that, he exerted all his strength to accelerate the shuttle. The others joined in, channeling their energy into the shuttle, determined not to let Lu Tiandu escape. Meanwhile, Lu Tiandu, flying while simultaneously replenishing his mana with a mid-level wind attribute spirit stone, felt a twinge of frustration. Uncertain of his pursuers' numbers, he was reluctant to engage directly despite his newly acquired armor. He aimed to maneuver the wind sword to create distance, setting up an ambush or making a hasty retreat. However, unknown to him, the artifact his pursuers wielded was surprisingly faster than his wind sword, leaving him increasingly vexed. As the opportunity for an ambush or retreat slipped away, he was compelled to focus on replenishing his mana while skillfully maneuvering the sword to find a favorable moment to fight. After a brief flight, just as Lu Tiandu prepared to turn southward, a silver streak shot past him, overtaking him in an instant. At that moment, Lu Tiandu had no choice but to lower his sword, discreetly clutching several talismans in readiness. "May I inquire why you gentlemen are pursuing me?" Lu Tiandu asked, now able to discern the sleek shuttle. It was no surprise that such a flying artifact would outrun his wind sword. 3 figures clad in black descended from the shuttle, a burly man, a tall and slender one, and a younger, shorter individual. The burly man casually stowed the shuttle, and the trio swiftly encircled Lu Tiandu. The burly man, visibly fatigued from the exertion of piloting the shuttle, was secretly recovering his mana while casting a sinister glance at Lu Tiandu. "You boy, hand over that flying sword and storage bag, and I'll grant you a decent burial." Seeing the trio's arrogance, Lu Tiandu was bemused by their confidence in robbing him without even drawing their artifacts. Upon confronting them, he immediately felt reassured. He had gained a clearer understanding of their strength. Compared to the 2 who had been tailing him, this hulking figure was a 12th-layer cultivator, likely their main force, but he still felt he had the situation under control. With a hint of hesitation, Lu Tiandu proposed, "Brothers, might you spare my life? My father is an elder of the Wan Miao Temple. Could you grant me this favor? Consider this wind sword a gift to you, my friends." He raised the roughly 1-foot-long wind sword. Upon hearing the mention of the Wan Miao Temple, the 3 exchanged glances, each betraying a glimmer of greed. Indeed, they are truly a continuous source of profit. Such naive individuals, under the care of elders and lacking in combat experience, likely possess considerable wealth. Previously, they had successfully ambushed several disciples from various sects, reaping significant rewards with each encounter. "Go." At that moment, a cold voice pierced the air. It was Lu Tiandu. He raised his hand and swiftly flicked it, causing the wind sword to transform into a streak of azure light, shooting towards the short figure clad in black. Simultaneously, Lu Tiandu's hands moved rapidly, unleashing several talismans that hurtled towards the tall, thin man and the burly fellow. Not good. The 3 were taken aback at Lu Tiandu's decisive actions. Just a moment ago, he had feigned weakness and pleaded for mercy, but now he had changed his demeanor and launched a surprise attack. However, these 3 were seasoned fighters. They recognized the loss of initiative and realized it was too late to deploy their magical artifacts. Instantly, they each produced a basic defensive talisman to shield themselves. The burly man and the tall, thin man were the quickest, both being at the 12th level, with greater combat experience than the shorter individual. What astonished the short man, who was at the 11th level of Qi Refining, was that the azure sword aimed at him mysteriously vanished midair. Just as he pondered the disappearance of the sword, he felt a sudden chill at his neck, and the golden armor talisman he was about to activate blurred in his vision. Third brother. The scene that unfolded in an instant left the other 2, who had just activated their defensive talismans, wide-eyed with shock as they roared in outrage. "You seek death." Hearing the burly man's furious shout, Lu Tiandu smirked coldly. His strategy to utilize the wind sword's swift, nearly teleportation-like speed had successfully eliminated the weakest of the trio, which he had anticipated. With this initial success, he no longer feared the remaining 2. Meanwhile, the 2 upper-level ice spear talismans he had previously launched, combined with 2 mid-level explosive talismans, flew towards the other 2 adversaries in an instant. A cacophony of explosions engulfed them. Flash. Lu Tiandu paid no heed to the results of the explosions. After dispatching the short man, he directed his consciousness, redirecting the wind sword into a streak of azure light aimed at the tall, thin man. "Ah, my leg. Brother, save me." A shrill cry erupted from the tall man as a 3-foot-long azure light flashed by. Lu Tiandu felt a surge of joy upon hearing the tall man scream. At this moment, the clash between the ice spear talismans and the protective barrier had dissipated. A flicker of azure light spiraled in the air, revealing the wind sword. Second brother. Upon seeing the bloody severed leg of the tall man lying nearby, the burly man's eyes turned crimson with rage. He possessed the most formidable mana and extensive combat experience. Realizing the power of the 4 talismans aimed at him, he inwardly cursed his carelessness. Astonished that his opponent wielded upper-level talismans, in a split second, he activated a white jade shield from his storage pouch to protect himself, emerging unscathed. Although the tall man was quick-witted, when the golden armor talisman shattered against the ice spear technique, he was thrown into disarray by the explosive talismans, sustaining a grievous wound to his left hand. Just then, after successfully eliminating the short man, Lu Tiandu unleashed the second strike of the wind sword with full force. But the tall man hastily activated a defensive talisman, albeit too late. The flying sword pierced through the protective barrier, severing one of his legs. Regrettably, he had not managed to take the tall man's life, which left Lu Tiandu feeling somewhat disappointed. He had expended considerable mana executing those 2 strikes with the flying sword. As he prepared to deliver a finishing blow, a streak of silver light shot forth, intercepting his azure sword with a series of sharp cracks. The 2 lights clashed in the air, their speed astonishingly swift, creating a dazzling spectacle. At that moment, the burly man glowered at the decapitated third brother and the severely injured second brother, filled with murderous intent, yearning to tear Lu Tiandu apart. While directing the clash of the silver shuttle and Lu Tiandu's flying sword, he enlarged the white jade shield encasing himself and his injured brother. He quickly retrieved a healing pill and administered it to his wailing second brother before turning his fierce gaze back to Lu Tiandu. Lu Tiandu, sensing the shift in momentum, felt satisfied. Although he had not managed to slay the tall man, the latter had nearly lost his fighting capability and was no longer a significant threat. Lu Tiandu felt a twinge of regret for not having eliminated both opponents, not due to a lack of desire to unleash more talismans, but because his mana was only sufficient to detonate 8. If circumstances allowed, he would wish to release a dozen upper-level talismans at once. Ultimately, he was constrained by his current cultivation level. Those 8 talismans were worth over 200 spirit stones, a sum most Qi refining cultivators could hardly afford, effectively catching the 3 off guard. Such extravagant offensive tactics, capable of neutralizing a single opponent's combat effectiveness, were indeed worthwhile. Having fully exerted his mana twice to manipulate the flying sword and detonated 8 talismans, including 4 upper-level ones, had significantly drained Lu Tiandu's energy. Coupled with the prior use of the sword for flight, his spiritual energy was now severely depleted. While he continued to command the flying sword in its duel against the silver shuttle, he swiftly produced a mid-tier wind spirit stone to replenish his energy without hesitation. "So you are of the wind elemental root?" The burly man observed the spirit stone in Lu Tiandu's hand, his expression darkening. Initially believing Lu Tiandu merely possessed a wind attribute sword, he was now alarmed to discover he was a wind elemental root cultivator, which spelled considerable trouble. The fighting prowess of an elemental root practitioner paired with a top-tier artifact was formidable, allowing one to contend with 3 or 4 adversaries of the same rank. "It seems we have stumbled upon a formidable opponent," the burly man thought, his expression growing increasingly grim. However, he was grateful for his own collection of superior magical artifacts, which would allow him to continue the fight. "Second brother, grit your teeth and activate your protective artifact to safeguard yourself. I shall devote all my strength to eliminate this brat." "Yes, brother. Do not worry about me. Kill this bastard and avenge us." The tall man, recognizing the dire situation, nodded in agreement, having taken the healing pill to stabilize his condition. He reached into his storage pouch, producing a fist-sized, green, misty orb, channeling his mana into it. In a flash of light, a faint green barrier enveloped him entirely. It appeared that the injuries he sustained hindered his mana flow. "Humph," Lu Tiandu sneered, flicking his hand to unleash a half-foot-long light blue wind blade towards the tall man. The wind blade shot forth with incredible speed, striking the green barrier and causing it to tremble. "What? He can instantaneously cast mid-tier spells." This revelation startled both remaining adversaries. their expressions fluctuating with concern as they regarded Lu Tiandu as an increasingly formidable foe. At that moment, the burly man's eyes turned icy as he formed hand seals, commanding the silver shuttle to accelerate dramatically, releasing trails of silver light that obscured the azure light of the wind sword entirely. This shuttle is unexpectedly troublesome. If this continues, the wind sword will surely be destroyed. Lu Tiandu sensed the growing sluggishness of his sword and could no longer afford to divide his focus on the tall man. As Lu Tiandu concentrated on the fierce duel between the flying sword and the silver shuttle, the latter suddenly vanished without a trace. Just as I anticipated. Lu Tiandu clapped his chest with his left hand, and the golden light that had been subtly enveloping his body since the failure of the second strike of the wind sword suddenly blazed brilliantly, forming a protective shell akin to a golden eggshell. Simultaneously, a silver beam shot through the void, striking the golden shell with the force of lightning. With a resounding thud, it was as if two colossal objects had collided. Lu Tiandu's complexion paled as the impact of the flying dart shook the golden shell violently, momentarily stalling his magical energy. However, his surging power quickly surged back, stabilizing the golden shell formed by the golden silk armor. Having recognized the extraordinary speed of the flying dart, Lu Tiandu had retained a portion of his magical energy to reinforce the golden silk armor, fearing that in his pursuit of offense with the flying sword, he might neglect his own defense. After all, he was acutely aware that wind-based spells surpassed the other elemental attacks in speed, and he understood that if his opponent possessed even greater swiftness, he could easily find himself at a disadvantage. Indeed, had he not fully activated the golden silk armor, he would have likely sustained a grievous injury by now. After withstanding the initial assault of the flying dart, the subsequent attacks from the opponent were significantly weakened, easily manageable by the golden silk armor. Lu Tiandu preferred not to remain on the defensive while supplying magical energy to the armor. He swiftly pointed his fingers like a sword, summoning the wind sword to reappear before the tall, slender man. With a piercing sound, the 3-foot azure light clashed violently against the green shield, causing it to tremble perilously close to shattering. "Brother!" the tall, slender man called out in alarm, causing the flying dart to hesitate in attacking Lu Tiandu's protective shell, instead retreating to aid him. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Tiandu withdrew the wind sword. What kind of treasure was this flying dart? After just a brief exchange, witnessing the slightly dimmed brilliance of the flying sword, Lu Tiandu felt a wave of fortune wash over him. If they had continued to clash, this exquisite top-tier flying sword would surely have been irreparably damaged. With a swift motion, Lu Tiandu summoned a small azure flag, approximately a foot in length, into his hand. It was the Azure Flood Dragon flag. With a vigorous twist of the flagpole, the Azure Flood Dragon flag transformed into a massive azure banner, shimmering with ethereal light. Adorned with a fierce depiction of the Azure Flood Dragon, its fangs bared and claws poised, roaring incessantly. Lu Tiandu tossed the grand flag into the air without hesitation, swiftly gesturing and forming incantations, channeling several magical seals onto the Azure Flood Dragon flag, commanding, "Transform into a dragon." Within a few paces, a tempest erupted, and the azure light of the flag intensified, radiating brilliantly as the once foot-long flag morphed into a 10-foot-long azure giant dragon, vividly lifelike, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, an exact replica of the embroidered image on the flag. "Go!" Lu Tiandu pointed, and the azure giant dragon, with a powerful sweep of its tail, roared and charged towards the burly man across from him. Seeing that he could not penetrate Lu Tiandu's protective shell, the burly man was startled by the emergence of this new magical artifact, which even possessed the ability to transform. Disappointment mingled with astonishment surged within him as his once invincible top-tier magical artifact, the flying dart, faced repeated setbacks, igniting his fury. With a swift alteration of his hand seals, the silver dart transformed into a massive silver projectile, its brilliance flashing as it collided with the azure dragon. The air crackled with the mingling of azure and silver light, the cacophony of their clash echoing through the atmosphere, rendering it impossible to discern a victor for the moment. It seemed he had kicked a hard rock as he maneuvered the silver dart and the giant dragon in their fierce struggle. The burly man increasingly regretted his decision to undertake this hunting expedition. Initially, he had intended to lay low for a while, as he was on the verge of reaching the 13th level of Qi Refinement, with significant plans ahead. Yet, succumbing to greed, he found himself entangled with a formidable opponent, resulting in the injury and death of 2 sworn brothers, leaving him filled with remorse. Inside the golden shell, Lu Tiandu observed the stalemate between his Azure Flood Dragon flag and the flying dart, realizing that it would likely take some time to overcome the opposing artifact. Additionally, he feared that the burly man might unleash another troublesome magical artifact. With his magical energy now sufficiently replenished, he felt no hesitation. With a flick of his hand, a resplendent golden talisman materialized in his grasp. At its center, a vividly depicted azure mirror bordered in gold, radiating streams of radiant light. This was the azure condensing mirror talisman. Encased within the golden shell, Lu Tiandu was concealed from the view of the two outside. The limit of a Qi refinement practitioner's consciousness typically allows for the manipulation of two magical artifacts. However, due to the unique influence of the alchemical furnace within his consciousness, Lu Tiandu's spirit was slightly more robust than that of an average person. At this moment, his consciousness strength matched that of a practitioner at the 13th level. Most of his consciousness was tethered to the azure flood dragon flag as he engaged in battle while guiding the opposing dart to spiral high into the sky. Thanks to the golden silk armor adorning his body, he did not need to expend excessive consciousness, merely maintaining a flow of magical energy. Lu Tiandu strained to divide a fraction of his focus, reciting incantations and infusing magical energy, initiating the activation of the talisman in his hand. Unlike typical talismans that could be instantly triggered, this artifact required a brief moment to charge. After a few breaths, a foot-wide azure mirror floated above his head. Observing the increasingly impatient, burly man outside, Lu Tiandu feared he might entertain thoughts of fleeing, as he lacked confidence in his ability to catch the dart's extraordinary speed. Previously, he had indeed had the opportunity to eliminate the now-disabled tall, slender man, but he had refrained from doing so to keep the burly man preoccupied. A strategy that had proven effective. With a cold chuckle, Lu Tiandu swiftly retracted the protective shell formed by the golden silk armor, pointing toward the azure mirror above his head. A flash of brilliance erupted, and with a sharp hiss, a thick azure beam shot toward the burly man. As the burly man commanded the dart and the azure dragon to engage, he was suddenly startled by the azure beam shooting forth from above Lu Tiandu's head. In a panic, he ordered the white jade shield that protected him to confront the colossal azure light. How could this be? The burly man was struck with shock as the white jade shield met the azure beam, only to be instantly immobilized in midair, as if ensnared in a quagmire. In that moment, even the white protective aura surrounding him vanished without a trace. This was bad. The disappearance of the shield sent a chill through the burly man's heart. He sensed that the white jade shield had not been destroyed, but rather had become trapped, difficult to command. As he attempted to channel more magical energy into the shield, an azure sword shadow suddenly appeared before his eyes. Watch out! Just as he felt an inexplicable chill in his throat, he heard the furious warning from his younger brother. In an instant, he lost consciousness, plunging into darkness. In the final moments of his life, he seemed to foresee his imminent promotion to the 13th level and, through some secret, receiving a foundational pill from the golden core elder of the divine weapon sect. Achieving foundational success and embarking on a journey of cultivation alongside his sworn brothers with whom he had grown up. I will fight you to the end. A wretched cry erupted as the tall, slender man abruptly sat up, having been recuperating against the slope. He slapped his storage pouch, producing a small black dagger in his hand, pouring the remnants of his magical energy into it, transforming the dagger into a streak of black light that shot toward Lu Tiandu. Humph! Lu Tiandu scoffed, extending his finger as the azure flying sword flashed, intercepting the black dagger's trajectory. With another gesture, the azure dragon in the sky coiled around the now palm-sized, abandoned dart, baring its fangs and claws as it charged at the slender man. The green shield shattered upon contact, and the azure dragon swiftly burst through the slender man's battered form. With a swift motion, the azure Qiao's tail flicked, returning to Lu Tiandu's side, transforming into a petite azure flag and a palm-sized silver shuttle. Without a second glance, he stored the two magical artifacts, only then withdrawing the mana infused within the Qing mirror talisman. A golden talisman paper fell into his hand. Freed from the talisman's restraint, the opposing white jade shield morphed into a diminutive shield and clattered to the ground. This treasure had indeed proven remarkably effective. Observing the still glimmering talisman, Lu Tiandu's lips curled into a faint smile. This talisman had accomplished a significant feat. Without the Qing mirror talisman holding the stout man's white jade shield in place, he would have found it difficult to subdue him. Another gesture summoned the wind sword, which transformed into a streak of azure light, spiraling back into his grasp. Swiftly collecting the three individual storage bags and the discarded white jade shield, talismans, and other items, Lu Tiandu casually cast 3 fireballs, reducing the 3 corpses to ash. With a flourish of his sleeve, a gust of wind swept through, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Sensing the dwindling mana within him, Lu Tiandu dispatched his flying sword, while simultaneously retrieving mid-tier spirit stones to replenish his spiritual energy. At this moment, he did not head south towards the Yu Kingdom, but veered westward, flying several dozen miles before landing atop a desolate mountain. After meticulously scanning his surroundings with his divine sense and finding nothing amiss, he established a rudimentary cave dwelling, set up formation flags, and swiftly entered the Stone Pearl world. A day later, Lu Tiandu emerged from his meditative state, his mana fully restored, and even feeling a slight enhancement post-battle. After silently reviewing the process of the confrontation, he began to organize the spoils of this encounter. Although he had faced 3 times the adversaries, his treasures were so abundant that even a foundation-building cultivator could only envy him. It was a case of peril without true danger. With a flick of his hand, a silver shuttle appeared. Gazing at this shuttle, which was pointed at both ends and slightly oval in the center, Lu Tiandu's mouth lifted in a smile. This shuttle's speed surpassed that of his wind-type top-tier flying sword, powered by wind magic. A remarkable feat considering he had not encountered any Qi refining disciples who could outpace him in speed over the past 2 years. This was a first. Moreover, this shuttle was not merely a flying artifact, but possessed astonishing offensive power, had he not been fully protected by the precious top-tier golden silk inner armor. The outcome could have been uncertain. This shuttle was undoubtedly a premium top-tier artifact. After indulging in its allure for a moment, Lu Tiandu shifted his focus to the stout man's white jade shield. Indeed, it was a treasured top-tier artifact, comparable in quality to the yellow crystal shield he had seen previously at the Stardust Pavilion. Such a defensive artifact, as long as the wielder's mana was not depleted, would be difficult to breach even with his wind sword, let alone with the full might of the Azure Qiao flag. Possessing a premium artifact and a treasured defensive artifact, and with the man's cultivation not being weak, Lu Tiandu pondered the man's background. After all, even he, with a modest fortune accumulated over the past year, could not afford such top-tier artifacts unless they were inherited from a family or sect. Lu Tiandu then lifted the stout man's storage bag, emptying its contents for inspection. The most striking item was a jade box wrapped in several layers of restrictive talismans. Lu Tiandu activated the golden silk armor slightly, enveloping himself in a layer of golden light, and infused his hands with mana before gently peeling back the talismans and opening the jade box. Inside lay a piece of dark yellow stone, resembling a mineral. Seeing no immediate mysteries, Lu Tiandu relaxed, lifting the stone for closer examination. The stone felt somewhat heavy, its hue deep and rich, evoking a sense of familiarity. What is this? Lu Tiandu scrutinized it multiple times, his eyes brightening with delight. This was indeed a piece of copper essence, a refined material used for crafting magical artifacts. Chapter 21. Cave Dwelling and Jade Slips. Holding the copper essence in his hands, Lu Tiandu was genuinely astonished. The stout man had brought him an abundance of surprises. A premium artifact, a treasured top-tier defensive artifact, and copper essence. These were items that typical foundation-building cultivators lacked. The copper essence, akin to iron essence, silver essence, and gold essence, was a material used in the creation of magical artifacts, extractable only by cultivators of the core formation stage, and above using true fire from substantial copper blocks. When mixed in during artifact crafting, the end product would be at least a top-tier artifact. In the original narrative, in recent decades, the newly advanced core formation cultivator Li Huayuan spent over a decade purifying a piece of iron essence, often losing bets, thus becoming a typical pawn for others. He squandered his potential as a Sanyang body spirit. Consumed by the forge, it's no wonder he ultimately fell behind and perished in battle against the Mulan people. Lu Tiandu was, of course, unaware that this copper essence was a family heirloom, prepared through much effort by the three to ambush a certain cultivator from a family of immortals. They had intended to sell it at a secret shop soon, but were sidetracked by greed for Lu Tiandu's possessions, ultimately leaving it to him. Continuing to sift through the stout man's remaining belongings, he found no premium artifacts, but there were about 10 mid to upper tier artifacts, indicating that many had fallen to this man's hand. Lu Tiandu counted and was pleasantly surprised to discover over 400 low-tier spirit stones. Unexpectedly, he also found a collection of materials for crafting a certain type of artifact, meticulously categorized together. A few vials of miscellaneous pills and several mid to upper tier talismans were of little concern to him, so he gathered them together and picked up a few jade slips for examination. These jade slips appeared commonly used and bore no restrictions. Lu Tiandu pressed one to his forehead, his divine sense sweeping through to absorb the contents. After reviewing the slips, He remained silent for a moment before retrieving the remaining 2 storage bags, dumping their contents before him for inspection. Compared to the stout man, the items in these bags were considerably lacking. The tall, thin man had left behind a decent item, a green orb known as the Bailing Pearl. Also a treasured top-tier artifact. Unfortunately, it had suffered damage and was rendered ineffective by Lu Tianyu, the black flying knife wielded in its last moments. Though also a premium artifact, paled in comparison to the wind sword. The rest comprised over 200 spirit stones, a few vials of ordinary healing pills, several mid-tier talismans, cultivation techniques, and changes of clothing. As for the final short man, he appeared to have recently broken through to the 11th layer, possessing far less wealth. He had no top-tier artifacts, merely 2 or 3 upper-tier artifacts, and only a handful of spirit stones. Furthermore, he possessed only a single upper-tier golden armor talisman, which he had failed to use before his demise. This fortune was only slightly better than that of an ordinary loose cultivator. After examining all the items, Lu Tianyu finally understood the source of the exquisite flying shuttle. These 3 individuals hailed from small cultivation families, their ancestors having once been affluent and connected to the divine weapon sect. In pursuit of cultivation resources, they targeted unsuspecting loose cultivators, ambushing them to seize their storage bags. Unexpectedly, during one such encounter, they learned of a cave dwelling belonging to a certain foundation-building elder who had passed away. Being from a cultivation family, they had some insight and quickly deduced that the owner of this cave dwelling was a missing elder of the divine weapon sect. After a final black-on-black confrontation, the 3 individuals, armed with several ancient artifacts passed down through their families, eliminated a group of wandering cultivators in search of treasure, thereby seizing the legacy of a certain elder. This elder left behind little in the way of elixirs or spirit stones, but did leave a plethora of refining materials, a top-tier flying shuttle, and several jade slips. By covertly appropriating a few precious refining materials, the trio became instant millionaires overnight. Subsequently, equipped with the sharp spirit light shuttle and other artifacts, they joined forces to commit acts of murder and theft, gradually amassing wealth, with their continuous acquisition of cultivation resources leading to rapid advancements in their skills. Through repeated transactions of illicit goods in secret markets, they managed to procure an array of legitimate artifacts within just a few years, and their cultivation levels soared impressively. As their prowess increased, they frequently targeted solitary disciples from affluent families and sects, employing the swift spirit light shuttle to make narrow escapes on multiple occasions. Recently, since the burly man advanced to the 12th level of Qi Refinement, he has harbored ambitions of entering the divine weapon sect to restore his family's former glory. This desire arose from insights gleaned from a jade slip left behind by a foundational elder of the divine weapon sect, detailing the circumstances of the elder's demise outside in the world. This involved the cave of a golden core cultivator. It turned out that the foundational elder, in pursuit of a breakthrough to the golden core stage, had spent years investigating and discovered the secret cave of a golden core master from their sect who had not been seen for decades and was presumed to have perished. The wealth left behind by a deceased golden core cultivator would undoubtedly be considerable, a significant opportunity for a foundational cultivator. Thus, the foundational elder sought to monopolize this potential chance to break through to the golden core stage and did not report this information to the divine weapon sect, instead embarking on a solitary quest to decipher the cave's defensive array. Unfortunately, despite some progress, he could never access the core of the cave. During one of his outings, he incurred enmity while seeking materials to craft an array-breaking artifact, resulting in a mutual destruction during a battle, and not long after returning to his secret cave, he perished. The information regarding the cave of the golden core cultivator was kept secret by the burly man, never disclosed to the other 2. He believed that with this secret, once he reached the 13th level of Qi Refinement, he could seek out the golden core cultivator from the divine weapon sect, who had ties to his family, and receive foundational elixirs, paving the way for his ascent. Yet all his plans have now vanished into thin air. Lu Tianyu carefully stored the 4 top-tier artifacts, which alone were worth over 4,000 spirit stones. These 3 truly were his fortune bearers. He casually tossed the other dozen mid- and upper-tier artifacts into a storage bag, likely remnants meant for future use or items they had yet to sell. Lu Tianyu intended to find an opportunity to exchange them for spirit stones. With 700 spirit stones added to his existing reserve, his total now reached 2,300. After organizing various elixirs, talismans, and refining materials, he sifted through a pile of miscellaneous items, discarding those that did not catch his interest. A few small fireballs incinerated any items associated with the trio's identities. while the remaining items were carelessly packed into a storage bag of a diminutive size, which bore no distinctive markings. Lu Tiandu planned to bury this bag on his way back, perhaps offering a small surprise to the next fortunate discoverer. After all, some basic cultivation supplies within were commonplace for him, but could be valuable to wandering cultivators, making their destruction regrettable while retaining them felt burdensome. Once he finished dealing with the clutter, Lu Tiandu picked up several jade slips to examine them closely. Chapter 22. Please die. This haul was quite substantial. After meticulously reviewing the information recorded on the jade slips, Lu Tiandu fell into contemplation. One slip detailed the refining insights of the foundational elder from the divine weapon sect, including the methods for crafting several artifacts, including the spirit light shuttle. The materials left behind by this elder likely pertained to the crafting of one or more of these artifacts, though Lu Tiandu had not yet examined them in detail. As a renowned sect for artifact refinement in the Yuanwu Kingdom, the divine weapon sect undoubtedly possesses unique crafting techniques. However, Lu Tiandu had not delved deeply into the art of refinement and decided to store it for now. Huangfeng Valley, unlike sects such as the Hidden Moon sect or Spirit Beast Mountain, lacked a distinctive tradition and was a hodgepodge of various teachings, leaving Lu Tiandu unaware of any prominent refining masters or legacies within Huangfeng Valley. The refining insights of this foundational elder would be a rare treasure in the eyes of the foundational cultivators of Huangfeng Valley. Although the Lu family had inherited the legacy of a golden core ancestor, they had not excelled in artifact refinement, with cultivated refining talents only able to produce upper-tier artifacts. The top-tier artifacts sold at the Lu family's Golden Jade Pavilion were typically crafted by others with materials they collected. If these insights were utilized effectively, they could significantly enhance the Lu family's foundation. However, the unique crafting methods attached to the jade slips were clearly intended for those at the elder level of the divine weapon sect. As for the spirit light shuttle, he could use it without worry, as his activities primarily took place in the Yu Kingdom, rendering him unconcerned about detection by cultivators from the Yuanwu Kingdom. Lastly, there was a map of the secret cave of the Golden Core cultivator from the divine weapon sect, and some insights recorded by the elder regarding the cave's array. Although the cave of a Golden Core cultivator was immensely appealing, Lu Tiandu was certain he would not explore it at present, as even foundational cultivators struggled to breach it. However, he would naturally seek to investigate it when the opportunity arose. With the purpose of this journey accomplished and several top-tier artifacts secured, Lu Tiandu pondered whether the disappearance of the three would prompt an investigation by their family. He decided to spend a few days cultivating in the Stone Pearl world before returning to the Lu family as soon as possible. 7 days passed swiftly, and Lu Tiandu, feeling a slight enhancement in his magical power, resolved that upon returning to his family, he would prioritize elevating his cultivation to the 13th level, provided there were no pressing matters at hand. Although victorious in this recent confrontation, he recognized during his reflections that his current cultivation level limited his ability to fully wield the power of the treasures at his disposal, as these superior artifacts would only showcase their true potential in the hands of foundational cultivators. Suddenly, emerging from the Stone Pearl world, Lu Tiandu stored away several array flags and released his consciousness to scan the surroundings, unconsciously humming in surprise. Something felt amiss. This desolate mountain had not appeared like this days ago, when had such a surge of wind and sand emerged. Sensing the abnormality outside, Lu Tiandu immediately steeled himself, emitting a faint golden light around him while holding several talismans in hand. He performed the wind control technique and hovered in the air above the mountainside, furrowing his brow. Surrounding the entire mountain peak was a tempest of yellow sand and fierce winds, with the whirling sand seemingly following a certain pattern, astonishing Lu Tiandu. This was troubling. It appeared to be some kind of array, one that even suppressed his consciousness. After a moment of careful reflection, Lu Tiandu's expression shifted. In this desolate wilderness, where spiritual energy was sparse, how could anyone have set up an array? When he had scouted for a place to rest, he had deliberately chosen an inconspicuous mountain with minimal spiritual energy, suggesting that this array must have been established only in the past few days. Considering that he had obliterated the three and that they hailed from minor families without even a foundational cultivator among them, it was inconceivable that they could have arranged an array here to ambush him. In the desolate mountains, Lu Tiandu could not help but curse under his breath. The arrangement of such a formation indicated either a practice drill or a confrontation with an enemy. Both scenarios were unwelcome tidings for him. Judging by the spiritual pressure emanating from the formation, it was unlikely that any practitioner in the Qi refinement stage could escape its grasp. After a brief flight, he realized that persisting in this manner was futile. Traversing the formation drained his mana more than usual. gradually descending. He activated the wind-walking technique and glided just above the ground, calling out, "Might I inquire which esteemed predecessor is currently practicing this formation? I have inadvertently trespassed here, and if I have caused any offense, I humbly request your forgiveness. Could you please release the formation and allow me to depart?" Despite his repeated calls, no response came, leaving Lu Tiandu increasingly perplexed. Nonetheless, he maintained his vigilance. The dust-laden environment and the interference with his consciousness made him an easy target for ambushes. With scant knowledge of formations and only a few commonly used array flags at his disposal, he reluctantly braced himself to attempt breaking the formation. After flying in a specific direction for half an hour, his mana considerably depleted, he was suddenly swept back to a hillside by a violent gust of wind, darkening his expression. "Who is it?" Startled by a surge of spiritual energy from behind, Lu Tiandu swiftly shifted to the left. Simultaneously, he struck his chest with his left hand, and the faint golden light enveloping his body flared brightly, forming a golden shell akin to an eggshell around him. At that moment, a black light flashed and struck the golden shell formed by his golden thread armor. With a resounding crash, the collision of gold and black produced a sharp contrast, yet the black light could not penetrate, revealing a black hook about a foot long. An ambush? Lu Tiandu observed the black hook repelled by his light shield, a cold smile gracing his lips. With a flick of his right hand, a green sword shadow darted forth, instantly striking the outer black hook. The hook began to spin wildly from the impact. Sensing the situation was dire, the hidden assailant directed the black hook to retreat. Lu Tiandu, however, had no intention of letting the would-be assailant escape. He gestured, and the wind sword surged with brilliant azure light, swiftly pursuing the black hook and delivering a powerful blow that dimmed its glow considerably. "Friend, wait." A voice filled with urgency emerged from the swirling sands ahead, tinged with an air of desperation. Lu Tiandu halted his actions, the wind sword still hovering above him as he observed the front. Suddenly, an elderly figure materialized from the sandstorm, garbed in black and wielding a black hook with a look of regret. After casting a glance at Lu Tiandu within his golden light shield and the circling sword, a fleeting glimmer of greed appeared in the old man's triangular eyes as he exclaimed, "I am Qi Laosan from Qizhuang. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am Lu." Lu Tiandu replied coolly. Having emerged from the Shizhu world, he had reverted to his true appearance. The old man, possessing merely the cultivation of the 11th layer and wielding a subpar artifact, quickly harbored murderous intent. "Ah, so it is fellow Taoist Lu. I presume you too are ensnared within this heavenly wind-frenzied formation?" Qi Laosan explained. "I initially thought you were allied with the one who set this formation, and thus I tested you. Please forgive me." "Oh, the heavenly wind-frenzied formation? Does that imply another is responsible for this array?" Lu Tiandu remarked, an enigmatic glint flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, my brothers and I have also inadvertently entered this formation. Why not join forces to locate them? Together, we can break this formation." The old man, feigning indignation, fervently urged Lu Tiandu to unite. "Oh, how many companions do you have? This formation appears quite formidable." Lu Tiandu inquired, retracting the azure sword shadow into his storage pouch. Seeing Lu Tiandu sheath his sword, the old man's demeanor softened considerably. "Fellow Taoist Lu, need not worry. The master of this formation has already been severely injured by me. My 5 brothers should be nearby. Once we find them, with our combined strength, breaking this heavenly wind-frenzied formation will be a mere formality. Oh, in that case, prepare to meet your demise." Just as the black-clad elder reveled in the naivety of this young man, a silver flash erupted before his eyes, accompanied by Lu Tiandu's frigid voice. The old man's head exploded, and his consciousness faded. A headless corpse crumpled to the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. "I have no inclination to collaborate with those who would ambush me, so farewell," Lu Tiandu muttered with a cold smile. Chapter 23. The afflicted Xian Rian, the triangular-eyed elder, was clearly no benign figure. He had first attempted to ambush Lu Tiandu, then, upon realizing the sharpness of his artifact, sought to deceive him into breaking the formation together. Lu Tiandu had not overlooked the glint of greed in those triangular eyes. Did he truly believe him to be an inexperienced youth? Should he have allied with the elder and his brothers to break the formation? It was likely that the next moment would see them turning against him. He had not considered the possibility of confronting 6 simultaneously. Thus, after slightly lowering the elder's guard, Lu Tiandu swiftly sent him on his way. Now that he understood the formation was intended for these 6 individuals, he felt no urgency. It would be prudent to allow them to exhaust their energy first, allowing him to seek an opportunity for escape. With the speed of the Spirit Light Shuttle, he could easily outpace even a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Indeed, upon learning that this formation was the heavenly wind frenzied formation, he felt reassured. For its purpose was merely to ensnare foes, lacking significant lethality. With a swift motion, he reached for the elder's storage pouch and the fallen black hook. After retrieving the pouch and glancing at the black hook, he tossed it into his own storage pouch. The hook was merely a superior artifact, and after a brief skirmish with the wind sword, its spiritual light had waned considerably, rendering it unworthy of his attention. With a flick of his finger, a fireball descended upon the elder's remains, reducing him to a pile of ashes within moments. What's this? Lu Tiandu suddenly noticed a translucent white filament amidst the ashes. Driven by curiosity, he reached out and grasped the white filament, inspecting it closely. Upon unfurling the delicate white fabric, he discovered it to be a cloak, soft and exquisite, seemingly weightless. Given its survival in the fireball, it was likely no ordinary item. Lu Tiandu tossed the cloak into the air and infused it with mana. In an instant, it vanished from his sight. The swirling sands continued to obscure his surroundings, rendering even his spiritual sense incapable of detecting the cloak. Indeed, this old man must have relied on this artifact to evade my spiritual search, Lu Tiandu mused with a light chuckle. Once infused with mana, the cloak blended seamlessly with its environment, making it a rare treasure for concealment and ambush. After testing its capabilities, Lu Tiandu found that as long as the user refrained from extending their mana beyond 3 feet, the cloak's concealment effect remained undetectable. However, against someone with profound spiritual awareness, that might not hold true. What a splendid item. Had it not been for the old man's sudden release of mana during his ambush, I might never have discovered it. With this thought, Lu Tiandu smiled faintly, donned the white cloak over his robe, and pulled up the hood. He then found a crevice and sat cross-legged within it, instantly merging with the surrounding environment. As Lu Tiandu concealed his presence, restoring his powers to adapt to the ever-changing circumstances, the barren mountaintop remained shrouded in swirling yellow sand, with fierce winds howling through the air. In the southwestern corner of the summit, a small clearing of several square feet was untouched by the winds and sands, exuding an unusual tranquility. Suddenly, a sweet, innocent exclamation shattered the silence atop the nameless mountain. Ah, miss. That person who appeared out of nowhere has just killed one of the 6 scattered practitioners of the Qi family. In that moment, a previously despondent young girl sprang to life, clutching a jade plate as she hurried towards a nearby young lady. This young lady, clad in pure white garments, bore an expression of sorrow and fatigue. Her delicate features were marred by swollen, red eyes that evoked deep sympathy. She stared blankly at the lifeless body beside her, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. The deceased, appearing to be in her 30s, bore a striking resemblance to the young lady, with a dark stain of blood on her chest, indicating she had not been dead long. Miss, our mistress is gone. The dirt-smudged young girl, also dressed in white, gently shook the grieving lady's arm. You must gather your strength. We need to avenge her. As she spoke, a flicker of hatred crossed her youthful face. The young lady, jolted by the mention of revenge, seemed to awaken from her stupor. Revenge, yes, I must seek revenge, she murmured. Please, don't be like this, the young girl implored, her heart heavy for her mistress's desolation. Since that person has killed members of the Qi family, it shows they are not allies. I will go invite him over. If we offer a sufficient price and utilize our great formation, we still have a chance for vengeance. The girl's eyes sparkled with determination. Even if we cannot exact revenge, we could persuade him to help us escape, and later find another opportunity to settle the score. Yes, Xiaoming, you are right. The young lady's eyes lit up, and she grasped her maid's hand tightly, her spirits lifted by her companion's words. In that moment, she realized that her maid had matured rapidly through this ordeal, and she found herself admiring her resilience even amidst her own turmoil over her mother's death. Xiaoming, your cultivation is limited. Stay here and guard my mother's body while I take the flying sword to find that person. I hope he can indeed assist us. With that, a trace of sorrow washed over her face once more. After making some preparations, the young lady picked up the jade plate and carefully confirmed the position of the individual who had suddenly appeared within the formation. What? You are called Xianxia? Lu Tiandu emerged from the pit where he had been meditating, gazing at the sorrowful young lady before him, a curious expression crossing his face. His earlier visit to the Tianxia sect marketplace had included a desire to seek out this prodigious formation master and cultivate a connection, but instead, he found himself inexplicably trapped in a formation just as he was about to return to the Yu Kingdom. The peculiarities of fate were indeed inscrutable. Seeing the young man lost in thought, Xianxia repeated her plea for help. If you assist me in avenging my mother, I will gift you several legacy formation artifacts left by her. Is it for such artifacts that the 6 scattered practitioners of the Qi family are pursuing you? Lu Tiandu inquired, intrigued by the circumstances surrounding Xianxia. Not exactly, she replied, a hint of sorrow returning to her expression. My mother brought me and my maid to exchange a set of formations for a rare medicinal herb, aged several hundred years, meant to cure my affliction. On our way back, we stopped by Baiqi Mountain for an exchange meeting, where we unwittingly attracted the attention of the Qi family, who demanded we surrender the herb. Through her recounting, Lu Tiandu began to grasp the harrowing events that had befallen Xianxia and her mother. The precious herb was not only difficult to acquire, but also vital for healing, and her mother naturally would not relinquish it without a fight. After departing Baiqi Mountain, Xian's mother hurriedly fled with her 2 charges, pursued relentlessly by the Qi family's 6 practitioners. In a desperate attempt to buy time, she set up an illusory formation to trap her pursuers, but it failed to contain all 6 of them, and soon they were closing in. Thus, she was forced to establish a grand formation in this desolate mountain to confront them. Once the 6 were ensnared within the formation, Xian's mother separated them. But fearing that they would regroup and break the formation, she resolved to act swiftly. Guided by the jade plate, she attempted a surprise attack but encountered the Qi family's 3rd elder, who had just ambushed Lu Tiandu. The elder's mysterious silk attire concealed his presence, rendering him undetectable. While attempting to position herself using the jade plate, Xian's mother failed to locate him for some time. Just as she began to doubt the jade plate's efficacy and revealed herself to investigate, she was ambushed by the elder and gravely injured. Though she managed to escape with the protection of the formation flag, she succumbed shortly after, leaving only the inexperienced Xianxia and her maid Xiaoming in a state of despair atop the mountain. Chapter 24. Come, let me take you to kill. You were using this jade plate to locate those within the formation? Lu Tiandu, having grasped the full context, could hardly believe Xianxia's fate. His expression shifted as he posed a question of his own, noting her limited cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, which would make it improbable for her to detect the elder's concealed presence. This jade plate was obtained by my mother from the cave of an unknown cultivator, along with some formation legacies. Through certain secret methods, it can connect with the established formation, allowing us to observe the positions of those who enter, she explained. Originally, apart from the 3 of us, there were only the 6 from the Qi family. I do not understand how you suddenly appeared in the formation, Xianxia remarked, her brow furrowing in confusion. If you help me avenge my mother, I can also give you this jade plate. Oh, I have been traveling recently and stumbled upon this place for seclusion. I was quite surprised to discover that an array had been laid here when I emerged. Lu Tiandu explained nonchalantly. In truth, he had not been detected earlier because he was within the stone pearl world. Upon emerging, his spiritual aura had become apparent, which the jade plate had captured. After activating his cloak to conceal his form, it was surprising that he could still be located. This jade plate was indeed a remarkable artifact. What cultivation levels do the 6 from the Qi family possess? Despite Xianxia's assertion that they could utilize the formation to ambush and eliminate the 6, Lu Tiandu pressed on with a crucial inquiry. If they truly could not contend with them, he would have to abandon the formation and escape with Xianxia and Xiaoming. Upon hearing Xianxia's response, Lu Tiandu finally agreed. They are merely a bunch of rabble, he declared with righteous fervor. Such senseless killers and treasure thieves cannot be permitted to roam the earth. Today, I shall assist you, Taoist Xian. Thank you, esteemed senior. I shall never forget your kindness. Xianxia exclaimed, tears spilling from her eyes. Her sorrowful visage illuminated with a glimmer of hope. In truth, the young lady's limited experience made her vulnerable. Had she encountered someone more sinister, it is likely that instead of agreeing to avenge her mother, that person would have simply killed her to seize the jade plate and the legacies for themselves. With Xianxia leading the way, the 2 ascended to the mountain peak under the protection of the formation flags, free from the hindrance of wind and sand in just a moment. Miss, you have returned? A dirt-streaked young girl exclaimed in delight upon seeing the 2 enter this realm, her words brimming with anticipation. Following Xianxia's introduction, the girl quickly bowed to Lu Tiandu, saying, Young Master Lu, I shall never forget your great kindness. There's no need to call me young master. Just refer to me as Brother Lu, like Rian does. Lu Tiandu replied with a gentle smile. Upon receiving her mistress's nod of approval, the girl, Xiaoming, shyly addressed him, Brother Lu, stealing a glance at the remarkably handsome and profound young man in white. A surge of inexplicable thoughts filled Xiaomei's heart. With Brother Lu watching over them, her mistress would have a reliable support in the future. Rest assured, you 2 need not worry. I shall ensure your safety, Lu Tiandu reassured the two women. After a brief introduction during their journey, he had insisted that Xianxia address him as Brother Lu, and although she had initially felt shy, she had now accepted it. The tension in both women eased upon hearing Lu Tiandu's words. The sudden departure of Xian's mother had left them unsettled, but with the presence of this kind-hearted individual, they felt a renewed sense of security. After paying his respects to Xian's mother's remains, Lu Tiandu inquired about the specifics of the formation. So, as long as I hide my presence with the formation flags, they will hardly be able to detect my movements? He asked. Xianxia explained. According to the insights from our forebears, if a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator leads the formation, as long as they remain more than 10 zhang away from those trapped, even a foundation establishment cultivator's consciousness would not detect them. However, revealing oneself during an attack is inevitable. Pausing, Xianxia hesitated before adding a few more words, for she remained concerned about the earlier incident when her mother had been gravely injured while attempting a surprise attack. Although she knew that Qi Laosan was already dead, she feared that others might possess similar stealth abilities, and losing such a benevolent figure as Brother Lu would weigh heavily on her conscience. This set of the Skywind Fierce formation was left behind by an unnamed formation master. It can confine late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, but it requires at least a foundation establishment cultivator to lead it. While there is currently no one to lead the formation, it should be sufficient to trap Qi refinement cultivators. The highest cultivation level among the Qi family's 6-row cultivators is comparable to Brother Lu, and they have already been confined by my mother. As long as we proceed with caution, they should not pose a significant threat. Based on my estimates, the spirit stones sustaining the formation can last for half a day. If we cannot achieve our goal within that time, we will have to trouble Brother Lu to help Xiaoming and me escape, she concluded. Very well, with that in mind, I feel more confident. Lu Tiandu replied with a calm smile, exuding assurance. After Xianxia elucidated the fundamental aspects of the formation and imparted the incantations to operate the formation flags, Lu Tiandu felt a sudden inspiration and asked, Rian, would you like to take revenge with your own hands? A flicker of hatred passed through Xianxia's swollen eyes as she replied, If I join you, will it hinder our actions? Not at all. I have ways to protect both of us, so just relax. Come, I will lead you to exact vengeance. The simplicity of those words ignited a warm surge within the 14-year-old girl. The howling winds continued to envelop the yellow sands, presenting an unending visage. On one side of the desolate mountain, a tall yellow formation flag emitted a faint glow, gripped tightly by a small hand as white as jade. Within the circular space formed by the yellow light, Lu Tiandu and Xianxia stood atop a sword, observing a figure below darting chaotically. As he noticed the faint blush on Xianxia's neck and inhaled the subtle fragrance of the young girl, Lu Tiandu maintained an impassive demeanor while his left hand continued to channel spiritual energy to her back. That's the second one, he communicated silently. With that, a silver streak surged forth from the yellow light barrier, piercing the dantian of the black-clad cultivator not far ahead. The man collapsed instantly, a look of bewilderment on his face as he gazed in the direction revealing the two figures on the flying sword. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the girl on the sword tapped her storage pouch, and a white flying sword transformed into a streak of light, circling the black-clad man. With a swift motion, Lu Tiandu swept the man's head into a separate storage pouch. After collecting the fallen storage pouch and magical artifacts, he conjured a small fireball to clear the area, and the girl took out a jade plate, murmuring a few words before the two melded into the yellow sands and advanced in another direction. After a little over an hour, Lu Tiandu and Xianxia reappeared at the mountain summit. The girl still exuded an aura of vengeance, though the hatred in her eyes had significantly diminished. Staring blankly at her mother's remains, she broke into tears once more. Xiaoming glanced at the head within the storage pouch. After an initial shock, she retrieved it and began hacking at it with a long sword. Unable to bear the gruesome sight of blood splattering, Lu Tiandu, witnessing Xiaoming venting her frustrations, conjured another small fireball to restore cleanliness to the mountaintop. Moments later, the three gathered the formation flags and arrays, and Lu Tiandu released the sword, propelling the two women and the collected remains towards a chosen direction. More than 2 hours later, a white-haired elder and a stout young man arrived at the mountaintop, releasing their divine sense to survey the desolate landscape. Shower. There is no one else here, and we are several hundred miles from the Tianyu sects market. Let us rest for a while. Yes, grandfather. The two figures were none other than Xianxia and his grandfather from the Divine Weapon sect. Chapter 25. Two beauties. Several hours later, under Xianxia's guidance, Lu Tiandu landed on an inconspicuous nameless hill. This mountain was shrouded in mist, adorned with various trees and bamboo, yet all were of ordinary varieties. The winding path through the mountain was rugged and filled with various grasses, appearing quite unremarkable like many other nameless hills. Led by the two girls, Lu Tiandu arrived at a location indistinguishable from the surrounding scenery. Xi and Rian performed several hand seals in midair, and the scenery before them suddenly transformed. After a swirl of mist, a passageway about 10 feet wide emerged. "Brother Lu, please come inside." Xi and Rian, now having recovered significantly, bore a faint smile on her face after avenging her grudge. "What a remarkable illusion formation," Lu Tiandu exclaimed in admiration. Although he had previously released his divine sense to investigate, he had still not discovered the hidden cave, indicating that this formation likely required at least a Foundation establishment cultivator's awareness to detect. "This is the illusory heavenly net formation. If Brother Lu is interested, I can create a set for you." Xi and Rian beamed with pride at Lu Tiandu's praise for her skills and formations. "Indeed, my lady possesses a remarkable talent for formations." Xiaoming, the 11-year-old girl, tugged at Lu Tiandu's sleeve, her face radiating excitement. Due to her young age, Xiaomei's emotions fluctuated quickly, witnessing her mistress's vengeance fulfilled. She chattered incessantly on their way back, developing a deeper sense of reliance on this older brother figure. After all, on the journey back, Lu Tiandu had declined the offer of the formation inheritance and jade plate from Xi and Rian's mother, stating only that he hoped she could assist him in developing several sophisticated formations and that he would purchase them at market value, without any expectation of repayment. This gesture further endeared Lu Tiandu to Xi and Rian and Xiaoming, instilling in them a sense of genuine friendship and respect for his noble character. Soon, 3 figures traversed the winding path, emerging before a cluster of bamboo houses, encircled by a serene bamboo forest that exuded an air of tranquility and depth. Xi and Rian gazed upon her humble abode, where she had lived for over a decade, and felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. In just a few days, while her ancestral home remained, she had become estranged from it. At that moment, Xiaoming also felt a tinge of sadness. With the matriarch gone, it would now be just the two of them. Lu Tiandu seemed to sense their grief, gently patting Xi and Rian's shoulder and ruffling the little girl's hair, reassuring her. "Do not worry, your elder brother Lu will visit you often." These words unexpectedly triggered an emotional outpour from Xi and Rian, tears cascading down her cheeks. Lu Tiandu enveloped the young girl in his embrace, murmuring, "Let it all out. Crying will ease your heart." The heart-wrenching cries reverberated through the small courtyard, soaking Lu Tiandu's chest and leaving his waist dampened by the girl's tears. He said nothing, merely offering gentle pats on their delicate backs. In his previous life, he had not experienced the anguish of losing a loved one. In this life, his former self had lost his parents in an accident at the tender age of 12. He had once inquired about the details of their demise, but was met with the admonition from Uncle Yongqing that he would only be worthy of vengeance after establishing his foundation in cultivation. At this moment, moved by the emotions of the two girls, the resolute heart of Lu Tiandu softened with a touch of melancholy. Time passed, though it felt undetermined, until the lovely girl in his arms ceased her sobbing, her pallid complexion blossoming with a hint of color as she lay still against him. "Rian, your elder brother Lu has stood for quite a while. Will you not invite me in for a cup of tea?" The teasing voice at her ear startled Xi and Rian from her daze. She quickly withdrew from Lu Tiandu's warm embrace and replied softly, "Elder brother Lu, please come in." Detaching from that broad, comforting chest, Xi and Rian felt an inexplicable sense of loss. "Xiaoming, please fetch my favorite tea leaves," said Xi and Rian. The little girl, having dried her tears, replied with a nod and dashed toward one of the bamboo houses. Once Lu Tiandu was welcomed into the guest house, Xi and Rian prepared tea for him, after which both girls excused themselves to freshen up. Aware that their attire had become disheveled due to their recent turmoil and the sorrow of losing a loved one. Seeing them depart, Lu Tiandu changed into a clean outfit, as his clothes were sullied by dust and tears. An hour passed before the two girls returned, highlighting the timeless truth that women invariably take their time to prepare. Before Lu Tiandu stood 2 enchanting young ladies, Xi and Rian, clad in pure white, with delicate brows and a refined nose, her jade-like face glowing with renewed vitality, her once swollen eyes sparkling with brilliance. The girl possessed rosy lips and pearly teeth, and as she stood gracefully at the door of the bamboo house, her smile captivated him. Xiaoming, similarly dressed in white, wore a cherubic face adorned with a hint of baby fat, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy, a clear indication of her beauty in the making. "Elder brother Lu, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Xi and Rian's voice, though still slightly hoarse, retained a melodious quality that was immensely pleasing to the ear. Xiaoming bounced over, exclaiming, "Elder brother Lu, let me get you a fresh cup of tea." Gazing at the two charming girls, Lu Tianyu felt a surge of delight. Time, indeed, passed swiftly. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. After concluding the arrangements for Xianxia's mother's funeral, the two girls visibly relaxed, understanding that the deceased could not return, and it was imperative for the living to move forward. In the bamboo house, Lu Tianyu furrowed his brow as he retracted the spiritual energy he had infused into Xianxia. She still bore traces of discomfort from the surging yang energy within her during her cultivation. "Elder brother Lu, there is no need to feel troubled. My constitution is that of a dragon's resonance. I was born into a female form although I possess a male's essence. Unless I abandon my cultivation, I fear." Xianxia's lips curled into a bittersweet smile, her bright eyes dimming slightly. She was acutely aware of her own condition. The forced cultivation had led to a disruption of her meridians, gradually causing them to misalign and weaken. Relinquishing her practice was not an option, as she did not wish to forsake the myriad benefits it provided: heightened senses, boundless energy, perfect recall, flight with artifacts, and an extended lifespan. Despite her commendable memory, the prospect of achieving perfect recall at the 5th level of Qi Refinement filled her with anticipation. Moreover, for her passion for the art of formations, she could not relinquish her pursuit of cultivation, as advanced studies demanded greater prowess. Yet, the burden of her affliction weighed heavily on her heart, for it had cost her mother's life. "Since we have discovered an ancient remedy, and my aunt has gone to great lengths to obtain the spiritual herbs, you should prepare some elixirs and give them a try. Upon my return to the Lu family, I will assist you in researching texts for potential cures." Xianxia had not cultivated for long, and her meridian damage was still minor. However, as her cultivation progressed in the coming years, it was likely to worsen. Lu Tianyu was well aware of the solutions available, but for now, he could only offer comfort to the young girl. After all, whether it was the senior cultivators at the nascent soul stage who periodically infused a trace of yin energy to alleviate their injuries, or the 10th level ice phoenix balancing excess yang energy, these were challenges beyond their current capabilities. Turning to the carefree Xiaoming, Lu Tianyu remarked, "I did not anticipate that Xiaoming possesses the dual elemental roots of wood and earth. With sufficient cultivation resources, establishing her foundation will not be a problem, and she could become a great ally in the future. Indeed, Xiaoming's potential is no less than that of the disciples in the sect. It is I who have held her back," Xianxia said with a bittersweet smile. "Miss, what are you saying?" Xiaoming shook her little head vigorously, pouting. "I do not want to leave you. If it weren't for the matriarch's rescue, I would have perished long ago. I promised the matriarch to accompany you for a lifetime." The little girl clung affectionately to Xianxia, declaring, "I will always stay by your side. I have no desire to join any sect." Xianxia said nothing further, tenderly kissing Xiaoming's forehead. Their bond, forged over years, was deeper than that of ordinary sisters. If she truly could not find a solution to her physical ailment, perhaps entrusting Xiaoming to elder brother Lu in the future would be a good option. The thought caused a subtle ache in her heart. Chapter 26. A parting gift. Well, it is time for me to depart. Lu Tianyu smiled at the two reluctant girls, realizing he had spent half a month in their company. "I will visit you whenever I can. Both of you are still at a nascent stage in your cultivation. Unless absolutely necessary, remain at home and focus on your practice. Do not venture outside." After reiterating his advice several times, Lu Tianyu finally took flight, leaving the nameless hill behind as the two girls watched him go. As she gazed at Lu Tianyu's retreating figure, Xianxia remained in a daze. The events of the past half-month flooded her mind, filling her with a warmth of affection and anticipation for elder brother Lu's next visit. Had it not been for the kind-hearted Lu Tianyu, she scarcely knew how she would face her mother's passing and the quest for vengeance, let alone the solace and care he had provided during this trying time. Furthermore, to spare them the burdens of mundane matters, elder brother Lu had left behind ample resources for cultivation, combined with her mother's legacy. For the foreseeable future, both she and Xiaoming would not need to toil for such necessities. "Miss, I will cultivate diligently. I will protect you well." Xiaoming tugged at Xianxia's sleeve. Recalling elder brother Lu's exhortation, her eagerness to practice ignited, followed by a sigh. Uncertain of when brother Lu might next visit, a hint of worry crossed the tender features of the young girl. Observing this expression, Xianxia couldn't help but smile, playfully tapping the little girl's forehead with her delicate fingers. "Already missing brother Lu the moment he leaves?" she teased. A rare blush blossomed on Xiaoming's cheeks as she shyly replied, "If the lady misses brother Lu, then I miss brother Lu too." Meanwhile, Lu Tianyu stood on his flying sword, contemplating Xianxia and Xiaoming. Although still young, The prodigious array master Xianxia had already displayed remarkable talent in the art of formations. As he listened to their conversation, Lu Tiandu was genuinely astonished by the brilliance that shone in Xianxia's eyes while she explained the principles of various formations. It was evident that the understanding between individuals can vary immensely, sometimes even akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Lu Tiandu had faced numerous setbacks regarding his comprehension of formations. He had once believed that his innate talent in spells and talismans might grant him some aptitude in formations. But the reality was that true genius could leave the ordinary feeling utterly despondent. The scarcity of array masters in the southern cultivation realm is well known. One only has to recall the incidents surrounding the descent into the Demon Valley and the sealing of demonic energy at Seven Spirit Island to understand this. Should Xianxia publicly reveal her talent, despite her dragon-chanting body being a disadvantage, her aptitude in formations would likely entice even the most seasoned Yuanying elders into nurturing her within their sects, for such talent is indeed rare. At this moment, Xianxia had made significant progress in her studies of formations such as the Gale of Heaven's Wind, the illusory Heavenly Net, and the Azure Water Armor formation. According to her, with a qualified artifact craftsman to assist, the power of the formations could reach about 50 to 60% of their full potential. Remarkably, she had even grasped a tenth of the inverted 5 elements formation, famously known as a minor forbidden formation. The only shortcoming lay in the lack of a competent craftsman and an abundance of materials to forge the necessary array flags and discs. Thus, as they parted, Lu Tiandu presented her with a jade slip containing a detailed list of materials required to set up these formations, intending to gather them through the Tianyu pavilion upon his return. He also left behind a generous assortment of items, 3 vials each of Huanglong pills and Jinsui pills, a large quantity of pill refining pills, dozens of mid to upper tier talismans, an advanced wood-based cultivation method obtained from the Lu family scripture pavilion, various crafting and array materials, a shield, and a flying sword, all of which were upper-tier magical artifacts, alongside 100 low-tier spirit stones. The cultivation methods and elixirs were primarily designated for Xiaoming, as these would significantly enhance her dual spiritual roots in a short time, ensuring her ability to protect Xianxia. Lu Tiandu harbored additional hopes for Xiaoming, aspiring to train her as an artifact craftsman once she established her foundation. This way, with the innate true fire of a foundation-building cultivator, they would no longer need to rely on the earth fire provided by other sects or families for artifact crafting or pill refining. In the future, with the collaboration between Xianxia and Xiaoming, supplemented by the materials provided by Lu Tiandu, they could continuously produce a variety of thoroughly researched formations, facilitating the accumulation of spirit stones and the forging of valuable connections. Upon their farewell, Xianxia, persuaded by Lu Tiandu, agreed to reduce her cultivation time. With the help of certain pills, she should maintain her current state for the next 2 to 3 years without issue. Should no solution present itself thereafter, they would have to seek Millennium Spirit herbs as catalysts to concoct pills that could delay the deterioration of her meridians. As Lu Tiandu toyed with the gauzy cloak, he recalled the Qi family's 6 scattered practitioners, whom he had dispatched with ease. After the death of the Qi family's eldest, while collecting their storage bags, he discovered a beast hide pouch containing a mid-level sniffing spirit beast. This revelation clarified why Xian's mother had previously attracted trouble with the 400-year-old spirit herb in her storage bag. As a loose cultivator, her storage bag was not particularly advanced, and it was entirely plausible that the sniffing spirit beast had detected the high-aged spirit herb due to her frequent openings to purchase various auxiliary spiritual materials. Consequently, this small beast met its end at the furious hands of Xianxia, who cleaved it into several pieces. Although the 6 scattered practitioners hailed from a minor family, their downfall had rendered them akin to loose cultivators. The highest cultivation levels among them were the 11th stage of the eldest and the 3rd, while the others were at the 9th and 10th stages. While they were insignificant to Lu Tiandu, they were still quite renowned among loose cultivators. During this period, Lu Tiandu perused the storage bags of the 6, finding only the 3rd Qi's exquisite gauzy cloak of interest. The rest comprised a dozen mid to upper tier magical artifacts, some crafting materials and spirit herbs, a few mid-tier talismans, and over 300 spirit stones, but no top-tier artifacts. A portion of the materials Lu Tiandu had previously left for the 2 women was collected during his usual endeavors, while many others were acquired from the recent defeat of these 9 individuals. Regarding the spirit stones, Lu Tiandu initially intended to reserve the over 300 stones for the 2 women, anticipating that Xian's mother, due to her efforts in concocting pills for Xianxia, would not possess many spirit stones. Otherwise, she would not have traded a precious array artifact for spirit herbs. After some polite refusals, the two women ultimately accepted only 100 stones, deeming it sufficient for their cultivation for the next 2 to 3 years. Lu Tiandu did not insist further, as he planned to return in 6 months, at which point he could take them to the Tianxing sects market for any further needs. With a wave of his hand, Lu Tiandu conjured several yellow array flags and a yellow array disc, remnants of the gale of Heaven's wind formation that had ensnared the Qi family's 6 scattered practitioners. This was a parting gift from Xianxia. At that moment, aside from the ancient array legacy left by the nameless array master and the formidable array set placed at her doorstep, these array tools were among her most treasured possessions. According to the Jade Slip's description, this grand array could trap even late-stage foundation-building cultivators if presided over by a foundation-building practitioner, making it an invaluable formation. Had Xian's mother not encountered the third Qi, who possessed a hidden movement artifact, the outcome could have been quite different. Lu Tiandu gladly accepted the array tools, recognizing their value in enhancing his foundation. He envisioned that once he reached the pinnacle of Qi refining, this array would enable him to contend against foundation-building practitioners. A few days later, Lu Tiandu descended his flying sword and entered the Tianyu pavilion within the Huangfeng Valley market. After 2 hours, he emerged from the pavilion and, having left the market, flew back towards the Lu family estate. His visit to Tianyu pavilion was not only to have his 13th uncle assist in gathering materials for crafting array flags and discs, but also to inquire about avenues for acquiring certain artifacts of dubious origin. As anticipated, this venerable establishment, with its centuries-long heritage, possessed such connections, alleviating Lu Tiandu of the trouble associated with discreetly selling items in the future. However, when Lu Tiandu produced nearly 30 mid to upper-tier artifacts, his uncle stared, mouth agape, utterly astonished. "Just how many people have you killed?" he inquired incredulously. After Lu Tiandu recounted his experiences involving 2 highway robbery incidents, his uncle expressed both relief at Lu Tiandu's caution and admiration for his decisiveness. Remarking on the ancestral legacy evident in his actions, Lu Tiandu merely smiled and refrained from elaborating further. As he departed, Lu Tiandu selected 2 upper-tier artifacts from his uncle, allowing him to deduct the cost from the acquired items. He then soared towards his family estate. Upon arriving at the entrance of his courtyard, he noticed several communication talismans floating in the air. With a flourish of his sleeve, he collected them all before releasing the restrictions and stepping into his courtyard. This outing was initially expected to be a brief trip, lasting no more than a few days. However, in the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. Listening to the sweet voice of Chen Qiaoming echoing from the communication talisman, Lu Tiandu couldn't help but smile. He took out several more talismans, listening attentively to the messages contained within. After gathering his thoughts, he freshened up and made his way to visit his uncle, Lu Yongqing. The last time Lu Tiandu returned, his uncle had been in seclusion, and they had not yet met. It was only after Lu Yongqing emerged from his retreat and learned of Lu Tiandu's return from his travels that he sent a communication talisman. Unaware that Lu Tiandu had departed again, Lu Yongqing was a middle-aged man clad in azure robes, his face marked by a serene wisdom. At that moment, he sat cross-legged on a meditation mat within the grand hall, listening intently as Lu Tiandu recounted his experiences from the past year. After Lu Tiandu demonstrated several intermediate-level spells, Lu Yongqing's bright eyes shone even more with approval. "Indeed, it seems you have not squandered your talents over the past year," he remarked with a hint of a smile, nodding to express his affirmation. He held high hopes for Lu Tiandu, who had made significant progress in his cultivation. After providing guidance on the challenges Lu Tiandu encountered during his practice and offering words of encouragement, he permitted him to continue his training. After respectfully bowing, Lu Tiandu exited the loft. Although Lu Yongqing, a mid-foundation cultivator of the Lu family, typically spoke little and exuded a somewhat aloof demeanor, Lu Tiandu was quite accustomed to interacting with his uncle. After all, he had begun his cultivation under Lu Yongqing's tutelage at the tender age of 10. And over the years, he had come to understand his uncle's cool exterior and warm heart. Moreover, Lu Yongqing treated Lu Tiandu exceptionally well. And given Lu Tiandu's commendable innate talent, his uncle was particularly pleased with him. Only Lu Yongqing was fully aware of Lu Tiandu's true progress in his magical studies within the Lu family. "Fourth brother, you're back." Just as Lu Tiandu descended from the loft and passed through the corridor, a melodious voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Lu Tiandu was about to respond when a flash of red dashed into his embrace. "Come now, you little girl. How old are you now?" Lu Tiandu affectionately patted the girl in his arms. "Fourth brother, I was just about to find you. At this moment, the girl in red stepped back from Lu Tiandu's embrace, adorably wrinkling her nose. Fourth brother, you came back months ago, and now you only just come to see me? I'm not happy. How about I make it up to you, Xianxia? Lu Tiandu chuckled at the 13 or 14-year-old girl before him, omitting the fact that he had gone out again a month prior. The girl, dressed in a red robe, had a slender figure and particularly long legs, drawing attention. Her fair oval face was framed by elegantly arched brows, her eyes twinkling like stars, and her lips curved into a gentle smile as she gazed at Lu Tiandu. This delightful girl was none other than Lu Yongqing's youngest daughter, Lu Tianxian. I want to accept your verbal apology. Lu Tianxian teased, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she placed her hands on her hips. If you take me with you next time you go out, I'll forgive you. Dream on. Looking at Lu Tianxian's expectant face, Lu Tiandu retorted playfully. I can't take you far until your cultivation reaches the 10th level. I'm still not happy. The girl's expression immediately soured as she tugged on Lu Tiandu's arm playfully. All right, look at this. With that, Lu Tiandu waved his hand over his storage pouch, producing 2 items in his palm. Oh, is this a gift from fourth brother? Lu Tianxian's eyes lit up as she spotted a white jade pendant and a fiery red flying sword. Yes, these are gifts I brought back for you from my travels. This flying sword is perfectly suited to your attributes. Now go play with your gifts. Thank you, fourth brother. The little girl's face lit up with joy as she clutched the 2 upper-tier magical artifacts tightly. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Sister Qiaoqian went to your courtyard to find you, Lu Tianxian suddenly recalled, tapping her forehead. I asked her to come with me to find you, but she didn't come. All right, I understand. Lu Tiandu nodded and added, have fun for a while, but don't neglect your training. I know. The little girl turned back to make a funny face before swiftly disappearing from sight. Lu Tiandu chuckled and shook his head. Among the younger generation of the Lu family, the ones closest to Lu Tiandu were Lu Yongqing's son and daughter, Lu Tianxing and Lu Tianxian, as the 3 had cultivated together under Lu Yongqing's guidance for many years. Lu Tianxing should also be in seclusion at this time, otherwise, he would have come to find Lu Tiandu upon learning of his return. Unfortunately, Tianxian, being a triple spirit root, had average talent, and Lu Tiandu wondered just how far she would be able to go in the future. Utilizing his wind-walking technique, Lu Tiandu soon arrived at his small courtyard. At that moment, a graceful figure stood beneath a cherry blossom tree, seemingly lost in thought, oblivious to the petals cascading onto her dark tresses. Lu Tiandu silently approached from behind, gazing at the elegant silhouette before him, and recalled past tender moments. Junior sister. Ah, brother, you're back? Chen Qiaoming startled awake, her exquisite features lighting up with a smile as she gracefully floated toward Lu Tiandu. Lu Tiandu smiled gently, extending his arms to embrace the beauty. Wait, it seems you've gained some weight? Chen Qiaoming playfully huffed. I've grown a year older. Of course there are changes. Oh, as long as those changes are for the better. Lu Tiandu chuckled, casting a meaningful glance at her figure. Put me down quickly before someone sees. At the sight of Lu Tiandu's expression, Chen Qiaoming blushed, fully aware of the changes in her body over the past year. Recognizing the mischievous glint in her brother's eyes, she felt a warmth in her heart, and her demeanor softened further. Embracing the lovely girl, Lu Tiandu whispered softly in her ear, Come on, brother Tiandu will take you back to our little nest. A beauty's affection is not to be taken lightly. Chapter 28. 6 months of hard training in a quaint and elegant bedroom. Chen Qiaoming reclined against Lu Tiandu, her robe partially undone. Her cheeks flushed as she listened quietly to her beloved recount the minutiae of his experiences over the past year. Naturally, any mention of her encounters with Xian Rian and the others was conveniently overlooked by Lu Tiandu. He leaned down to kiss the smooth forehead of his junior sister, saying, During this trip, I acquired several treasures, and there's one that seems quite fitting for you. Would you like me to show it to you now? No. Chen Qiaoming pouted, snuggling closer into Lu Tiandu's embrace. I only want my Tiandu brother. After saying this, she quickly pecked Lu Tiandu on the cheek, looking adorably shy. Is this still the same Chen Qiaoming? Lu Tiandu mused to himself. Why does it feel like she's becoming more and more love-struck? Has my sweet talk over the past 2 years been too much? This one Tiandu, though I am your one and only, I still wish to be someone else's one and only as well. Lu Tiandu playfully patted Chen Qiaoming's bottom, a gesture that signaled her to rise. However, to his surprise, she protested, No, let me stay a little longer. It's been over a year since we've seen each other. Don't you miss me? Chen Qiaoming gazed up at Lu Tiandu with her enchanting eyes. Why does this girl consistently appear to be lacking in security? Lu Tiandu lowered his head. immediately indicating his answer through action, and Chen Qiaoming responded enthusiastically. Moments later, they finally separated, both breathless. Unexpectedly, Chen Qiaoming's kissing skills had improved so much. Recalling his contribution to this, Lu Tiandu secretly chuckled. Come on, let us sit up for a moment. My legs have gone numb. We've been like this for quite a while, haven't we? He said with a light laugh. Humph. I didn't know that a cultivator could have numb legs after such a duration. Chen Qiaoming shot him a sidelong glance. You're not growing tired of me, are you? This is getting more absurd by the moment. Lu Tiandu quickly interrupted her wandering thoughts. Don't think nonsense. Look, this is a special gift I prepared for you, a rare top-tier defensive artifact. Do you like it? He held out a luminous green orb in his palm. Oh, what is this artifact called? It's the Bailing Pearl. Try infusing it with your spiritual energy. Lu Tiandu encouraged Chen Qiaoming to experiment. Moments later, her face lit up with astonishment. As expected of a top-tier treasure, I struck it several times with my water sword, and it didn't budge an inch. The water sword was a reward from her father for reaching the 10th level of Qi Refinement a month ago. A premium-grade flying sword that harmonized perfectly with her water-based cultivation techniques. Good, keep it safe. It will provide you with extra protection when you venture outside, Lu Tiandu advised. No, this is too precious. Chen Qiaoming shook her head. Brother Tiandu, you should keep it for yourself. With this defensive artifact, I feel more at ease when you go out alone. Be good and take it. I haven't given you anything of significant value yet. Lu Tiandu smiled, gently tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear. Didn't you just touch my thin garment earlier? That is my newly acquired golden silk armor. Lu Tiandu explained the armor's benefits with a smile. Now I understand. Chen Qiaoming exclaimed, her face brightening. With this armor, I will also feel assured when you go out. She then insisted that Lu Tiandu lift his clothing for a closer look. They had not seen each other for over a year, so Chen Qiaoming was reluctant to part with her beloved after just one meeting. Thus, they spent half a month ensconced in Lu Tiandu's little courtyard. After bidding farewell to Chen Qiaoming, Lu Tiandu exhaled deeply, unsure why he felt so relieved. Oh, a girl in the throes of love can be quite a handful. At that moment, Lu Tiandu activated the restrictions of his courtyard and prepared to enter seclusion. Previously, he had learned from Chen Qiaoming that her brother, Chen Qiaoming, had returned unscathed from the blood-forbidden trial, obtaining a foundation establishment pill. However, after several months of retreat, he still failed to establish his foundation. The difficulty of forming a foundation with 3 spiritual roots was evident, and it seemed he would need to consume 2 or 3 foundation establishment pills simultaneously. Chen Qiaoming had been taking them one at a time, and it was not surprising he had not succeeded given his bad luck. Now that Lu Tiandu possessed a golden finger, he had many close ones with 3 spiritual roots around him. While he did not dare to hope for everyone to reach golden core stage, he at least wished for them to establish their foundations, not having wasted a lifetime pursuing the path of immortality. However, he felt there was no rush for this matter. In the world of stone beads, beneath the Tongtian Peak, within a small wooden cabin, Lu Tiandu slowly rose from his meditation mat. He had been in seclusion for 3 months, consuming several bottles of Huanglong Dan and Jinsui Wan, and his cultivation had naturally reached the 12th level. It had taken him 7 months to progress from the 11th to the 12th level, which included over a month of external activities, along with continuous practice of techniques and talisman drawing during his retreat. All in all, the time had passed swiftly. After tidying up, Lu Tiandu made a trip to the Jinyu Pavilion, delivering 200 mid-tier talismans and 30 high-tier talismans to his 13th uncle. In total, he received 2,300 spirit stones, which included several mid-tier wind attribute spirit stones specifically exchanged for him by his uncle, along with 1 mid-tier lightning attribute spirit stone. In the cultivation world, mid-tier spirit stones were the most commonly circulated currency among cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above, while the rarer attributes were not as prevalent. Thankfully, having family support in acquiring these scarce spirit stones saved Lu Tiandu a great deal of time. These talismans were primarily crafted by him, using spirit stones to enhance lower and mid-tier talismans in the creation furnace, totaling 500 spirit stones consumed. From this transaction, he could earn 1,800 spirit stones. In fact, when calculating profits, converting lower-tier talismans into mid-tier ones yielded greater returns than using mid-tier to upgrade to high-tier. However, considering the efficiency of a genius talisman maker and his current cultivation level, he had to set aside his ambitions. Being too outstanding would not only label him a genius, but a prodigy, which could attract unwanted attention, leading to potential dangers. Moreover, these initial mid to upper-tier talismans had become one of the flagship products of the Jinyu Pavilion, particularly the premium high-tier talismans, which were adored by peak Qi refinement and early foundation establishment cultivators, bringing significant foot traffic to the pavilion and boosting sales of other items as well. This made the family increasingly value him. Upon returning, Lu Tiandu entered another phase of seclusion. Since reaching the 12th level, Huanglongdan and Jin Sui Wan had entirely lost their effectiveness on him. After some calculations, he realized that he had 12 bottles remaining from the originally 30 bottles of unnamed stones and messages, including those gifted to Xianxia and himself. He intended to save them for their next meeting. He still had 6 bottles of qi-nourishing pills, which were not much better than Huanglongdan. So he decided to cease their consumption. For those in the 10th level of qi refinement and above, the family provided him with more effective gathering qi pills and condensing qi pills, which he could receive 2 bottles of free each year. Currently, he had 3 bottles of each type on hand, perfectly timed to help him break through to the great perfection of qi refinement. 3 months swiftly passed, and Lu Tiandu emerged from his retreat, but he had not yet reached the 13th level. His timing coincided perfectly with the agreed-upon date with Xianxia and the others. So he made another trip to the Jinyu Pavilion, bringing back a large quantity of materials for refining formations. The 30 or so unidentified artifacts he had previously sold had all been disposed of by his 13th uncle, yielding a profit of about 4,000 spirit stones. After deducting the cost of 2 artifacts valued at 500 spirit stones, which he had purchased to gift to Xianxia, the rest had been used to acquire these materials. Lu Tiandu was taken aback. Indeed, refining artifacts was a costly endeavor. However, these materials could not be used for crafting formation flags or discs just yet, partly due to the lack of a reliable craftsman and also because Xianxia had not fully grasped certain formations. It would be wasteful to use materials on a formation that only exerted half its power. Nevertheless, bringing these materials along would allow Xianxia to familiarize herself with their properties, facilitating future adjustments and research on other formations. Although spending over 3,000 spirit stones bought a considerable amount of materials, it still only represented a small fraction of what was documented in the Jade Slip. Lu Tiandu had instructed his 13th uncle to continue collecting the remaining materials, with costs to be settled later. Chapter 29. Great Perfection of Qi Refinement and the Beauty-Retaining Pill Brother Lu. Upon seeing Lu Tiandu arrive punctually, Xianxia and Xiao Mei beamed with joy. Time flew by, and soon it was time to part ways. During this time, Lu Tiandu had been with the 2 women, and they had decorated themselves and visited the Tianxing sect's marketplace, purchasing numerous items. Now, in just 6 months, Xiao Mei had advanced from the 3rd to the 6th level of qi refinement, while Xianxia, though slowing her pace, had reached the 5th level. The trio celebrated heartily, and at the moment of parting, Lu Tiandu generously bestowed upon the 2 ladies a considerable quantity of the Spirit Valley elixirs he had refined himself, including 12 vials of Huanglongdan, 6 vials of Yangqidan, and several ordinary pills acquired from the 3 robust men. This constituted all the low-tier elixirs he possessed. As Lu Tiandu departed, he stood upon his flying sword, leaving the 2 women gazing after him with reluctance. Upon returning to the Lu family, Lu Tiandu visited the Internal Affairs Hall, where he retrieved a vial of Ningqidan and exchanged monthly spirit stones for 3 additional vials. He then immersed himself in seclusion once more. 2 months later, Lu Tiandu emerged from his wooden cabin, laughing heartily. At that point, he had attained the pinnacle of qi refinement, soaring through the Shizhu world on his flying sword. After familiarizing himself with the enhancement of his magical power and practicing several magical artifacts, he eventually came to a halt. Alas, the Shizhu world felt a tad too desolate. It was filled with ancient giant trees, devoid of any amusement. With nothing pressing to attend to, he meandered through his medicinal herb garden. The medicinal fields had expanded to 4 acres, and as he observed the various spirit herbs thriving in this rich spiritual atmosphere, Lu Tiandu felt akin to a seasoned farmer, his heart brimming with joy. The quantity of spirit herbs had significantly increased since a year ago, partly due to his continuous purchases of various seeds, and partly from the materials he had harvested from other storage bags. Anything with roots had been replanted under his care. An hour later, Lu Tiandu returned to his cabin and took out a jade slip to peruse. This slip contained the formulas for elixirs he had copied from the family's scripture repository, including the formulas for Yangqidan, Zhiqidan, and Ningqidan suitable for the qi refinement stage, as well as the Huqidan formula for the foundation establishment stage. Other recipes included various foundational elixirs, such as the foundation establishment dan, the beauty retention dan, and the fragrance solidifying dan. The Lu family, once home to golden core cultivators, possessed a substantial collection, but access was limited without a certain status. Lu Tiandu, currently ranked among the top 10 in the family, had the right to view most materials, barring secrets vital to the family's survival. Naturally, he would be expected to reciprocate appropriately once he reached the foundation establishment stage. Months prior, he had contemplated developing a second revenue-generating product and ultimately decided to focus on selling elixirs. After all, in the southern cultivation world, aside from certain forbidden zones, high-aged spirit herbs were exceedingly rare, and for Qi refinement cultivators to offer millennium herbs, which were valuable even to nascent soul cultivators, posed excessive risk. As for which elixir to refine, he ultimately chose the Beauty Retention Dan over the Qi Dan, as both were of high value, but the former targeted a niche demographic, presenting a lower risk of attracting the attention of foundation establishment seniors. With his decision made, Lu Tiandu began a relentless cycle between the stone furnace in the cave halfway up Tongtian Peak and his herb garden. The spirit stones in his storage bag dwindled continuously. Each drop of the small green liquid synthesized in the Chaohua divine furnace required 50 spirit stones and could enhance the age of spirit herbs by a century. Ultimately, Lu Tiandu expended nearly 3,000 spirit stones to gather the necessary materials for a batch of Beauty Retention Dan. Among these, four were over 1,000 years old. With two being particularly rare, it was likely that anyone outside would hesitate to refine such a low-impact elixir from such precious materials. After a cleansing ritual, Lu Tiandu lit incense and sat in silence for a while before commencing the refinement of the Beauty Retention Dan. With years of experience refining the fasting elixir and having previously consulted with family alchemists, he felt confident about this relatively uncomplicated elixir that did not require innate true fire. Indeed, after an hour, he beheld 20 shimmering pink pills rotating in the jade plate, and upon comparing them with the descriptions in the jade slip, a smile illuminated his face. Although a few had been wasted during his first attempt, the overall outcome was commendable. After a thorough review, Lu Tiandu divided the elixirs into different jade bottles, reserving one for himself. Having just celebrated his 20th birthday a couple of months ago, he was in his prime, making it the perfect time to consume the Beauty Retention Dan. Tilting his head back, he swallowed the pill, yet several hours passed without any discernible effects. He remained unconcerned, retrieving another jade slip to study a new technique before entering seclusion once again. 3 months later, Lu Tiandu concluded this period of retreat, partly to spend time with his junior sister Chen, who had sent him numerous affectionate messages during this time, and partly to prepare for his upcoming journey. This expedition aimed to sell the recently refined Beauty Retention Dan and some talismans he had previously stored, allowing him to amass a substantial amount of spirit stones for future cultivation needs. Ultimately, he intended to visit the Ascension conference to meet Han Li and, as agreed, exchange the Ascension token for the Millennium Spirit Herb in Han Li's possession. Upon returning, he would then prepare for the Blood Forbidden Land trial, a crucial destination that housed numerous ancient spirit herb seedlings. Its importance to him could not be overstated, and he was willing to delay his foundation establishment for several years if necessary. Brother Tiandu, why not let me accompany you on your travels? Chen leaned against Lu Tiandu, her face clouded with dissatisfaction, as the moment of separation approached, compounded by her bad brother refusing to take her along. Be good. Focus on your cultivation at home. Once we both achieve foundation establishment, we shall embark on adventures together. Here, take a look at the gift I've prepared for you. Lu Tiandu produced a small jade bottle with a smile. What is it? The young lady, still mired in her disappointment over Lu Tiandu's departure, appeared listless. Beauty Retention Dan, Lu Tiandu whispered in Chen's ear. Ah, Chen leaped up, snatching the small jade bottle and pressing it against her bosom. Is it real? Where did you get this? Could it be false? Lu Tiandu chuckled lightly. I also took one to try it out, and it seems my appearance hasn't changed much over these past few months. Then I must take one too. Hearing that her future partner had already taken the Beauty Retention Dan, Chen felt an urgent desire. Her eyes twinkled as she inquired, Can I take it now? You're just over 18. You're still at your peak beauty. It should be fine, right? What do you mean by should be fine? The young lady's mood soured instantly. Am I not the most beautiful? Or do you think someone else is prettier in your eyes? Her expression changed faster than flipping a page. Given your words, if you weren't the most beautiful, would I be giving you the Beauty Retention Dan? Lu Tiandu replied earnestly. You are undoubtedly the most beautiful, both now and in the future. That is beyond question. You've passed this time. The young lady chuckled, her displeasure dissipating. However, she resolved to wait a few months before taking the elixir, as although her appearance had greatly improved under her bad brother's guidance, traces of youth still lingered on her face. As the saying goes, a woman beautifies herself for the one she loves. Naturally, she wished to preserve her most exquisite visage. Chapter 30. Tian Lei Zi and the virtual spirit, the days of bliss are always fleeting. A few days later, after reporting to the Lu family, Lu Tiandu set off northward. 2 months earlier, he had sent his 13th uncle 200 mid-tier talismans and 30 high-tier talismans, receiving a total of 2,300 spirit stones in return. Currently, he possessed a total of 2,800 spirit stones. For this journey, he intended to procure some supplies just in case. Donning a new disguise, Lu Tiandu appeared in the largest shop within the Huangfeng Valley Market, the Wanbao Tower. Clad in gray, the name Wanbao Tower exudes an air of grandeur. As a renowned chain store in the Yu Kingdom, its prowess certainly matches its illustrious title. This time, Lu Tiandu had his sights set on a particular item within Wanbao Tower. Guided by the attendant, he effortlessly made his way to the VIP room on the 2nd floor. The room was infused with a delicate fragrance, lending an ethereal quality to its elegant decor. The host was none other than Manager Tian Bewley. "May I inquire what my friend Han requires?" Manager Tian asked after a maid served fragrant tea. "I have heard that your esteemed Wanbao Tower possesses a few Tianyu. If the price is suitable, I would not hesitate to acquire them." Lu Tiandu, masquerading as Han, replied without pretense. "Brother Han, you jest. The Tianyu is one of our prized treasures. We possess but 2. Allow me to present them for your inspection." Manager Tian smiled slightly, excused himself, and returned shortly with 2 boxes from the inner vault. "Here, Brother Han, take a look." Tian Bewley opened a brocade box, revealing a blue orb. This Tianyu was formed centuries ago when a mysterious cultivator inadvertently captured the essence of heaven and earth's lightning. Each grain possesses tremendous power. It is said that even a foundational stage cultivator would be reduced to ashes if they attempted to withstand its might. Originally, there were 73 grains, but few remain today. These 2 were acquired with great effort. Indeed, Lu Tiandu observed the items closely. He then requested Tian Bewley to open the other box for further inspection. Satisfied with the 2 Tianyu, Lu Tiandu noted their one-time use. However, if they struck their target, they could indeed take half a life from a foundational stage cultivator. After some haggling, Lu Tiandu purchased the 2 Tianyu for 1,400 spirit stones. This price could have secured 2 high-quality, exquisite magical artifacts. As for the Golden Fang's Mother Blade and the Xian Iron Flying Shield that Han Li would purchase years later, Lu Tiandu had heard of them. Both were among Wanbao Tower's elite artifacts and priced around 700 to 800 spirit stones, comparable to ordinary exquisite grade artifacts. As for the Golden Brick Talisman, one would need at least 2,000 spirit stones to even catch a glimpse, and since Lu Tiandu currently lacked necessity for talismans, he opted not to buy one. Upon leaving Huangfeng Valley's marketplace, Lu Tiandu wandered aimlessly for a while, having grown more cautious after the recent stalking incident. Once he sensed he was no longer being followed, he headed north to the Tianxing sect's marketplace. Several hours later, Lu Tiandu entered the Yuanwu kingdom and found a secluded spot to establish a cave dwelling, where he rested for the night before entering the Tianxing sect's marketplace the following day. He had abandoned the previous temporary stop. This time, his purpose was clear. He headed straight for the central star dust pavilion. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Lu Tiandu revealed part of his spirit stone stash to gain entry to the 4th floor. There, he was greeted by the same beautiful woman in her 30s. A consummate Qi refinement expert, clad in a flowing blue silk dress that accentuated her alluring curves. As Lu Tiandu prepared for an extended journey, he recalled a particular magical hat he had seen previously that could block spiritual probing. However, Wanbao Tower had no such auxiliary treasures at the moment, so he decided to explore Star Dust Pavilion in hopes of finding one. Upon hearing Lu Tiandu's request, the captivating woman, with a slight furrow in her brow, remarked, "Such items are indeed rare, yet we at Star Dust Pavilion do have them. However, I wonder if Taoist Zhang possesses sufficient wealth?" In response to her skeptical gaze, Lu Tiandu, under his alias Zhang Tai, produced a jade vial and declared, "Might I present this pill for your consideration?" "What kind of pill is this? Why is there only one?" "This is the renowned Dingyan pill. I trust you have heard of it?" "What? This is the Dingyan pill?" The woman sprang to her feet, her luscious lips parting in a most enticing manner, while her ample bosom swayed, causing Lu Tiandu to steal several glances. He mused that such ripe allure was not something an ordinary girl could exhibit. However, it seemed that she realized she was being unduly scrutinized, and her enchanting gaze turned sharp as she shot him a few pointed looks before smiling seductively. "I fear this single pill may not suffice to exchange for that treasure." The woman's abrupt shift in demeanor startled Lu Tiandu. "Have you not yet shown me the treasure?" "Humph. You have yet to allow me to ascertain the authenticity of this pill." In a brief moment, Lu Tiandu, under the woman's guidance, ascended to the 5th floor, where the coveted item that could shield against spiritual probing was located. Observing her swaying hips as she climbed, Lu Tiandu maintained an expression of indifference. Though his eyes occasionally wandered, he wondered if this woman had cultivated some form of seduction technique, as her allure was undeniable. Though he had retained his original yang body after transmigrating, he had engaged in romantic relationships before his rebirth. Despite the woman's undeniable charm, he should not have found it difficult to maintain his composure. Perhaps the prolonged period of abstinence in this new world had dulled his resistance? Such thoughts flitted through his mind as they reached the 5th floor, which was designated for mid-foundational stage cultivators. It was slightly smaller than the 4th floor, but adorned with even more opulent furnishings infused with spiritual energy. The attendant here was another attractive female cultivator, appearing to be in her late 20s, though she paled in comparison to the captivating woman beside her. The female cultivator cast a cursory glance at Lu Tiandu, causing him to regain his composure, as her spiritual awareness rivaled that of his uncle, Lu Yongqing, suggesting she too was a mid-foundational stage cultivator. Young Zhang Tai pays his respects to the esteemed elder. Lu Tiandu greeted her politely. Your presence here on the 5th floor indicates you have earned the recognition of the 4th floor manager. Therefore, there is no need for excessive formalities. The beautiful woman, now referred to as Madame Lan, added graciously. Madame Lan's demeanor was relatively friendly, lacking the airs typical of foundational stage cultivators towards those in the Qi refinement stage. As business was business. After Lu Tiandu presented the Dingyan pill, Madame Lan instructed a maid to serve him tea while summoning the alchemist from within the pavilion. She and the captivating woman then exchanged hushed whispers before stepping out to retrieve the treasure. Lu Tiandu relaxed, recalling that Madame Lan would eventually be the mid-foundational stage cultivator who guarded the 5th level during the demonic invasion years later. It was only natural for her to be at the mid-foundational stage at this time. At that time, the old demon Han had traded the Dingyan pill for a set of flying needles and a specific recipe. Would he be ahead of the game by using the Dingyan pill to acquire the treasure first? He chuckled at the thought. Moments later, an elderly man entered the 5th floor loft, greeted Lu Tiandu, and began examining the pill. Madame Lan and the captivating woman returned shortly, carrying a square box measuring 2 feet in length and width. Please take a look, Taoist friend. Madame Lan smiled as she opened the box, revealing the elusive spiritual hat within. Chapter 31. Satisfaction awaits you. Lu Tiandu held the black hat, intently observing its features. The conical hat was of a size typically encountered, featuring a wide brim and an ebony hue, adorned with a circle of black silk around the edge, cascading elegantly to the shoulders when worn. Upon inspection, Lu Tiandu could not discern the material of the hat. However, the divine isolation enchantments upon it were remarkably sophisticated, clearly crafted by an adept in such arcane arts. This treasure was akin to the rare invisibility cloak he had previously acquired from Qi Laosan, primarily due to the intricate enchantments that most could not replicate, as well as the necessity for unique materials and specific crafting methods. Therefore, it was evident that this artifact was not inexpensive. This ethereal hat was renowned within the Stardust Pavilion, its divine isolation enchantment inscribed by a master at the core formation stage. Without the cultivation of a core formation practitioner, one could hardly perceive the true nature of this item. Madame Lan cheerfully introduced the hat, noting its defensive capabilities. While it might not compare to the finest high-tier defensive artifacts, it was certainly on par with ordinary top-tier ones. In truth, what attracted Lu Tiandu was its ability to obstruct divine sense from probing, effectively shielding against investigations from cultivators below the golden core stage, making it indeed a rare find. As for its defensive power, he paid little mind, for with the mental energy and mana required to activate the hat, he could instead invoke a purely defensive artifact. At this juncture, the elderly man had identified the pill as the genuine youth-preserving pill, which boasted remarkable effects for maintaining one's youth, instantly eliciting eager smiles from the two women. Madame Lan inquired with a slight smile, "Might you have several more youth-preserving pills?" The beautiful female cultivator surnamed Sun also gazed intently at Lu Tiandu, her expression tense. "Senior, you jest. Such rare pills could not possibly be in abundance," Lu Tiandu replied, shaking his head. "Perhaps you could elaborate on the sale of this hat instead." "Ah, it seems we have rushed you." Madame Lan observed Lu Tiandu's intent to negotiate and refrained from further commentary. "If you desire this artifact, it can be yours for 2,000 spirit stones." "What? So costly?" Lu Tiandu exclaimed, surprised. He had anticipated the item would be pricier than ordinary artifacts, but never expected such a steep price. 2,000 spirit stones could purchase a talisman, Though the hat was convenient for certain tasks, it only obstructed the divine sense of Foundation establishment cultivators. He hesitated momentarily. The exorbitant price was likely the reason this hat had lingered in the Stardust Pavilion unsold for years. After all, who would wear an item meant to conceal divine sense for clandestine activities daily? Not everyone harbored significant secrets to hide. Madame Lawn, however, remained unfazed, smiling gently. The materials used to craft this treasure are exceedingly scarce, and the divine isolation enchantment was inscribed by a senior at the core formation stage. This price is quite reasonable. We have not inflated it intentionally for your sake. Very well, I shall ponder it further. Lu Tiandu feigned indecision, pocketing the youth-preserving pill. Wait. Madame Lawn smiled knowingly. I understand your desire for a discount. I can negotiate a slight reduction in spirit stones, but you must fulfill my request regarding the youth-preserving pill. She cast a meaningful glance at Lu Tiandu. Humph. I certainly shall accommodate you. Lu Tiandu replied, feigning ignorance of her hints. What price would you offer for my youth-preserving pills? If you can present at least 2 more, I would be willing to purchase them at 1,500 spirit stones each. How does that sound? Madame Lawn sipped her spirit tea. Additionally, I can reduce the price of the ethereal hat by 200 spirit stones. That is my bottom line. Agreed. At this point, Lu Tiandu felt no need to maintain his pretense. He was satisfied with this price. Acquiring the ethereal hat was essential. He produced 2 jade vials for the astonished alchemist elder to inspect, while he toyed with the hat, lost in thought. The beautiful cultivator surnamed Chen, who had remained mostly silent, now displayed a glimmer of joy. According to her prior agreement with Madame Lawn, she would receive one of the pills. However, the thought of needing to procure a substantial amount of spirit stones weighed heavily on her mind, as she would have to solicit someone for assistance. Yet, as she was on the verge of forming her foundation, needing that person's aid rendered the situation somewhat bearable. As Lu Tiandu accepted 10 mid-grade spirit stones and 1,700 low-grade spirit stones, preparing to leave, Madame Lawn cheerfully inquired. If you happen to have any extra youth-preserving pills, the Stardust Pavilion would be willing to continue purchasing them. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. We will certainly accommodate you. Lu Tiandu's expression shifted. He realized that 3 youth-preserving pills might be too many. Remaining any longer could raise further suspicion. Already wearing the hat, he was untroubled by Madame Lan's potential observation of his changing demeanor and chuckled wryly. I acquired these by chance and have not even dared to consume them myself. The last 2 were intended for my 2 lovely concubines. Who would have thought I would inadvertently benefit you, senior? Now I shall have to find a way to explain this upon my return. Humph. To think one would reserve such precious pills for their concubines, Madame Lawn scoffed, choosing not to comment further. The beautiful cultivator surnamed Chen cast a disappointed glance at Lu Tiandu, her eyes revealing her discontent. Once outside the marketplace, Lu Tiandu activated his spirit light shuttle, swiftly departing. After navigating a considerable distance, he halted the shuttle on an inconspicuous hill, scanning the area with his divine sense to confirm no one else was nearby. He then produced a small array flag, executing several spells that caused the flag to emit yellow light, spinning rapidly before vanishing from his sight, leaving behind a fleeting flash of yellow on the nameless hill. Lu Tiandu then cast additional spells, entering the modest cave he had previously established, concealed by a distraction array upon his arrival at the marketplace. Whenever he visited a marketplace, he would first scout for an inconspicuous hill within 100 miles to bury the array plate and flags of the fierce wind array, creating a temporary refuge for unforeseen circumstances. This has become his habit. After all, despite the inconvenience, preserving one's life is paramount. For someone in the Qi refinement stage, caution is never excessive. Chapter 32, Slaying the Foundation Establishment, Part 1. Observing the uninviting cave dwelling devoid of any intruders, Lu Tiandu smiled faintly. It is precisely this meticulousness that has allowed him to traverse multiple markets over the past 6 months without being pursued. Just as he was about to slip into the realm of the Stone Pearl, a message resonated from the formation, indicating that someone had landed on this obscure mountain. Curious, he pondered who would linger on such an inconspicuous hill. Kid, come out. No need to hide. I've found you. An aged voice called out. Lu Tiandu's expression instantly turned to stone. Just as he had relished his cautiousness, he found himself being tracked down, clutching several upper-tier talismans in hand. A faint golden glow flickered around him as he stepped out of the cave. With an impassive demeanor, he gazed at the old man standing on a disc-shaped magic tool above the mountain's void and inquired, Elder, do you recognize me? A sweep of his divine sense revealed that this man was a practitioner at the early foundation establishment stage. Lu Tiandu wore an expression of innocence. After all, he had never encountered this individual. Although he had used the third facial fixation pill today, he had donned a black robe and a virtual spirit hat during that time. After returning to the Stone Pearl realm to change into his regular attire and stowing the hat away, he had merely gone out to procure some inexpensive spirit herb seeds. This individual could not possibly have tracked him down for such trifles. Moreover, he typically exited a market and sought a secluded spot to unleash the swift spirit light shuttle to make his escape, which ordinary Foundation establishment practitioners could not match. Hand over that hat and the flying magic tool. The old man, dressed in a ragged robe, stroked his grizzled beard, exuding an air of superiority as he directly stated his intentions. Upon hearing the mention of the hat, Lu Tiandu's eyes glinted with cold light, and he curiously asked, "Elder, how did you deduce that I was the black-clad figure with the hat?" Moreover, it seemed the old man was unaware of his sale of the facial fixation pills. Otherwise, he would have demanded spirit stones. "Humph, that is of no concern to you. Hand over those 2 treasures, and I shall spare your life." The old man's small eyes darted about impatiently. Clearly, this secret must be uncovered by Lu Tiandu himself. He smirked and said, "Then, Elder, do not leave." Upon realizing that the old man was not in haste to attack, Lu Tiandu withdrew the talismans he had concealed and swiftly began to form hand seals. Meanwhile, a faint golden light continued to shimmer around him. Such audacity! A mere Qi refinement brat dares to confront a Foundation establishment elder? The old man, observing Lu Tiandu's hand movements, appeared amused. If the boy attempted to flee, he would have no trouble pursuing him. However, the audacity to remain here was tantamount to courting death. Without further ado, the old man produced a golden small dagger from his storage bag and prepared to infuse it with spiritual energy to activate the magic tool. Suddenly, the surrounding environment transformed drastically, revealing a tempest of yellow sand and howling winds that disheveled his garments. "Oh, this kid is up to something. He has set up a formation here." The old man, realizing the sudden change and noticing Lu Tiandu had vanished without a trace, felt a surge of alarm. He hastily augmented his magical power to stabilize the white crystal disc beneath his feet, conjuring the golden dagger to revolve around him while the disc emitted white light to encase him. At that moment, Lu Tiandu, bearing a yellow formation flag, floated within the array. The flag radiated a soft yellow glow, enveloping him and allowing him to seamlessly blend into the raging wind formation. Observing the old man floundering within the array, Lu Tiandu deduced that the elder likely could not identify the formation. Thus, he chose not to strike immediately. Wishing to ascertain how long his perfected Qi refinement stage could confine a Foundation establishment practitioner within this formation. As he deftly commanded the formation's power to ensnare the elder, he reveled in the various transformations occurring within the array. After half an hour of witnessing the old man's frantic and profane outbursts, Lu Tiandu smiled faintly. It seemed that as long as spirit stones were plentiful, the old man could be trapped indefinitely. However, mid-tier spirit stones were not cheap, so it was unnecessary to waste them on this elder. Utilizing the cover of the luminous formation, Lu Tiandu edged closer to the old man, now within several dozen feet. He dared not approach any closer, as he recalled the notes left by the formation's predecessor, which indicated a high probability of being detected by a Foundation establishment's divine sense within 10 feet. With a casual flick, a silver flying shuttle materialized in his hand. Since acquiring this shuttle, he had primarily utilized it for flight. Today was the time to witness its offensive capabilities. Lu Tiandu tossed the shuttle into the air and swiftly executed several hand seals. Before long, the spirit light shuttle began to whirl in the air, still palm-sized. Yet its silvery radiance grew increasingly dazzling. At that moment, Lu Tiandu pointed and commanded, "Go." A flash of silver light darted forth, swiftly vanishing from Lu Tiandu's sight, as he instantaneously shifted his position. Simultaneously, as the spirit light shuttle burst forth from the protective barrier formed by the array, the old man detected Lu Tiandu's location and hurriedly aimed the golden dagger in his direction. It was not that he had failed to notice the attack emanating from the silver light. Rather, he believed that his white crystal disc would effortlessly shield him from this boy's magic tool. At this point, he understood that although he was a Foundation establishment practitioner, he was evidently unable to breach the formation. Thus, Lu Tiandu's brief exposure kindled a glimmer of hope for him to escape the array. However, the old man's eyes widened in disbelief as his dagger had yet to reach Lu Tiandu's original position when the silver light suddenly reappeared before the white light emanating from the disc. With a resounding thud, the silver light collided with the white barrier. In an instant, the old man's expression morphed into one of terror. The white shield produced by his white crystal disc faltered in less than a breath before the silver radiance pierced through it instantaneously. Before he could command the white disc to defend him, His own protective barrier, sustained by his foundation establishment magical power, was similarly breached by the silver light in a flash. A cry of anguish escaped the old man's lips. At that moment, due to his carelessness, he had been struck by the spirit light shuttle, causing him to tumble downwards toward the mountainside. Although he quickly activated a lightness technique, he still landed in a disheveled heap. Now, a gaping wound on his shoulder bled profusely. Had he not evaded in time, he might have suffered a fatal blow to his head. Trouble. The old man, now fully aware of his predicament, disregarded staunching the blood flow and swiftly retrieved an upper-tier defensive talisman from his storage bag, slapping it onto himself. He hastily summoned the white crystal disc before him, gritting his teeth as he directed the golden dagger to spiral defensively overhead. After completing these actions, he glared with a grim expression at Lu Tianyu, who hovered in midair, bearing the formation flag at a distance of over 20 feet. Chapter 33, Slaying the Foundation Establishment, Part 2. To his astonishment, Yu indeed managed to evade capture. Lu Tianyu chuckled heartily, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he toyed with the flying shuttle that had returned to his grasp. The first ambush on a Foundation Establishment cultivator proved successful, as the velocity and striking power of the flying shuttle astonished him. It was indeed sharper than when he had reached the 11th layer of driving, a testament to its status as a superior top-tier magical artifact. Casting a glance at the old man, whose face had turned ashen, Lu Tianyu altered his hand gestures, causing him to vanish from the elder's sight. This was dire. The boy's artifact was formidable, and he could also render himself invisible, catching the elder off guard. After probing with his divine sense, the elder still failed to detect Lu Tianyu's whereabouts, a flicker of panic flashing in his small eyes. Gritting his teeth, he commanded the white crystal disc to spin incessantly around him while employing the wind control technique to constantly shift his position. After all, remaining stationary within this formation would render him a living target. Though he had fully activated the defensive power of the white crystal disc, he had no confidence in its ability to withstand the young man's flying shuttle. At this moment, he began to regret underestimating a mere Qi Refinement stage brat. Hastily applying a blood-stopping talisman to his wound and tossing a healing pill into his mouth to temporarily suppress his injuries, the elder's mind raced as he contemplated an escape plan. Humph, daring to come and kill for treasure, I shall ensure you never return. Since Lu Tianyu had already tested the limits of the flying shuttle's attack, he would not linger any longer, summoning the spiritual light shuttle once more to initiate another ambush. Soon, amidst the elder's furious curses, silvery light pierced through his body time and again. Fellow Taoist, spare me. Fellow Taoist, might you grant me my life? The elder was now a picture of terror, repeatedly shouting, I am but a greedy old man. Can you please let me go? After yet another strike, Lu Tianyu instantly vanished from the original spot, leaving the old man, with his hair disheveled and speckled with gray, filled with resentment. Within the yellow light shield formed by the formation flags, Lu Tianyu's complexion had also paled somewhat. After all, fully activating the spiritual light shuttle consumed a considerable amount of his spiritual power, and he had to continuously maintain the energy input for the formation flags, presenting a significant challenge. The elder likely shared similar thoughts, for even a cultivator at the early Foundation establishment stage possessed several times to 10 times the magical power of a perfect Qi Refinement practitioner. Although the elder was at a disadvantage regarding magical artifacts, as long as the flying shuttle could not strike his vital points at once, he still had room to maneuver. Lu Tianyu understood this principle as well. Therefore, each time he retracted the spiritual light shuttle, he immediately grasped 2 mid-tier wind spirit stones to replenish his magical power. With the enemy in the light and himself in the dark, the elder dared not utilize spirit stones to restore his power while simultaneously remaining on guard against Lu Tianyu's sudden ambushes, living in a state of extreme anxiety. After more than an hour, the old man, in a fit of unwilling rage, saw his eyes dim and his body left as nothing but a corpse riddled with wounds. At this point, Lu Tianyu still did not retract the formation, enduring the emptiness of his magical power as he expanded his divine sense and confirmed there were no other presences nearby before hastily returning to his previous cave dwelling, disappearing into the stone pearl world to recover his power. Exhausted, he was at his weakest. Yet, within just an hour, aided by the abundant spiritual energy of the stone pearl world, Lu Tianyu restored about 70 to 80% of his magical power. Killing a Foundation establishment stage cultivator as a Qi Refinement stage practitioner is indeed no simple task, Lu Tianyu mused. Had it not been for the fierce wind formation trapping the elder, combined with the swift speed and sharp attacks of the spiritual light shuttle, he truly would not have been able to subdue the old man. Of course, if he had been willing to sacrifice a thunderbolt seed, he could have approached the elder within 10 zhang and annihilated him with a sudden strike. It could be said that the old man's demise was quite pathetic. In terms of the same artifact configuration, a foundation establishment stage cultivator typically had more than 3 times the magical power and speed of a perfected Qi refinement practitioner. Yet he was utterly suppressed in speed by Lu Tiandu's spiritual light shuttle, unable to flee and ultimately being ambushed and killed, a truly tragic fate. Thus, without absolute strength to dominate, there remained the possibility of being counterkilled when forcibly seizing treasures from juniors. Emerging from the Stone Pearl world, Lu Tiandu flew back to the elder's corpse. Oh, Lu Tiandu was taken aback. The elder had somehow acquired a beast skin pouch, which was now half open. With a grasp of his fingers, a hand of azure energy formed and seized the pouch, revealing it to be a low-level beast pouch, though its contents had long since vanished. With a cold smile, Lu Tiandu then grasped the elder's storage pouch at his waist, picking up the relatively intact golden spear and the damaged white disc. After collecting his spoils, Lu Tiandu sent a final fireball toward the elder's remains. Moments later, the resultant ashes were scattered by a wild gust of wind, leaving no trace behind. With a flick of his wrist, a yellow formation flag appeared in his hand. He quickly performed hand seals, channeling several incantations into the flag, which instantly swelled in the wind, transforming into a towering banner of 3 zhang. Gripping the flagpole tightly, Lu Tiandu closed his eyes to sense his surroundings. After a brief moment, he waved the formation flag and swiftly flew in a particular direction. In no time, he arrived at a place overgrown with weeds, his fingers slightly spread as he conjured the mid-tier spell, Wind Spirit Capture. The azure giant hand shimmered, suddenly darting to envelop the thicket. Just then, a flash of golden light darted away, attempting to escape the grasp of the azure hand. Come to me. Lu Tiandu snorted coldly, and the azure hand swiftly adjusted its trajectory, capturing the small object within its grasp. It turned out to be a first-tier magical beast. Lu Tiandu examined the trembling creature within his hand, murmuring to himself. The beast appeared no larger than a palm, with yellow fur, golden eyes, and a thunderous beak, resembling a miniature golden monkey. Its large eyes displayed a look of fear, presenting a rather endearing and foolish appearance. Strangely, if this were indeed the elder's spirit pet, it typically would have an additional self-destruct prohibition set beyond the divine control restriction. Or was it simply that this spirit beast was too lowly in rank for the elder to bother? Lu Tiandu found himself puzzled. However, it was evident that the elder had perished, yet this little golden monkey remained alive. Lu Tiandu clenched his fingers, using magical power to restrain the little creature before tossing it into the beast pouch. Now was not the time for examination. Being too close to the market of the blade transformation workshop, Lu Tiandu quickly tidied up the formation flags and plates before releasing the wind sword, transforming into a streak of azure light and departing. After flying westward on his sword for 200 miles, Lu Tiandu found a deserted hill to land upon. Casually, he excavated a cave dwelling, setting up the misdirection formation flags before returning to the Stone Pearl world. Lu Tiandu first took out various newly acquired spirit herb seeds to plant in the vacant medicinal garden, then began counting the refining materials he had gathered during this outing. Since embarking on this journey half a year ago, Lu Tiandu had visited the major markets of the 3 great sects, Heavenly Quasar Castle, Clearvoid Sect, and Blade Transformation Workshop, as well as several small and medium-sized markets organized by various cultivation families. Each time he arrived at a market, he would first seek out an inconspicuous hill within a 100-mile radius, excavating a temporary cave dwelling and burying the formation plates and flags of the Fierce Wind Formation to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Although it was somewhat troublesome, it greatly enhanced his sense of security. After restoring his magical power, Lu Tiandu donned a disguise and a mystical hat to conceal his true identity, entering these markets to conduct transactions. Thus, he quietly traded 1 or 2 of the beauty-enhancing pills for spirit stones in various markets, then stealthily found a place to enter the Stone Pearl world, removing the hat and changing his attire to blend in as an ordinary cultivator. He then acquired some low-grade spirit herbs or seeds, along with various refining materials, before merging with the crowd and leaving the market safely and soundly. In his hand, the spirit stone he obtained from the defining beauty pill brought him immense joy, for there would be many occasions in his cultivation journey requiring spirit stones, and every little bit he could accumulate mattered. His journey was peaceful, save for the unexpected encounter with the elderly man of the Ma-E sect in the early stages of Foundation establishment. Chapter 34. The Golden Monkey and the News. After tidying up the various spiritual herbs and materials for refining tools, Lu Tiandu finally retrieved the old man's storage bag, emptying its contents to inspect them closely. Upon categorizing the items, Lu Tiandu found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had anticipated a significant bounty from defeating a Foundation establishment cultivator, only to discover that the old man was, in fact, quite impoverished. It left him speechless. The old man's assets, when calculated, were even less than those of the original owner of the Spirit Light Shuttle, a robust man, causing Lu Tiandu to shake his head in disbelief. Before him lay over 700 spirit stones, a small golden dagger, a damaged white crystal plate, and a green flying sword, 3 exquisite magical artifacts, along with 3 or 4 mid-tier artifacts, several rare low-grade spiritual herbs, and some relatively worthless talismans and materials. Although Lu Tiandu was at a loss for words, he had no choice but to collect everything. The spoils were merely a fraction of his intrigue. What truly piqued his curiosity was how the old man had discerned his identity as the one cloaked in mystery. Unfortunately, the old man had not provided any answers. After searching through the old man's technique jade slips, he found nothing of particular note. Eventually, Lu Tiandu's gaze fell upon the spirit beast bag containing a small monkey. The creature appeared to be an ordinary golden monkey, and Lu Tiandu could not perceive anything extraordinary about it. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tiandu produced various materials to set up a mind control array, preparing for a recognition ceremony for the little golden monkey. Under normal circumstances, he would have dismissed the notion of adopting such a mundane creature as a spirit pet, but having not yet uncovered the secret that had been exposed, he felt reluctant to give up. Before long, the array was successfully arranged. Lu Tiandu retrieved the unconscious monkey from the spirit beast bag, deftly manipulating his fingers to cast several binding formations upon the little golden monkey, marking the commencement of the recognition ceremony. With a series of intricate hand movements, he unleashed multiple spells, causing the mind control array to emit radiant beams that enveloped the palm-sized golden monkey. Lu Tiandu then drew forth a few drops of his blood and inscribed them on the monkey's forehead. Moments later, Lu Tiandu let out a sigh of relief. The recognition ceremony had been completed. The spirit beast recognition ritual, common in the realm of cultivation, seemed rather pedestrian. It occurred to him that he should seek out the Spirit Beast Mountain or the Beast Taming sect for more profound methodologies of recognition and beast taming. Recalling the trial he had prepared for in the blood-colored Forbidden Land, where numerous low-level spirit beasts awaited capture, Lu Tiandu soon roused the slumbering golden monkey. Observing the slightly lethargic creature, he distinctly sensed a form of intimacy emanating from within his consciousness. He casually fed the little monkey a grain-resolving pill and began to attune himself to his first spirit beast, who had yet to awaken its intelligence. After a brief moment, astonishment washed over his face. Indeed, the monkey possessed an unusual ability. Through their mental connection, Lu Tiandu discovered that this little monkey could detect the scent of specific individuals, accurately locating them even from several miles away. He marveled at the endless array of unique abilities that emerged in the realm of cultivation. Truly, it was a world teeming with wonders and dangers alike. At this point, he had reached the peak of Qi refinement. Though he was not yet a flawless body, he had managed to conceal his aura to the best of his abilities. The fact that he could still be detected left him utterly astonished. Could it be that some bloodline or mutation was at play? Lu Tiandu retrieved another grain-resolving pill to offer the little monkey. The creature affectionately licked his palm, its golden eyes shining with an adorably naive charm, prompting Lu Tiandu to indulge in a moment of playful affection with the small monkey. After a few moments of gentle petting, he allowed the little one to explore on its own. Presently, its abilities were limited, and he wondered how it might develop with proper nurturing. This led Lu Tiandu to ponder why the Ma-E elder had chosen such a seemingly insignificant monkey as a spirit pet. What purpose could it serve, given its lack of remarkable capabilities? Little did he know, this monkey had been found by the old man during his Qi refinement stage in the mountains. Its short snout could not only detect scents, but also locate various medicinal herbs using its olfactory sense. Without such a companion, how could a solitary cultivator like the old man have achieved Foundation establishment? In the realm of wandering cultivators, few could reach such heights. Thanks to the monkey's innate talent, the old man had managed to gather a considerable amount of spiritual herbs, which contributed to his current level of cultivation. However, his fateful encounter with Lu Tiandu, driven by greed to seize the Void Spirit Hat, ultimately led to his demise due to his short-sightedness. With the Void Spirit Hat upon his head, Lu Tiandu had crossed paths with many Foundation establishment cultivators. Yet, few dared to act against him. On one hand, while the hat was indeed valuable, it was neither a defensive nor an offensive artifact. Seizing it offered little advantage. In most cases, priorities would shift towards acquiring protective gear. Moreover, such a treasure capable of blocking the perception of Foundation establishment cultivators was clearly beyond the reach of ordinary wandering cultivators. Only those from esteemed families or disciples of the 7 great sects, backed by powerful mentors, could possess such a rare and costly item. After piecing together these thoughts, even late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were reluctant to act impulsively. After all, even if they succeeded in stealing the hat, there was a risk of exposure, and no one would want to invest thousands of spirit stones in a seemingly useless artifact. As for ordinary Qi refinement disciples, they could hardly afford it. This understanding contributed to the peaceful journey Lu Tiandu had experienced thus far. Thus, it was only the Ma-Yi elder, with his naivety and unawareness, who succumbed to the allure of such a rare treasure, prompting his ill-fated attempt at theft. Now, with some leisure time, Lu Tiandu began to contemplate the gains he had amassed over the past 6 months and the plans ahead. He had traveled extensively, broadening his horizons, and his primary objective of selling the defining beauty pills for spirit stones was nearing completion. His last remaining pill had just been sold, signaling it was time to concoct another batch. However, the subsequent 15 pills would not fetch as high a price as those he had previously sold to Madame Lan and the elegant woman surnamed Sin at the Stardust Pavilion, averaging at merely 1,200 spirit stones per pill. The main reason for this was that he dared not openly advertise his wares. Instead, he had to rely on discreet sales through select secret shops and market stalls, ultimately leading to their acquisition at lower prices. Nevertheless, the 18 defining beauty pills had collectively earned him a staggering 22,500 spirit stones. After deducting the 3,000 spirit stones spent on producing the green liquid, his net profit amounted to 19,500 spirit stones. Now, after accounting for the 4,000 spirit stones he had spent on medicinal herbs and refining materials during his journey, along with the 700 spirit stones acquired from the Ma-Yi elder, his total spirit stone reserves had astonishingly reached over 23,000. The increase in spirit stone income was one aspect. On the other hand, he began to eagerly anticipate an upcoming event. In 2 months, the Moon Concealment sect would host a small auction every 5 years, which would be a significant draw for Lu Tiandu, who had scarcely participated in such gatherings in the cultivation world. The previous secret shop auctions were hardly comparable. He decided to rest for another day before embarking on his journey to the Moon Concealing sect, hoping to acquire the magical tools he needed at the upcoming auction. Naturally, it would be even better if he could sell some of the essence calming pills as well. Chapter 35. Earning a profit after a half-day's rest. Lu Tiandu finally traversed the illusion array and entered his own medicinal garden, preparing to refine another batch of essence calming pills. The approaching 5-year auction held by the Moon Concealing sect presented a significant opportunity. As he entered the garden in search of the necessary herbs, he unexpectedly discovered the little golden monkey soundly asleep inside, clutching a half-eaten 200-year-old polygonatum. Clearly, the other half had been devoured by this mischievous creature. Lu Tiandu's expression darkened. The oldest herbs in his garden were merely a handful of century-old medicinal plants. Previously, due to a scarcity of spirit stones, he had only used the green liquid to accelerate the growth of the corresponding herbs when refining the first batch of essence calming pills. This particular polygonatum had reached its 200-year age during the initial test of the green liquid and had now been squandered by the little monkey. Wait, something's amiss. I had set up an illusion array around my garden. How did this little rascal manage to get in here? Lu Tiandu suddenly recalled that this was precisely why he had felt at ease allowing the little monkey to roam about. The illusion array had been established shortly after he arrived in this world, as a precaution against wild beasts ravaging his garden. He had since neglected it, only renewing the spirit stones twice a year. Logically, a first-level spirit beast should not be able to see through this illusion. How did the little monkey get in? Could it be that its nose not only detects scents, but can also track the aroma of medicinal herbs? If so, the illusion array is indeed ineffective. It simply strolled in with its eyes closed. As this realization dawned upon him, Lu Tiandu's eyes brightened. He shook the little golden monkey, but alas, it showed no signs of waking, evidently having succumbed to a deep slumber after consuming such a nourishing item. He could only let it be. If it genuinely possessed the ability to seek out medicinal herbs, this little creature would be extraordinary, bringing him immeasurable benefits. Subsequently, Lu Tiandu moved between the stone furnace in the cave and the medicinal garden, spending 3,000 spirit stones to convert into green liquid. Once the herbs were adequately prepared and after a short rest, he began refining the second batch of essence calming pills. Drawing from his previous experience, the success rate increased significantly, resulting in only 2 failed pills and a total of 22 intact ones. After packaging them, Lu Tiandu rested for several hours before exiting his temporary cave and soared towards the moon-concealing sect. Days later, after circling a small city several times, Lu Tiandu veered southward. After flying nearly 200 miles, he found an unremarkable nameless hill, where he established a temporary cave and arranged protective formations. A few hours later, dressed in black and wearing a mysterious hat, he made his way to the bustling market of the moon-concealing sect. This market rivaled a small city, surpassing any he had previously encountered in grandeur. The towering city walls, crafted from azure stones and adorned with various magical formations, were patrolled by cultivators. And the throngs of people entering and exiting showcased the market's prosperity under the might of the foremost sect in the Yu Kingdom. Lu Tiandu's eyes flickered with intrigue. He had heard tales of the moon-concealing sect's extraordinary power among the 6 sects, but witnessing it firsthand was a different experience altogether. The opulence of this market offered a glimpse into the sect's strength. Once inside Tianyu city, Lu Tiandu strolled leisurely. Soon, a young cultivator approached him to strike up a conversation. Eager to learn about the city, he allowed the guide to accompany him. After more than 2 hours, Lu Tiandu tossed the young man a low-grade spirit stone as a reward and continued on his way to the southern part of the city. The most magnificent structure in Tianyu city was undoubtedly the Tianyu Tower, rising several hundred feet high and surrounded by imposing restrictions. It stood out prominently at the heart of the city. This tower was typically closed, only opening for small auctions every 5 years and grand auctions every 20 years. With the small auction approaching, the foot traffic had increased significantly. On the main streets, foundation-building elders occasionally passed by. Though golden core cultivators were a rare sight, either they arrived at the last moment or concealed their cultivation to avoid detection. It was said that during the large auctions held every 20 years, even infant transformation stage beings would make an appearance. The northern district of Tianyu city was primarily composed of shops owned by the moon-concealing sect, while the eastern and western districts were leased to disciples, affiliated families, and close allies. The southern district catered specifically to wandering cultivators or those temporarily wishing to sell their wares. Here, one could find small shops available for short-term rental, as well as free spaces for cash-strapped cultivators to set up stalls. Truly a considerate arrangement. This benevolence attracted an extraordinary influx of visitors to the market, ultimately benefiting the moon-concealing sect as the landlord. Lu Tiandu recalled the market in Huangfeng Valley, which consisted of merely a single street, and shook his head. It was no wonder that only the moon-concealing sect possessed the strength to host auctions in the entire Yu Kingdom. The other 6 sects were simply too small. Without a proper pond, how could the fish be lured? After traversing several streets, Lu Tiandu reached the office dedicated to renting temporary shops in the southern district of the moon-concealing sect. He easily secured a small storefront for 2 spirit stones a day, opting to pay for an entire month's rent up front. Armed with a token marked with the number 38, he found the designated shop, tossed the token into the air, and performed a few hand seals to activate it. The black token emitted a beam of dark light that instantly merged with the shop's entrance. As the door's restrictions were lifted, Lu Tiandu stepped inside the modest shop. After scanning the area with his spiritual sense and finding nothing amiss, he retrieved a wooden board from his storage pouch and casually wrote several large characters. Low price sale of various mid-level talismans, limited to 50 per day. Purchase quickly. Placing the sign prominently at the entrance, he created a menu and tossed it onto the counter before closing his eyes to rest. Indeed, he had arrived at the moon-concealing sect's market over a month in advance, not only to participate in the auction, but also to sell some mid-level talismans. Previously, he had 500 low-level talismans, all painstakingly crafted over the past 6 months. His initial intention was to enhance them using the divine furnace and sell them for a modest profit before the Ascension conference. However, with a better platform now available, it was only natural to aim for greater gains. Before arriving at the market, he had spent 500 spirit stones to refine all 500 low-level talismans into mid-level ones. As for the existing 100 or so mid-level talismans and over 20 high-level talismans, these were all meticulously crafted by him and had not been refined. With ample spirit stones at his disposal, he also refined them this time in preparation for any future needs. After completing the refinements, Lu Tiandu stored away the newly acquired 100 high-level talismans and over 20 mid-level talismans. The cost to refine a low-level mid-tier talisman into a high-level one was 10 spirit stones. Yet the expense to elevate a high-level talisman to a mid-level one was astonishingly 50 spirit stones, which took Lu Tiandu by surprise. However, after careful consideration, he grasped the rationale behind it. After all, crafting mid-level talismans required at least foundation-building cultivation. While the energy of a Qi refining cultivator was insufficient to support the release of mid-tier spells, let alone inscribing them onto talisman paper. Thus, the energy expenditure for refining high-level talismans made from Qi refining energy into mid-level talismans that required foundation-building energy was indeed a significant concern. The 50 spirit stones cost was therefore quite reasonable. Fortunately, at this moment, he was quite affluent, able to produce over 2,000 spirit stones. However, this also extinguished his thoughts of covertly profiting from the sale of intermediate talismans using the divine furnace. Given that his success rate for inscribing advanced talismans was only around 30 to 40%, Lu Tianyu initially planned to secretly acquire a batch of primary advanced talismans and then elevate them to intermediate lower tier using the divine furnace, anticipating a substantial profit. Yet, the exorbitant reforging fee of 50 spirit stones quelled his ambitions. Acquiring a batch of advanced talismans would cost at least 40 spirit stones each, and the furtive nature of the operation would add unnecessary complexity. After spending 50 spirit stones to enhance them, he would ultimately sell them for just over 100 spirit stones, resulting in a meager profit. It would be far easier and more lucrative to inscribe lower-tier talismans and then elevate them to intermediate tier. At this juncture, Lu Tianyu also comprehended that the divine furnace's ability to generate profits through reforging was significant at each tier, yet attempting to cross tiers was essentially futile for profit, serving merely personal use. Ultimately, it was clear that one's cultivation and techniques must keep pace to better utilize the divine furnace. Chapter 36. One Heart. One path. Time passed swiftly, and over 20 days had elapsed. Clad in a black robe and a wide-brimmed hat, Lu Tianyu strolled leisurely along Zhuge Avenue in Tianyu City, occasionally scanning the surroundings with his divine sense, catching sight of those who had been covertly watching him, a hint of disdain curling his lips. It appeared that his recent sale of a significant number of intermediate talismans had sparked the greed of certain individuals. He mused to himself about this. Over these days, he had been selling around 50 intermediate talismans daily, accumulating approximately 400 spirit stones in revenue. After more than 20 days, his earnings had surpassed 10,000 spirit stones, a considerable sum for a foundation-building cultivator. Thus it was no surprise that some were tempted. Moreover, during this time, he had splurged on various refining materials, spirit herb seeds, seedlings, and other expenses, depleting several thousand spirit stones. This extravagant spending had further incited envy among several foundation-building cultivators, prompting them to harbor ulterior motives. His newly established talisman shop, after enduring a few days of dismal business, quickly gained a reputation within a small circle for its high-quality talismans at low prices. Subsequently, within less than an hour of opening each morning, all 50 talismans would sell out, after which he would close up shop to seek out necessary items at other stores, returning to the inn in the market to continue inscribing lower-tier talismans. In the meantime, Lu Tianyu would occasionally feign leaving the market to visit elders, ostensibly to collect new talismans, while in reality retreating to the cave he had previously established, immersing himself in the world of stone pearls to continue his endeavors. The next day, he would mysteriously reappear at either the east or west gate of the market. Although he had been followed multiple times, with the swift flight of the Spirit Light Shuttle, he had effortlessly eluded several foundation-building cultivators on numerous occasions. After a few such instances, this tactic began to yield results. The number of his pursuers gradually diminished, realizing that this enigmatic figure possessed such an impressive flying artifact, likely indicating that the elders behind him were not to be trifled with, even if those elders had never shown themselves. However, a few remained undeterred, incessantly probing him and secretly assigning personnel to monitor him around the clock. Recently, with the approaching auction, the number of cultivators in Tianyu City had surged, and the protective guard of the Hidden Moon sect had significantly strengthened. It was rumored that a core formation cultivator was stationed there. Hence, Lu Tianyu continued to peruse various shops with a sense of ease, seeking spirit herb seeds and refining materials. This nonchalant demeanor was also a strategic ploy. The more unperturbed he appeared, the more others perceived him as having a solid foundation, deterring them from acting prematurely. After acquiring and exchanging numerous useful items from several newly opened temporary shops and stalls in the southern district, Lu Tianyu leisurely returned to his usual inn, activating his protective wards, and prepared to rest. 3 days swiftly passed once more, ushering in a new day. While individuals, as usual, gathered to watch the small shop at number 38 Gong, anticipating Lu Tianyu's opening, the shop remained devoid of the figure clad in black from morning until afternoon, disappointing many cultivators genuinely wishing to purchase low-priced talismans. Some with ulterior motives berated the watchers for their incompetence. They had previously learned that the day before, he had renewed the lease for another 10 days. With the influx of cultivators, resources for these small shops had tightened, making it unlikely to secure a spot without renewal. Yet, to their astonishment, the figure had vanished. At that moment, Lu Tiandu had returned to his rudimentary cave dwelling set up in the nameless desolate mountains, activating the fierce wind array before vanishing into the world of stone pearls. There were still 2 days left on the lease for the shop he rented at No. 38 Gum. Just yesterday, he had pretended to visit the leasing office of the Hidden Moon sect in the southern district to renew the lease for another 10 days, claiming that his family elders had recently produced a considerable number of talismans and required additional time for the lease. That very night, after donning a common wide-brimmed hat at the inn, he blended into the crowd exiting through the north gate, finding a secluded spot to deploy the spirit light shuttle, disappearing without a trace. To those tailing him, he was always seen exiting or entering Tianyu city through either the east or west gate. None suspected that he had renewed the lease with intentions to continue, while secretly creating a smokescreen and slipping away through the previously untraveled north gate, causing great disappointment for those monitoring the east and west gates. In truth, there had been instances of individuals surveilling all 4 gates for Lu Tiandu's movements. But with the imminent gathering, the core formation elders of the Hidden Moon sect had unleashed their divine senses, intimidating various unidentified groups outside the city, prompting many to retreat. Amusing himself with the little golden monkey in his arms, Lu Tiandu felt immensely satisfied with the various gains he had made during this period. Over the past month, he had sold or exchanged approximately 1,500 intermediate talismans, generating around 12,000 spirit stones. About half of these spirit stones had been spent on purchasing materials for crafting array flags and discs, as well as spirit herb seedlings and seeds. Additionally, during this time, he had participated in several secret shop transactions, selling 3 face-fixing pills for over 4,500 spirit stones, which left him greatly content. As usual, after selling 2 or 3 face-fixing pills at a market, he would cease. Even if others offered higher prices, he would firmly shake his head, expressing his inability to comply. Thus, after meticulously calculating, he found that he now possessed over 26,500 spirit stones. He still held 19 face-fixing pills, and the materials he had gathered for crafting amounted to nearly 10,000 spirit stones, with spirit herbs already planted in his herb garden. By this reckoning, Lu Tiandu's wealth could rival that of many newly advanced core formation cultivators. After reflecting on his achievements, Lu Tiandu resumed his daily training, practicing spells, inscribing talismans, and tending to his spirit herbs. In a little over 10 days, with 3 days remaining until the auction, Lu Tiandu, disguised in a gray robe with a somewhat stout figure, entered the market through the south gate, donning a spirit vanishing hat. During this time, black robes and hats or cloaks had become the standard attire for most cultivators, and Lu Tiandu was unconcerned about others discovering the peculiarities of his spirit vanishing hat, as he had previously encountered several similar artifacts that could shield one's divine sense. As more cultivators gathered, such uncommon items had begun to surface more frequently. Upon entering the market, Lu Tiandu headed straight for Tianyu Tower at the center of the small city, intending to register certain items for auction. After receiving a number tag, he entered a narrow side chamber filled with dozens of similar rooms prepared for those participating in the upcoming auction. Inside the room were 2 young cultivators clad in white garments, adorned in the attire of the Hidden Moon sect, who welcomed Lu Tiandu to take a seat. The attitude displayed was truly commendable. Lu Tian expressed his gratitude without further ado, producing 3 jade vials to outline his requirements for the auction of the exquisite Dingyan Dan. Upon hearing about this miraculous elixir, the female cultivator from the Tianyu sect found her breath quickening. Lu Tian maintained an air of calmness, even in the presence of 2 esteemed predecessors at the foundation establishment stage. Soon, the alchemist responsible for verifying the medicinal pills arrived at Tianyu Tower. Within moments, he confirmed the authenticity of the elixir and expressed his gratitude to Lu Tian, who was masquerading as Taoist Han, for presenting such a rare treasure, which would undoubtedly enhance the luster of the auction. Lu Tian continued to exhibit remarkable composure. Once both parties reached a consensus, he stored away the token ring and a key phrase. As he was about to depart, the female cultivator from the Tianyu sect unexpectedly cast flirtatious glances his way, telepathically suggesting a private and deeper exchange. She requested his residence address. Although she possessed considerable charm, this Taoist Han ultimately declined her advances, for he was renowned as a model of diligence, wholly devoted to the pursuit of the Tao. Chapter 37. Auction and sale. 3 days swiftly elapsed, and Lu Tian departed from the second most luxurious inn, by Xianxia, located within the Tianyu sect's marketplace, making his way to Tianyu Tower. The reason for his choice of accommodation, rather than the more opulent Tianyu Tower, was the knowledge that several Foundation establishment predecessors were already residing there. Lu Tian feared that these powerful figures might inadvertently detect his peculiarities. Since entering the marketplace, he had refrained from visiting the Shizhu realm. Upon arriving at Tianyu Tower, he found the place teeming with people, with long serpentine queues of cultivators moving slowly forward. Although this was the 5-yearly auction event of the State of Yu, not everyone was qualified to attend. Those at the Foundation establishment stage and above had a designated passage for easy entry, while numerous Qi refining cultivators were required to prove their worth by presenting 300 spirit stones to gain access, in addition to a 5 spirit stone admission fee. Lu Tian casually displayed the token ring he received for consigning the Dingyan Dan and entered Tianyu Tower. After passing through a corridor guarded by several cultivators, he officially stepped into the interior of the tower. Before entering the Grand Hall, a member of the Tianyu sect kindly inquired whether Lu Tian required a mask or similar items. These were freely provided to relevant consignors and could be obtained with the token ring. The masks possessed a barrier against divine senses, serving as a protective measure for the consignors. He, of course, had no need for such an item. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Lu Tian realized that Tianyu Tower was not as he had envisioned. The towering structure, hundreds of feet high, revealed a seamless interior upon entry. The walls were adorned with large moonlight stones and an array of colorful jades, creating a space that was extraordinarily bright and grand, evoking a sense of vastness. The lowest level presented a sea of ordinary seating, and Lu Tian estimated there were approximately 10,000 seats, although only about 1,000 were occupied at that moment. Observing the influx of Qi refining cultivators settling in, he understood that this level was primarily designated for them. While some may purchase a few items, Lu Tian surmised that most were merely there to broaden their horizons. Naturally, Lu Tian would not sit among them. Instead, he ascended to the area reserved for Foundation establishment cultivators. After presenting a storage bag containing 1,000 low-tier spirit stones for verification, he was granted entry and found a seat. This section was situated about 10 feet above the myriad seats occupied by Qi refining cultivators, and rather than individual chairs, it featured long sofas reminiscent of those from a past life. Choosing a secluded spot, Lu Tian surveyed the area, noting that approximately 1,000 long seats were available, with hundreds already claimed. It was apparent that not all occupants were Foundation establishment cultivators. Many were still at the Qi refining stage. This arrangement reflected the benefits provided to Foundation establishment cultivators, allowing each to bring 2 Qi refining disciples or family members into this area. Although Lu Tian was initially unaware of this privilege, he quickly grasped the situation. Just as Qi refining disciples could showcase their wealth of 1,000 spirit stones for complementary upgrades, this was a means to offer discrete advantages to those affluent and powerful, allowing them to save face and gain prestige. It was no wonder that the 5-yearly auction attracted such a large audience. Lu Tian silently admired this arrangement. As for the nearly 100 private boxes floating above the Foundation establishment area, they were clearly designated for golden core and nascent soul elders. Whether they were occupied was beyond Lu Tian's perception. It was said that even higher private trading spaces existed above, accessible only during grand auctions held every 2 decades. Upon Lu Tian's arrival, the Foundation establishment predecessors already seated occasionally cast him a fleeting glance, but nothing more ensued. The Qi refining cultivators in this area either possessed spirit stones or connections, and this was self-evident. An hour passed, and with the toll of a bell, the auction officially commenced. By this time, over 2,000 had taken their seats in the Qi refining area, while 200 to 300 seats in the Foundation establishment section were occupied, totaling approximately 400 to 500 attendees. Welcome, fellow cultivators of the immortal realm, to our Tianyu sect's Tianyu Tower for the 5-yearly auction of the State of Yu. I am the host of this auction. At that moment, a striking female cultivator, dressed in a resplendent red gown, her voice melodious and captivating, resonated throughout the hall. The rules of this auction remain consistent with those of the past, and I trust that the newcomers have familiarized themselves with them in advance, so I shall not elaborate further. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for your participation, and I hope each of you finds success in this auction. Now, we shall commence with the first item for auction, the Flowing Cloud Sword. A top-tier wooden attribute flying sword artifact of exquisite quality, crafted by a golden core elder. In addition to its primary material of Qingyun wood, it incorporates a small amount of Xianxia, boasting formidable attack power and unparalleled speed compared to ordinary flying swords. The starting bid is 400 spirit stones. with increments of no less than 10 spirit stones. As the enticing words of the enchanting female cultivator reverberated, bids began to rise from every section. 450, 480, 502. The wooden flying sword was indeed impressive, enhanced with a rare speed attribute, and the atmosphere quickly became fervent. Ultimately, the sword was claimed by a Qi refining cultivator who expended 750 spirit stones. The figure, cloaked and masked, promptly exchanged spirit stones with a Tianyu sect cultivator at the side of the stage to acquire his prize. Such actions naturally ignited a fervent envy among fellow Qi refining cultivators. Meanwhile, the auction continued unabated. Earth-shattering hammer, golden light bowl, farewell hook, rock tortoise shield, one top-tier artifact after another, all of exquisite quality, was presented, leaving Lu Tian in awe. Typically, these top-tier artifacts would be treasures of any ordinary shop. Yet here they were, merely commonplace auction items, demonstrating the significant preparation undertaken by the Tianyu sect for this event. Lu Tian's anticipation grew, as he had previously visited numerous shops without finding the auxiliary artifacts he desired. While he possessed a variety of offensive and defensive artifacts, he lacked those with unique functionalities, akin to the extraordinary Ningguang mirror talisman that provided special effects. As dozens of items were auctioned off, none of the treasures Lu Tian had hoped for emerged. But he remained unhurried. The offerings thus far were merely appetizers. After a rare demon beast egg was auctioned off by a Foundation establishment cultivator for over 1,000 spirit stones, the stunning host standing on the jade platform gazed at the jade vial in her hand, her smile becoming even more radiant. One defining beauty pill. This miraculous elixir preserves youth eternally. The starting bid is 1,000 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 30 spirit stones. Following this brief introduction, whispers arose from the Qi refining area at the bottom. What kind of pill starts at over 1,000 spirit stones? That is outrageous. Chapter 38. Virtual Element Stone and Purple Thundernet. 1,200. Suddenly, a voice from the second floor, belonging to a female cultivator, rang out, clearly filled with surprise and eagerness. As soon as Lu Tiandu heard of the defining beauty pill, his eyes gleamed from beneath his hat, and he waited quietly. Bids continued to rise, mostly from female cultivators, with a few male cultivators joining in. The price had already reached over 1,500 spirit stones. At this moment, those who were previously unaware of the pill's effects began to share the news of its miraculous ability to preserve youth, and many female cultivators grew anxious, lamenting their insufficient spirit stones in their storage bags. Naturally, some female cultivators began to grumble about their partners, causing male cultivators to grit their teeth in frustration at the person who provided such an auction item. After all, anyone with a modicum of knowledge understood that crafting this pill required rare ingredients aged over 1,000 years. Who would be so wasteful as to concoct such a seemingly trivial elixir? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to refine or exchange for pills that enhance their cultivation? It was simply absurd. As the price of the defining beauty pill continued to soar, Lu Tiandu was both excited and a tad anxious. The popularity of the pill within the domain of the Hidden Moon sect was truly remarkable. 2,200. At that moment, a gentle male voice resonated from a private room dozens of feet above in the Foundation establishment area. The voice was clear enough to reach every ear in the auction hall. A golden core cultivator. Lu Tiandu's eyes flickered with surprise. He had anticipated that these high-level cultivators would first show interest in this defining beauty pill. After this bid, no one dared to raise their price, as few would risk offending such esteemed seniors. However, they were gracious enough. 2,200 was already an exceedingly high price. After the small climax surrounding the defining beauty pill passed, the auction transitioned into the next phase. Item after item was presented, various magical tools, spiritual herbs, materials, spirit beasts, and techniques, all in abundance. The Celestial Bell, a premium-grade top-tier magical tool, crafted from numerous earth element stones and refined brass, also contained a small amount of copper essence suitable for crafting magical treasures. It was exceptionally sturdy, capable of both offense and defense, and could also be used to entrap enemies. The starting bid was 500 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 20 spirit stones. At this moment, the captivating host in red held up a tray, showcasing a small yellow bell before the audience. Such bell-shaped magical tools were rare and multifunctional. Soon, several nearby Foundation establishment cultivators began to place their bids. Isn't this the very bell that the Foundation establishment cultivator Xianxia from the Hidden Moon sect possessed in the original story? Lu Tiandu mused upon hearing the introduction of the magical tool. Though this magical tool had the capability to trap enemies, Its overly comprehensive functions rendered its entrapment ability somewhat lacking compared to specialized trapping tools, so Lu Tiandu had no intention of bidding. Before long, the item was won by a certain Foundation establishment cultivator for 850 spirit stones. As the auction continued, a piece of material caught Lu Tiandu's interest, a silvery stone, about the size of a fist, suitable for crafting magical tools. The Virtual Element Stone. The price of the Virtual Element Stone had risen from 400 to over 600. Observing the dwindling number of bidders, Lu Tiandu called out, 700. This declaration immediately intimidated several participants. After a few more rounds of bidding among the remaining Foundation establishment cultivators, Lu Tiandu successfully acquired the refining material for 800 spirit stones. After completing the transaction at the side of the auction stage, Lu Tiandu stored the silvery stone in his storage bag. Returning to his seat, he continued to observe the array of items on the auction stage, indifferent to the gazes of certain Foundation establishment cultivators. Since the spiritual light shuttle in his possession had increasingly proven its worth, Lu Tiandu had begun to contemplate the refining insights left by the elder of the Divine Weapon sect. Over the past 6 months, he had not been particularly busy. Seizing moments to study, he discovered several unique methods for crafting various magical tools, including the spiritual light shuttle in his hand. The Virtual Element Stone was one of the primary materials needed for crafting the spiritual light shuttle. Naturally, he had no reason not to bid on such material. After several items, including blue light stones and several hundred-year-old ironwood, a second defining beauty pill was finally presented. This time, the price remained high, ultimately reaching 2,000 spirit stones, once again being claimed by a golden core figure in a private room. Although Lu Tiandu's expression remained unchanged beneath his spiritual hat, the twitching of his lips betrayed his inner helplessness. He truly hadn't expected the defining beauty pill to be so sought after, prompting golden core experts to frequently bid. Unfortunately, it could not be sold in bulk. Time swiftly passed, and by this point, the auction had successfully sold over 300 items of various treasures, leaving the Qi refining cultivators in a daze, exclaiming that their journey was worthwhile. Several refining materials and spiritual herbs also piqued Lu Tiandu's interest. However, once the price exceeded a certain threshold, he refrained from further bidding. After all, he had heard rumors of a treasure suited for him to be presented later in the auction. Securing that item along with the earlier acquired Virtual Element Stone would nearly complete his expenditures. Otherwise, it would attract too much attention. Ultimately, his lack of power limited his willingness to splurge. Now let us proceed to the next item. As the enchanting host in red parted her cherry lips, a lovely attendant presented the new auction item. The Purple Thunder Net, a precious top-tier magical tool, a rare net-type artifact, was excellent for trapping enemies or for personal defense. It contained 3 ounces of Thunder Spirit Crystal, bestowing it with the capability to paralyze with lightning. The starting bid was 800 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 30 spirit stones. As this treasure appeared, Lu Tiandu immediately perked up. It seemed that the rumors regarding certain auction items were indeed accurate. Though there had been several other decent trapping magical tools previously, compared to this one, they paled significantly. The 3 ounces of Thunder Spirit Crystal would likely drive the price of this artifact considerably higher. Lu Tiandu thought to himself. In the realm of cultivation, lightning attribute spells and treasures ranked among the most formidable in terms of offensive power. The renowned Thunder Spirit Crystal was a top-tier material for crafting lightning attribute treasures. Although only 3 ounces were included, and it might not be the finest quality, it still lent a golden sheen to this magical tool. When Lu Tiandu finally bid 1,300 spirit stones to claim the Purple Thunder Net, dozens of spiritual senses swept over him, all detected by his spiritual hat. Yet, these individuals could not breach the power of the hat to discern his true identity, leaving them to ponder where this concealed Qi refining cultivator had emerged from. A hat capable of blocking the spiritual senses of late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators while casually bidding over 1,000 spirit stones for a treasure was certainly not the act of an ordinary person. In the early stages of Foundation building, a typical cultivator possesses such modest means. After calmly reclaiming his treasure, Lu Tiandu felt a flicker of joy within. This artifact significantly bolstered his plans for the blood-colored Forbidden Land journey. Thereafter, Lu Tiandu refrained from making any further moves. Chapter 39. Encountering Assassination. The auction event had now entered its concluding phase. One rare treasure after another caught Lu Tiandu's eye, inciting his desire. Yet he dared not contend for them. Snow Spirit Water, Heavenly Fire Liquid, materials from 4th-tier demonic beasts, 5th-tier demon cores, talismans, copper essence, iron essence, and hundreds of years-old spirit herbs, as well as millennial spirit herbs, were among the various extraordinary items on display. Several late-stage foundation cultivators and golden core cultivators actively bid, prompting a chorus of admiration from a group of nascent-stage novices who exclaimed the thrill of wealth. The final item Lu Tiandu had consigned, a stabilizing face pill, fetched an impressive price of 1,900 spirit stones, won by a late-stage female cultivator. After confirming the pill with Tianyu Tower, she astonishingly consumed it on the spot, igniting envy among many observing female cultivators. Originally, Lu Tiandu intended to depart the auction after securing the purple lightning pouch, but the plethora of rare treasures that emerged broadened his horizons, leading him to exit along with the throngs of people. After aimlessly wandering the market for several rounds and confirming that no one was tailing him, Lu Tiandu took a moment to return to the Stone Pearl world to change his appearance. He removed his ethereal spirit hat and checked into the best inn in the Tianyu city, the Miaoyu Tower. While most attendees of the auction were likely eager to return to their clans or sects, Lu Tiandu chose a contrary path, deciding to linger for a few more days. On one hand, he aimed to avoid the influx of departing crowds to prevent any potential ambushes from treasure thieves, especially given that hundreds of foundation-stage cultivators had attended the auction. On the other hand, he needed to finalize the proceeds from the stabilizing face pill with Tianyu Tower. 2 days later, Lu Tiandu successfully visited Tianyu Tower, where he verified his identity ring and key with the person in charge and received the profits from the stabilizing face pill. The two responsible individuals extended an invitation for him to participate in the large auction held every 20 years, scheduled for 5 years hence, to which Lu Tiandu expressed considerable interest, though he revealed nothing further. After deducting a 10% handling fee, the total earnings from 3 stabilizing face pills amounted to 5,490 spirit stones, marking the first occasion Lu Tiandu's total spirit stone count reached 30,000. This journey concluded perfectly. Next, he planned to head to Spirit Beast Mountain to validate a notion he held, followed by a visit to Tyne and to meet Han Li and sell some talismans for a further influx of spirit stones. Subsequently, he could hitch a ride back to Huangfeng Valley with cultivators from there, awaiting the blood-colored Forbidden Land trial. Everything was proceeding according to plan, greatly uplifting his spirits. Now, 5 days had elapsed since the auction's conclusion. Not only had the foot traffic in Tianyu City sharply declined, but even the idle individuals lingering outside the market had diminished significantly. This time, Lu Tiandu did not summon his flying shuttle. Instead, he guided his wind sword towards the nameless small cave he had opened upon arrival. After over an hour, as the nameless hill drew nearer, Lu Tiandu's taut nerves finally began to relax. Despite having a life-saving trump card, the presence of 200 to 300 foundation stage cultivators, along with several golden core cultivators, had weighed heavily upon him. He could finally let out a long sigh of relief, just as Lu Tiandu soared over a dense thicket. The residual shockwave from a clash of magical artifacts startled him, compelling him to halt abruptly. This was perilous. Foundation stage cultivators were engaging in battle. Sensing the fluctuations in spiritual energy caused by the conflict, Lu Tiandu's expression darkened. If he flew directly through, he would undoubtedly be struck down immediately. Normally, he would have confidence in escaping if he summoned his spiritual light shuttle, but given that the combatants were ahead of him, it would be challenging to flee. Moreover, he had no idea how many individuals were involved in the skirmish. Being besieged would be disastrous. While contemplating whether to release the flying shuttle and retreat, a streak of escape light unexpectedly shot northward, precisely in his direction. Lu Tiandu's expression shifted as he swiftly retracted his flying sword and descended straight downward. Midway through his descent, his figure suddenly vanished into thin air. Activated by the ethereal veil, Lu Tiandu entered a state of invisibility, skillfully navigating through the dense foliage while silently expressing gratitude for wearing the white veil during this time. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to enter the Stone Pearl world. He preferred not to resort to that unless absolutely necessary. This was largely due to his current low cultivation level. The Stone Pearl treasure he brought from Earth had only been partially refined and did not fully belong to him, posing a risk of being seized by others. Furthermore, because it remained only partially refined, his entrance and exit points would also be in the same location. Fortunately, upon entering the Stone Pearl world, the actual pearl would transform into a speck of dust in the void. However, Lu Tiandu was uncertain whether individuals with powerful consciousnesses might detect this anomaly, as he had no knowledge of the limits of consciousness for either golden core or late-stage foundation cultivators at this point, rendering him unable to take proper precautions. Thus, he could only proceed with utmost caution. "Zhang, are you truly intent on exterminating me?" A tall, burly man cloaked in black, bloodied, and with a darkened mouth, commanded a shielded magical artifact that enveloped him, glaring resentfully at the two individuals surrounding him. He had sensed someone passing by earlier and had rushed over in hopes of drawing that person into the fray, only to find that the individual had escaped. Stirring his ire, "Wang Shidi, I had no choice. If you reveal the secret behind your rapid advancement in cultivation over the years, it may be possible for us to spare your life." A stout man with an exposed chest and a smirk replied from behind. "You entered the sect later than I did, and your talent is inferior to mine. Yet, you have made such rapid progress in cultivation these years. I am genuinely curious. Shidi, by the way, did you acquire the snow spirit water and heavenly fire liquid at this auction?" The stout man toyed with a black trident in his hand, his gaze momentarily flashing with jealousy as he continued speaking. The tall, burly man's expression grew increasingly grim as he glared at the other. "Lu Shidi, I have treated you well over the years, yet the one to strike me in the back is the person I trusted most." The medium-built Lu Shidi, with delicate features, felt a flash of shame cross his flushed face as he spoke helplessly. "Xianxia, I know I owe you a great debt of gratitude, but I possess a greater leverage over Xianxia. I am also forced into this position. If you provide Xianxia with what he needs, why must it come to this?" Upon hearing Lu Shidi's words, the burly man named Wang felt a chill run through him. He wiped the blood from his mouth and sneered. "Had I not trusted you and allowed you to approach, could you have ambushed me? Just him? Bah. And do you truly believe that your good Xianxia will let you leave unscathed after acquiring my secret? Secrets exist precisely because they belong to a single individual. Haha. Lu Shidi, you are at death's door and still fail to comprehend." He glared at the handsome youth with eyes like bronze bells. Listening to the words of Brother Wang, the fair-skinned young man appeared timid and hesitant, unable to meet anyone's gaze. A hint of vigilance flickered across his face as he cast a furtive glance at the bare-chested Brother Zhang, lost in his own thoughts. "Junior Lu, do not heed such nonsensical drivel. The bond we share is incomparable to that of others," Brother Wang cautioned, his tone grave. "The poison has taken deep root within him. His demise is imminent. We must remain vigilant, lest he seeks to destroy us both. My promise to you still stands. I require only that secret, and the rest shall belong to you." Although Brother Zhang looked down upon Junior Lu for betraying his benefactor, he sensed that matters were unfolding as expected and chose not to complicate things further. He hurried to reassure the fair young man. As for the secret being revealed to both of them, it was simple enough. Eliminate one, and the other would remain silent. The rotund figure of Brother Zhang chuckled coldly to himself, having already condemned Junior Lu to death. His thoughts turned to Lu's alluring companion, igniting a fervor within him. At this moment, Lu Tianyu concealed himself behind a large tree, several dozen yards away from the three. He had floated over without being detected, which greatly relieved him. Observing the tangled web of deceit and treachery among the trio, he wore an expression devoid of emotion. Murder and the pursuit of treasure, turning against one another. Plotting. This seemed to be the norm in the realm of mortals practicing cultivation. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be foundation-building cultivators from Spirit Beast Mountain. The tallest among them was likely the most powerful, preparing for the formation of a dan, while the other two were merely at the mid-foundation stage. Seeing the glazed expression in the eyes of the robust man, Lu Tianyu realized his time was limited. The poison that ensnared this late-stage foundation cultivator was a mystery to him. Since the three remained oblivious to his concealed presence, he decided to bide his time. He surmised that once the burly man succumbed, Brother Zhang would undoubtedly turn on Junior Lu. If they both fell to one another, perhaps he could seize the opportunity for gain. The secret that the stout man sought. Merely the items purchased for Dan formation, Shualing water and Tianhua liquid, were worth thousands of spirit stones. It was evident that all three had likely participated in an auction, amassing significant wealth. With their collective fortunes amounting to tens of thousands of spirit stones, Lu Tianyu was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Of course, if the two managed to leave amicably, he would suffer no loss, having merely witnessed an intriguing spectacle. This locale lay merely 20 to 30 miles from his cave dwelling. Utilizing formations, he could easily eliminate early foundation cultivators and could likely trap those at the mid-foundation stage. However, two intact mid-foundation cultivators were beyond his reach. As Lu Tianyu maneuvered his ethereal cloak while pondering, a piercing scream jolted him back to reality. Upon focusing, he was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. The robust Wang was still lying on the ground, seemingly alive, while the previously confident Brother Zhang now bore a look of horror. His exposed abdomen had been gruesomely punctured, revealing his ruptured intestines. Meanwhile, the fair-skinned Junior Lu stood at a distance, his expression inscrutable as dark mist emanated from his ebony hands, revealing a most unorthodox cultivation technique. Junior Lu, how dare you practice such wicked arts? Brother Zhang gasped, clutching his abdomen in agony, disbelief etched on his face. Oh, truly? Once you're dead, who will know what techniques I have practiced? Junior Lu retorted, his earlier facade of shame vanishing. His countenance turned frigid as he regarded Brother Zhang. His final words barely audible. At this moment, Brother Zhang realized that he had been used by Junior Lu from the beginning. He had intended to deal with this young man after Brother Wang's demise, but Lu had seized the opportunity to strike unexpectedly, leaving him grievously injured. And you think I am unaware of your affairs with that harlot? Upon returning, I wonder if she will still fawn over you when she sees your severed head? Observing the increasingly grim expression on Brother Zhang's face, Junior Lu could not suppress a chilling laugh. You believe you are the only one coveting Brother Wang's secret? Huh. That secret was divulged by me, and I owe you my gratitude for helping me subdue him. Now, you can perish. As he spoke, Junior Lu reached for his spirit beast pouch, and a grotesque toad, covered in bulbous growths and oozing green liquid, appeared before him. This was a third-tier green toad beast. As the foul creature emerged, it released a nauseating odor, its small green eyes fixated on Brother Zhang, its long tongue flicking with astonishing speed. Although Brother Zhang was caught off guard and wounded in the abdomen, he quickly swallowed a pill and applied a bleeding-stopping talisman to staunch the flow of blood. Yet, the malevolent energy from the wicked arts coursed through him, causing immense discomfort and hindering his magical powers. In a state of urgency, Brother Zhang summoned his spirit beast, a snow-white lion, resembling a majestic creature, albeit injured from a prior skirmish with Brother Wang's spirit beast. The two spirit beasts charged at one another, unleashing their innate abilities amidst a cacophony of snarls and clashes. While both cultivators boasted an array of spirit beasts, only those of at least second tier could inflict damage upon one another. It was evident that these third-tier spirit beasts were their primary forces, as not every practitioner from Spirit Beast Mountain possessed such powerful companions. As Junior Lu observed Brother Zhang, who now bore a protective earth-colored shield, he smirked, his darkened hand flipping to reveal a pitch-black small banner, which he hurled into the air. The triangular banner, entwined with swirling gray mist, emitted eerie, muffled cries that sent shivers down one's spine. With swift hand gestures, the black mist emanating from Junior Lu intensified, causing the triangular banner to swell into a towering flag. Witnessing this ominous banner, Brother Zhang's face darkened further. Gritting his teeth, he produced a blood-red pill and swallowed it in haste. Extreme blood pill? Junior Lu's surprise was fleeting, replaced by a scornful smile. It seems your precious master truly dotes on you. However, even with this pill, you shall still meet your end today. With that, he forcefully shook the black flag towards Brother Zhang. The flag quivered violently, and several black serpents shot forth, striking fiercely against the protective barrier formed by the earth-colored shield. With a dull thud, the light shield trembled, causing Brother Zhang's complexion to pale. As the black and gray serpent collided with it, the yellow shield emitted a sizzling sound, its spiritual radiance gradually dimming. The presence of sinister energy? Perceiving the corrosion of his protective barrier, the previously composed Brother Zhang could not help but exclaim. Chapter 41. The yellow bird lurks behind? The presence of sinister energy? The black banner was evidently a treasure forged from some dark magical technique, containing a malevolent aura that significantly countered righteous artifacts. A brief assessment revealed to the stout Brother Zhang that his shield would not endure much longer. Although he possessed several top-tier defensive artifacts, none could compare to this one. If he were careless during the transition of artifacts and allowed the sinister energy to seep into his body, the consequences could be dire. With this thought, fear gripped him, inciting a hearty laugh from his adversary, Lu Shidi. You want me dead, but I shall not grant you your wish. Despite his moment of trepidation, facing the brink of life and death, Brother Zhang gritted his teeth and summoned the black trident he had clutched tightly in his hand, preparing for a desperate final stand. Fortunately, the aid of a blood essence pill had augmented his magical power significantly. Under Brother Zhang's command, the trident transformed into a colossal weapon of 3 yards, fiercely striking at the black and gray serpents. Regrettably, under Lu Shidi's guidance, the sinister energy manifested in the serpents, allowing them to evade the massive trident's assault and continue their onslaught upon the yellow shield. Moments later, Brother Zhang's expression shifted. He abandoned the looming threat of the serpents and directed the trident towards Lu Shidi in the distance. Lu Shidi, with a cold laugh, shook the black banner once more, and several gray-black serpents shot forth from it, coiling around the black trident. Lu Tianyu, observing the battlefield's dramatic transformation, felt a surge of astonishment. Although Lu Shidi hailed from the Spirit Beast Mountain, it was evident he had cultivated a form of dark power. The magical artifact, the Black Banner, was enigmatic and formidable, rendering Brother Zhang's two high-grade artifacts utterly ineffective. Had Brother Zhang not been ambushed and severely injured, he likely would have entertained thoughts of retreat. Watching the two combatants entangled in battle, Lu Tiandu understood that unless Brother Zhang possessed a means to turn the tide, he was destined for doom. Within the span of half a tea time, the battlefield bore witness to two lifeless bodies. Brother Wang had already succumbed amidst the clash, while the third-level Snow Howler, upon its master's demise, activated its self-destruct mechanism, obliterating its essence and collapsing lifelessly, its body savaged by the green-toed beast. At this moment, Lu Shidi let out a sigh of relief, discreetly observing with his spiritual sense. Finding no anomalies, he retracted the Black Banner, maintaining vigilance with the green-toed beast, and approached Brother Wang's corpse with palpable excitement. After years of curiosity regarding the secrets to swift advancement in cultivation, his scheming had borne fruit, and the exhilaration was indescribable. With such a treasure, coupled with his dark powers, his strength would undoubtedly surge. As he reached for Brother Wang's storage pouch, an abrupt change occurred. With a crackling sound, a brilliant platinum light shot forth from the side. This light was swift and imbued with astonishing spiritual energy, poised to cleave Lu Shidi in two. What? Lu Tiandu, concealed beneath a silken cloak nearly 100 yards away, was equally astonished, his expression one of disbelief. Another yellow bird? Was there yet another hidden presence besides himself? Seizing the moment when Lu Shidi, the ostensible victor, had let his guard down, this assailant struck with remarkable speed and precision. This sudden attack sent a chill down Lu Tiandu's spine. Had it been him, he would have surely been unable to withstand such an onslaught. For this was the might of a fully unleashed talisman, the most potent weapon short of a golden core cultivator's artifacts. Indeed, in that instant, he perceived that this was no mere artifact, but a talisman surpassing them. Lu Tiandu's eyes fixed intently on Lu Shidi, eager to witness whether he could possibly withstand this lethal strike. In a fleeting moment, the brilliant platinum light flashed past. With a dull grunt, a burst of blood mist erupted from Lu Shidi's position, a scream echoing from within. The platinum light spiraled in the air without hesitation, swiftly striking at the green-toed beast. The third-level demon beast roared in fury as they collided, yet the white light was momentarily halted by the creature's rugged back. Although the green-toed beast appeared battered, it ultimately survived. This lightning-fast transformation transpired in the blink of an eye, and as the blood mist dissipated, Lu Tiandu braced himself, expecting Lu Shidi to be reduced to mere vapor. To his astonishment, a pale Lu Shidi gradually revealed himself, fixated on a white figure several dozen yards away. He had survived. Though he appeared drained of much energy, it was indeed unexpected. "You scoundrel! How dare you ambush me? Today, I shall tear you apart." Lu Shidi seethed, his words dripping with venomous hatred, sending a chill through Lu Tiandu's heart. In truth, Lu Tiandu was more curious about how Lu Shidi had evaded that deadly strike. In such a brief moment, it was impossible for Lu Shidi to have summoned a defensive artifact. His magical barrier would have been utterly insufficient. "Humph, you nefarious scoundrel. Daring to flaunt your power within the domain of the Hidden Moon sect. Today, I shall ensure you never return." A calm voice resonated from a distance as a figure clad in white appeared several dozen yards away. Lu Tiandu discreetly scrutinized this white-robed cultivator who had been lurking undetected. This individual, appearing to be in his 30s, possessed a stern visage and fierce eyes, suggesting a ruthless nature. A mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, he demonstrated considerable combat experience, immediately pursuing the third-level demon beast without a hint of hesitation, showcasing his decisiveness. The onlookers were oblivious to this person's stealthy presence, making it clear what intentions he harbored: exterminating demons and vanquishing evil. Indeed, although the white-robed individual appeared unconcerned with Lu Shidi, he was internally perplexed about how Lu Shidi had managed to withstand his meticulously prepared full-force strike. While he maintained a facade of composure, his unease regarding Lu Shidi only intensified. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lu Shidi clutched a shattered puppet tightly in his hand, his heart bleeding. This transformation puppet was a secret treasure he had acquired from an ancient cave, refined over decades, serving as his greatest trump card, now tragically depleted. The loss drove him to the brink of madness, not to mention the considerable depletion of his vitality caused by unleashing the transformation of the puppet. If he were to miraculously survive this ordeal, it would likely take him years of recuperation to fully recover. A fleeting crimson glimmer ignited in his eyes as Lu, the junior disciple, swiftly retrieved the black banner he had previously employed from his storage pouch. Observing this scene, the white-clad foundational cultivator from the Hidden Moon sect wasted no time. summoning a platinum light wheel talisman that hovered above his head. The talisman radiated intensely, morphing into a streak of luminous energy that rapidly sliced towards Lu. The swiftness of this strike was truly unhesitating. This indicated the considerable apprehension the foundational cultivator harbored towards the banner imbued with malevolent energy. Humph! Lu scoffed, his expression remaining unchanged. With a mere thought, the green-toed beast surged forth to intercept the attack. Subsequently, Lu struck his chest with his right hand and spat forth a mouthful of vital blood onto the expanding banner. As he performed a series of intricate gestures, the originally black banner ominously transformed into a deep crimson hue. The gray mist enveloping the banner became tinged with blood, and as Lu's incantations intensified, the blood mist swiftly coalesced into a massive blood-red serpent, stretching over several dozen feet. Kill! The serpent, emanating an eerie aura, writhed and lunged towards the distant white-clad man under Lu's command. Another fierce battle commenced. Chapter 42. Who lives, who dies? This adversary was indeed formidable. Witnessing the blood-red serpent conjured by the Hidden Moon sect cultivator through the malevolent talisman, the expression of the white-clad man shifted. His platinum light will talisman was still entangled with the green-toed beast, rendering him incapable of lending immediate assistance. Moreover, ordinary attack talismans, as evidenced by the death of senior brother Zhang, were easily tainted by malevolent energy and thus ineffective. Without further hesitation, the white-clad man tapped his storage pouch, and a three-colored lotus-shaped talisman materialized beneath him. This talisman radiated beams of white, red, and yellow light, enveloping the white-clad man in a sizable three-colored protective sphere. At that moment, the blood-red serpent charged forward with a series of menacing roars. Standing atop the lotus talisman and observing the serpent battering against the protective barrier, a cold smirk flickered across the resolute face of the white-clad man. This exquisite lotus-shaped defensive talisman was a rare treasure. As long as he could endure until he eliminated the green-toed beast, the situation would turn decidedly in his favor. Disregarding the serpent outside the barrier, he directed his talisman to execute a final assault on the green-toed beast. The cacophony of roars from the spirit beasts and the sounds of impact caused a change in expression for the concealed Lu Tianyu as well. However, moments later, the white-clad man's demeanor shifted once more. The speed at which the blood-red serpent corroded his protective talisman exceeded his expectations. After a brief contemplation, he tapped his storage pouch again, and a blue flying sword shot through the three-colored barrier, hurtling towards Lu. You wish to be the yellow bird? Lu sensed his injuries and his expression darkened with resentment. At this moment, his malevolent banner was wholly engaged in attacking the white-clad man, making it difficult to divert any energy to intercept the flying sword. He could only reluctantly deploy a blood-red flying dagger to meet it. The blue and red talismans ignited a third battlefield in their fierce clash. After a brief interval, Lu assessed the condition of the green-toed beast, and his expression darkened further. He tapped his waist pouch and released another spirit beast. The creature materialized in the air, its wings unfurling to summon a whirlwind. It was a level 2 eagle-like beast, clad in black feathers with a sharp beak and claws. Its crimson crest stood out strikingly. This eagle-like beast was likely one of Lu's trump cards. Without a care for the suffering green-toed beast, it flew directly toward the white-clad man, crashing forcefully against the protective sphere of the lotus talisman. This spectacle startled Lu Tianyu, who was observing from a distance. He had not anticipated that Lu, the cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain, had concealed so much power. The addition of this level 2 monster, equivalent to a foundational stage cultivator, significantly enhanced Lu's chances of victory. Their struggle was incredibly intense. However, had it not been for the white-clad man's ambush, the outcome of a solitary cultivator facing a Spirit Beast Mountain practitioner with a Spirit Beast was far from certain. This prompted Lu Tianyu to contemplate gathering several powerful monsters as allies. After a brief standoff, the seemingly disadvantaged white-clad man maintained his impassive demeanor, lost in thought, or perhaps concealing another trump card. Suddenly, the eagle-like beast, which had been striking the barrier with its claws, paused mid-air, its wings flaring wide as it emitted a piercing cry. At the moment of the cry, Lu Tianyu felt a fleeting moment of confusion, though the flickering image in his mind quickly restored his clarity. However, the white-clad man, directly facing the eagle, was not so fortunate. The cry rendered him momentarily dazed, disrupting the flow of his mana and causing the barrier of the lotus talisman to develop a crack. Simultaneously, as the eagle unleashed its mesmerizing scream, the cold-faced Lu stepped forward, the light beneath his feet shimmering briefly, propelling him forward over several dozen feet until he stood less than 10 feet from the white-clad man. "Die!" he shouted, raising his left hand with a chilling gaze. His left index finger, still emanating dark mist, suddenly snapped, transforming into a streak of black light that shot towards the white-clad man. This black light was extraordinarily swift. With a sharp sound, it pierced through the three-colored barrier, heading straight for the white-clad man's head. In that instant, the white-clad man gritted his teeth and regained his senses, alarmed by the sudden appearance of the black light. He tilted his head to evade while raising his arm in defense. "Ah!" A wretched scream echoed from within the three-colored barrier. Pain etched across the previously stoic features of the white-clad man. His arm had been pierced by the black light, and a gaping wound appeared on his neck, blood gushing profusely, a truly tragic sight. "Hee, having tasted my shadow demon finger, I wonder how long you can endure," Lu lamented inwardly, feeling a twinge of regret as the technique had not fully matured. Had it been perfected, that strike would surely have been fatal for the white-clad man. With a flash of light beneath his feet, he swiftly distanced himself by several dozen feet. Observing the dimming three-colored barrier, he unhesitatingly commanded the blood-red serpent, born from the malevolent banner, to attack once more. Such a thief, such incredible speed, utilizing bodily techniques. Though the white-clad man's previous ambush had severely injured him, his formidable battle instincts compelled him to grit his teeth, pressing 2 talismans to suppress his wounds while continuing to channel mana into the Lotus Talisman. He coldly regarded his adversary, fully aware that the spirit beast mountain thief possessed a talisman capable of rapid short-range teleportation, which heightened his vigilance. Resolving to overcome the pain coursing through his body, he intensified the activation of the Platinum Light Will Talisman, seemingly willing to spare no expense in swiftly eliminating the green-toed beast. The astonishing developments of this sudden confrontation left Lu Tianyu, who had been observing covertly, utterly astounded. How had Lu managed to traverse such a distance in an instant? The speed was akin to teleportation, truly remarkable. He was astounded as he witnessed the battle of several foundation-building cultivators today. These individuals, having lived for decades, or even centuries, employed a myriad of cunning tactics, each more intricate than the last, leaving him in a state of shock. In mere moments, the man in white appeared to have stabilized his injuries, though the paleness of his face remained evident. Suddenly, a mournful cry of a beast pierced the air. It was the green-toed beast, initially summoned by Lu Shidi to confront the white golden wheel of light, which could no longer endure and was struck down by a beam of radiant energy. An opportunity had arisen. This scene filled the white-clad figure with joy, a flicker of delight breaking through his stern demeanor. With a swift gesture, he directed the golden beam towards Lu Shidi. The latter's countenance darkened, having sustained significant losses from a surprise attack and subsequent use of the demon flag. He was in no condition to retaliate. His earlier inaction was not due to a lack of willingness, but rather a necessity to recuperate. Commanding the eagle kite beast to unleash a disorienting shriek and subsequently activating his enchanted boots had cost him dearly, including the loss of a finger. Given the circumstances, fleeing seemed perilous. After years of scheming, he could not abandon his long-sought goal. With a mental command, the eagle kite beast, which had just emitted its distressing cry, flapped its wings and defiantly charged at the golden wheel of light. Lu Shidi, now in a dire situation, retrieved a crimson chain from his storage pouch, which he transformed into a long serpent aimed at the golden artifact. He realized that he had to block this lethal weapon to have a chance of summoning the blood python from the demon flag to breach the protective shell of the man in white. As Lu Shidi unleashed his defensive artifact against the wheel of light, the white-clad man revealed a sinister smile, recognizing Lu Shidi's precarious position. "Since you are at your wit's end, allow me to assist you," he mused. Concealed beneath his sleeve, his fingers twitched, seemingly activating a concealed artifact. This sight sent a jolt of anxiety through Lu Tianyu, who still could not discern what artifact or secret technique the man in white had unleashed. Just then, to his astonishment, Lu Shidi collapsed, lifeless. What? The sudden turn of events left Lu Tianyu gasping in shock. With Lu Shidi's demise, the black flag, bloody flying daggers, and crimson chains fell to the ground, and the second-tier eagle kite beast lay lifeless alongside its master. At that moment, the pale man in white summoned 3 silver threads that shot back into his hand. Was it an artifact? A flying needle artifact? Lu Tianyu's heart raced as he recognized the rarity of the flying needle artifact in the cultivation world. Although he had never encountered such a needle artifact, he had heard of its malevolent reputation. It was said that while its attack power was somewhat inferior to other artifacts, its small size and rapid speed made it an ideal weapon for stealthy assaults. Thus, Many cultivators referred to flying needle artifacts as Yin artifacts, and their notoriety was well known in the realm of cultivation. The two adversaries had exchanged surprise attacks, but ultimately, the man from the Tianyu sect had outmatched Lu Shidi. Suddenly, Lu Tiandu understood the man's earlier expression when Lu Shidi had summoned his third offensive artifact, the Crimson Chain. Typically, a foundation-building cultivator could manage only 3 artifacts simultaneously without a significant depletion of mental energy unless they had mastered a superior technique, like the Great Variation technique. The white-clad man had patiently awaited this moment. As Lu Shidi summoned the Crimson Chain, he had simultaneously activated his trump card, the 3 silver flying needles, also his third artifact, and a rare set at that. Lu Shidi had summoned only offensive artifacts, lacking any defensive ones, even though the flying needle artifact's offensive capability was lower than other artifacts. It could swiftly dismantle Lu Shidi's magical shield. While talismans might surpass most artifacts in raw power, they still belong to a different category entirely, merely being more powerful and energy-intensive than regular artifacts. The man in white had expertly wielded these rare and remarkable artifacts. At that moment, Lu Tiandu dared not breathe, regretting his earlier greedy decision to intervene. He could only hope the white-clad figure would hastily depart with the storage pouch, leaving behind the remnants of the prior massacre of foundation-building loose cultivators. These foundation-building cultivators, with their rich heritages and formidable abilities, were far beyond the reach of mere loose cultivators. Just as he harbored such thoughts, a chilling voice shattered his hopes. "Have you been hiding for so long? Why not reveal yourself?" The white-clad man suddenly turned, casting a cold glance in Lu Tiandu's direction. This gaze sent a tremor through Lu Tiandu. This figure, draped in a cloak, had eluded even the divine sense of the deceased Wang, a late-stage foundation cultivator. How could a mid-stage foundation cultivator be detected? Did he possess some technique to enhance his perception? As Lu Tiandu pondered this, he cautiously shifted sideways, still clutching onto his last vestiges of hope. "Foolish enough to think you could escape." The white-clad man scoffed, his finger poised like a sword, a mere flick directed at Lu Tiandu's forehead. In an instant, the man's once normal black eyes transformed into an eerie gray-white. It was as though he sensed Lu Tiandu's hiding spot, his gaze locking onto him, sending icy chills down his spine. This was bad. The man possessed a form of ocular divine ability. Realizing the danger, Lu Tiandu could no longer afford to remain hopeful. A mere Qi refinement cultivator, daring to spy here, shall remain. The white-clad man, seeing that his concealed target was nothing but a lowly Qi refinement cultivator, felt a sense of relief wash over him as he pointed into the air. The golden wheel artifact, which had been hovering nearby, surged toward Lu Tiandu with lethal intent. Even against a low-tier cultivator, he unleashed his full power without hesitation. Alarmed at the imminent threat, Lu Tiandu poured his energy into a magnificent golden shield that enveloped him. At the same moment, the invisibility effect of his cloak dissipated. Summoning the golden silk armor provided little assurance. As the golden wheel approached within mere yards, Lu Tiandu hastily invoked his second defensive artifact, the white crystal disc, just in time to counter the impending assault. The pristine white crystal disc, approximately a foot in diameter, shattered into 2 halves, and the surrounding trees were instantaneously reduced to ashes. This exquisite defensive artifact, previously acquired from that cantankerous old man, was utterly destroyed. Although it had sustained some damage during the earlier confrontation, Lu Tiandu had sought the expertise of a master craftsman for its restoration upon arriving at the Tianyu sect's market, only to have it rendered useless by this single blow. At this moment, he could not afford to lament. The radiant white light, after shattering the crystal disc, continued its path to strike the golden barrier formed by his golden silk armor. The armor indeed proved to be an exceptional artifact, thanks to the white crystal disc's defense. Despite the impact, it merely caused the barrier to tremble without fracturing. Flee! Lu Tiandu had anticipated this moment. Sensing the residual force of the white gold light, he swiftly retreated, his right hand gesturing, conjuring a brilliant silver light that transformed into a half-foot-long silver shuttle. He dove into the shuttle, and with a surge of magical energy, it streaked away like a comet. To his surprise, there were still treasures aplenty. It could withstand my talisman? The pallid figure's cold visage betrayed a flicker of astonishment. Both the golden barrier and the silver shuttle seemed formidable. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he sneered. No Qi refining stage cultivator has ever escaped my grasp. With a flick of his sleeve, he swiftly gathered the storage bags and several artifacts from the 3 members of the Spirit Beast Mountain, disregarding the lifeless bodies of the slain spirit beasts. He summoned forth the previously wielded azure flying sword, and in an instant, his figure appeared atop it. transforming into a streak of azure light as he pursued Lu Tiandu's fleeing direction. Just as the white-clad figure departed, a peculiar silhouette suddenly emerged atop the crown of a distant tree. Observing the path taken by the two, this figure murmured, "This spectacle is rather intriguing. A series of attempts to outmaneuver the prey? The Eye of Xianling, is it? How come I have not heard of this little fellow before? A wind spirit root of the Qi refining stage, quite impressive. It would be a shame for such a rare encounter to end in death." While Lu Tiandu exerted all his effort to maneuver the spirit light shuttle, he traversed the 20-odd miles in less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense. Arriving at the secret cave he had established upon his initial visit to the Tianyu sects market, he landed swiftly on this obscure, nameless hill, his expression grave. He produced a small yellow formation flag from his hand, quickly casting several incantations. The flag emitted beams of yellow light, spinning rapidly before vanishing from his sight. And at that moment, the yellow light flickered briefly on the nameless hill. The Gale Wind Fury formation was activated. Now somewhat reassured, Lu Tiandu prepared to lay further traps. However, upon sensing a presence, his countenance darkened. In the blink of an eye, the white-clad figure stood atop the azure flying sword, a mere 100 feet away. Gazing at him coldly, without uttering a word, the figure pointed, and the azure sword shot toward Lu Tiandu. Chapter 44. The Mysterious Old Monster. Trapping the enemy and testing limits, this is bad. This individual is far too cautious. The white-clad figure launched an attack before even entering the formation's range, revealing an admirable level of vigilance. Lu Tiandu swiftly produced a yellow talisman, slapping it onto himself without a glance. The yellow light flickered and he vanished into the nameless hill beneath his feet. He had activated a mid-tier Earth Escape talisman, enticing the white-clad figure to approach the nameless hill. The azure sword shadow, approximately a foot long, struck the barren nameless hill where Lu Tiandu had just been, leaving behind a deep gash. Although the residual force caused the faint golden light surrounding Lu Tiandu to tremble, the Earth Escape talisman functioned effectively. "I wonder where you will flee to." The white-clad figure, suspended in the air, chuckled coldly and executed the wind control technique, propelling himself forward several dozen feet while unleashing his divine sense to meticulously search for Lu Tiandu's whereabouts. A mid-tier Earth Escape talisman would have limited efficacy, covering at most 100 feet, certainly not beyond the reach of his divine sense. At that moment, the white-clad figure sensed something amiss. Upon turning back, he was met with howling winds and swirling yellow sands. The environment had shifted dramatically. "Ah, formation?" The white-clad figure released his divine sense, quickly discerning the anomaly. No wonder this boy dared to linger here. It even suppresses divine sense. In mere moments, the white-clad figure felt his divine sense constrained within a specific range, his expression turning grave. Under normal circumstances, he would not regard a formation set by a Qi refining stage cultivator as a threat. However, after recently battling the Spirit Beast Mountain cultivators and expending a significant portion of his magical energy, coupled with the wounds inflicted by the treachery of that Lu disciple, his combat strength was severely diminished. This was also why he had resorted to wielding only a flying sword and had immediately sought to eliminate the enemy upon arriving. Initially believing it would be an easy task to eliminate a mere Qi refining stage cultivator, he was taken aback when Lu Tiandu managed to escape, only to find himself ensnared within the formation. A surge of murderous intent welled up within him. After sensing for a moment, he grimly activated the azure flying sword to break the formation. At this time, Lu Tiandu was positioned 100 feet above the white-clad figure, clutching a yellow flag and concealed within the protective yellow light it emanated, eyes closed in focused concentration. Given the figure's offensive power, the mid-grade spirit stones initially laid within the Gale Wind Fury formation should last approximately 2 hours. After a brief moment, Lu Tiandu murmured softly. Although he possessed sufficient spirit stones to sustain several formations, the moment the previously set spirit stones ran out and he switched to new ones, the formation's power would undoubtedly weaken or cease to function. At that point, it would likely be the moment this individual escaped the formation. Thus, he had at most 2 hours to act. He could either eliminate the enemy and depart within this time frame or make a hasty retreat. Watching the white-clad figure attempting to break the formation, Lu Tiandu chuckled softly, opting not to confront him directly at this juncture. The individual had already expended considerable magical energy in prior battles. He merely needed to bide his time until the moment his opponent's strength waned. However, Lu Tiandu was puzzled as the figure's attacks suddenly ceased. He found himself momentarily at a loss. Utilizing the invisibility effect of the main formation flag, Lu Tiandu approached within 70 to 80 feet without detection. Yet at this proximity, he dared not advance further. He could not ascertain whether the white-clad figure was currently unable to employ his spiritual vision or if the cloaking effects of the gauzy cloak and formation flag differed. But the immobile white-clad figure provided Lu Tiandu with a sense of relative security. After observing the white-clad figure for a quarter of an hour without any sign of reaction from the one seated upon the lotus platform, Lu Tiandu produced a dozen mid-tier talismans of various colors from his hand. Leveraging the formation flag's concealment, he crept within 70 feet of the white-clad figure, instantly activating and hurling all the talismans toward the figure on the lotus platform. The moment the white-clad figure sensed Lu Tiandu's presence, a streak of azure light shot forth from him, aimed at the location where Lu Tiandu had released his spiritual energy. However, Lu Tiandu had already moved beyond 100 feet away, causing the flying sword to return empty-handed. As for the mid-tier talismans, the white-clad figure dismissed them, confident that even without the now-dim lotus defensive artifact, his protective magical barrier would withstand the limited power of these talismans. Indeed, this individual was in the process of restoring his magical energy. Lu Tiandu, after conducting a brief exploration, discerned the intentions of the man in white. It was evident that this individual had also recognized the current damage to the formation and the severe depletion of spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of breaking the array in the short term. Thus, he resolved to restore his power and await the opportune moment to strike. Naturally, if Lu Tiandu chose to depart at this moment, once the man's power was replenished, he could easily breach the grand formation, allowing him to acquire a set of valuable array tools effortlessly. However, the 3 corpses of the demonic beasts, which he had previously neglected to collect, would likely be claimed by another. After casting a few talismans in an attempt to assess the situation, Lu Tiandu recognized the challenge before him. Confronted by a figure ensnared in the array, possessing mid-foundation stage cultivation and a rare ocular divine ability, he pondered what threats he could wield against this adversary. Ultimately, he concluded that only the 2 thunderbolts would prove useful. For these thunderbolts to take effect, they would either need to immobilize the foe, forcing him to endure passive attacks, or be thrown at close range, leaving no chance for evasion. Otherwise, the moment the man sensed danger, he would evade, rendering even 10 thunderbolts ineffective. Previously, Lu Tiandu had carelessly scattered an array of talismans, intending to confuse the man in white. Once the adversary grew accustomed to these minor irritations, concealing the thunderbolts among the talismans might deliver a surprise. However, after several attempts at using the talismans, Lu Tiandu discovered a critical issue. His current speed was insufficient, and he dared not approach the man too closely. The concealed thunderbolts, hidden at a distance of 70 to 80 zhong, still risked detection, especially given the man's unique ocular abilities. With this realization, he felt a pang of reluctance. Escaping in such a fashion would be a regrettable failure. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tiandu's eyes brightened, and a smile crept onto his lips. He observed the expressionless demeanor of the man in white for a while longer before stealthily exiting the grand formation behind the array flags. He stowed away the main array flag and summoned a spirit light shuttle, which transformed into a silver streak, racing back to the site of the earlier battle. Just moments after Lu Tiandu departed, the peculiar figure who had previously trailed the 2 individuals reappeared in the void. This person stroked his darkened face, puzzled. This lad has actually set up an array here in advance. He possesses quite the cunning. But what does his return signify? After muttering to himself, he glanced at the still recovering man in white before vanishing once more. In a time span akin to half a stick of incense, Lu Tiandu arrived at the site where the 3 demonic beasts had fallen, engaged in battle with the white-clad disciple of the Tianyu sect. Observing that the corpses remained undisturbed, Lu Tiandu's heart swelled with joy. It seems my assumptions were correct. That fellow was so eager to pursue me that he only collected his storage bag, leaving these formidable corpses untouched. The white-clad man, upon witnessing Lu Tiandu's rapid escape, feared that he would reveal today's events, and thus hastily gathered his essential items and a few magical artifacts before pursuing Lu Tiandu. Initially intending to dispatch Lu Tiandu and return to gather the corpses of the demonic beasts, he had not anticipated becoming ensnared within the array. While Lu Tiandu had ingeniously turned back to claim the spoils, with a casual wave, Lu Tiandu stored the 3 significant corpses within his own stone pearl world, as his storage bag was not of high quality and could not accommodate such large items for the time being. 2 third-level demonic beasts and 1 second-level beast held a worth of several thousand spirit stones, making this venture worthwhile. Lu Tiandu sighed inwardly and turned his attention to the Tianyu sect disciple, Lu Shidi. Although he had lost his storage bag, He remained intrigued by how this individual had poisoned the late-stage foundation disciple, Wang Shixiao, and the means by which he had traversed a distance of several dozen zhang to ambush the man in white. Thus, he refrained from physically touching the corpse, aware that this individual had employed poison and dark arts, potentially leaving behind hidden traps. With a long sword in hand, he carefully examined the man's garments for concealed items. Meanwhile, the strange figure lingered at a distance, observing Lu Tiandu's actions with narrowed eyes, mockingly exclaiming, "So he has come to plunder the corpses? I wonder if the remains of those little beasts were taken by him or someone else." Unhurried and unbothered by the possibility of losing sight of Lu Tiandu, he remained unaware of Lu Tiandu's collection of the demonic beast corpses. After some time spent rummaging, Lu Tiandu found nothing of interest, though he was not discouraged. Perhaps the secrets lay within the storage bag, which now belonged to the white-clad man. Habitually, Lu Tiandu waved his hand, summoning a small fireball that ignited the man's corpse, before turning to provide a free cremation for the other two individuals. Just as he prepared to depart, he noticed a pair of dark blue boots shimmering with spiritual light amidst the ashes of Lu Shidi's remains. This sight instantly recalled memories of the translucent cloak that erupted when he cremated Qi Laosan. It had been a rare item of invisibility. A flicker of delight crossed his face as he reached out with a green hand to seize the boots. Indeed, I was not mistaken. The secret to his short-distance teleportation lies within these boots. After scrutinizing the dark blue boots from various angles, Lu Tiandu's spirits soared. So they are called the Boots of Swift Fortune? He discovered several tiny inscriptions within the inner lining of the boots. Such magical boots were a rarity, akin to the translucent cloak, the ethereal hat, and the flying needle artifact, each belonging to an exclusive category of items with remarkable utility. After confirming there were no issues, he did not mind the dirt and promptly removed his own boots, donning the Boots of Swift Fortune. These boots appeared to be crafted from the hide of a certain demonic beast, adorned with mysterious patterns that emitted a faint spiritual glow, feeling soft and light to the touch, as if they weighed nothing at all. Injecting his spiritual energy into the dark blue boots, he took a step, and with a whoosh, he found himself 30 zhang away, nearly colliding with a massive tree. Quickly adjusting his position, he took another step, his figure reappearing several dozen zhang away. At this moment, he felt no urgency and continued to experiment with this newly acquired artifact in the forest. Moments later, a broad smile spread across Lu Tiandu's face. Indeed, it was a superior treasure. He had fully grasped the usage of this artifact, feeling immensely satisfied, especially since it aligned with his wind attribute powers. This marked his third wind-type artifact, following the wind sword and the azure flood flag. At this juncture, Lu Tiandu truly believed that this excursion had been worthwhile. With his perfected qi cultivation, he could leap distances of 30 to 40 zhang, nearly matching the performance of Lu Shidi during his use of these boots, which was beyond his expectations. However, he sensed discomfort when attempting to teleport further, leading him to speculate that short-distance teleportation demanded certain physical resilience. Nonetheless, he was eager to head to the Spirit Beast Mountain Marketplace to test some hypotheses. If all went well, this would not pose a problem. As Lu Tiandu perused the boots once more, he recalled that in the original text, such boot-like artifacts were exceedingly rare, the most renowned being the Four Directions flying boots from the corpse of the bear, allowing even early nascent soul cultivators to outrun those at late stages. This illustrated their exceptional speed-enhancing capabilities. Given his innate speed due to his wind spirit root, he had always been keen on artifacts that could augment his velocity, yet he had failed to acquire any such treasures over the years. Throughout his journey, while selling the Dian pill and talismans, he had also entertained the notion of procuring artifacts necessary for his expedition into the blood-colored Forbidden Lands, but regrettably had only managed to obtain a single thunderbolt pouch. Initially, Lu Tiandu had anticipated seizing the Cloudstride boots from Fengyu upon entering the blood-forbidden land. However, to his delight, he unexpectedly acquired an exquisite artifact that surpassed the boots in terms of speed. Rubbing his chin, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. In an instant, his figure began to dissolve into the air, reappearing in a state of invisibility several dozen yards away. With each blink, he vanished and materialized in different locations, creating an aura of mystique. It became evident that the combination of the gauzy cloak and the fortune gale boots was remarkably extraordinary. His eyes sparkled with joy as he realized that these two treasures, when used in conjunction, were a perfect match for stealthy assassinations. As long as his spiritual energy remained within 3 feet of his body, it was unlikely that anyone below the golden core level could detect his invisibility. The short-range teleportation capability of the Fortune Gale boots allowed him to approach enemies in the blink of an eye. Provided that his opponent had not activated any defensive artifacts beforehand, he could swiftly eliminate them, given equal cultivation levels. The only drawback was that he could currently only wield 2 artifacts simultaneously. If he attempted to use another artifact after becoming invisible and teleporting, he would inevitably have to forego one of the 2 abilities. Perhaps he needed to forge a few smaller divine weapons? Lu Tiandu pondered the issues surrounding his use of these artifacts. Even the voyeur lurking in the distance was astonished. Where did this little fellow come from? Who could evade his ambush when these 2 treasures were combined? However, on a different note, the more powerful this little fellow became, the higher the chances of success. With this thought, a few gleaming white teeth appeared amidst his greasy, dark face, creating a rather peculiar sight. This journey had proven to be worthwhile. There might even be a chance to turn the tables on that person. Lu Tiandu, who had initially planned to return empty-handed for confirmation, was now filled with exhilaration. Not only had he obtained 3 beast carcasses, but he had also acquired the Fortune Gale boots. With this treasure in hand, he felt emboldened to contend with the white-clad figure from the moon-concealing sect. After confirming that there were no further anomalies in the area, Lu Tiandu waved his sleeve and released a beam of spiritual light, swiftly returning to the nameless hill. The time taken for his round trip and to adapt to the Fortune Gale boots had barely been a quarter of an hour. Once back in the formation, Lu Tiandu raised the formation flags, concealed his figure, and began observing the white-clad man. The man was still seated upon the Lotus Defense artifact, healing and replenishing his spiritual power, but a gray hue occasionally flickered across his face, which intrigued Lu Tiandu. Due to his previous journey and the need to acclimate to the Gale boots and gauzy cloak, Lu Tiandu's spiritual power was not yet at its peak. He was not in a hurry and took out 2 mid-tier wind attribute spirit stones to replenish his energy. After a quarter of an hour, feeling that his spiritual power had sufficiently restored, Lu Tiandu wasted no more time, fearing that any delay could lead to unforeseen complications. A flash of light surged beneath his feet, and Lu Tiandu instantly appeared over 40 yards away from the white-clad man. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed a flurry of mid-tier talismans, which surged toward the white-clad figure. Chapter 46, Annihilation. A startling encounter. Just a trivial trick. Faced with the onslaught of mid-tier talismans, the white-clad man remained unfazed, showing no inclination to evade. A flicker of a blue sword shadow sliced through the air, targeting the very spot where Lu Tiandu had just revealed himself. Unfortunately, he struck only emptiness, for Lu Tiandu had already vanished. The white-clad man furrowed his brow, reluctantly calling back his flying sword to hover above him. The explosions and impacts of the talismans had no effect beneath the protective tricolor barrier formed by the Lotus artifact. However, compared to the substantial barrier created when contending against Lu Shidi's blood-colored giant python, this Lotus artifact had dimmed considerably, now only generating a shield of 3 feet in radius. Clearly, the artifact had suffered significant corrosion and damage from the Xianxia flag. Once more, Lu Tiandu's figure reappeared within 30 yards of the white-clad man, launching another barrage of mid-tier offensive talismans, this time including an upper-tier talisman. Upon casting the talismans, he swiftly altered his position to evade the flying sword's interception. Yet, this still failed to breach the white-clad man's tricolor barrier. Throughout this exchange, Lu Tiandu meticulously observed the man's unsettling eye techniques. He was resolute in retreating to a distance of 100 yards should the man's eyes reveal any sign of change. Strangely, the white-clad man did not actively use his mystical abilities to pierce through Lu Tiandu's concealment techniques afforded by the formation. With each successive skirmish, Lu Tiandu's guerrilla tactics became increasingly adept, while the white-clad man's expression grew increasingly dark. This little fellow seemed to have changed in some manner. Curiosity welled up within him. How had this boy's speed increased so significantly in such a short time? Even as Lu Tiandu drew within several dozen yards, the speed of his flying sword could barely keep pace. Meanwhile, feeling the remnants of gray malevolent energy in his dantian, the white-clad man's murderous intent intensified. Just recently, he had discovered the presence of this strange malevolent energy in his dantian, forcing him to expend part of his focus and spiritual power to envelop and temporarily suppress it. Due to the damage to his vitality, he lacked the capacity to eliminate these disturbances. The chaotic malevolent energy hindered his efficiency in restoring his spiritual power and restricted his ability to frequently utilize it. Otherwise, the malevolent energy would run rampant in his dantian, causing him immense suffering. Upon reflecting, he recalled that the sudden screech of the eagle-like beast had caused his mind to momentarily stagnate. disrupting the flow of his spiritual power and leading to vulnerabilities in the Lotus artifact's protective barrier. This gap was then exploited by Lu Shidi's demon finger, allowing the blood-colored giant python's malevolent energy to infiltrate, ultimately embedding itself in his body at an unknown moment. It was only when he began healing and restoring his spiritual power that he became aware of it. This was the primary reason he had refrained from launching an offensive or breaking the formation throughout his time within it. It was not that he lacked the desire to kill, but rather that he was constrained by his current capabilities. At this moment, due to the turmoil caused by the malevolent energy, he was unable to invoke even his talismans. In an instant, after releasing a dozen mid-tier talismans mixed with a few upper-tier ones, Lu Tianyu evaded the flying sword while closing the distance to within 20 yards of the white-clad man. With a flick of his hand, he revealed a talisman radiating vibrant green light. This was a mid-tier lower-grade green vine talisman. As his spiritual power surged into the talisman, it transformed into a beam of green light, shooting toward the tricolor barrier. Upon sensing the talisman's spiritual energy, the white-clad man was taken aback. Such a mid-tier talisman could indeed inflict harm upon Foundation establishment cultivators. The white-clad man struck the tricolor lotus artifact with one hand, preparing to distance himself. However, just as he was about to escape, Lu Tianyu's figure materialized once more, and the distance between them shrank to less than 10 yards. In an instant, another barrage of mid-tier and lower-tier talismans was unleashed toward the white-clad man encased within the tricolor barrier. The white-clad man sneered, dismissing these trivial items as mere nuisances. Without uttering a word, the tricolor lotus surged forward to collide with the activated talismans. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the majority of the mid-tier talismans hurtling toward him were explosive fire talismans. Amidst the fiery orbs, akin to fingers, that were formed from explosive flames, lay a slightly smaller azure bead. With a thunderous explosion reverberating through the space, it seemed to overshadow a distant shriek. At this moment, Lu Tianyu had already distanced himself by nearly 100 feet, yet he could still feel the formidable shockwave emanating from the detonation of the heavenly thunder child. As the smoke cleared, a battered figure, clad in blood-stained garments, emerged near a shattered lotus artifact. Half of this figure had been obliterated. Disheveled hair framed a pair of predatory eyes that could not suppress their murderous intent, fixated intently on Lu Tianyu in the distance. Heavenly Thunderchild? The white-clad figure of the Hidden Moon sect uttered with great difficulty, his voice sounding painfully hoarse. Lu Tianyu remained expressionless, offering no response to his inquiry. At that moment, the white-clad man resembled a cornered beast, exuding a palpable danger. Lu Tianyu vividly recalled how his fellow disciple Lu had inexplicably perished under this man's hidden needle techniques. With a cold smirk, Lu Tianyu's feet glimmered with light, allowing him to leap several dozen feet in the blink of an eye. Just as he vanished from sight, 3 silver threads shot past the spot he had occupied moments before. However, the potency of these silver needles had evidently diminished compared to before. Still attempting to ambush me? Knowing the man's hidden cards, Lu Tianyu remained vigilant, always keeping a portion of his focus on the golden silk armor during their confrontations. The advantage of this armor was that it could be activated instantly with a mere thought, serving as a reliable means of protection. Perish. Observing the bloodied figure make a ruthless move despite his injuries, Lu Tianyu, disinclined to play the part of a passive victim, waved his hand. A silver streak instantly shot towards the blood-clad figure. Regrettably, the blood-clad man had underestimated the speed and offensive power of the spiritual light shuttle. As he reached for his waist pouch, the silver flash pierced through his throat. Blood gushed forth from his severed windpipe, and the fierce glint in his eyes faded. His lifeless body collapsing into the swirling sands, the 3 silver needles falling alongside him. Only when the formidable foe had finally fallen did Lu Tianyu exhale a sigh of relief. Indeed, you are quite remarkable. I have high hopes for you. Suddenly, a languid voice pierced through the howling winds, reaching Lu Tianyu's ears. Instantly, he was drenched in cold sweat. Is there still someone here? Who goes there? Show yourself. Lu Tianyu bellowed, his body emanating a brilliant golden glow as he swiftly shifted his position with a flash of azure light beneath his feet. A peculiar figure unveiled itself 100 feet away. It was an elderly man, clad in a blue robe patched in numerous places. With a few inches of short hair atop his head, he wore a weathered blue bag at his waist, suggesting a penchant for cleanliness. Yet his face and hands were smeared with grime, a stark contrast to his otherwise tidy appearance, indicating he had not been washed for quite some time. Glaring at this filthy oddity, Lu Tianyu felt a surge of murderous intent. After all the effort I expended to become the Yellow Sparrow, You dare emerge as the hunter? However, upon scanning the man with his spiritual sense, Lu Tiandu's heart sank. Concerning the speed of cultivators in this narrative, in conjunction with the original text, the gap between small realms is minor, while between major realms, the speed is typically fivefold or more than that of the corresponding small realm. The disparity increases with advancement, particularly in instantaneous speed. Qi refining stage, green leaf type flying artifacts, 20 meters per second, 250 miles per hour, flying swords, 30 meters per second, 400 miles per hour, wind type flying swords, 40 meters per second, 550 miles per hour, foundation establishment stage, normal flying swords, 40 meters per second, 550 miles per hour. Wind type flying swords, 60 meters per second, 850 miles per hour. Average speed during the middle to late foundation establishment, 40-60 to 80 meters per second, 550, 850, 1,150 miles per hour. With wind type flying swords accelerating correspondingly. Spiritual light shuttle settings, full Qi refining to early to mid foundation establishment 608, 012, 0200 meters per second, 850 trillion, 115 billion, 17 million, 2,500 miles per hour. Heavenly Fortune Gale Boots, ordinary Qi refining, 2,030 feet per step. Wind type Qi refining, 3,050 feet per step. Wind type foundation establishment, 6,080,100 feet per step. Upper limit depending on physical limits. Cloud treading boots, Qi refining, 1,015 feet per step. Foundation establishment, 3,050 feet per step. Upper limit depending on physical limits. Core formation stage. The original text depicts speeds of tens of thousands of miles in a day. Settings for early core formation, 200 meters per second, 2,500 miles per hour, 30,000 miles in a day. Mid-core formation, 300 meters per second, 4,320 miles per hour, 50,000 miles in a day. Late core formation, 600 meters per second, 8,600 miles per hour, 80,000 miles in a day. Blood escape technique, 100 miles in a breath, fleeing thousands of miles within dozens of breaths. 1 breath equals 3 seconds. Nascent soul stage. Each realm exceeds the core formation stage by 5-fold or more. Early nascent soul, 5 times the early core formation speed, 300 feet per second, over 10,000 miles per hour, 150,000 miles in a day. Mid-nascent soul, 5 times mid-core formation speed, 600 feet per second, 250,000 miles per hour, 300,000 miles in a day. Late nascent soul, 5 times late core formation speed, 1,000 feet per second, 40,000 miles per hour, 600,000 miles in a day. For cultivation acceleration secret techniques or winged artifacts, speed is calculated as double or more. The state of you, spanning no more than 100,000 miles, a medium-sized nation. It is estimated that Tianyu comprises no more than 40 nations, averaging approximately 4 million miles across. An ordinary early nascent soul cultivator, without rest, would take 27 days to fly from south to north, which is practically impossible, as they must maintain combat readiness and meditate to restore their spiritual power. Thus, the original 2-month estimate is just right. Additional details will be supplemented later when time permits. Chapter 47. The elusive elder. Who is this individual? This man appeared to possess not a shred of spiritual power. Such a notion is implausible. He must either be adept at concealing his aura or his cultivation level is beyond my comprehension. Sensing that the stone bead world remained intact and ready to activate, Lu Tiandu felt a sense of relief wash over him. As long as this ultimate trump card remained secure, all would be well. Unaware of the esteemed presence here, should I have offended you, I beg your forgiveness. Lu Tiandu maintained a composed demeanor, bowing respectfully. Oh, and how do you propose to earn my forgiveness? The filthy old man chuckled ominously, his gaze on Lu Tiandu growing ever more intense. Calm in the face of danger, you exhibit quite the audacity. This gaze made Lu Tiandu feel as though he had become a precious artifact on display, causing a chill to creep into his heart. With a slight twitch of his lips, Lu Tiandu was about to speak when the old man interjected. The individual you just killed was a certain law enforcement elder of our Hidden Moon sect. How do you think I should forgive you for that? At this juncture, the old man's oppressive aura surged forth, sending a shiver of dread through Lu Tiandu, who stood over 100 feet away. This man possessed formidable cultivation, undoubtedly surpassing the early core formation elder of the Chen family he had encountered previously. The old man's question left Lu Tiandu at a loss. The man was already dead. What was there to say? Did he expect compensation for murder? Internally, he scoffed. If you were aware that this was one of your hidden moon sects members, why did you not intervene to save him? With your strength, you could have easily obstructed my spiritual light shuttle, yet you chose to remain passive. Gazing at the old man, who still appeared indifferent, Lu Tiandu felt increasingly speechless. It turns out you are a senior from the Moon Concealment Sect. I, Lu Tiandu, a disciple of Huangfeng Valley, have the honor of meeting you. May I inquire which esteemed master you are? Regarding the unfortunate incident involving the accidental death of a member of the Moon Concealment Sect, I assure you it was not my intention, and I am willing to offer compensation. What are your thoughts on this matter? At this moment, although Lu Tiandu had a means of escape, he refrained from revealing his intentions to this enigmatic elder and reluctantly inquired. I see that you appear quite unconvinced. Do you think I could have intervened to save him, but chose not to? Now that he is dead, you come seeking me out? The elder maintained his languid demeanor. I would not dare. In a contest of spells, if one lacks the strength and meets their demise, what is there to mourn? Especially when a foundation establishment cultivator falls to someone in the Qi refinement stage. You, however, show promise. When did Huangfeng Valley produce such an intriguing individual? The elder suddenly erupted in laughter, leaving Lu Tiandu somewhat bewildered. I had been idly following those three little fellows from Spirit Beast Mountain, and unexpectedly, you appeared, a peculiar figure with modest strength yet considerable ambition, hiding away to avoid pursuit. Lacking the strength to stand firm, you fled decisively. Your actions remind me of my youth. How amusing. Moreover, after luring your pursuers into a formation, you returned to scavenge for corpses? Would you not agree that you are quite entertaining? The elder laughed heartily, as if he had accomplished something extraordinary. In the end, using a bolt of heavenly thunder to eliminate those strong opponents who fought fiercely, it all turned out to favor you, a mere child. Truly lamentable. The elder concluded with a shake of his head, evoking the impression that he grieved for the fallen. This is utterly absurd. Lu Tiandu forced a smile, uncertain how to respond. Yet, he silently felt fortunate that this old man had merely been observing from the shadows. Had he been careless and entered the Stone Pearl world, it would have been troublesome to attract the attention of such a formidable being. Young man, your temperament suits me well, and I hold high hopes for you. Would you be willing to become my disciple? The elderly figure seemed to have thought of something delightful, rubbing his grimy hands together with a smile. Should you agree to be my apprentice, I shall not trouble you further and will even resolve this matter on your behalf. Lu Tiandu feigned a look of embarrassment. Feeling the weight of his family's legacy as vassals of Huangfeng Valley for centuries, if he were to betray his sect, the consequences for his entire family would be dire. Although this powerful individual was formidable ever since Lu Tiandu arrived in this world, he had not entertained the notion of apprenticing. At this moment, he pondered how to extricate himself from this situation, feeling immense pressure under the scrutiny of such a master. This is hardly a challenge, the elder remarked cryptically. If you agree to this arrangement, I can simply call upon my master or senior sister to provide an explanation to your ancestor Linghu. Even if you possess an uncommon spirit root, I believe they would grant me some face. What do you think? Upon hearing the elder's words, Lu Tiandu's mind raced. This being belonged to the Moon Concealment Sect, and seemed to have connections with the venerable Linghu of the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, it appeared that the elder's master and senior sister were also formidable figures of the same realm, with a notable rapport with the Linghu ancestor. Looking at the elder's attire, a sudden realization struck Lu Tiandu. He recognized this filthy old man. Qiong the elder. He feigned shock and exclaimed, "Ah, it is indeed you. Senior Qiong of the Moon Concealment Sect. I sincerely apologize for my ignorance." The Moon Concealment Sect, being the foremost sect of the Yu Kingdom, had only one other elder of equal standing, a mid-nascent soul practitioner, who was over 900 years old. This elder claimed to be her disciple, indicating his high status. Apart from this elder, there were also two initial nascent soul practitioners, seemingly of the same generation as Elder Qiong. However, Elder Qiong remained trapped in the false infant stage without breakthrough. Otherwise, the Moon Concealment Sect would have gained another nascent soul cultivator. "Oh, you have heard of me?" Elder Qiong expressed surprise, but waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of this trivial chatter. If there is nothing else, come back to the Moon Concealment Sect with me." "What?" Lu Tiandu was momentarily taken aback. "Who agreed to accompany you back to the Moon Concealment Sect?" Oh, he hadn't yet consented to becoming the old man's disciple. And now the elder was being nonsensical. "I beg your pardon, senior, but my friends and family are in Huangfeng Valley, and it is truly difficult to part with them. I fear I cannot accompany you to the Moon Concealment Sect." At this moment, Lu Tiandu could not fathom the elder's intentions in taking him as a disciple. How could he dare to follow such a false infant stage elder? Had he not been born into the Lu family beneath Huangfeng Valley, he might have considered joining the Moon Concealment sect to seek a beautiful partner and explore the profound path of dual cultivation. If an elder of the false infant stage were to offer mentorship, it would certainly be a welcome opportunity. However, now he had several companions in the Northern Yu Kingdom and had no desire to go to the Moon Concealment sect. Humph. You seem to have quite a lot on your mind. The filthy old man chuckled at Lu Tiandu, not angered in the least. I am but a solitary figure, without disciples or followers. Today, seeing potential, I wish for you to become my disciple. I shall impart to you a profound wind attribute technique. Decades later, when I have passed on, all my possessions will belong to you. You would be gaining immensely. The old man was clearly attempting to entice him. Humph. In a few decades, as a transmigrator with a golden finger, I doubt I would covet your meager legacy. Chapter 48. The Transaction. The Blood and Qi Great Pill. Might I inquire if there is a specific task that you require of me as your disciple? At this point, Lu Tiandu sensed that Elder Qiong did not harbor malicious intent and showed no inclination to act against him. He cautiously probed for the elder's true intentions. The elder gazed at him intently, not answering directly, but instead asking, "What technique are you currently cultivating? Do you know the origin of the technique I wish to impart?" Lu Tiandu could hardly know what the elder referred to. He did not conceal his current practice of the wind spirit technique, which could be cultivated all the way to the golden core stage. However, he had long considered switching to a more powerful method and felt no fear of revealing anything. Elder Qiong smiled lightly. Our Moon Concealment sect possesses a profound wind-based technique inherited from an ancient transformation stage cultivator. This technique can be practiced up to the late nascent soul stage and contains several formidable divine abilities. If you agree to be my disciple, I shall impart this technique to you right now. After communicating for some time, Elder Qiong increasingly found Lu Tiandu to be a likable young man and genuinely considered taking him on as a disciple, rather than merely for some ulterior motive. Lu Tiandu, fully aware that no reward comes without effort, asked, "What deeper purpose do you have in mind for taking me as your disciple? Should there be any tasks requiring my assistance, I am willing to help, as long as my life is not endangered." He diplomatically declined, knowing that if his life were at stake, he would certainly distance himself as far as possible. In the worst-case scenario, he could wait until reaching the nascent soul stage before returning to confront the old man. However, Lu Tiandu surmised that by the time he reached the nascent soul stage, the elder would likely have long since passed away. The ancient monster, Qiong, is not likely to have many years left to live. This old man has just spoken quite clearly, and considering the way he is addressed as senior by figures like Li Huayuan and King Suzi, it is evident that Qiong is several hundred years older than the newly ascended Zhedan cultivators of the seven sects, indeed a figure of alarming seniority. "Ah, little one, your vigilance is commendable," Qiong chuckled, chiding lightly. "Yet, such caution is what enables one to survive in the realm of cultivation for the long haul. Since you hold me in such low regard, let us strike a bargain. If you wholeheartedly undertake this task for me, I shall overlook today's events and bestow upon you great benefits. In that case, I implore you, senior, to speak plainly." Lu Tiandu felt a measure of relief, as long as the old man did not force his hand. Half an hour later, Qiong executed an imperceptible escape technique and vanished, leaving Lu Tiandu alone within the grand formation. With a countenance reflecting liberation from a burden, Lu Tiandu smiled wryly. He refrained from extending his divine sense to survey the surroundings. After all, if that old man chose to conceal himself, he would be unable to detect him. He promptly collected several storage bags from the white-clad figure of the Moon Concealing sect and 2 fallen magical artifacts. Erasing all traces and stowing away the necessary tools of formation, Lu Tiandu summoned the wind-following sword, transforming it into a streak of light that sped towards the direction of Spirit Beast Mountain. Standing upon the wind-following sword, he examined a newly acquired jade slip and a glimmering golden talisman in his hand, revealing an inexplicable smile. The golden talisman contained a 7-colored flying needle that radiated beams of light, vividly representing the talisman of the invisible needle, a formidable treasure wielded by Qiong in the Xianxia cultivation world. The jade slip contained profound techniques called Wind Spirit Manual, which the old man referred to as an ancient wind-based cultivation method. According to Qiong, this technique ranks among the upper echelons of the numerous techniques within the Moon Concealing sect, though the Wind Spirit root is uncommon, leading to few practitioners. It encompasses several astonishing divine abilities, which even Qiong covets greatly. Presently, the jade slip contains only the foundational aspects suitable for the foundation establishment stage. But upon fulfilling the terms of the bargain with Qiong, he would be able to acquire the remaining sections. This task does not seem overly challenging. Reflecting on the terms of the trade, Lu Tiandu entertained this thought. The transaction would take place in the shared blood-red forbidden zone of the 7 sects. However, the blood-red forbidden zone was a location he had long intended to visit, so it was fortuitously on his path. With 2 to 3 years until the blood trial commenced, he felt no urgency. Moreover, recalling the pained expression on Xiong's face when he secured the talisman, Lu Tiandu felt a surge of satisfaction. With the invisible needle as his weapon, he would find himself far more at ease should he encounter another Foundation establishment cultivator akin to the white-clad figure. After inquiring with Xiong about the peculiar eye-based divine ability of the moon-concealing sect's white-clad individual, Lu Tiandu learned that it was a rare talent known as the mysterious spirit eye, akin to certain unique cultivation physiques. It was the first time Xiong had witnessed a Foundation establishment cultivator from the moon-concealing sect employ it, and only then did he grasp its significance. However, the full extent of the spirit eye's capabilities, beyond seeing through illusions, remained somewhat unclear to him. Lu Tiandu recalled how, in the original narrative, Han Li had leveraged the clarity of the Mingqing spirit water to gain extraordinary benefits from the Mingqing spirit eye, stirring a sense of envy within him. Now, having witnessed this individual's uncanny eye-based ability, his curiosity intensified. A month later, in an unremarkable little mountain 200 miles from the market of Spirit Beast Mountain, inside a rudimentary cave adorned with a distraction array, Lu Tiandu's figure materialized out of thin air, clad in black, with a virtual spirit hat atop his head. His eyes glimmered with brightness beneath its brim. He swiftly exited the cave and, after scanning the surroundings with his divine sense to confirm no one was present, summoned the wind-following sword towards the northern market of Spirit Beast Mountain. It had been half a month since he arrived at the Spirit Beast Mountain market. This marked his 5th visit to procure the flesh of demon beasts. After visiting a dozen shops to gather the required demon beast flesh, Lu Tiandu exited the market from a different direction. Although several miles around remained within the market's anti-flight array, he paid no heed, briefly glancing at a few individuals covertly tailing him. With a faint sound, a flash of light at his feet, he appeared several dozen paces away, and after a few breaths, vanished without a trace. The pursuers, panting and bewildered, gathered together, staring at the now empty space. What on earth is this black-clad figure? How could he perform such a bizarre, instantaneous movement? One person questioned, wide-eyed. This is strange. Why does he repeatedly gather demon beast flesh? Is he cultivating some dark arts? Or is it merely for feeding his spirit beasts? How many spirit beasts could possibly require such a vast quantity of demon beast flesh? Another pondered. Last time, he escaped using a flying artifact, and this time we couldn't even corner him at close range. He undoubtedly harbors secrets. Their aim in trailing the black-clad figure was to uncover the motive behind his bulk purchasing of demon beast flesh. After all, in the realm of Spirit Beast Mountain, various demon beasts and their materials were abundant. Compared to demon beast inner cores, skins, claws, and bones, demon beast flesh was the least valuable. Typically, it was merely used as fodder for certain spirit beasts or discarded when someone killed a demon beast and lacked sufficient storage space. Hence, when someone began purchasing large quantities of such inconspicuous demon beast flesh, it inevitably drew the attention of the observant. However, last time they had been outmaneuvered by Lu Tiandu's spirit shuttle, and this time, despite lying in wait at 2 entrances, they could only watch as he vanished like an immortal, strolling leisurely, without a trace left behind. While their lightness techniques had yet to carry them beyond the market's anti-flight range, Lu Tiandu piloted the flying shuttle back to the unremarkable little mountain, releasing his divine sense to scan the vicinity for anomalies before disabling the restrictions and entering the rudimentary cave, swiftly stepping into the world of the stone beads. At Tongtian Peak, within a cave halfway up the mountain, Lu Tiandu arrived near the creation divine furnace. He glanced at several jade bottles containing blood-colored pills in the corner, a fleeting sparkle of joy shining in his eyes. These were the fruits of his labor over the past half-month and the primary reason for his direct visit to the Spirit Beast Mountain market after the auction. Taking out the substantial amount of demon beast flesh he had purchased, Lu Tiandu formed hand seals, causing a 7-colored glow to emanate from the stone furnace, enveloping the demon beast flesh and returning it to the creation divine furnace. In but a moment, several blood-colored pills of varying sizes were ejected from the divine furnace amidst the radiant glow. After collecting the pills and categorizing them for storage, Lu Tiandu murmured, "With these dozens of Qi blood pills, my body refining technique is bound to advance rapidly." Chapter 49, Body Refining. The Heavenly, absolute kill technique. A month later, Beneath Tongtian Peak, seated within a small wooden hut, Lu Tiandu gradually concluded his cultivation, a flash of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Feeling the vigorous power surging within him, he vanished from his spot, appearing several dozen paces away in an open area. He proceeded to execute several stances. Following the operational route detailed in the nameless body refining technique passed down from the Lu family, performing dozens of punches. Lu Tiandu sensed the tumultuous energy within him, and, recognizing that his training was nearing completion, he gradually calmed his energy. After more than a month, having absorbed the Qi blood pills made from the flesh of several first-level demon beasts, he estimated that he could easily defeat any Qi refinement stage cultivator purely with the strength of his physical body, aided by the heavenly wind boots. A glimmer of inexplicable light crossed Lu Tiandu's eyes as he murmured to himself. With a casual clenching of his fists, Lu Tiandu felt the immense power, nearly 1,000 pounds, contained within each strike, instilling within him a fleeting illusion of being an invincible fighter. His anticipation for the forthcoming body refinement effects grew ever stronger. In his previous life, he had envied the dual cultivation path of Han Li, and now, reborn in this world where myriad powerful paths lay before him, he could hardly ignore them. Moreover, ever since he had discovered that the creation divine furnace could refine the flesh and blood of demonic beasts into vital blood pills that enhance vitality and strengthen the body, his eagerness intensified. However, the spiritual stones he had earned were primarily spent on cultivation resources and various magical artifacts, limiting his ability to acquire more demonic beast flesh for further experimentation. Thus, after selling the Dingyan pill and talismans during the auction at the mysterious Moon sect, he resolved to resume his past endeavors. Consequently, he hurried to the Spirit Beast Mountain Marketplace, in the realm of the Yu Kingdom. It seemed that no place could rival the Spirit Beast Mountain Marketplace in terms of affordable demonic beast flesh. Regrettably, his current strength was insufficient to procure significant quantities of such flesh. Lu Tiandu lamented this fact, noting that the demonic beast flesh needed for crafting these vital blood pills was also quite expensive. During his half-month stay at the Spirit Beast Mountain Marketplace, he purchased demonic beast flesh on 5 occasions, a total of 2,000 pounds of first-level demonic beast flesh, while the second-level flesh was more elusive, amounting to only 300 pounds, and the third-level flesh was even scarcer, with a mere 100 pounds acquired at a high price. The first-level demonic beast flesh cost 2 pounds per low-tier spiritual stone, while the second-level flesh was already quite pricey at 5 stones per pound. As for the third level, it commanded a staggering 8 stones per pound, making it difficult to obtain in quantity. Thus, within just half a month, he had expended approximately 3,300 low-tier spiritual stones on the purchase of demonic beast flesh. Such substantial expenditures on demonic beast flesh were a rare occurrence at the Spirit Beast Mountain and inevitably drew attention. Based on the refining results of the creation divine furnace, it seemed that one could produce a vital blood pill from every 100 pounds of demonic beast flesh. Consequently, he had previously refined 21st-level vital blood pills, consuming a dozen himself while gifting the remainder to the little golden monkey. This small creature, unable to consume high-tier spiritual herbs, could only absorb spiritual energy for gradual evolution. However, after tasting the benefits of these vital blood pills, the little monkey's eyes gleamed with excitement every time Lu Tiandu presented one to him. Each first-level vital blood pill was worth 50 spiritual stones, and Lu Tiandu found himself lacking even enough to provide more for his spirit pet. As for the second-level vital blood pills, he had managed to refine 3 from the 300 pounds of second-level demonic beast flesh he acquired, along with the remains of a second-level eagle beast he had obtained from 4 storage bags, utilizing the remaining materials after reserving some for crafting. He had thus produced 3 additional second-level vital blood pills. Each of these was valued at 500 spiritual stones. Lu Tiandu mused that sourcing demonic beast flesh in southern Tian would be a significant challenge for achieving success in body refinement techniques, but it would likely be much more affordable in the Chaotic Star Sea. One could simply find a hunting island in the Chaotic Star Sea and, with a mere offering of spiritual stones, numerous individuals would likely sell demonic beast flesh, as it served little purpose aside from feeding certain spirit beasts. Many would discard the remains of demonic beasts after harvesting materials or cores. However, Lu Tiandu had amassed quite a number of third-level vital blood pills. This was primarily due to the 3 third-level demonic beast corpses from the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators at Spirit Beast Mountain, which he had processed similarly to the eagle beast, keeping some precious pelts and materials while refining the rest into vital blood pills. The 3 corpses weighed roughly 1 to 2,000 pounds, contributing to a remarkable 50 third-level vital blood pills, much to his delight. calculating based on market prices. Each third-level vital blood pill was valued at about 800 spiritual stones. During this period at the Spirit Beast Mountain marketplace, he also gained insight into the pricing of various demonic beasts. Ordinary first-level demonic beasts were valued at several hundred spiritual stones, while second-level ones commanded thousands, and third-level beasts, comparable to mid-foundation establishment combat strength, typically ranged in the tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Moreover, cultivating such a third-level beast was not a swift endeavor, rendering their sale infrequent and the flesh of third-level demonic beasts quite rare. As for demonic beast eggs or offspring, ordinary ones range from dozens to hundreds of spiritual stones, while rarer eggs or young could reach thousands or even tens of thousands. Previously, at the auction of the mysterious Moon sect, someone had spent over 1,000 spiritual stones to acquire a precious demonic beast egg. After completing his body refinement techniques, Lu Tianyu amused himself with the little monkey while retrieving a jade slip for examination. This slip contained remnants of an ancient demonic cultivation technique known as Heavenly Shadow Absolute Killing Technique, obtained from the storage bag of Lu, a junior disciple from Spirit Beast Mountain. Recently, Lu Tianyu had taken the time to scrutinize it closely, as it recorded several potent secret arts. Among them was a demonic art for transforming tribulations and a method for crafting tribulation puppets, which piqued his interest. Unfortunately, he currently lacked the courage to practice demonic arts, and he had never encountered the primary materials required for crafting tribulation puppets. Though he felt some regret, he still found the study of the technique immensely enjoyable. If he were to come across the relevant materials in the future, the opportunity to create a tribulation puppet capable of granting him an extra life would provide an invaluable means of protection. Following his encounter with the white-clad individual from the mysterious Moon sect, Lu Tianyu's gains were indeed substantial. Although the appearance of the ominous elder brought about considerable anxiety, the eventual trade agreement resulted in no losses for him. Rather, he acquired an intangible needle talisman and a fragment of an ancient wind-based cultivation technique, a delightful surprise. In the end, whether it was the elder's disdain for the storage bags of mere juniors or a desire to maintain his lofty demeanor before Lu Tianyu, all the spoils fell into Lu Tianyu's hands, leading him to harbor a slight fondness for the eccentric elder. Chapter 50. A Bountiful Harvest. Anticipation. From the storage bag of the white-clad individual from the mysterious Moon sect, Lu Tianyu obtained over 3,000 low-tier spiritual stones, with mid-tier stones to be included in future calculations, a platinum will talisman, a set of 3 silver flying needles, a blue wind-type flying sword, alongside other 2 ordinary top-tier artifacts and a dozen upper-tier artifacts. The talisman appeared dim, clearly having been used multiple times by the white-clad individual, seemingly nearing the end of its usability. The flying needles and wind-type flying sword were exquisite examples of top-tier artifacts, while the 3-colored lotus defensive artifact, classified as an extraordinary top-tier artifact, had been utterly destroyed. The collection of upper-tier artifacts was decent, though most did not meet Lu Tianyu's discerning eye. Additionally, he acquired various cultivation supplies, including several mid-level lower-tier talismans, dozens of various beginner talismans, some refining materials, several spiritual herbs, and a few dual cultivation techniques, all meticulously organized on his collection shelf. He took particular care to examine the dual cultivation techniques, recognizing their importance for potential future needs. The reason many in the cultivation world seek an exceptional partner is that such orthodox dual cultivation techniques can significantly accelerate both parties' cultivation speed. In contrast, practices like yin-yang supplementation are merely sinister arts, where one party serves as a furnace for the other. Such cannot be deemed true dual cultivation. Compared to the white-clad individual from the mysterious Moon sect, the surprises brought by the trio from Spirit Beast Mountain were even more remarkable. Beyond the astonishing value of the 4 demonic beast corpses, they had an array of other valuable items. In the late stages of foundational cultivation, the esteemed Wang Shixiang possessed a storage bag containing invaluable treasures, aside from the Zueling Shui and Tian voyage, which assist in the formation of the golden core. Among these treasures, the 2 individuals, Zhang and Lu, had their hearts set on a secret artifact that could aid their cultivation, which Lu Tianyu eventually unearthed. It was a crimson orb radiating a faint red glow, likely a fire element spiritual object or magical tool. Lu Tianyu pondered over it for quite some time, but could not discern its true nature and decided to keep it for future investigation. In terms of magical artifacts, apart from a fine-quality shield, most of the top-tier artifacts were in a state of disrepair, with only a few mid-tier artifacts remaining. Within the storage bag of the corpulent Xianxia, Lu Tianyu discovered several precious refining materials, many of which had previously appeared at auctions, thereby holding considerable value. Additionally, there were a few exquisite top-tier artifacts, such as a black trident and an earthen shield, along with several bottles of foundational stage elixirs. As for the elusive Lu Shidi, he continuously surprised Lu Tiandu. The exquisite artifact, the Tianyu Jifeng boots, which Lu Tiandu had previously acquired, was merely the beginning. Notably, Lu Shidi's storage bag contained remnants of an ancient demonic cultivation technique, the Tianyin Jusha Gong, and a demonic artifact, the Yinma banner. This banner possessed formidable power, capable of corroding other magical artifacts, thus qualifying it as a rare treasure. Regrettably, despite the efforts of the transformation doll to scour the storage bag, no further treasures were found, leading Lu Tiandu to feel a tinge of disappointment. The remaining items included a pair of exquisite top-tier crimson daggers and a few mid-tier artifacts, as well as elixirs for nurturing spirit beasts. Additionally, Lu Tiandu unearthed a jade slip containing correspondence between Lu Shidi and an individual from the spirit control sect, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Drawing upon his understanding of the narrative, he speculated that this individual might be an undercover agent of the demonic spirit control sect. Aside from the aforementioned treasures, the trio possessed various cultivation techniques and secret arts for nurturing spirit beasts that piqued Lu Tiandu's interest. In terms of spirit stones, the three of them had just participated in an auction, accumulating less than 1,000 spirit stones in total. In summation, Lu Tiandu considered this expedition a windfall, yielding at least tens of thousands of spirit stones. Since arriving at the Spirit Beast Mountain Market, Lu Tiandu had dedicated his time primarily to comprehending the Fengling Gangshu, Tianyin Jusha Gong, and the unnamed body refining technique acquired from the Lu family, rather than engaging in the sale of talismans to earn spirit stones. This unnamed body refining technique comprises 3 levels, based on the experiences of ordinary individuals from the Lu family without spiritual roots. The first level could be mastered in 8 to 10 years. However, the second level would require several decades of effort, and as for the third level, no one had yet achieved it. Lu Tiandu assessed this technique based on his recollections of the mortal cultivation world, deeming it relatively promising. After all, individuals from the Lu family capable of reaching the second level could withstand several attacks from foundational stage cultivators in certain aspects. However, due to the technique's arduous nature and its singular focus on close combat, most ordinary individuals from the Lu family only cultivated the first level for self-defense. Regrettably, this realm lacked the specialized combat gear available in the spiritual realm for body refiners. Otherwise, mastering this body refining technique to an advanced level could indeed allow one to contend with golden core cultivators. According to his memories, achieving mastery in body refining requires substantial energy support. Without ample resources, progress would inevitably be slow. Typically, there are 2 methods. One involves consuming large quantities of elixirs and spiritual fruits to enhance one's vitality and assist in cultivation. The other utilizes secret techniques to channel spiritual energy into the body for training. As long as one can endure the pain of body refinement, gradual progress is achievable. However, the consumption of vast amounts of elixirs or spiritual fruits is a formidable challenge. The scarcity of such resources in Tiannan is well known. Possessing such elixirs would be better utilized for qi refining and cultivation. Indeed, no matter how formidable the body refining technique, it merely enhances close combat abilities. Unlike qi refining and cultivating, which can extend lifespan with each breakthrough in realms and offer an array of offensive techniques. Acquiring various powerful spells or crafting sharp magical artifacts naturally bolsters combat prowess. As for the secret technique of channeling spiritual energy, whether it has been lost to time or not, the aftermath of the ancient demonic calamity has rendered the spiritual energy of this realm far less potent than in the past, making it impossible to draw spiritual energy into the body. Nevertheless, there have always been extraordinary individuals among the human race. Later, the Buddhist sect transformed ancient body refining techniques, creating methods that utilize demonic energy for cultivation, such as the Ming Wang Ju, which was adapted from the Vajra technique, itself derived from ancient demonic body refining practices. While the prerequisites for body refining may be daunting for others, they pose little challenge for Lu Tiandu. Whether through the qi blood-grade elixirs refined using the divine furnace or the abundant spiritual energy within the Shizhu world, he has been endowed with excellent conditions. As for the secret technique of channeling spiritual energy, he could always seek it from esteemed sects like the Mulan Sacred Bird or Tianlan Sacred Beast in the future. Of course, with the assistance of qi blood-grade elixirs, he currently has no need for such techniques, having undergone over a month of cultivation. Aided by a dozen first-level Qi blood-grade elixirs, he has already achieved a minor success in the first level of the body refining technique. This substantial increase in his overall combat strength fills him with anticipation for the journey to the blood-colored Forbidden Land over 2 years hence, where numerous first-level demon beasts eagerly await him. Chapter 51. The Tainan Gathering. Hanyunji. Tainan Mountain lies in the southernmost part of Lan Prefecture, not far from the western side of Guanghui City. The mountain rises over 1,000 feet, perpetually shrouded in mist, making it the 4th tallest peak in Lan Prefecture. Nestled within is a verdant valley brimming with exotic flowers and herbs, flanked by mountains on 3 sides, with the only exit obscured by dense fog. The valley spans an expansive area of over 100 acres, and at its center stands a grand palace-like pavilion adorned with intricate carvings, where individuals clad in peculiar attire bustle in and out. In front of the pavilion lies a spacious square paved with blue bricks, where many people, akin to small merchants, have set up stalls around the perimeter. Occasionally, 1 or 2 individuals would squeeze to the front, casting a glance or whispering a few inquiries, yet few transactions were observed. Inside one of the pavilions, Lu Tianyu, donned in white, had returned to his true form and reclined comfortably on a rattan chair, engrossed in a silk-covered book. Nearby, a pot of hot water bubbled, releasing steam. This quaint shop was modestly sized yet adorned with a rustic charm. At the entrance stood a wooden sign emblazoned with bold characters. Do you wish to ascend to immortality? Various beginner and intermediate talismans are on sale at discounted prices. First come, first served. Daily limit of 50. It was evident that this was the Tainan Small Conference, an event held every 5 years for younger cultivators near Tainan Mountain in Lan Prefecture. This year's gathering coincided with the decennial Ascension Conference of the Yu Kingdom, drawing crowds of cultivators and creating a lively atmosphere. By the time Lu Tianyu arrived, the Tainan Small Conference had already been underway for over 10 days. Leveraging his perfected Qi cultivation, he effortlessly secured a storefront to sell talismans. As the time approaches for the Ascension Conference, Lu Tianyu reflected on the rapid sale of the 500 mid-level talismans he had prepared. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer in this place. His next step involved negotiating a transaction with Han Li, followed by joining the group heading back to Huangfeng Valley for the conference. Subsequently, he intended to address Xian Rian's dragon-chanting body and await the commencement of the blood restriction trial to reap its benefits. This site of the blood restriction trial was an ancient cave of a god transformation cultivator, surrounded by an ancient wind attribute formation, coupled with the wind spirit scripture, an ancient technique held by the enigmatic Qiong Lao. There was a significant possibility of discovering wind attribute techniques or inheritances within. Securing such teachings or completing a transaction with Qiong Lao would resolve the 4 essential components of cultivation: wealth, companions, law, and land. Additionally, the various ancient spiritual herbs in the forbidden area might directly address his need for spiritual herbs before reaching the nascent soul stage. Other resources, such as the flesh of demonic beasts, were comparatively less valuable but could still satisfy his current cultivation needs. Therefore, this blood-soaked forbidden land represented a true dragon's lair for him. If he could obtain sufficient benefits, his ascension would be imminent. After refining nearly 10,000 pounds of demonic beast bloodline, using the divine furnace of creation, he gained not only substantial blood elixirs that enhanced his physical strength, but also made other discoveries that sparked both surprise and joy, albeit requiring further experimentation to confirm the results. Meanwhile, the participation in this year's Tainan Conference exceeded all previous records, with thousands in attendance. This surge was primarily due to the fact that this Ascension Conference was hosted by one of the 7 sects, the Spirit Beast Mountain, located in the territory of Lanzhou. Additionally, Tainan Valley was in close proximity to the venue, Tianyu Terrace, making it a convenient hub for many young cultivators. However, not everyone was prepared to attend the forthcoming conference. Nonetheless, Lu Tianyu's mid-level talismans remained exceptionally popular. Their high quality and affordability made them a worthy investment for cultivators in the early to mid stages of Qi refinement, especially as many sought to equip themselves for the Ascension Conference. Pouring himself another cup of spiritual tea, Lu Tianyu took a sip and closed his eyes to ponder the techniques. "Brother Lu, you have a visitor." A light, cheerful voice reached Lu Tianyu's ears, accompanied by the sound of quick footsteps. He had sensed the presence of the young girl even before she reached the door. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a 17 or 18-year-old girl dressed in green, smiling brightly. "Ah, Miss Han, have you sold out your wares today? It seems your esteemed presence is indeed a special treat." Lu Tianyu chuckled heartily. "Hee hee, I came to see you, Brother Lu." The girl smiled warmly. her beautiful eyes sparkling with vitality. Since becoming acquainted with Lu Tiandu, her previous shyness had dissipated. My brother is about to participate in the Ascension conference, so I'm selling off many unimportant items at a discount today. Business must be booming for you, brother Lu. Quite so. Lu Tiandu nodded, glancing at the slender, graceful Han Yunji. Since you're here, please have a cup of tea. He poured her a cup of spiritual tea. Her eyes brightened as she thanked him. Thank you, brother Lu, and took a seat. Is brother Yunfeng still in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough? Lu Tiandu inquired with a faint smile, referring to Han Yunji's elder brother, Han Yunfeng. Interestingly, when Lu Tiandu first met the Han siblings, he was engaged in a casual conversation with Han Li in this very temporary shop. When Han Yunji recognized Han Li, who had exchanged her family's ancestral golden bamboo talisman pin, leading to their eventual acquaintance, Lu Tiandu held a favorable impression of this gentle and kind-hearted girl from the original tale, who bravely ventured into the blood-soaked Forbidden Land to save her brother's life. He had even offered her a discount on several mid-level talismans. After closing shop, Han Yunji occasionally sought Lu Tiandu's advice on cultivation challenges, each time gaining significant insights. She greatly appreciated the guidance from Lu Tiandu, a consummate Qi refinement master from Huangfeng Valley, as he elucidated techniques for her, a novice in the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Their rapport had blossomed over the past few days. Yes, I heard just a couple of days ago that he would soon advance to the 11th layer. With that, he'll have a better chance at the Ascension conference. Han Yunji's eyes sparkled, attributing her brother's progress to the Huanglong pill and Jinsui pill she acquired from Han Li. That is wonderful, Lu Tiandu replied with a smile. The camaraderie among them flourished, partly due to the absence of competitive pressure during the Ascension conference. The Han siblings, both possessing 3 spiritual roots and modest qualifications, aimed for the Spirit Beast Mountain's Ascension arena, hoping for support from an elder with ties to their ancestors. After exchanging a few casual words, Han Yunji leaned closer and whispered, Brother Lu, I've heard some troubling news. There are those who wish you harm. Oh, it seems my recent fortune has drawn envy from certain individuals. Lu Tiandu set down his teacup, intuitively grasping the source of the issue. He chuckled. But how is it that you learned of this before any actions were taken? Are such plots so poorly concealed? Brother Lu, you underestimate others. Han Yunji pouted, her delicate nose wrinkling slightly, feeling anxious at Lu Tiandu's nonchalant demeanor. Even though my cultivation is lacking, I have made a few acquaintances. Is that so? Lu Tiandu regarded her with skepticism, causing Han Yunji's cheeks to flush. Over the past days, he had come to understand that she was not one to navigate social circles easily. She turned her head slightly and whispered, There's a 10th layer expert who has connections with my brother, but he was rejected. That is how my brother found out. So I hurried to inform you to prepare in advance. Well, I appreciate your concern, Miss Han. Lu Tiandu smiled gratefully, but they are merely a bunch of insignificant characters. Hardly worth worrying about. His tone brimmed with confidence. Chapter 52, Han Li. The transaction. It wasn't that he underestimated these people. There were only a handful of 13th layer Qi refinement experts in Tainan Valley, none at the foundation establishment stage, and with his current strength, he truly had little to fear. Frankly speaking, with his gauzy cloak, the swift wind boots, and 3 silver needles, no one in the valley posed a threat to him. With a ruthless heart, he could easily slaughter hundreds. Even against early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, he was now willing to confront them head-on. As for those in the mid to late stages, he had yet to engage but could always escape if necessary. With the speed granted by the swift wind boots, few foundation establishment cultivators could catch him. Han Yunji, observing Lu Tiandu's handsome and confident demeanor, felt her cheeks flush. The masculine aura emanating from him made her heart race. Just as she was about to offer further counsel, someone entered, prompting her to retract her words. The newcomer was of average height with unremarkable features and a slightly dark complexion. Appearing to be just over 18 years old, none other than Han Li. Compared to 2 years ago, Han Li had matured significantly. His cultivation now at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, yet he still bore the same unassuming presence in the crowd. Lu Tiandu invited Han Li to take a seat and poured him a cup of spiritual tea. Han Li noticed Han Yunji sitting beside Lu Tiandu but did not dwell on it. After exchanging pleasantries, he sat down. Over the past few days, he and Han Yunji had frequently sought Lu Tiandu's guidance on cultivation doubts, and they were quite familiar with each other. Despite having experienced much over the past 2 years, Han Li remained wary of strangers. However, after spending the last week in Lu Tiandu's company, he felt a degree of respect and trust for this brother who had introduced him to the world of cultivation. After sipping the spiritual tea, he released his consciousness to scan the surroundings within a 10 zhang radius, then furrowed his brow and quietly asked, Brother Lu, Have you heard any rumors regarding yourself? Lu Tiandu exchanged glances with Han Yunji and chuckled. So, it seems that you are quite well informed. Han Daoist. Han Li looked at the two with a hint of confusion, sensing that the atmosphere was off. Upon observing their expressions, he quickly understood. So, Brother Dao has long been aware of this. I only just learned of it, and I must thank you and Miss Han for timely informing me. Lu Tiandu smiled lightly. Who did you hear this from? I learned of it from the Qingwen Daoist, whom I met a few days ago. He is quite well connected among the loose cultivators. And that is how I discovered someone intends to make a move against you, Han Li replied, revealing his source of information. Lu Tiandu had always kept a low profile since arriving at Tainan, and due to his formidable strength, he had not regarded these people as a threat. Ah, I see. Lu Tiandu nodded. Given the way these individuals are acting, they are likely just a temporary gang of petty thieves, not worth mentioning. However, Han Daoist, do exercise caution regarding Qingwen Daoist. He may not be as simple as he appears. Lu Tiandu continued. Qingwen Daoist is likely affiliated with the Blacksha sect, specifically targeting loose cultivators to assist the sect leader in cultivating sinister techniques. Otherwise, how could he have advanced from the Qi refinement stage to the mid-foundation establishment stage in just over a decade under the sect leader's guidance? He paused thoughtfully. There are significant opportunities within the Blacksha sect. After establishing his foundation, I intend to pay a visit there as well. As for whether Qingwen's group will participate in the ambush, I hardly concern myself with them. Their presence merely adds to the count of corpses. Lu Tiandu's words sent a chill through Han Li. He had been suspicious of Qingwen's repeated attempts to recruit him, and hearing the assessment from such a powerful expert left him on high alert. At that moment, several cultivators arrived to purchase talismans, prompting the trio to cease their conversation. Han Li looked on enviously as Lu Tiandu produced several talismans. Although he had begun learning talisman drawing over 2 years ago, he had only managed to create a few rudimentary talismans and greatly admired Lu Tiandu's ability to sell hundreds of intermediate talismans during this time. Naturally, he purchased a few for future needs. Had he not known Lu Tiandu's strength and that they had further matters to discuss, he might have considered participating in the ambush himself. After all, in just over a week, Lu Tiandu had accumulated thousands of spirit stones, an accumulation that undoubtedly incited envy among the desperate loose cultivators. Brother Lu, when do you plan to head to Tianyu Terrace? As the three prepared to part ways after Lu Tiandu closed his stall, Han Yunji casually inquired about his itinerary, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I have nearly sold all the talismans I brought this time. If there are no further matters, I plan to set off for Tianyu Terrace tomorrow morning to await the arrival of our companions from Huangfeng Valley, and we shall return together. Lu Tiandu replied with a smile, not concealing his plans. Han Yunji fidgeted with her hands, appearing somewhat shy, as if she wished to say something but hesitated to voice it. All right, I understand your concern. They are merely a few small thieves. There's no need to worry. We shall meet again at Tianyu Terrace when Brother Yunfeng emerges from seclusion. Lu Tiandu reassured her with a gentle smile. This girl is still quite loyal. Despite having known her for only a few days, Lu Tiandu had already provided her with free explanations of several cultivation techniques and sold her a few talismans at a discount, yet she remembered his kindness. Unfortunately, her low cultivation level made her feel inadequate to assist. Watching Han Yunji leave in a downcast manner, Han Li shook his head. This girl, somewhat reminiscent of his younger sister, only possessed a cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, significantly lower than his 9th layer. Even if she wished to help, her capabilities were limited. However, judging by Brother Lu's confident demeanor, it seemed he had many hidden cards up his sleeve. The two soon arrived at the loft where Lu Tiandu resided. This establishment was regarded as the finest inn in the entire Tainan Valley, with each guest room protected by formidable restrictions, and the spiritual energy within was exceptionally abundant, something that ordinary loose cultivators could hardly afford. Han Daoist, have you given any thought to my proposal? Lu Tiandu casually set up a soundproof barrier and, once seated, turned his gaze towards Han Li. What method is Brother Lu referring to? Han Li, having resolved to inquire about it today, asked directly. Lu Tiandu did not respond verbally. Instead, he flipped his hand, revealing a small token, which he casually tossed onto the table before Han Li. A flicker of confusion crossed Han Li's eyes as he picked up the token and examined it closely. The token was a small, black triangular plaque. One side embossed with the golden characters Ascend to Immortality, and the other side bore a silver character for command, with a small maple leaf insignia in one corner. The entire token appeared to be non-metallic, yet felt solid and heavy. This is the Ascension token? After studying it for a moment, Han Li exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, this is the Ascension token of Huangfeng Valley. Lu Tiandu replied with a slight smile. With this token, Not only can you become an official disciple of Huangfeng Valley, but you will also receive a foundation establishment pill free of charge. I trust that over the past 2 years, Han Daoist has learned quite a bit about its value. To gain entry into the 7 major sects without participating in the Ascension conference, Han Li thought, excitement bubbling within him as he held the black token. Early on, he had learned about his spiritual root qualifications from Lu Tiandu, but at the time, he had not thought much of it, as he often treated elixirs as mere candies, and his cultivation had progressed fairly quickly. However, upon truly entering the world of cultivation and conducting inquiries, he felt disheartened when comparing himself with others. The quality of his 4 spiritual roots was simply too poor. In the past year, Han Li had encountered numerous cultivators with 4 spiritual roots like his own. Many remained stuck at the 6th layer of Qi refinement well into their 40s, let alone thinking about foundation establishment. Even Han Yunji, who was only a year younger than him, had only reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. This prompted him to re-evaluate his inferior qualifications and the prowess of the small green vial. Moreover, after learning about the brutal nature of the Ascension conference, he had abandoned any thoughts of competing in the arena. Although he had acquired a set of high-tier magical tools over the years, he was still unwilling to gamble his life for a single foundation establishment pill. After all, he had considerable faith in the small green vial. Thus, after careful consideration, he hoped to obtain a means from Brother Lu to enter a major sect for cultivation or secure a foundation establishment qualification that loose cultivators fiercely competed for, even if it risked exposing the secret of his invaluable spiritual medicine. The life of a loose cultivator over the past 2 years had made him acutely aware of their helplessness. Even if he could accelerate the growth of various spiritual medicines, without the precious medicinal varieties and formulas, concocting pills to enhance his cultivation was exceedingly difficult. Thank you immensely, Brother Lu. Han Li placed the Ascension token down and deeply bowed in gratitude. With this token in hand, he was bound to embark on a brand new journey. Having acknowledged the nature of the item, I hereby consent to the transaction with you, my esteemed Taoist brother. Very well. In that case, I request merely 2 specimens of the Millennium Spiritual Herb as exchange. Observing the astonishment on Han Li's face at the mere requirement of 2 Millennium Spiritual Herbs, Lu Tiandu expounded further. The common Millennium Spiritual Herb is valued at approximately 2,000 spirit stones in the cultivation realm, while a foundation establishment pill fetches around 3,000 spirit stones in the black market, and your qualification for entry amounts to 1,000 spirit stones. Once you enter Huangfeng Valley, we shall be brothers in the same sect. Thus, our dealings must be equitable and voluntary. I assure you, I harbor no deceit. I am deeply grateful, Brother Lu. Han Li began to comprehend the pricing of the foundation establishment pill and the common Millennium Spiritual Herbs, fostering a fondness for Lu Tiandu's sincerity. Recalling their initial acquaintance 3 years prior, when Lu Tiandu had half sold and half gifted him numerous valuable items, Han Li only later realized the substantial worth of some of those items, particularly the several tomes. After this, he casually retrieved 2 ordinary wooden boxes from his storage pouch. Here are the 2 Millennium Spiritual Herbs. I ask you, Brother Lu, to examine them. Han Li gently pushed the wooden boxes toward Lu Tiandu. Without hesitation, Lu Tiandu waved his hand, causing the restraining talismans on the boxes to fall away, and the lids opened to reveal the 2 herbs, releasing a fragrant aroma that instantly filled the air. Han Li's eyes narrowed at this simple gesture by Lu Tiandu. He had yet to witness another Qi refinement stage practitioner effortlessly integrate spells into their every action. This small scene revealed the profound cultivation of Brother Lu. Indeed, these are well-preserved Millennium Spiritual Herbs. Inside the boxes were a Millennium Ginseng and a Millennium Heishou Wu, both common herbs found in the mortal realm. Yet their age rendered them invaluable. After all, Millennium Spiritual Herbs can be used even by nascent soul cultivators for alchemy. The careful selection of materials also highlighted Han Li's prudence. Lu Tiandu merely glanced at the herbs and confirmed their age before casually storing them away. Witnessing Lu Tiandu secure the boxes, Han Li solemnly tucked away the Ascension order. From henceforth, as fellow disciples, I shall address you as Brother Han, Lu Tiandu said with a smile, clasping his fists in greeting. Greetings, Brother Lu. Han Li responded with a smile and returned the gesture. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Tiandu inquired, Tomorrow, I shall head to Tianyu platform. Will you accompany me or venture alone to Huangfeng Valley? A flicker of hesitation crossed Han Li's face as he replied, Naturally, I shall journey with Brother Lu to Tianyu platform. Han Li understood that accompanying Lu Tiandu might entail facing an ambush, posing a threat to his life. However, over the past 2 years, he had acquired 2 high-tier magical artifacts, which should enable him to put up a fight, for among loose cultivators, few possessed high-tier artifacts. He hesitated to refuse, fearing that Brother Lu might think ill of him. Despite their previous interactions being based on equitable transactions, he had undoubtedly benefited, and this Brother Lu had also extended his guidance. Moreover, should Brother Lu return safely to Tianyu platform and subsequently enter Huangfeng Valley, the reputation of his last-minute retreat would be unfavorable. Compared to Han Li's 4 spiritual roots, Brother Lu's unique spiritual root would undoubtedly garner more attention from the sect, and offending him could lead to unfavorable treatment within the sect. Additionally, after sharing hardships with Brother Lu, it would be difficult to seek his assistance in the future. If the enemy proved overwhelming, retreating at an opportune moment could be seen as repaying a previous favor. In a fleeting moment, various thoughts flashed through Han Li's mind, and he quickly arrived at a decision. Thus, when we reach Tianyu platform, brother, you shall introduce me to Master Chen, who oversees this Ascension conference. I trust that with his presence, my entry into the sect will encounter no obstacles. As he spoke, Lu Tiandu realized that Han Li, possessing the Ascension order, would enter the sect in the same manner, potentially igniting a dispute over the Foundation establishment pill. Ultimately, he had been handed a mere trifle by Elder Yi, only to later receive the remaining items upon becoming a disciple of Li Huayuan. Master Chen, Han Li inquired, feeling relieved about his earlier decision. Yes, he is an elder of Huangfeng Valley who has attained the Golden Core stage and shares a modicum of friendship with our Lu family's deceased Golden Core ancestor. Lu Tiandu explained briefly the nomenclature and cultivation levels within the cultivation sect. Typically, Qi Refinement disciples address Foundation establishment cultivators as uncle, master, or granduncle, and refer to Golden Core experts as master ancestor. The prospect of meeting a master ancestor of Golden Core cultivation from Huangfeng Valley filled Han Li with excitement, albeit tinged with anxiety. After all, those who harbor secrets often fear unfavorable occurrences, especially when faced with such formidable seniors. Here, take this high-tier defensive talisman. A gift for you, Brother Han. Should there be a contest of spells tomorrow, do your utmost to protect yourself. Noticing that Han Li had no intention of leaving alone, Lu Tiandu, unlike the later cautious Han who retreated at the first sign of danger, presented Han Li with a primary high-tier defensive talisman for his protection. I am immensely grateful, Brother Lu. This marked Han Li's first encounter with a high-tier defensive talisman. Previously, he had purchased a high-tier flying talisman as a precaution. With this defensive talisman, he felt a newfound sense of security. While Lu Tiandu was sharing some insights on cultivation, the communication talismans of the Han siblings transformed into fiery sparks and flew in through the restraining formation. Lu Tiandu accepted the communication talismans, and after a moment, he dispelled the formation to welcome the two into the room. Upon glancing at the spiritual energy surrounding Han Yunfeng, Lu Tiandu remarked, I did not expect Brother Yunfeng to have broken through so swiftly. Congratulations. You must be quite assured of your chances at the Ascension conference. Han Li was equally astonished by the rapid advancement of the towering Han Yunfeng, realizing that if the Ascension platform were filled with such formidable level 11 experts, securing a spot would indeed be a daunting task. The robust Han Yunfeng chuckled heartily, his usual boisterous voice now tinged with bashfulness. Compared to you, Brother Lu, I am far from your equal. After a round of mutual greetings, Lu Tiandu invited the two to sit, brewing a pot of spiritual tea for the four to enjoy. Eventually, it was Han Yunji who could no longer contain herself, while Han Yunfeng remained silent, appearing as though he trusted his younger sister to take the lead. Hearing Han Yunji express concern over potential dangers he might face the following day, and knowing that his elder brother had just broken through, she persuaded Han Yunfeng to accompany Lu Tiandu to Tianyu platform, suggesting that their camaraderie would offer mutual support along the journey. This simple thought warmed Lu Tiandu's heart. For although their friendship was not deeply rooted, it was indeed commendable for ordinary friends to extend a hand in times of peril. Ultimately, Lu Tiandu agreed to the four of them traveling together the following day, accepting their goodwill. He also gifted each of the Han siblings a high-tier defensive talisman, just in case. This gesture of gifting talismans deeply surprised the Han siblings, who, despite their initial reluctance, ultimately accepted them. Han Li marveled inwardly at Brother Lu's generosity. Chapter 54, A Flick of the Finger, Annihilated with a Palm. On the following morning, the four gathered at the entrance of Tainan Valley. With a flick of his sleeve, Lu Tiandu summoned the wind sword. Stepping onto it, and quietly awaiting the other three to release their flying magical artifacts for the journey to Tianyu platform. However, after waiting for several breaths without any movement from the others, he turned around and discovered the trio was currently exchanging glances at one another. It was indeed my oversight. Let us all proceed using the wind control technique. Upon observing the expressions of the three individuals, Lu Tiandu realized that none of them possessed flying artifacts. Such artifacts are not something every Qi refinement stage loose cultivator can acquire. It is already quite remarkable for them to obtain one or two offensive or defensive magical tools. Moreover, among the loose cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, swift flying artifacts are a rarity. Although the Qi flying artifact distributed to novice disciples of the seven sects is not particularly fast, it is still not a possession that every loose cultivator can hold. Lu Tiandu, with his Suifeng sword, which serves as both an offensive tool and possesses wind attributes, naturally embodies the functionality of a flying artifact. Accustomed to this, he was surprised to find himself once again relying on the wind control technique for travel. Who would have thought that Brother Lu possesses a flying sword artifact? No wonder he is unafraid of our ambush. It seems we have become a hindrance. Although Han Yunfeng often appeared reckless and boisterous, he was, in fact, quite perceptive. Otherwise, he would not have kept his younger sister safe among loose cultivators for many years. He quickly realized that with Lu Tiandu's flying sword artifact, none would be able to catch up with him. They initially believed that traveling together would significantly aid Lu Tiandu, but in reality, they were only slowing him down. Brother Yunfeng, you flatter me. I merely chanced upon this flying sword that coincidentally aligns with my attributes. Lu Tiandu replied with a smile. The four of them ceased their chatter, observing that the number of individuals exiting the valley was increasing, and they activated the wind control technique or wind walk to hasten their journey. Although he did not dwell on the potential danger posed by a group of Qi refinement stage loose cultivators, he remained vigilant, occasionally extending his consciousness for precaution. If he were to encounter a troublesome adversary, he could easily depart. However, abandoning the three or allowing them to be harmed would be quite ungracious. After more than an hour, the four had traveled over 100 miles, which seemed painfully slow compared to Lu Tiandu's usual speed on the Suifeng sword. They landed in a relatively picturesque area to rest briefly. The weakest among them, Han Yunji and Han Li, seized the opportunity to meditate and restore their spiritual energy in preparation for any potential crisis. Lu Tiandu expanded his consciousness to scan the surrounding environment. Sensing that something was amiss, it was too quiet here. Everyone, be alert, especially beneath your feet. Be wary of ambushes. It appears those interested in me are lurking nearby. Lu Tiandu remarked with a faint smile, eager to see the kind of individuals who viewed him as an easy target. Upon hearing his words, the Han siblings and Han Li concluded their meditation and became instantly vigilant. Although they had not detected anything unusual, given that Lu Tiandu held the highest cultivation among them, they naturally heeded his warnings. However, within a matter of moments, a group of masked figures clad in black materialized not far ahead of the quartet. We did not expect to wait so long for your arrival. It seems you have come here to meet us. The leader sneered hoarsely. A sweep of his consciousness revealed Lu Tiandu that among the 8 individuals, the 2 most formidable were elders at the 13th level, while several others were at the 12th and 11th levels, and there was even one at the 10th level of Qi refinement, truly audacious and oblivious to their impending doom. Oh, so you lot are interested in my storage bag? Lu Tiandu asked, wearing a sardonic expression. He was disinclined to entertain their inquiries, as their presence merely coincided with his need to restore spiritual energy. At the same time, he expanded his consciousness to its limits, searching for any hidden individuals nearby. Indeed, he detected several flickering spiritual auras in the distance. He could not discern whether they belonged to an ally or were merely passers-by with ulterior motives. Upon hearing Lu Tiandu's dismissive remarks, the 2 leaders exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, and with a frigid tone, they replied, "Kid, hand over your storage bag, and we shall grant you a swift end. A bunch of old fools, instead of enjoying your twilight years at home, you come here seeking death." Lu Tiandu had lost patience for further banter. A murderous intent enveloped his heart. Han Li and the others were now on high alert, feeling a surge of tension. The 8 opponents appeared to be brimming with spiritual energy, and it was evident that their quartet would likely not be able to withstand them, risking being devoured at any moment. Consequently, the high-level defensive talismans Lu Tiandu had previously gifted were discreetly concealed in their hands, ready to be activated. Seeing the arrogance of the adversaries, who were observing them with the demeanor of butchers eyeing sheep, Lu Tiandu felt a sense of incredulity. Such hubris was truly deserving of punishment. Channeling his mana into the Tianyu's swift-wind boots, a flash of light illuminated his feet, and he vanished from their sight in an instant. As the 2 parties exchanged bewildered glances, a sudden muffled thud resonated from above. Not good, an ambush. Be cautious. The 2 elders with the highest cultivation levels finally sensed something amiss, releasing their defensive talismans as they shouted in alarm. Almost instantaneously, Lu Tiandu reappeared in his original position, observing the scene with a finger poised in front of his eyes. The initial success of his nascent body refinement technique surprised him. It had proven unexpectedly effective. He had intended to unleash his spiritual shuttles to deal with these petty thieves, but upon reflection, given their lowly strength, it was the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of his recent training. Activating the Tianyu's swift-wind boots and the gauzy cloak, he swiftly appeared among the black-clad figures, launching a flurry of strikes. In the blink of an eye, 6 of the weakest members bore blood holes in their foreheads, unaware of how swiftly they had met their end. It was only when the first victim collapsed that the 2 elders realized something was amiss, hastily separating and releasing their defensive talismans. Since Lu Tiandu had already assessed the effectiveness of his body refinement, and realizing that the 2 strongest opponents had reacted, he took the opportunity to retreat. The 6 corpses fell within a single breath, their thuds overlapping in a chilling symphony. The remaining 2 fully realized elders exchanged fearful glances, their faces pale, trembling as they struggled to speak. "Who are you?" Han Li and the others gaped in astonishment at the sight of 6 formidable opponents reduced to lifeless bodies in mere moments. Their hearts chilled. Though they were traveling companions with Lu Tiandu, they could not suppress the fear that arose within them, deepening their sense of awe and mystery regarding his immense power. Well, since they chose to kill for treasure, they must be prepared for death. They must have been eagerly waiting below, Lu Tiandu remarked with a faint smile, gesturing grandly as the spiritual light shuttle transformed into a silvery streak, vanishing in an instant before the elder's eyes. The elder had no time to summon his defensive artifact before the silver streak pierced through the barrier created by his defensive talismans, swiftly penetrating his throat. The silvery streak spun in the air before reappearing behind another elder who was attempting to flee in panic. With a flash, a piercing scream echoed, and a dark figure plummeted from the sky. "I am invincible among my peers," Lu Tiandu thought to himself. Chapter 55, Dividing the Spoils. Ascension Conference. Brother Lu. At this moment, Han Li and the others watched in awe as Lu Tiandu dispatched the 8 formidable foes, including 2 peak Qi refinement experts, in mere moments. Drawing a sharp breath, only then did they begin to grasp the extent of Lu Tiandu's formidable strength. They finally understood why Lu Tiandu appeared so indifferent when he heard that someone in the valley was plotting against him. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. "Oh, they've already left?" Lu Tiandu expanded his spiritual awareness, intending to search for the positions of a few individuals who had been lingering at a distance. To his surprise, those individuals, having witnessed Lu Tiandu effortlessly vanquishing enemies several times their number, were instantly struck with terror and had fled. Unbeknownst to them, there were hidden players at hand. Han Li and the others realized that there were others harboring ulterior motives around them. While they were relieved to have such a formidable ally as Lu Tiandu, they were also filled with trepidation. At this moment, the 3 of them stowed their magical artifacts, and a temporary silence ensued. "Well, there's no one else here. The task of collecting the storage bags is left to you. The spirit stones and spirit herbs belong to me. You 3 can divide the rest," Lu Tiandu remarked with a smile, casting a glance at the still astonished trio. Who would have thought that senior brother Lu would be this powerful? "It seems we have truly benefited," Han Li replied with a wry smile. "I merely rely on a few potent magical artifacts." Lu Tiandu waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. "The belongings on these individuals hold little value for me. Let's share, as is fitting for those who witness." Upon hearing this, the 3 no longer resisted, a glimmer of joy passing through their hearts. These individuals were already considered experts among scattered cultivators, although many of their magical artifacts were beneath Lu Tiandu's notice. They were treasures for Han Li and his companions. As Han Li collected the storage bags, he contemplated the corpses before him. The 6 individuals had clearly been pierced through the forehead by a powerful force, a single blow that led to their demise. Considering Lu Tiandu's mysterious disappearance and sudden reappearance while observing his fingers, it was easy to deduce that Lu Tiandu had dispatched each of the 6 with a mere finger jab. This reminded him of the martial arts he had learned in the mundane world. Certain external cultivation techniques, when mastered to a profound level, could puncture stone with a single finger. It was evident that Lu Tiandu possessed such formidable external martial skills and had honed them to an astonishing degree, which was indeed daunting. It was truly perplexing how Lu Tiandu, being merely 3 years his senior, could have achieved such mastery in external cultivation. This left him bewildered. Even more astonishing was Lu Tiandu's uncanny ability to vanish and reappear dozens of feet away, even with his perfected Luo Yin steps. He could not traverse such a distance in such a brief time without leaving a trace. This bizarre movement technique, coupled with advanced external prowess, meant that without prior deployment of defensive artifacts or talismans, one would face certain death upon close contact. The enigma and might of senior brother Lu filled Han Li with both apprehension and curiosity. Perhaps he would seek an opportunity to converse with this remarkable individual in the future. The three swiftly gathered the storage bags, pouring out their contents to share the spoils. Lu Tiandu claimed all the spirit stones, approximately 400, and a few spirit herbs. The remaining items of Qi refining stage were sorted and categorized by Han Li and his companions. Brother Lu, there are 2 top-tier magical artifacts here. Please take them, Han Yunji exclaimed, holding up the 2 shimmering artifacts. These artifacts belonged to the 2 elders at the 13th level of cultivation, and it was only after Han Yunfeng removed their masks that they realized these elders were also among the organizers of the Tai Nin small gathering. Who would have thought that their greed would lead to such inexplicable deaths? No wonder these individuals had such confidence. They had 2 top-tier magical artifacts. Lu Tiandu shook his head, showing little interest in these ordinary top-tier artifacts. Since I have said that the other items belong to you, discuss among yourselves and divide them as you see fit. After speaking, he turned to one side, allowing the 3 to continue their division of spoils. Watching Lu Tiandu walk away, the trio was indeed awestruck by his generosity. Many scattered cultivators had never even seen a top-tier magical artifact, yet Lu Tiandu offered them freely. Gazing at the pile of items before them, Han Yunji's eyes sparkled with excitement as she occasionally glanced at the figure of the dashing and powerful Lu Tiandu. This brother Lu was indeed extraordinarily strong and remarkably generous, gifting them so many treasures. Thus, the 3 began to divide the spoils with smiles, feeling fortunate to have accompanied Lu Tiandu that day, reaping great rewards. Soon, they had finished dividing the remaining items. Han Yunfeng and Han Li each received one of the top-tier magical artifacts, while the other mid-tier artifacts were shared among them. At this moment, all 3 bore expressions of joy, having significantly increased their wealth in the blink of an eye. It was hard to fathom just how much wealth was contained within Lu Tiandu's storage bag compared to that of these individuals. No wonder they had resorted to desperate measures to eliminate Lu Tiandu. One could say that fortune does not come without risk. As they prepared to leave, Lu Tiandu casually waved his hand, sending several fireballs down upon the 8 corpses. Moments later, as he surveyed the piles of ashes, he flicked his sleeve, and a gust of wind swept through, restoring tranquility to the area. This graceful and fluid action left the 3 in a state of astonishment. Even the act of destroying the corpses was executed with 2 instantaneous spells, flowing seamlessly. It was evident that this senior brother Lu had likely engaged in such activities frequently. The 3 could only silently lament the fate of the 8 who had perished. Why rob anyone when one could meet such a formidable opponent? After the 4 resumed their journey, no further incidents occurred. Half a day later, they arrived at the Tianyu platform. This was a picturesque valley, transformed into a wide platform by the Spirit Beast Mountain for the decennial Ascension Conference. At the center of the platform stood 7 enormous arenas, adorned with various magical prohibitions, each prominently displaying a grand emblem representing one of the 7 sections. Once the Ascension Conference officially commenced, scattered cultivators wishing to become disciples of a particular sect would simply need to register and then compete in the arenas. The selection rules for the arenas were both simple and brutal. Contestants would face off in pairs, with the victors advancing to the next round, continuing until each arena had 10 remaining participants. These 10 would be the fortunate ones selected every decade at the Ascension Conference, thus gaining the opportunity to join the 7 sects and consume foundational elixirs. Among the thousands of participants, only 70 spots were available, highlighting the fierce competition of the Ascension Conference. At the northernmost end of the arena stood 7 magnificent halls, all currently closed, indicating that the cultivators from the 7 sects had yet to arrive. At this moment, the mountain was already populated with numerous individuals, most of whom were at the 10th or 11th level of cultivation, with very few reaching the 12th level. As the 4 arrived, several gazes fell upon them. However, attention quickly shifted away from Lu Tiandu, as it was unlikely that someone so young and at the peak of Qi refining would be participating in the Ascension Conference. Though the young man in white exuded an extraordinary aura, the primary aim of the crowd was to secure those coveted Ascension spots, and they showed little interest in unrelated individuals. As for Han Li and Han Yunfeng, despite their impassive expressions, they could not help but feel uncomfortable under the scrutiny of hundreds of gazes. It was clear that Han Li, at the 9th level, and Han Yunfeng, at the 11th level, were viewed as competitors. Han Yunji, like Lu Tiandu, was also considered unrelated. The 4 neither pried into the backgrounds of others nor responded to the inquiries directed at them. Instead, They found a quiet place to sit and calmly await the commencement of the conference. Chapter 56. Entry. Foundation Elixir. As Lu Tiandu and Han Li stepped into the grand hall, where visitors to the Tianyu platform rested, many elders at the foundation establishment stage and Qi refining disciples within the hall turned their attention to this rare talent from the Lu family with spiritual roots, a sight seldom seen in decades. In this moment, Lu Tiandu donned a white robe, cinched at the waist with a jade belt, and crowned with a silver tiara, exuding an extraordinary elegance and commanding presence. His handsome visage, with eyes like radiant stars and brows arching into his hair, indeed portrayed a striking appearance, prompting many elders to nod in approval. It was said that Lu Tiandu possessed considerable talent in talisman crafting and spellcasting, and rumors circulated that a certain golden core elder within the valley intended to take him under his wing following his foundation establishment. Whether this was true or not, they dared not underestimate him. For one with a wind spiritual root, establishing a foundation was not a formidable task. Within a few years, he could attain a status comparable to theirs, if not surpass it. Moreover, the combat prowess of a wind spiritual root after foundation establishment could be 3 to 4 times that of his peers, which made it unwise for anyone to disregard Lu Tiandu. At this Ascension conference, over 20 individuals from Huangfeng Valley had arrived, led by Master Chen, an early-stage golden core cultivator from one of the valley's prominent families, the Chen clan. Lu Tiandu had previously encountered Master Chen at the Chen family. Thus their meeting was not unfamiliar. After paying his respects and engaging in a brief exchange with Master Chen, Lu Tiandu recounted the matter of Han Li possessing the Huangfeng Valley Ascension token and his desire to join the valley. Master Chen, intrigued, scrutinized Han Li, who remained respectfully behind Lu Tiandu. Noting Han Li's young age and his impressive cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi Refinement, which was commendable among Lu's cultivators, Master Chen nodded and said, "Please present your Ascension token for my inspection." Han Li promptly stepped forward, retrieving the token with care. Master Chen extended his hand, and the small token was soon in his grasp. After a thorough examination, he remarked, "Indeed, this is the Ascension token of our Huangfeng Valley, a rarity not seen for centuries. Its appearance this time is indeed fortuitous. After the conference, you shall accompany us back to Huangfeng Valley, where Master Zhong will assist you with the admission procedures." "Thank you, Master Chen." Upon hearing this, Han Li's anxious heart finally found peace. He exhaled deeply and expressed his gratitude to Master Chen. After a few more simple inquiries, Master Chen closed his eyes to rest, while Lu Tiandu and Han Li discreetly retreated to a corner of the grand hall, waiting patiently for the conference to conclude. Han Li had witnessed several fiercely contested arena matches prior, and now, having effortlessly secured his entry qualification and foundation establishment pill, he felt an overwhelming sense of luck. At this moment, it was the 3rd day since Lu Tiandu and his companions had arrived at Tianyu platform. After their separation in the morning, Han Yanfeng and Han Yunzi made their way to the Spirit Beast Mountains arena. Han Yanfeng was brimming with confidence for this competition. Not only had he achieved the 11th layer of cultivation right before the Ascension conference, but thanks to Lu Tiandu, he had also acquired superior defensive talismans and top-tier magical artifacts, significantly enhancing his combat strength. It was almost certain he would secure a spot. However, faced with Han Yunzi's reluctant gaze, Lu Tiandu offered some comforting words, encouraging her to pursue her cultivation diligently. The Han Yun siblings both possessed triple spiritual roots, and with sufficient opportunities, they could potentially establish their foundations. However, reaching the golden core stage would require extraordinary fortune. Their prospects lay with a certain nascent soul cultivator of the Han Yun lineage within the demonic path. Unfortunately, Lu Tiandu was at a loss as to how to convey this information to the siblings. In the original narrative, the Han Yun siblings were the last bloodline of this nascent soul ancestor among the mundane. A day later, the grueling Ascension conference finally came to a close. The 70 victors bore expressions of relief, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for foundation establishment, while those who had failed either resigned themselves to their fate or prepared to continue their secluded cultivation for the next conference. Those who had not survived the arena were no longer a subject of concern. Under the watchful gaze of thousands of complex expressions, the golden core cultivators from the 7 sects unleashed various magical artifacts, sweeping their participants away in a brilliant flash, soaring into the sky. This moment of radiant departure planted the seeds of aspiration for the path of immortality in the hearts of countless loose cultivators, igniting their fervor to chase this fleeting dream. 4 days later, in the central region of the Tianyu mountain range, a colossal sword-shaped magical artifact appeared. heralding the return of Master Chen and the others from the southern region of the Yu Kingdom to Huangfeng Valley. After traversing the protective mountain array, the flying sword halted in midair, and Master Chen calmly declared, "Well done, this journey has concluded successfully. You may now escort the newly admitted disciples to report to Master Zhong." Upon receiving his orders, the group summoned their flying artifacts or employed wind manipulation techniques to hover in the air, waiting for Master Chen to depart before descending. As they landed, the sprawling mountain range became increasingly clear, with countless pavilions and grand halls densely dotting the peaks, while cultivators soaring on various flying artifacts flitted to and fro. Lu Tiandu had already formulated a plan to begin his cultivation in Huangfeng Valley before this journey, having been previously listed as a disciple of the valley. Now, he simply needed to report in. Concerning the inevitable contention for foundation establishment pills stemming from the sudden appearance of the Ascension token, Lu Tiandu had briefly explained the situation to Han Li. The decision was ultimately Han Li's to make. However, as the disciple brought back by Master Chen, any potential disputes would likely be tempered by consideration, unlike the unsightly treatment Han Li had previously endured when he approached the elder of the Yi clan alone. Leading the way, the group arrived at a magnificent hall, the discussion chamber of Huangfeng Valley. Present at the chamber was the current valley master, Zhong Lingdao, who awaited the reception of the disciples. At over 100 years old, Master Zhong appeared middle-aged, sporting a few strands of long beard, exuding an air of calm authority. After listening to Elder Murong's report, he gestured for Lu Tiandu to step forward. After exchanging a few words of encouragement, he continued, "Since you shall begin your cultivation in the valley from today, I will grant you this foundation establishment pill. Afterward, proceed to the side hall to report, and then you may head to Shuangquan Mountain for your training." "Thank you, Master." Lu Tiandu accepted the foundation establishment pill with reverence, carefully placing it into his storage pouch. Prior to his departure, he had already assessed his cultivation level within the valley and achieved the 13th layer of Qi Refinement. According to the valley's regulations, those with spiritual roots of the heavens or extraordinary origins were prioritized for foundation establishment. Thus, obtaining the foundation establishment pill was a natural progression. After taking his leave to the side hall, Master Zhong continued to receive the 10 disciples who had joined the valley through this Ascension conference, along with Han Li, the unexpected holder of the Ascension token. Chapter 57, Plans and Arrangements. Formulas. In a short time, after completing the necessary procedures, Lu Tiandu made his way to Shuangquan Mountain. This mountain, rising approximately 1,000 zhong, was renowned for its picturesque scenery and abundant spiritual energy. Numerous residences of varying sizes were meticulously arranged across the peaks. Disciples who had reached the 10th layer of cultivation were permitted to construct their own houses or inhabit the legacy caves of senior cultivators. The Lu family's disciples had long constructed luxurious residences here, so the newly admitted members of the Lu family could comfortably reside without troubling Lu Tiandu to build anew. For the next 2 years leading up to the trial in the blood-colored Forbidden Land, he would devote himself to training here. Disciples at the Qi Refinement stage, who had not reached the 10th level of cultivation, were housed in several other mountain peaks, as the collective number of over 10,000 disciples made centralized management more convenient. As for the privilege of establishing one's own cave dwelling, it was only granted upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. He had just received his novice equipment from his gray-clad uncle, Lin, which included a yellow silk shirt, a green leaf talisman, a set of daily refining tools, a blazing sun sword, a cold moon blade, and a low-tier storage bag. Except for the yellow silk shirt, which he would need to wear in the future, he tossed the rest into a corner of the storage bag. Although he was quite intrigued by the 4-layer Yin Sutra that the Lin uncle possessed, there was no urgency at the moment, as the techniques for cultivating spiritual consciousness could only be practiced post-foundation establishment. Thus, starting today, he would embark on his training journey in Huangfeng Valley. In front of an opulently constructed villa on Xianxia Mountain, Lu Tiandu took out a sound transmission talisman, murmuring a few words before flicking it, causing the talisman to transform into a flame and rush into the villa's protective array. Shortly thereafter, several members of the Lu family emerged to welcome him. Among them, he spotted Lu Tianxing, whom he hadn't seen in years. As the son of his uncle Lu Yongqing, they were distant relatives according to secular calculations, yet their bond was uniquely strong due to their shared training experiences since childhood. Under Lu Tianxing's guidance, Lu Tiandu soon arrived at the small courtyard prepared for him by the family. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Tianxing took his leave to return to his own courtyard, understanding that Lu Tiandu needed a few days to acclimate after his long journey, and they could gather again later. After scanning the small courtyard with his spiritual sense and finding nothing amiss, Lu Tiandu opened the various restrictions and closed his eyes to contemplate his future plans. Although he now possessed a foundation establishment pill, which could potentially allow him to establish his foundation directly after consumption, he had already devised a plan and was not in a hurry. Both the transaction with the enigmatic elder and the myriad opportunities he anticipated within the blood-colored forbidden land warranted a delay in his foundation establishment. With over 2 years remaining until the opening of the forbidden land, he could not afford to waste this time. Observing that the invasion of the demonic path was not far off, he needed to diligently lay a solid foundation for his cultivation. Over the past year, he had traversed numerous markets, amassing a substantial amount of spirit stones, spiritual herbs, and various refining materials through the sale of facial enhancement pills and various talismans. He had acquired several sharp magical tools through purchases or by slaying foes for their treasures, alleviating the need to waste time on these matters for the next few years. Recently, he had been pondering the Wind Spirit Manual and the Nameless Body Refining Technique, intending to focus primarily on the Wind Spirit Manual over the next 2 years, while also continuing to cultivate the Nameless Body Refining Technique and several secret arts from the Heavenly Een Absolute Killing Technique, particularly with the Nameless Body Refining Technique. Lu Tiandu had achieved minor success in the first layer within 2 months with the aid of several first-tier blood essence pills, demonstrating rapid progress. With a sufficient supply of blood essence pills, he believed he could reach major success in the first layer in approximately 2 years, thus significantly enhancing his strength. Consequently, acquiring first and second-tier demon beast flesh through the Lu family's Golden Jade Pavilion would also be a priority. As for other skills such as spellcasting, talisman drawing, alchemy, formation techniques, weapon refining, and spiritual herb cultivation, he naturally could not neglect them. Spellcasting and talisman drawing were crucial to his early rise and would remain essential in his future cultivation, so he would not set them aside. Regarding alchemy, he still had 16 facial enhancement pills left from his last batch, and with no shortage of spirit stones, this was not a concern. Therefore, he decided to focus on refining harmony pills suitable for foundation establishment practitioners. As for formation techniques, with the genius Xianxia in the family, he had no need to worry. Weapon refining could wait until after he established his foundation. The cultivation of spiritual herbs and the transplantation of new varieties would fall under the purview of Master Ma's Golden Toad Ridge 100 Herb Garden. After carefully contemplating his upcoming arrangements, Lu Tiandu changed into the yellow silk shirt and headed to the 100 Machines Hall to accept the task overseeing the 100 Herb Garden at Qingstone Ridge in Golden Toad Ridge. Despite the peculiar glances from the disciples of the 100 Machines Hall, Lu Tiandu offered no explanations. This task was undeniably arduous for others, which was why it had gone unclaimed for months. But for someone like Lu Tiandu, who had a solid foundation in herbs and alchemy, and who had access to the nurturing liquid known as Little Green, it was indeed a walk in the park. His prompt acceptance of the task was also motivated by the fear that Hanli might claim it if he delayed. Hanli had resided in this herb garden for several years, as long as he did not give up and had Master Maya's endorsement. No one else would have the opportunity to reclaim this task. During the first month, new disciples were free to cultivate, but after that, they had to complete various tasks to earn merits for exchanging cultivation resources. Thus, he aimed to secure his position without rushing to report for duty at the Golden Toad Ridge 100 Herb Garden. Upon returning to the entrance of the Lu family's Ask Immortal Villa on Xianxia Mountain, he found Chen Qiaoming waiting quietly after receiving his sound transmission talisman. Dressed similarly in a yellow robe, her unembellished attire only accentuated her graceful curves. After more than a year apart, the traces of youth had faded from her brow, and she now possessed a fresh and ethereal beauty, radiating elegance and gentleness. The smile gracing her lips was unmistakable, and the longing in her expressive eyes made Lu Tiandu feel the depth of her affection. Senior brother, junior sister, the call instantaneously united their hearts. In a flash, Lu Tiandu found himself enveloped in her soft embrace. Gazing at the radiant beauty in his arms, he felt a surge of affection. He swayed slightly, holding her close as they entered his small courtyard. Days later, Lu Tiandu finally emerged from Chen Qiaoming's tender haven, departing Huangfeng Valley to return to the Lu family. To his surprise, in just over a year, Chen Qiaoming had advanced to the 12th layer of Qi Refinement, indicating her relentless dedication to cultivation. After all, only by reaching foundation establishment soon could she embark on a dual cultivation journey with her senior brother. Upon meeting with Lu Yongxin, the head of the Lu family, and his uncle Lu Yongqing, Lu Tiandu presented several jade slips, each containing the secret techniques of the Divine Weapon Sect for weapon refining. Insights into weapon refining from late foundation establishment practitioners, the feeding techniques for spiritual beasts from Spirit Beast Mountain, and several dual cultivation methods from the Hidden Moon sect. The revelation of these extraordinary secrets from other sects astonished the two foundation establishment practitioners of the Lu family, solidifying their belief in Lu Tiandu's previous claims of having fortuitously slain a foundation establishment practitioner. However, the notion that a Qi refinement practitioner could defeat one at the foundation establishment stage was indeed staggering. Although those with extraordinary spiritual roots possessed combat capabilities several times that of their peers, achieving such a feat was no easy task. At that moment, their perception of Lu Tiandu evolved, and excitement surged within them for having such a prodigious talent in the family. The contents of the jade slips would greatly enhance the Lu family's foundation, in light of Lu Tiandu's significant contribution. He also had his own requirements and had meticulously copied the alchemical formulas regarding foundation establishment and golden core stages that had been left behind by the family and the ancestral golden core elder. Among them were 4 formulas for foundation establishment pills: gathering spirit pill, Qi refinement powder, true essence pill, and solidifying essence pill. Additionally, there were 3 formulas for golden core stage pills: gathering essence pill, essence refinement pill, and condensing essence pill. Thus, he had alleviated any concerns regarding pill formulas until he advanced to the nascent soul stage. Chapter 58. The Essence of Origin. Transformation of Physique. Lu Tiandu bid farewell to the two individuals and proceeded to the Internal Affairs Hall to collect the cultivation elixirs accrued over the past year, exchanging all his monthly spirit stones for several vials of Qi condensation pills. After gathering some useful items from the small courtyard where he had resided for 2 decades, he finally departed from the Lu family residence, heading straight to the Golden Jade Pavilion. Upon meeting the pavilion's manager, Uncle 13, cordial greetings ensued. Lu Tiandu entrusted Uncle 13 with the task of acquiring the flesh and blood of first and second-tier demon beasts before presenting him with a storage bag. When the elderly man opened the bag, he was instantly astonished. Aside from the remaining 100 primary upper-tier talismans, he was surprised to find an impressive collection of 30 to 40 various magical artifacts. Among these, 5 were top-tier artifacts, while the rest were predominantly upper-tier, with only a few mid-tier items. The origins of these artifacts required no speculation. They were primarily acquired from the storage bags of 4 foundation establishment cultivators over the past year, with only a few quality items retained. Based on the previous dealings of illicit goods, their estimated value amounted to 8,000 spirit stones, a substantial sum indeed. As Lu Tiandu prepared to leave, Uncle 13 handed him 2 storage bags, one containing 3,000 spirit stones from the sale of the 100 upper-tier talismans, along with several mid-tier spirit stones of wind and thunder attributes. The other was filled with various refining materials he had previously requested Uncle 13 to procure, valued at around 4,000 spirit stones. After offsetting the costs, approximately 4,000 spirit stones remained for the acquisition of demon beast flesh and blood. A rough calculation indicated that this amount would suffice for purchasing the required materials for his first layer of body refinement. After parting with Uncle 13, Lu Tiandu exited the Huangfeng Valley Marketplace, heading northward. Finding a secluded spot, he established a cave dwelling and swiftly entered the Stone Pearl world. Once he shed the uniform of a Huangfeng Valley disciple and donned his own robes, Lu Tiandu soared towards the stone cave nestled halfway up the towering peak. Upon entering, he made his way directly to the stone furnace, which stood majestically upon a platform of azure stone. Since his last endeavor of refining the Qi Blood Great Pill, he had garnered new insights regarding this extraordinary stone furnace birthed within the Stone Pearl world. The nearly 10,000 pounds of demon beast flesh not only provided him with various Qi Blood Great Pills suitable for body refinement, but also yielded some unexpected gains. Lu Tiandu executed several incantations directed at the stone furnace, and amidst a dazzling display of multicolored light, 5 orbs of varying hues, each the size of a thumb, erupted from within the furnace. These 5 ethereal orbs radiated pure colors of black, white, red, yellow, and blue, continuously emanating a mysterious aura that instinctively drew one closer. Gazing at the 5 floating orbs, Lu Tiandu's eyes sparkled with excitement, a smile of delight gracing his lips. These 5 orbs represented a fortuitous extraction of the 5 elemental essences from the vast quantity of demon beast flesh. Through certain messages conveyed by the stone furnace, it became evident that while these essences were still exceedingly rare, they could integrate into his body, granting him the power of the 5 elemental bloodlines. Lu Tiandu speculated that this elemental bloodline power might be akin to the renowned 5-element spirit body in the cultivation realm, yet this remained merely a conjecture, awaiting further validation. However, he had yet to reach a definitive decision on whether to absorb these elemental bloodline powers. The sporadic extraction of elemental bloodline power from demon beasts sparked an intriguing thought within Lu Tiandu. Could a similar extraction be performed from a human's physique? His mind immediately turned to the possibility of resolving Xianxia's dragon champ physique through such a method. Moreover, as someone without a special physique, Lu Tiandu found himself coveting this exceedingly rare, hidden constitution. If he could transfer this physique, particularly suited for a male body, to himself, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement, eradicating Xianxia's hidden peril and allowing her to cultivate with peace of mind, while he would potentially reap substantial benefits in his future cultivation endeavors. Thus, after a period of exploration and repeated experimentation with the initial incantation conveyed by the stone furnace in his mind, he indeed discovered a method. Nevertheless, the conversion of this bloodline, or rather, physique, necessitated the voluntary cooperation of the other party for a complete transfer. Otherwise, the outcome would yield nothing more than a trace, akin to extracting bloodline essence from a deceased beast. After all, this bloodline or physique was intrinsically linked to the original host. Without their consent, the transfer was impossible. Should the original host perish, the essence would swiftly dissipate. Armed with this revelation, Lu Tiandu's anticipation for Xianxia's dragon champ physique grew. This endeavor would ultimately require Xianxia's consent, yet given their close relationship, he felt confident in its feasibility. After performing several more incantations to preserve the elemental essences within the stone furnace, Lu Tiandu exited the stone pearl world and made his way to the nameless mountain where Xianxia resided in the Yuanwu kingdom. Harnessing the spirit light shuttle, Lu Tiandu arrived at the nameless mountain, not far from Jinma City, in less than 2 hours. He lingered outside the grand formation, releasing his consciousness to scan the surroundings, ensuring no one else was nearby, before casting several incantations at a location that appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding scenery. Suddenly, the scene transformed, and after a swirl of mist, a passage approximately a yard wide appeared, into which Lu Tiandu swiftly vanished. In moments, he reappeared before a bamboo dwelling. Brother Lu, Brother Lu. Just as he was about to announce his arrival, 2 graceful figures, one clad in blue and the other in green, dashed out from the bamboo house. It was Xianxia and Xiaoming. Upon Lu Tiandu's activation of the formation method transmitted by Xianxia, the two had sensed his approach and hurriedly tidied themselves, their faces alight with joy as they rushed out to welcome him. I have returned. Lu Tiandu responded with a smile, observing the 2 girls as they approached, their hands nervously entwined. He stepped forward, embracing them both tenderly. Although their faces flushed slightly, they willingly nestled against the long-missed warmth of their brother Lu. After a prolonged moment, Lu Tiandu led the 2 girls into the bamboo dwelling, where, after sharing their mutual longing, he recounted his experiences over the past year. Naturally, he also presented 2 top-tier artifacts as gifts, which, after some modest refusals, the girls accepted at Lu Tiandu's insistence. Upon entering, Lu Tiandu immediately noticed the changes in the 2 girls' cultivation levels. Within a year, Xiaoming had advanced from the 6th layer of Qi Refinement to the 8th, while Xianxia had progressed from the 5th to the 6th layer. However, during their earlier embrace, Lu Tiandu had sensed certain discomforts in Xianxia's physique. It appeared that the effects of the previous medicinal pills were diminishing. With a wave of his hand, he produced an exquisite wooden box, opening it to release an enchanting aroma of medicine. Ener, this is the Millennium Spiritual Herb I acquired during my travels. Chapter 59. I am willing. Do you want me? Ah. The 2 girls gasped in astonishment at the sight of the Millennium Ginseng, which had already taken on a humanoid form. They were well aware of the rarity of Millennium Spiritual Herbs, having inquired alongside Xianxia's mother, and knew precisely how precious this herb was. Many had never even laid eyes on one in their lifetime, let alone possessed it. To their surprise, Lu Tiandu had indeed returned with a Millennium Spiritual Herb after promising to seek one for them. Xianxia gazed at Lu Tiandu, her heart brimming with emotion and a hint of bewilderment. The tenderness and warmth in her eyes threatened to overflow as she parted her delicate lips, yet words eluded her. Beside her, Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with joy, for this elder brother Lu was indeed a man of his word, proving that the affection shared between the young lady and himself was genuine and heartfelt. Lu Tiandu extended his large hand to envelop Xianxia's delicate palm, speaking softly. You are ultimately mine. Why concern yourself with such trivialities? These material possessions cannot encapsulate my feelings for you. His candid declaration left Xianxia feeling both bashful and sweetly elated. The thought that Lu Deji could utter such sentiments indicated his heart was indeed hers. With this realization, She hesitated no longer, gently calling out Lu Deji as she leapt into his embrace. Unexpectedly, the girl was as gentle as water, leaning against Lu Tiandu, tears of emotion streaming down her cheeks, leaving him somewhat at a loss. After a brief moment, Xianxia shyly extracted herself from his hold, lowering her head as a rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks, presenting a strikingly beautiful visage that captivated Lu Tiandu's gaze. My young lady has blossomed, he mused. Indeed, Xianxia had reached the age of blossoming beauty, while Xiaoming, in her youthful charm, was equally enchanting. Once both young women regained their composure, Lu Tiandu asked Xiaoming to step outside, indicating he had important matters to discuss with Xianxia. Xiaoming nodded obediently, refraining from further inquiries, and exited to stand guard outside. Meeting Xianxia's puzzled gaze, Lu Tiandu created a soundproof barrier, revealing that he possessed a method to completely resolve her dragon's cry physique. And he did not conceal that this trait would also transfer to him. Does Lu Deji truly have the means to eradicate my condition? Xianxia's sparkling eyes brimmed with hope. Furthermore, transferring it to Lu Deji could potentially benefit his cultivation as well. This method can be transferred if you are willing, Lu Tiandu affirmed, confident that it would also yield considerable advantages for him, as this physique was undoubtedly more suited for a man. I am willing, Xianxia declared without hesitation. How could she refuse such a mutually beneficial arrangement, especially when it could also aid Lu Tiandu? However, as Lu Tiandu explained some preparatory matters, the blush that adorned her cheeks deepened, and she could no longer bear to meet his gaze. When Xiaoming returned, she cast a curious glance at the bashful young lady, wondering what had transpired between them in such a brief moment to leave her in such a shy state. Lu Tiandu mentioned that he would be guiding the young lady in a cultivation technique that would aid her recovery and required a tranquil environment, instructing her to remain vigilant outside. Xiaoming nodded earnestly, stepping outside to maintain her watchful guard. After closing the door to the bamboo hut, Lu Tiandu set up several protective barriers within, then waved his hand to summon a petite, three-legged, two-eared cauldron into the room. He performed a hand gesture, causing the azure cauldron to swell in size, reaching half a zhang in height, its lid flying off and landing beside it. Lu Tiandu turned his gaze towards Xianxia, who still had her head buried against her chest, avoiding his eyes. Shall I go first, or will you? He asked gently. Perhaps Lu Deji should go first? Came her soft, hesitant reply after a moment. Very well, Lu Tiandu said, his voice still warm. In mere moments, he leaped into the cauldron. Instantly, garments appeared on the nearby screen, and his usual swift boots were found on the ground. Sitting cross-legged within the cauldron, Lu Tiandu listened to the soft rustling sounds from outside, a smile playing on his lips. He did not need to extend his spiritual awareness to know that Xianxia was currently blushing with shyness. After a brief pause, he called out, Iner, are you ready? Yes, I'll be right there, came her light, bashful voice. After a breath, she appeared before him, taking her place opposite him. Lu Tiandu's gentle gaze helped ease the tension in her slightly taut form, yet the rosy hue on her face remained unyielding. Soon, Xianxia assumed the posture he had previously taught her, raising her beautiful eyes to catch a glimpse of his imposing figure, silently noting, this is Lu Deji's true form. Lost in thought, she seemed to imprint his image upon her heart. You may now commence the incantation I taught you, Lu Tiandu reminded, noticing her dazed expression. Xianxia promptly gathered her focus and recited the incantation he had instructed her to memorize. Simultaneously, Lu Tiandu formed a hand seal, causing the cauldron's lid to soar and seal the vessel. In an instant, darkness and silence enveloped the interior of the cauldron, unbeknownst to Xianxia, as the lid closed. The cauldron vanished from the bamboo hut, appearing instead within the realm of the stone pearl, in the cave space of the heavenly peak. There, the azure cauldron hovered, motionless, as the massive stone furnace on the platform erupted in a cascade of multicolored light, drawing the shrinking cauldron into its depths. Inside the cauldron, as their incantations flowed, streams of radiant light passed through their bodies, creating an atmosphere of profound mystery. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Xianxia sensed a peculiar sensation as something departed from her, accompanied by an inexplicable lightness in her heart. Meanwhile, Lu Tiandu experienced a contrasting sensation. A pure, vigorous essence seemed to merge with his being, enveloping him in a soothing warmth akin to a gentle spring or a tender flame, causing intermittent dragon roars to resonate from his spirit, a most curious phenomenon. As these transformations unfolded, his body too underwent changes, yet it felt as if he were ensnared in a dream, unable to awaken. After an undetermined span, Lu Tiandu abruptly opened his eyes, confusion flickering within his golden gaze, which did not escape the notice of Xianxia, who was observing him intently. Just as she was about to call out to Lu Deji, he suddenly lunged towards her, capturing her soft, fragrant lips, causing her to melt into his fiery embrace. At that moment, as Lu Tiandu felt himself yearning to dive into a place he deeply desired, a flicker within his mind snapped him back to reality, halting his actions. Gazing down at the delicate figure in his arms, a hint of bewilderment clouded his eyes. Just then, a pair of graceful arms encircled his neck, and a sweet, bashful whisper reached his ears, "Lu Deji, take me." Chapter 60, My Dragon's Cry Physique? A visit from Hanli. Half an hour later, the cauldron reappeared mysteriously within the bamboo hut. As the lid opened, a graceful silhouette burst forth, darting behind the screen to hastily don her attire. Lu Tiandu remained seated within the cauldron, a wry smile gracing his lips, utterly perplexed by the sensations experienced during the transformation process. Why did the dragon's cry physique feel so uncontrollable after transferring to him? Memories of entangled moments with Xianxia flooded his mind. And just as they were on the verge of crossing the final threshold, a flicker in his consciousness jolted him back to awareness. Though the lady was filled with anticipation, he ultimately refrained from proceeding with Xianxia. The primary reason lies in the fact that Xianxia's innate talent is rather lackluster. If she were to lose her primordial Qi before establishing her foundation, it would undoubtedly affect her future cultivation. Once both individuals have established their foundations, the matter of dual cultivation can await. At the critical moment, Lu Tiandu managed to suppress his desires, driven by concerns for his future path, which deeply moved Xianxia. Subsequently, for half an hour, it was evident that the two were entangled within the cauldron. After a brief interlude, everything returned to normal, and the trio gathered to savor the spiritual tea, relishing the warmth of the moment. Although Lu Tiandu was also partaking in tea, his mind seemed somewhat distracted. Initially, his encounter with Xianxia within the cauldron had been unexpected, yet upon Xiaomei's entrance, he found himself inexplicably stirred, sending a shock through his heart, which he forcefully quelled. What, exactly, is this dragon-chanting physique? Why does it evoke such an uncontrollable feeling in the presence of women? This left him, who had anticipated acquiring a remarkable constitution, utterly perplexed. There seemed to be an insatiable force within him, a gnawing hunger that could only be quelled by indulging in various delicacies. With lingering doubts, Lu Tiandu inquired further about the manifestations of Xianxia's dragon-chanting physique, yet remained confounded. The transformation of this constitution was a secret between the two, as the nature of such mystical arts was too extraordinary. The fewer who were aware, the lesser the risk of exposure. It was not that they were intentionally concealing it from Xiaomei. "Hey, Brother Lu, is there something special about your scent?" After sipping tea for a while, Xiaomei could no longer suppress her curiosity, feeling that Brother Lu had changed somehow, drawing her closer with a playful giggle. She leaned in, sniffing with her petite nose, adopting an endearingly naive demeanor. Lu Tiandu and Xianxia exchanged glances, with Lu Tiandu recognizing a similar sentiment reflected in Xianxia's eyes. Could it be that this dragon-chanting physique had bestowed upon him an allure that attracted women? Contemplating this notion, Lu Tiandu felt a whirlwind of emotions. As for Xiaomei's inquiry, he casually concocted an excuse to brush it aside. Half a month later, Lu Tiandu left behind an array of refining materials worth 12,000 spirit stones, along with several hundred spirit stones and vials of elixirs, advising the two women to cultivate diligently before bidding a reluctant farewell and returning to Huangfeng Valley. The 1,000-year ginseng had also been transformed by Lu Tiandu, mixed with several high-grade spiritual herbs to concoct a batch of foundational enhancing elixirs, which he divided into 2 distinct vials for the two women. This recipe had been copied from the Lu family scripture repository not long ago and was perfectly suited for this purpose. The vial intended for Xianxia was nominally labeled as a remedy for the dragon-chanting physique, while the one for Xiaomei was designated as a foundational enhancing elixir. With these precious elixirs, it was certain that their strengths would significantly improve by the time they next met. 2 months swiftly passed. Within the 100 Herbs Garden at Jinfa Ridge, Lu Tiandu reclined in a rattan chair, thoroughly engrossed in Master Ma's insights on cultivating medicinal herbs. Initially, Master Ma had been perplexed about entrusting this task to Lu Tiandu, a refined disciple of a prestigious family with profound cultivation. However, after observing him for a month and seeing no anomalies, he ultimately relinquished control of the herb garden to Lu Tiandu. Subsequently, Lu Tiandu diligently traversed the garden, utilizing a synthesized green liquid for cultivation, transplanting numerous spiritual herbs that had yet to be sown in his private garden, finding immense joy in the process. Now that all the lacking varieties of spiritual herbs had been transplanted, he deemed it unnecessary to linger there any longer. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a transmission talisman flew in like a streak of light from outside. Upon opening it to listen, he smiled slightly, retrieved a token, and performed several incantations to unlock the garden's restrictions. A young figure clad in yellow entered, none other than Han Li, who had joined Huangfeng Valley. This marked the second encounter between the two since entering the valley, the first being shortly after Lu Tiandu returned from Exen-Ruin. After exchanging pleasantries about their recent experiences, Han Li finally revealed the purpose of his visit. Brother Lu, do you have any methods for enhancing strength? Ever since witnessing Lu Tiandu's extraordinary prowess that swept away opponents of equal rank outside Tainan Valley, Han Li had endured for 2 months before finally seeking counsel from his relatively amicable senior. You've come to the right person. Lu Tiandu's eyes sparkled at this inquiry. Sitting in the straw hut, Fortune had smiled upon him. With a casual wave of his hand, several items materialized on the wooden table before them. A number of jade slips, several top-tier magical artifacts, and several talismans. He introduced each item. Formulas for nourishing Qi pills suitable for the Qi refining stage, gathering Qi pills, condensing Qi pills, alongside various formulas including those for foundational pills. 4 top-tier defensive magical artifacts, 6 offensive top-tier magical artifacts, with the lowest being exquisite examples of their kind, and several mid-level talismans, both offensive and defensive, which were scarce among disciples in the Qi refining stage. As Han Li pondered over the other items, his eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing about the foundational pill formula. Exclaiming, "Brother, you even have the formula for foundational pills?" "Haha, Brother Han has a keen eye. As you've identified the least valuable item in my collection," Lu Tiandu chuckled, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Han Li's expression was one of astonishment. Only through Lu Tiandu's explanation did he comprehend why this formula was the most affordable among the offerings, merely costing 10 spirit stones for a copy. Is it truly impossible to find the main ingredients, jade marrow grass, purple monkey flower, and heavenly spirit fruit, anywhere else besides the blood-forbidden land? Han Li questioned incredulously, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Tiandu. Such a notion is utterly implausible. Aside from the blood-forbidden land that opens every 5 years, the 7 sects have established several clandestine herb gardens throughout the country, where these 3 spiritual herbs undoubtedly flourish, albeit in secrecy. It is said that these locations are guarded by golden core cultivators, who could possibly procure these materials from there. Lu Tiandu sipped his tea, savoring a moment before elaborating. This blood-forbidden land opens every 5 years, and after decades of closure for rejuvenation, if not, countless spiritual herbs would be depleted over the course of millennia. Do you think the disciples of the 7 sects would forsake their foundational cultivation during the decades of closure? Chapter 61. Han Li's Envy. Upon hearing Lu Tiandu's words, Han Li instantly grasped the situation. While the growing conditions for these 3 primary herbs were indeed complex, surely the legacy of these ancient sects could resolve such issues. The public narrative was merely a fade for various excuses. After all, only Qi refining stage disciples could enter the blood-forbidden trial, and the opportunity for these seemingly worthless disciples to exchange their lives for rare spiritual herbs was far too worthwhile. Moreover, when surviving disciples returned, if the leading Golden Core elder found any appealing herbs, they could directly take half of what the disciple brought back as their named disciple. Has anyone ever voiced grievances? It was merely an unspoken rule. Given the existence of the blood-forbidden land in their country, how have other nations, like Tiannan, solved the foundational cultivation issues for their Qi refining stage disciples? Surely, they possess various ancient relics or methods for cultivating these 3 herbs. After listening to Lu Tiandu's explanation, Han Li couldn't help but feel a sense of despondency. Was he truly destined to enter this perilous blood-forbidden trial to find the seedlings? The mere thought of his 9th level cultivation left him feeling anxious. Until the very last moment, he was unwilling to partake in this blood-forbidden trial. Thus, preparations must be undertaken with greater diligence. In the coming 2 years, while exploring other foundational elixirs, he must strive to enhance his cultivation as much as possible. Pondering this, he picked up several more jade slips to examine, his face illuminated with joy. Moments later, gazing at a collection of exquisite top-tier magical artifacts that filled him with envy, Han Li picked up 2 specific items to test, then set them down only to lift them again repeatedly. Observing this scene, Lu Tiandu chuckled, "I must say, Junior Brother Han, your discerning eye is truly commendable. This white jade shield is a rare treasure among top-tier defensive artifacts, and this wind-type flying sword is exceptional, whether for offense or flight. These 2 items are indeed some of the finest possessions Lu Tiandu has, aside from his personal artifacts." One was acquired from the robust owner of the initial Spirit Light Shuttle, while the other is the Wind-type flying sword belonging to a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from the Moon Concealment sect. Han Li pondered the worth of these items, calculating his wealth before resolutely stating, "It appears my freshly acquired spirit stones will soon be spent." The white jade shield costs 1,000 spirit stones. The Wind-type flying sword 700, and for the various elixirs, including the Qi condensation pill and Foundation establishment pill, let us call it 300. Although it stings to part with 2,000 spirit stones at once, possessing these items will undoubtedly elevate his strength dramatically. Han Li promptly paid the spirit stones. He vividly recalled the look in Uncle Ye's eyes when he delivered spirit stones recently. Many must have been eyeing the 3,000 spirit stones his Foundation establishment pill fetched. Indeed, in the end, Han Li could not retain his Foundation establishment pill, but due to the involvement of an elder in the core formation stage, Uncle Yi had no choice but to grit his teeth and purchase it. Now, after spending a fair amount, he possessed 3 top-tier artifacts, experiencing a qualitative enhancement in strength. As long as he remained in the valley, no one could contend with him. Before leaving, Han Li could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "What was the external cultivation technique you utilized last time, Senior Brother Lu?" "Oh, that body refinement technique," Lu Tiandu replied, instantly recognizing Han Li's interest. He did not hesitate to share the information he knew regarding body refinement. An ancient body refiner? Such power to rival cultivators? This greatly exceeded Han Li's understanding. The incomplete body refinement technique costs 500 spirit stones. Ultimately, Han Li, after feeling his storage bag, decided against the purchase. Although he still possessed over 1,000 spirit stones, he had plans to seek alternative avenues for the Foundation establishment pill, so the spirit stones remained invaluable. This technique could be discussed at a later time. Furthermore, judging by Senior Brother Lu's words, there seemed to be many powerful elixirs and formulas suitable for the Foundation establishment and core formation stages. As long as one had spirit stones, they could be exchanged for spiritual herbs, which left him envious. Even a family of cultivators could not possibly possess such wealth. He could never fully comprehend the enigmatic Senior Brother Lu, yet as long as he did not pry into Han Li's secrets, all would remain amicable. Each transaction with Lu Tiandu left him exceedingly satisfied, and he hoped this simple trading relationship could continue. A month later. "What? You are quitting?" In the private pharmacy of Master Ma, before a thatched cottage, 2 figures stood. The one exclaiming in surprise was a frail, diminutive old man, who cast a discontented gaze at Lu Tiandu. "Why? Is it because you find the monthly stipend somewhat lacking? I can increase it to 5 spirit stones." Master Ma's expression was displeased, his thin, yellowed mustache twitching, and his murky eyes darting about, resembling a humanoid rat that had gained intelligence. He simply could not understand why he had finally found someone familiar with pharmacology and adept at tending to spiritual herbs, only for them to want to leave after just 3 months. "Master, it is not that. I am merely tired of these chores and wish to pursue something else." Lu Tiandu replied slowly, looking at the old man. "However, I will introduce another disciple of similar skill to take care of the herb garden, so as not to hinder your alchemical endeavors." The old man furrowed his brow tightly, remaining silent. Shortly after, Han Li, having received a message from Lu Tiandu, arrived at the entrance. After Lu Tiandu introduced Han Li to the old man, and he passed the old man's scrutiny, the old man dismissed Lu Tiandu with a wave of his hand, no longer paying him any mind. Han Li, with a curious expression, finally obtained the menial tasks he had long desired in the herb garden, though tending to fruit trees was not particularly challenging. Nothing compared to secretly cultivating spiritual herbs and refining pills to rapidly enhance his cultivation. The formulas he had previously purchased from Senior Brother Lu could now be put to immediate use. This Senior Brother Lu was indeed his lucky star. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. At the secluded residence of Xuanquan Mountain, within Lu Tiandu's modest courtyard, he looked somewhat helplessly at the enchanting woman clad in blue before him. This woman, with her slender waist and elegant neck, wore a blue palace gown. Her hair styled high, exuding an ethereal aura that made one hesitant to gaze upon her. Most striking was her snow-white skin and radiant beauty that resembled a celestial being, drawing others in unconsciously. "Senior Brother Lu, must you participate in the blood trial?" Nia-ing inquired, her full lips parting slightly as her gaze flitted over Lu Tiandu, pressing him further. "This blood trial is exceedingly perilous. With your aptitude, I presume the sect has provided you with a Foundation establishment pill, ensuring your success in establishing a foundation. Why then venture into such a dangerous place?" Nia-ing was genuinely perplexed as to why this Senior Brother Lu, who could have established his foundation years ago, would choose to enroll in the current blood trial. Upon hearing the news, she rushed to the secluded residence, hoping to dissuade Lu Tiandu from taking such a risk. Lu Tiandu suppressed his inner turmoil and kindly explained his desire to explore this ancient forbidden land for potential opportunities, wishing to dismiss the beautiful woman, as he found it increasingly difficult to maintain composure in her presence. Curse this dragon-yelling body. At that moment, however, Niang showed no urgency to depart. Sensing Lu Tiandu's firm resolve to go, she realized her efforts to persuade him were futile and ultimately relented. They exchanged casual discussions about magical techniques, cultivation, and talisman crafting, but observing Lu Tiandu's distracted demeanor, she queried, "Senior brother Lu, are you perhaps feeling exasperated with me?" "How could that be?" Lu Tiandu forced a smile. "I am merely feeling a bit unwell today and hope I have not offended you, junior sister Nya. A beauty such as yourself, I would wish to see every day." As soon as he uttered those last words, Lu Tiandu mentally berated himself. Nia Ying's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, her smile blossoming like a flower, illuminating the entire room. Chapter 62. Nia Ying borrows a treasure. The blood trial begins. As the only daughter of the Nia family, a mid-tier cultivation clan affiliated with Huangfeng Valley, Nia Ying had always been seen as a cherished jewel, loved dearly by her father. Years ago, her father had begun considering candidates for her partner, as it was no challenge for the double spirit root Nia Ying to establish her foundation. During this time, various acquaintances had come forth to offer potential suitors. Yet few from the younger generation caught the discerning eyes of Nia Ying and her father. It was not until a few years ago, when Lu Tiandu of the Lu family, with his unique spirit root, excelled in talisman crafting and magical techniques, that he garnered her father's approval. Unfortunately, upon further inquiry, they discovered that Lu Tiandu had already entered into a dual cultivation agreement with Chen Qiaoming of the Chen family, which extinguished any further thoughts. Though both hailed from cultivation families, Niang had not previously encountered Lu Tiandu due to her long periods of seclusion in cultivation. Their acquaintance was ultimately made possible through Chen Qiaoming, who had entered Huangfeng Valley. According to Niang, during a conversation between the two, Chen Qiaoming inadvertently revealed that she had consumed a precious beauty pill gifted by Lu Tiandu. The rarity of this beauty pill is beyond question. Although Chen Qiaoming quickly brushed it off, Niang etched it into her memory, for the allure of the beauty pill is irresistible to every female cultivator. Niang felt a stirring desire to obtain a beauty pill from Lu Tiandu, for what woman does not yearn for eternal youth? As she gazed at the handsome and ethereal Lu Tiandu before her, memories of their interaction over a year ago resurfaced. Initially, she had merely sought to inquire whether this senior brother, a year her elder, had any surplus beauty pills or information regarding them. Yet, upon their first encounter, she sensed an inexplicable magnetism drawing her closer to him. Whenever she approached him, her heart would flutter with excitement, leaving her sleepless that very night. Having lived for 22 years, she had never shown any pretenses towards ordinary male cultivators. Yet, this man evoked emotions in her that she couldn't quite understand. Strangely, it seemed as though Lu Tiandu was avoiding her after their meeting, and she subconsciously overlooked the fact that he had a dual cultivation agreement with Chen Qiaoming. Upon hearing Lu Tiandu's words, her heart began to race. "Senior brother, since you are determined to venture into the blood-forbidden land, allow me to lend you this treasure for your protection." A blush unexpectedly rose on Nia Ying's beautiful face, enhancing her allure. With a delicate touch, she retrieved a splendid brocade box from her storage bag and placed it on the table before him. No. Lu Tiandu hurriedly waved his hand. "I possess several protective treasures myself. It would be best for you to keep it." Regrettably, despite his firm refusal, Niang left the brocade box behind as she gracefully departed. Watching her light-hearted stride, Lu Tiandu felt a sudden headache. "Can someone explain what this dragon-ine physique of mine truly is?" he thought, feeling somewhat speechless. After considerable effort to transition into this dragon-ine physique, which he had anticipated would aid in his cultivation, he discovered over 2 years of testing that it offered no acceleration in his progress. He had thoroughly examined the peculiar changes accompanying this physique and noted a significant increase in his attraction to women with a primordial body, alongside a marked decrease in his self-control around them. He observed this phenomenon in several female cultivators. To put it plainly, once a woman had lost her purity, there would be no further disturbances between them. Thus, the source of this physical restlessness was his attraction to the robust primordial yin of female cultivators, seemingly intensified by their superior spiritual roots. This realization left Lu Tiandu astounded. He delved into numerous ancient texts and made further discoveries. This so-called dragon yin physique, believed to be a male body mistakenly born as a female, had been recorded over millennia solely in women. The name Dragon Yin perhaps derives from the potent and vigorous energy it releases when manifesting within a female body. Despite the widespread belief that this physique was ideally suited for men, there had been no documented cases of a male possessing the Dragon Yin physique, leading to a rather ironic oversight. Lu Tiandu reflected on this newfound understanding with frustration, having transitioned into this physique. He pondered his approach after returning from the blood-forbidden trial, planning to engage in dual cultivation with Chen Qiaoming to observe any changes. After all, the peculiar sensations within him could only be described as a yearning for the primordial yin of women. Since uncovering this revelation, he had retreated into seclusion at the Wenshan residence, finding it increasingly difficult to encounter certain exquisitely beautiful female cultivators whose fervent attention he found overwhelming. As for Niang, what he had initially thought to be a simple request for a beauty pill had turned into a recurring visit, requiring him to exert great effort to maintain his composure, which was quite taxing. Just yesterday, after registering for the blood trial, both Master Zhong and his uncle from the family, Yongqing, had inquired about his decision. After providing an already prepared explanation, he managed to deflect their concerns, for even with the rare spiritual roots valued by the sect and family, he still held the right to make his own choices. Today, however, Niang arrived bright and early, and after failing to dissuade her, she kindly left behind a treasure of her own. Lu Tiandu found himself both amused and exasperated. Over the past 2 years, after fully immersing himself in the Wind Spirit Manual and the Nameless Body Refinement technique, his spiritual power had nearly doubled, with the first layer of body refinement reaching completion. Coupled with various treasures in his possession, he now felt confident in confronting initial Foundation establishment cultivators head-on. Previously, he had anticipated needing to persuade Chen Qiaoming regarding the blood-forbidden trial. Yet a month ago, she had sent him a message expressing her eagerness to break through and entered seclusion to pursue Foundation establishment. After all, she had already achieved the 13th layer of perfection over a year ago. In contrast, her brother, Chen Qiaoming, had become a Foundation establishment cultivator just 6 months after Lu Tiandu's return to Huangfeng Valley. Meanwhile, Lu Tiandu had remained at the peak of his qi refining stage for over 3 years without advancing, which raised eyebrows among some. 2 days later, in the Huangfeng Valley Conference Hall, Master Zhong sat at the head of the table, addressing the 25 disciples preparing to participate in the upcoming blood-forbidden trial. Lu Tiandu's presence in the crowd still puzzled many of his fellow cultivators aware of his unique spiritual root situation. This time, Huangfeng Valley's contingent was formidable, with 7 disciples at the pinnacle of the 13th layer, including Lu Tiandu and Chen Qiaoming. Among the remaining disciples, besides a venerable elder at the 11th layer, the other 17, including Han Li, were all at the 12th layer of qi refining, showcasing an unprecedented level of strength. Chapter 63, The Arrival of the 7 Sects. Anticipation. After Master Zhong finished his motivational speech, it was time for the eagerly awaited reward distribution. The blood-forbidden trial attracted eager participation from qi refining disciples who had stagnated in their cultivation or desperately needed Foundation establishment pills. As merely registering for the trial guaranteed substantial rewards, including a mid-tier spirit stone and a high-tier magical artifact. The value of these items to ordinary qi refining disciples is self-evident. With all eyes upon him, Lu Tiandu stepped forward to claim the only wind attribute spirit stone from the tray, held by a deacon disciple, and then stepped aside to allow others to choose. Next came the random selection of magical artifacts, conducted through a special storage bag that obscured spiritual perception, allowing only physical retrieval of items. Once again, Lu Tiandu, as the unique spiritual root, was first. Disinterested in the high-tier magical artifacts, he casually picked one and departed. The final participant was the sole elder at the 11th layer, who appeared quite astute. Indeed, it was Xianxia, one of the strongest figures in the mortal realm. As Lu Tiandu watched the smooth-faced senior brother Xiang reveal a magical artifact, a look of surprise crossed his face. With a faint smile, Lu Tiandu stepped forward and said, "This artifact is of no use to me. I shall bestow it upon you, senior brother Xiang. May you return safely." This act of gifting an artifact to the disciple with the lowest cultivation level immediately garnered admiration from Master Zhong and several Foundation establishment elders. The others from the 12th layer watched with envy. Lu Tiandu, possessing a wind spirit root, was undoubtedly the most powerful disciple among them. Yet, his concern for such an unassuming elder left many who had hoped to accompany him on their journey quite disappointed. Senior brother Xiang, receiving the artifact, expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lu Tiandu, leaving him puzzled as to why such a highly cultivated individual would choose to present himself in such a manner, groveling before the lowest-ranked cultivators. As the distribution of artifacts concluded, several managers outside the hall, behaving unusually, surrounded a square-faced elder with utmost respect, not daring to engage in idle chatter. The elder appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with graying hair yet vibrant energy. His fiery complexion and piercing eyes exuding an air of authority, clearly a person of strong character. After surveying the disciples, he nodded in approval, noting the commendable strength of this cohort. His gaze lingered on Lu Tiandu. Having heard whispers of a certain senior brother wishing to take Lu Tiandu as a disciple post-foundation establishment. Today, witnessing Lu Tiandu's robust vitality and abundant spiritual energy, the elder found himself somewhat intrigued. Upon the elder's entrance, Master Zhong hurried over, repeatedly addressing him as Uncle Li, his tone laced with an almost sycophantic undertone, leaving the disciples astonished. The other managers, however, maintained their composure, their expressions revealing neither disdain nor contempt. Instead, they appeared envious as the elder casually exchanged a few words with Master Zhong, as if merely conversing with him was a rare honor. They understood that if they could curry favor with this elder, any casual reward he bestowed upon them could sustain them for a lifetime. In the eyes of the unaware onlookers, Master Zhong introduced the elder to the disciples. This esteemed elderly, known by reputation yet seen by few, was none other than Li Huayuan, a revered ancestor among the Golden Core practitioners. He would lead the expedition to the Forbidden Area, accompanied by 5 other Foundation establishment managers, including Uncle Wang. As soon as the introduction concluded, Elderly decisively declared, "Let us depart," bringing their first meeting to a swift end as he exited the grand hall first. The disciples hurriedly followed suit. Upon stepping outside, they gasped in astonishment. There, hovering in the air before the hall, was a colossal creature over 20 zhang long, a magnificent silver-scaled beast. Its imposing stature casting an overwhelming aura that made the onlookers feel breathless. Elderly stood confidently atop the creature's head, observing them with a calm demeanor. This creature was Elder Li's spirit beast, a grade 4 silver-armored python, equivalent to a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Such a magnificent serpent was a rarity in Tiannan, its immense form accentuated by a single dark horn on its head, rendering it all the more fearsome. Observing the shock on the faces of the Qi Refinement disciples, Elderly felt a swell of satisfaction. "Everyone, come aboard. Stand still. My silver-armored python can travel much faster than you can fly on your own. We shall reach our destination in just 2 days and nights." Trepidation gripped the disciples as they cautiously climbed onto the back of the giant beast, carefully studying the magnificent creature. Lu Tiandu, blending in with the crowd, remained unperturbed, quietly observing Elder Li's ostentatious display. Elder Li gently patted the giant horn of the silver-armored python, and in the next moment, the serpent let out a resounding roar that echoed across the land. Then, with a swift motion, it launched into the sky, soaring like an arrow released from a bow. Perched atop the serpent, the disciples marveled at the breathtaking scenery of the sea of clouds below. Such an experience was likely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for many lower-ranked disciples. Estimating the distance and time, the serpent could cover over 10,000 miles in a single day and night without depleting Elder Li's true essence, making it an excellent mode of transportation. Lu Tiandu, who had intended to capture a few mounts, hoped to seize the opportunity to catch A, which was on the verge of advancing to the second level. As they rode the massive serpent, Lu Tiandu exchanged nods with Han Li before striking up a casual conversation with Chen Qiaoming. Observing his refined older brother, who retained an air of elegance even at nearly 40, Lu Tiandu felt a touch of sympathy for his brother's challenging path to Foundation establishment. After this outing, should his brother fail to establish his foundation after consuming a third Foundation establishment pill, Lu Tiandu would naturally offer him one of his own, helping him realize his dream. After all, for every 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs he harvested, he could obtain a Foundation establishment pill, and counting the one he already possessed, he would have at least 2. As for how many he used, the matter was entirely at his discretion. Time flew by, and after 2 continuous days and nights of travel, the group finally arrived at an unnamed desolate mountain to await the arrival of the other 6 sections. This ancient forbidden area, located in Jianzhou, had Huangfeng Valley as a semi-host, hence their early arrival. Once all 7 sects gathered, they would proceed together to unlock the forbidden area. Another day passed swiftly. The first to arrive were the disciples of Qingshu's sect, arriving on their flying artifact, the Snow Rainbow Silk. Next came the members of Yanyue's sect aboard their flying treasure, the moonlit divine vessel. Soon after, the remaining 4 sects arrived in succession. The The disciples of Huangfeng Valley were mostly clad in yellow silk garments, while the Taoists of Qingshu sect donned gray robes. The members of Tianyu sect, regardless of gender, were dressed in white, while the men of the giant sword sect were all clad in black, each bearing a towering, unsheathed sword on their backs, exuding an air of cold menace. Conversely, the people of Spirit Beast Mountain wore flamboyant attire, with an assortment of pouches and bags, some of which appeared to contain living creatures, causing unease among the disciples of other sections. The disciples from Wadawu and Tianke Fort were also dressed in their respective sects' customary attire, in shades of green and blue, making them easily identifiable. As the groups mingled, a remark was made about a disciple with a wind spirit root participating in the blood-forbidden trial. This revelation prompted both the trial participants and their leaders to scrutinize Lu Tiandu, pondering their thoughts. After all, most participants in this trial were dual or triple spirit root cultivators, with Lu Tiandu and Han Li being the rare exceptions. Lu Tiandu, unfazed by the attention, maintained a calm and indifferent expression. Chapter 64. Changes. Do not provoke. Since the arrival of the Qingshu sect, Lu Tiandu had been silently observing everyone, mentally contrasting their actions with the events he remembered. However, as the 6 sects arrived in succession, he noticed that, like a small pair of wings, this blood-forbidden trial had undergone some subtle changes. For instance, the Golden Core cultivator Fuyunzi from the Qingshu sect once again engaged in a wager with Li Huayuan regarding the expedition of their disciples to the Forbidden Grounds. From their dialogue, it was clear that this was not their first bet. 5 years prior, Li Huayuan had lost a piece of iron essence. This time, however, the stakes were considerably higher. Fuyunzi produced the inner core of a 5th-level demon beast, the Bloodline Flood Dragon, which left Li Huayuan utterly astonished. The rarity of high-level demon beasts in Tiannan is well known, and the same applies to their demon cores. Li Huayuan had heard tales of 5th-level demon beasts lurking in the perilous waters of the Panlong River in the Yuanwu Kingdom, and had devoted over 30 years there in hopes of aiding the evolution of his spirit beast, the silver-armored horned python, only to return empty-handed. Thus, encountering this demon core was impossible for him to resist. In the realm of mortals, only 5th-level demon beasts possess demon cores. Those of 7th level and above are considered demon cultivators, while 8th-level beings are at the initial stages of transformation, resembling humans, with 10th-level beings being indistinguishable from humans. Lower-level demon beasts possess very limited intelligence. Therefore, he readily agreed to the bet, offering to refine 2 pieces of iron essence for Fuyunzi over the next 2 decades. Lu Tiandu was well aware of the market value within the cultivation world. Both party stakes were valued around 5,000 to 6,000 spirit stones, and the winner would gain an immediate profit of several thousand spirit stones. Naturally, both were more pleased with the other's items, as they held great utility for each. This little wager also highlighted the relative lack of wealth among the newly established Golden Core cultivators in Tiannan. However, in a departure from the original narrative, the old monster Qiong did not suddenly appear to intervene in their wager, and as of now, he had yet to show himself. Did he truly have such confidence in their agreement? This left Lu Tiandu with a sense of doubt. The second change occurred when the disciples from Spirit Beast Mountain arrived. Lu Tiandu did not spot Han Yunji, who was supposed to participate in this trial. Unbeknownst to him, this young lady, like Chen Qiaoming, had experienced a significant alteration in her fate due to his interference. Chen Qiaoming, needless to say, had already entered seclusion to begin her foundation establishment. Han Yunji, on the other hand, had previously forged a connection with Lu Tiandu during a gathering in Tiannan, where he had gifted her high-level defensive talismans and top-tier magical artifacts. Consequently, her brother, Han Yunfeng, who had not sustained serious injuries in a recent duel, had no need for her to venture into the forbidden grounds to procure medicinal herbs for his survival. Sometimes, the twists of fate can be astonishingly peculiar. Without Han Yunji compelling her brother to assist Lu Tiandu, the subsequent changes would never have transpired. As if sensing the malevolent gazes of certain individuals, Lu Tiandu maintained an expressionless demeanor, showing little reaction. Yet, within the confines of his sleeves, a small golden monkey appeared, diligently recording the unique sense of certain individuals at Lu Tiandu's behest. Just as the leaders of the 7 sects concluded their discussions and prepared to breach the restrictions of the forbidden area, an eerie laughter echoed through the air. Suddenly, an elderly man, clad in a tattered blue robe and with a filthy visage, emerged near some of the disciples. His abrupt appearance incited minor panic among the low-ranking disciples, and as some drew their magical artifacts in defense, the beautiful matron leading the team from the Tianyu sect exclaimed, "Master Qiong, Senior Qiong." The newly ascended golden core cultivators from the 6 sects quickly bowed, each addressing him as Senior Qiong, leaving the lower-ranking disciples bewildered. Lu Tiandu's lips twitched. He had assumed this old monster would not appear, yet he showed up at the last moment. After casually responding to the group, Qiong scrutinized the younger generation, occasionally clicking his tongue in appraisal. Even Lu Tiandu, the one with the best apparent talent, was not spared. Not bad, not bad. This time, Huangfeng Valley has truly sent a promising talent to undergo training. You, newcomer, are quite impressive. Humph. Without experiencing a few major events, what good is raw talent? When confronted with those nefarious entities, you'll surely end up as easy prey. As he spoke, Qiong patted Lu Tiandu's shoulder with his grimy hand, much to Lu Tiandu's dismay. His words seemed to imply something, prompting the golden core cultivators from the 7 sects to silently grumble. Initially, when the forbidden ground was discovered, the 7 sects might have sent some promising disciples to gather herbs in harmony. Unfortunately, after a massacre among the disciples centuries ago, where they fought fiercely over spiritual herbs, no sect has since dared to send forth their most talented disciples. After all, these gifted individuals are crucial for the sect's legacy. Forcing them into such a perilous situation would only lead to avoidance. And who could punish them for that? This was one reason why participation in the bloody trial dwindled, necessitating the 7 sects to offer substantial rewards to entice disciples to join. However, what reached Lu Tiandu's ears were different words. Young Lu, circumstances have shifted. Once you enter, you need not seek out that item alone. Our Tianyu sect happens to have a relatively capable disciple participating. You must meet with her by the 4th hour of the day. Simply follow her commands. If you assist her to the best of your ability, rewards will surely come your way upon your return. Of course, should you fortuitously discover the item I require along the way, the deal still stands. But if you choose to honor the appointment, you shall not be shortchanged. Do you understand? Is it Nangongwan? Lu Tiandu silently nodded, indicating his comprehension, though his thoughts were beyond Qiong's grasp. After a brief pause, the old man continued, among our Tianyu sect's disciples, there are some with decent backgrounds. If they do not provoke you upon entering, you might want to exercise restraint. Their resources likely do not warrant your attention, correct? That old man. Well, as long as they did not provoke him, Lu Tiandu had no interest in taking action. After all, he had pressing matters to attend to. As for the jade slip that had unexpectedly appeared in his hand, he quietly stowed it away. Just as Qiong was about to depart, a faint voice resonated in the ears of the 25 young disciples from the Tianyu sect participating in the trial. Remember, once inside, do not provoke the one from Huangfeng Valley with the unusual spirit root, or you may not even comprehend how you met your demise. This warning left the young men and women of the Tianyu sect in a state of uncertainty, redirecting their gazes toward Lu Tiandu, who remained calm and composed in the distance. Among them, several female cultivators gazed at him with shimmering eyes. This brother Lu had received praise from their ancestor, undoubtedly possessing extraordinary qualities. Moreover, the inexplicable charm of this handsome brother Lu from Huangfeng Valley seemed to captivate their attention effortlessly. Why was it that despite his earlier silence, many female disciples had found themselves drawn to him, casting flirtatious glances that he remained indifferent to? This led to speculation about whether he was experiencing some issue. Alas, if this does not work, how can one cultivate concurrently? Several beautiful female cultivators have already begun to entertain wild thoughts. The voice of the elder Qiong resonated in the ears of a fairy-like young girl, who was subtly encircled among the disciples of the Yanmoon sect. Nangongwan blinked her beautiful eyes, smiled lightly, and transmitted, "Rest assured, senior brother, this little fellow cannot escape my grasp." After speaking, she slightly turned her delicate head and glanced at the expressionless Lu Tiandu, who possessed the wind spirit root of Huangfeng Valley and was equipped with an invisibility cloak, rapid teleportation boots, and her brother's intangible needle talisman. Indeed, he was an invincible presence among those of the same rank. According to senior brother Qiong, this individual was quite an interesting young man, and she was eager to witness his capabilities. Given the other party's awareness, he should actively meet her at the appointed time. If she could seize that opportunity, rewarding this little fellow upon their exit would also be delightful. However, why did this young man, despite his age, always appear so expressionless? For some unknown reason, she felt an inexplicable fondness for him, which made her both puzzled and intrigued. Yet, she quickly suppressed these thoughts. A mere Qi refinement stage cultivator with an extraordinary spirit root was hardly worth her concern. Chapter 65, The White Jade Poison Bee. Continuous Fortunes. After Elder Qiong departed, the 7 sects golden core cultivators returned to their respective teams, soaring into the air towards the legendary Forbidden Ground. Their journey was brief. heading towards the border of the Yuanwu kingdom. After flying for merely a few hours, they landed before an expansive, barren yellow slope, where not even a blade of grass could be seen, just endless stretches of yellow earth. This was indeed the location of the forbidden ground. Time swiftly passed, and after several hours of relentless probing by the robust golden core cultivators, they finally confirmed a weak point in the ancient wind barrier. The other 6 sects released various magical artifacts and launched their attacks simultaneously. After several hours of exertion, drenched in sweat, they finally breached a circular passage approximately 10 feet high in the wind wall. Lu Tiandu was astonished by the formidable power of this ancient wind barrier. Even after tens of thousands of years, it still held such strength? "We must not delay. We cannot hold on much longer," shouted the feeblest among them, the floating cloud master. The disciples of the 7 sects swiftly entered the circular passage one after another. The passage was short, spanning merely 20 or so feet, and they passed through it in the blink of an eye. As Lu Tiandu emerged from the exit, he had yet to discern the situation before him when he felt a sudden whirlwind, and a blur flashed before his eyes, causing him to vanish without a trace from the exit. Upon landing, Lu Tiandu barely had time to survey his surroundings before a faint golden light enveloped him. Activating his golden silk armor, he conjured several talismans in his hand before finally assessing his environment. He found himself in a tranquil valley, replete with lush greenery and an array of vibrant blossoms, albeit of ordinary varieties. This place appeared devoid of danger, allowing Lu Tiandu to gradually relax. After all, they were intruders, and the teleportation array within the forbidden ground would randomly transport them. The location of their arrival was left to fate. However, it seemed he had been transported to a relatively safe spot. Just as Lu Tiandu prepared to exit the valley and consult his jade slip regarding his whereabouts, a distant buzzing sound reached his ears, causing his expression to shift. He instantly extended his consciousness to the utmost limit. This is not good. The results of his probe darkened his countenance. From the fluctuations of spiritual energy, there were at least several dozen first-grade, upper-tier demonic beasts. Just when he thought his luck was holding, danger had swiftly arrived. Yet, at that moment, Lu Tiandu was unaware of any additional threats nearby and did not hastily flee. Channeling his spiritual energy into his silken cloak, he vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. However, a mere breath later, dozens of adult-sized white bees, each the size of a human fist, buzzed around the spot from which Lu Tiandu had just departed, circling incessantly. These white bees were several times larger than ordinary bees, with transparent, elongated wings and bodies resembling white jade. The most striking difference from ordinary bees was their elongated stingers and sharp beaks, which set them apart dramatically. White jade poison bees. Lu Tiandu, hidden several yards away, observed these creatures closely and soon recalled their name. He had acquired extensive records concerning the habits and rankings of demonic beasts from the storage bags of the Spirit Beast Mountain's cultivators, including the white jade poison bee. These bees were known to be social creatures, thriving on various spiritual grasses and tree pollens. Their sharp stingers and tails were not only highly venomous, but also exceptionally hard. If one were to be poisoned, swift detoxification was required. Otherwise, one's meridians could be damaged, leading to dire consequences. The honey produced by the white jade poison bee was renowned for its detoxifying properties, promoting lightness, clarity of vision, and counteracting numerous toxins. Lu Tiandu scrutinized the long, sharp stingers of the white jade poison bees, noting their formidable appearance. These were indeed among the top 100 demonic insects. They even ranked higher than the blood jade spider. Lu Tiandu remained transfixed as he watched the swarm of white jade poison bees patrol the area before retreating. This was his first encounter with a top 100 demonic insect, naturally piquing his interest. He swiftly activated his wind-walking technique and resolved to follow them. If they were merely dozens of ordinary first-grade upper-tier demonic beasts, Lu Tiandu would not be concerned. However, given that these bees specialized in speed and possessed potent venom, he needed to exercise extreme caution. The toxicity of these bees was something he was uncertain he could handle. Even though he had prepared several high-quality detoxification pills, he was unsure they would suffice against the unique poison of the white jade poison bees. Moreover, the recent demise of a late Foundation establishment cultivator from the Spirit Beast Mountain due to such a peculiar toxin was still fresh in his memory. Maintaining vigilance towards the unknown was never unwarranted. Nonetheless, encountering these extraordinary insects naturally compelled him to see if there was an opportunity for subjugation. After all, if they were unleashed during a battle, few would dare to confront such a swarm directly. If he found no means of subjugating them and no benefits arose, he could quietly withdraw. Before long, the swarm of white jade poison bees arrived at a green stone wall, swiftly disappearing from Lu Tiandu's view. This stone wall stood approximately 100 feet high, with a fissure several feet tall and wide at its center, leading to an unknown destination. After surveying the surrounding environment, he indeed discovered several skeletal remains nearby, likely belonging to the disciples from the 7 sects who had previously ventured here. However, their storage bags had already been taken. Lu Tiandu did not rush to enter the fissure, instead extending his consciousness to probe further. After a moment, he caught a whiff of something delightful. A brief flicker of joy in his eyes, and then he glided into the fissure. Behind this stone wall lay a small medicinal garden, where the rich fragrance of herbs enveloped him. Scattered throughout were hundreds of years' worth of spiritual herbs, causing Lu Tiandu's face to break into a beaming smile. No wonder a swarm of white jade poison bees had gathered here. It turned out there was indeed a hidden medicinal field. After glancing at the spiritual herbs, Lu Tiandu felt exceptionally fortunate this time. There were thousand-knot flowers, purple orchid lilies, and bright spirit chrysanthemums. These hundreds of spiritual herbs included some rare varieties seldom seen in the outside world, leaving Lu Tiandu pleasantly surprised. To encounter such a rare demonic beast upon entering this forbidden ground, along with a plethora of high-aged spiritual herbs, was truly a stroke of luck. However, when his gaze fell upon a protruding stone platform in the northern part of the medicinal field, his brow furrowed slightly. Upon that stone platform rested a beehive, roughly a foot in diameter, quietly nestled there, densely covered with hundreds of white jade wasps. This posed quite a challenge, for it appeared that there were 200 to 300 elite wasps present, and the slightly larger one was undoubtedly the queen, seemingly at the pinnacle of its kind. Lu Tiandu surveyed the formidable swarm of wasps and the plethora of spiritual herbs scattered across the ground, feeling a sense of dilemma. Clearly, in order to harvest the abundant spiritual herbs here, one must first address the issue of the white jade wasps, particularly the problem of their venom. The antidote to this venom depended on the honey found within the hive. Chapter 66. The Might of the Poison Wasps. A comprehensive capture. Ordinary hundreds of first-tier demon beasts could be tactically eliminated one by Lu Tiandu, using his invisibility cloak and the swift windwalker boots. However, facing this fleet of fast-moving wasps, equipped with sharp beaks and venomous stingers, he felt uncertain. According to records, in the current situation, these wasps were clearly social creatures. Any disturbance would provoke a united assault, making it a daunting task. Nevertheless, he needed to probe the situation further. Without hesitation, Lu Tiandu produced an upper-tier flying sword artifact, activating it and directing it towards the wasps several dozen yards away. As his spiritual energy extended outward, his form became visible. Before the sword could approach the hive, an astonishing scene unfolded. Dozens of wasps assailed the white sword from a distance, preventing it from advancing even an inch, displaying a reckless determination as they pecked fiercely at the sword. At that moment, Lu Tiandu could no longer concern himself with the sword, for a swarm of over 100 white jade wasps surged toward him, causing an involuntary shudder. Their elongated wings were not merely for show. Their flight speed was astonishing. With a single step, he found himself 40 yards away. The suddenly vanished intruder provoked a cacophony of buzzing from the wasps, a sound that instilled a sense of dread. Indeed, after this intense buzzing, the wasps swiftly redirected their attention to Lu Tiandu's new location, arching their abdomens as hundreds of black needles shot forth toward him. Observing the densely packed, rapidly flying stingers, Lu Tiandu dared not linger. He took a step and vanished, sacrificing the flying sword while channeling his mana into the cloak to conceal himself. Hidden in the shadows, Lu Tiandu exhaled deeply, realizing how perilous the situation had been. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a formidable challenge. The tail stingers of these wasps were swift, venomous, and ferocious. If those 100+ stingers were to strike, even his golden silk armor would turn him into a pincushion. This assault was equivalent to the combined might of 100 late-stage Qi Refinement cultivators. Even a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator would meet their end. In the blink of an eye, the upper-tier flying sword lost its luster, and countless small holes began to mar its surface. Witnessing this, Lu Tiandu felt no despair. Rather, he inexplicably chuckled, his gaze fixated on the swarm of wasps. Initially, he had held the devouring goldworm in high regard, overlooking other spiritual insects. But now he recognized the breadth of his ignorance. Those ranked among the top 100 bizarre insects likely possessed extraordinary traits, reminding him to maintain humility despite any prophetic insights he might have. After contemplating various strategies within his storage bag, he realized that his methods were quite rudimentary against such swarm-like demon beasts. While annihilating the wasps entirely was unrealistic, Given his remaining thunder talismans and silver needles, he might be able to eliminate a portion. Naturally, he could secretly harvest some of the spiritual herbs, but taming these wasps seemed out of the question. Faced with such an insurmountable challenge, Lu Tiandu's resolve was ignited. He would not squander his efforts in exterminating them. Ultimately, he concluded that the only viable option was to set up the Gale Tempest formation. By segregating and trapping these wasps, and leveraging the hive's honey for antidote purposes, he could gradually tame the white jade wasps and reap the spiritual herbs, especially if he could subdue the queen first. With his decision made, Lu Tiandu once again activated his cloak, employing the windwalking technique to arrange the grand formation in various corners. Fortunately, the cloak provided a 3-foot radius of concealment, allowing him to evade detection by the wasps. After half an hour, the formation was complete. He produced the main formation flag, rubbing it with both hands, causing the yellow flagpole to emit brilliant rays. Lu Tiandu unleashed several incantations, activating the grand formation. Instantly, the previously clear skies above the medicinal field were engulfed in swirling yellow sand and fierce winds, with little regard for any potentially damaged spiritual herbs. Upon witnessing this sudden change, hundreds of white figures ascended from the hive, aimlessly darting about within the formation. This time, Lu Tiandu refrained from using any artifacts, instead flipping his hand to unleash several mid-tier talismans towards the hive, then retreating into invisibility. Dozens of wasps departed from the hive, taking to the air. However, as the wasps scattered chaotically, Lu Tiandu found it increasingly difficult to conceal himself in the air and resorted to hiding close to the ground. After tossing out 70 to 80 mid-tier talismans, even the queen, who had been fiercely guarding the hive, buzzed angrily and left its post to circle nearby. At that moment, the area surrounding the hive was devoid of any white jade wasps. Lu Tiandu awaited this very moment, suddenly appearing near the hive, cradling a blue, net-like artifact in his hands. The prized top-tier artifact, the Thunder Net, which he had acquired at the auction of the Covering Moon sect. With a surge of mana, the Thunder Net expanded to several yards in size, enveloping the hive atop the stone platform. This unexpected turn of events incited the queen wasp to fury. Its silver-white wings, adorned with mysterious patterns, flared as it shot toward Lu Tiandu with lightning speed. Lu Tiandu's expression shifted. He swiftly gathered his fingers and dodged to the side just as the queen was about to collide with him, causing his figure to vanish instantaneously. Simultaneously, the foot-wide hive also disappeared without a trace. As the hive and its adversary vanished, the wasp emitted a shrill cry, and the 300 wasps went into a frenzied uproar. However, at that moment, Lu Tiandu had already retreated into the Stone Pearl world, observing the hive within the Thunder Net with great interest, blissfully unaware of the chaos outside. Within the Stone Pearl world, its master relaxed. Although he had yet to fully refine the stone furnace and master this realm, everything within a 10-mile radius of the Tongtian Peak remained under his control. At this time, the little golden monkey, upon seeing his master's arrival, leaped onto his shoulder and began playfully tugging at his hair. Lu Tiandu paid no mind to the mischievous monkey, casually releasing the hive for inspection. With the honey from the hive, he felt no fear of those creatures outside. However, he soon detected a vital presence within. Lu Tiandu was taken aback. It was normal for a hive to contain eggs, but he distinctly sensed a slumbering essence among the several dozen eggs, piquing his curiosity. When a palm-sized white jade wasp materialized before him, he was filled with joy. It turned out that this was indeed the queen. Lu Tiandu gazed at the queen bee, an imposing creature radiating an aura of supreme rank, larger than the other venomous bees, and chuckled. It turned out that the slightly smaller bee outside was the true queen, the male. It appeared that this queen bee was still in a state of slumber and recuperation after laying her eggs. At this moment, Lu Tiandu paid no further attention to the hive. After capturing the queen bee, he affixed several talismans as a precaution and began to gather materials to set up a divine control formation. Encountering the ruler of this group of venomous bees was a serendipitous delight. Subduing the other venomous bees would be effortless. This divine control formation was a secret transmission from the Spirit Beast Mountain, boasting significantly greater control capabilities than the ordinary version he had previously employed for the little golden monkey, although its arrangement was somewhat more intricate. After more than 2 hours, Lu Tiandu completed the recognition ceremony for the queen bee. Upon awakening her through a mental link, he swiftly exited the Stone Pearl world with her. Chapter 67. Limited Division of Spirit. Effortless Ease. What? As Lu Tiandu emerged from the Stone Pearl space, activating his invisibility, he was taken aback to find that the tempestuous array he had set up had long since dissipated, leaving the medicinal garden restored to its previous clarity and tranquility. A sweep of his divine sense revealed that the array flags and discs he had previously arranged were now in tatters, carelessly discarded on the ground. 300 white, jade venomous bees were still in a frenzy, darting about wildly. Lu Tiandu's lips twitched, suppressing the pain of loss over the ruined formation as he released the queen bee from his spirit beast pouch and commanded her to calm the swarm. This grand array had accompanied him through several fierce battles, and he had intended to unleash its full potential after establishing his foundation. However, it had inadvertently been destroyed by 300 frenzied venomous bees. Because of this formation, he viewed Xianxia in a new light, as it had played a crucial role in his repeated victories against stronger foes. Now, he had no surplus formations at his disposal. This one was meant to serve a purpose later on. What a pity. Once the queen bee had summoned the other 300 bees into the spirit beast pouch, Lu Tiandu tidied up the remnants of the array flags and discs, approached the stone wall through which he had entered, and cast several earth wall talismans to seal it. He then began to divide the medicinal field into several sections to store in the stone pearl space. After multiple trips back and forth, Lu Tiandu finally restored the medicinal field beside the 100 Herbs Garden within the Stone Pearl world. The 100 Herbs Garden suddenly boasted over 100 spiritual herbs aged 5 to 600 years, which greatly exhilarated him. Observing the jubilant little golden monkey, Lu Tiandu hastily issued a command forbidding it from stealing, causing the little creature to adopt a pitiful demeanor, sulking as it jumped down from Lu Tiandu's shoulder, ignoring its master. Considering that he would soon need the little fellow's assistance in locating spiritual herbs, he could not let it feel too wronged. He casually produced a qi blood pill and tossed it to the monkey. The little golden monkey happily caught the elixir and promptly consumed it. After more than 2 years of feeding, this little creature had swiftly advanced to the first upper tier, demonstrating remarkable growth, including the more than 200 varieties of spiritual herbs acquired from Master Ma's garden and the additional 10 or so newly obtained varieties. Lu Tiandu's garden now boasted over 700 types of spiritual herbs, approximately 3,000 plants in total. However, the oldest among them were the roughly 100 aged 5 to 600 years. Over the past 2 years, while refining qi gathering pills and various elixirs suitable for the qi refining stage, he had essentially utilized only what was necessary, cultivating them through the stone furnace's green liquid, and had not relied on the little green liquid, allowing them to grow entirely naturally. After settling the hive, with the queen bee in hand, Lu Tiandu employed the divine control formation to dominate the first-tier supreme queen bee. The other white, jade venomous bees could not be recognized as his for the time being. This was primarily because each time a demon beast was recognized, it consumed his blood essence, and he had no time to waste on that now. Nevertheless, he could still command this group of ordinary venomous bees to vanquish foes through the queen or the king. The only risk lay in the potential for others to seize the ordinary venomous bees. After all, controlling one's own demon beasts through the divine control formation and the self-detonation restrictions within their souls was the safest approach. Of course, even if he controlled the 300 ordinary venomous bees through the formation, he was currently unable to command more than a few at a time. Although his divine sense was 2 to 3 times stronger than that of others during the qi refining stage, it was still limited. Commanding 3 or 4 demon beasts to battle simultaneously was his utmost limit. Ultimately, if he wished to employ a swarm tactic, he would still need to rely on the queen or the king. However, once he returned to Huangfeng Valley, it would be imperative to pass each of the 300 venomous bees through the divine control formation. At that point, the queen could lead them into battle. Once his divine sense grew stronger, such troubles would become a thing of the past. At this juncture, his anticipation for both foundation establishment and the Great Yin technique intensified. For only after establishing a foundation could he cultivate techniques or secret arts related to divine sense. Typically, ordinary foundation-building cultivators could divide their spirit into 7 or 8 parts at most. In the original narrative, Han Li, a foundation-building novice, could divide his spirit into more than a dozen parts upon mastering the first layer of the Great Yin technique, enabling him to control several demon beasts or puppets in combat simultaneously. In the mid-foundation stage, Han Li and Huang Long, having mastered the second layer of the Great Yin technique, could command over 100 puppets. Lin Shixiao, having attained the third layer of the Great Yin technique in the mid-foundation stage, could control up to 300 puppets, and Han Li, having reached the early golden core stage and mastered the third layer of the Great Yin technique, could command thousands of gold-eating worms at once, earning him the title of Bug Demon. This illustrates the formidable power of the Great Yin technique in enhancing divine sense and enabling the division of spirit. which far surpasses that of other division techniques. After indulging in such thoughts, Lu Tiandu envisioned himself leading hundreds of white, jade venomous bees through the chaos of battle, further fueling his anticipation for mastering the great yin technique. After returning the seemingly fatigued queen bee to the hive for rest, Lu Tiandu soared toward the cave where the stone furnace resided, instantly shedding his garments. He utilized the 7-colored radiance emitted by the stone furnace to scan his body before donning new attire. Aside from the tracking technique implanted by the sect leader before departing, there were no other anomalies. He had not forgotten the few pats he received from the old monster Qiong on his shoulder, and he did not believe this was an act of affection. After all, these ancient beings surely possessed various means to leave unnoticed marks on him. Furthermore, since the old monster Qiong was unaware of the existence of Xianxia, his indiscriminate transmissions to him were akin to whispering in someone else's ear, posing a risk of drawing unwanted attention from Xiang. As for the old clothes, he would discard them in a secluded spot outside without a second thought. Regardless of whether they bore any marks, he would not wear them again. Caution was paramount. By this time, more than half the day had passed, and the slaughter within the forbidden area was incessant. Lu Tiandu no longer hesitated. He swiftly exited the valley, surveying the surroundings before taking out 3 jade slips to examine closely. Each of the 3 slips contained certain maps of the forbidden area, one issued by the sect, another obtained by Chen Qiaoming from the Chen family before his departure, and the last one secretly given to him by the old monster Qiong. The 3rd jade slip contained records from the Tianyu sect regarding the forbidden area, along with locations that the old monster Qiong had instructed him to gather. His transaction with Qiong involved a spiritual herb known as the transformation infant grass, which required at least 1,000 years of age, with a preference for 3,000 years. If he could not locate this herb within the first 3 days, he would have no choice but to seek out Nangong Wan and heed her guidance. Lu Tiandu speculated that the Tianyu sect likely possessed further clues regarding this herb or had other schemes in place, but would require a powerful cultivator to assist. Among the hundreds of disciples participating, he was certainly the most formidable, should he fail to find the transformation infant grass within the initial 3 days. Lu Tiandu would have no choice but to honor his agreement, having already taken something from them. Thus, he must fulfill his promise. The 3 jade slips contained overlapping maps, prompting Lu Tiandu to take the time to reorganize them for enhanced convenience. At that moment, he discovered that he was situated to the north of the forbidden area, having just exited a valley aptly named Poison Bee Valley, marked prominently with a large red cross indicating extreme danger. Lu Tiandu chuckled to himself, realizing that this map was due for an update. He released a small golden monkey from his spirit beast pouch, placing it upon his shoulder, allowing the little creature to utilize its talents in seeking medicinal herbs over a century old. With a single step, Lu Tiandu instantly appeared 10 zhang away, heading southward. With the monkey's assistance, he found the harvesting of spirit herbs surprisingly smooth. Along the way, he encountered 2 first-tier pinnacle beasts, entities that other Qi refining disciples would shy away from. Yet, he dispatched them effortlessly within minutes using his fists, their carcasses stored in a spare storage bag and tossed into the stone pearl space. His decision to forego magical artifacts in these encounters stemmed from his desire to test the limits of his physical prowess after reaching the first layer of body refinement perfection. After several trials, he estimated that his 3 years of consuming over 100 first-tier blood essence pills had rendered his physical strength 3-fold superior to that of a first-tier pinnacle beast, which filled him with great delight. He found immense satisfaction in the raw power of striking down foes with his fists, relishing the explosive brutality of it all. As he journeyed, he stumbled upon numerous deceased disciples from the 7 factions. Some he aided in burial, as leaving bodies to decay in the wild was an unpleasant sight. During this process, he also collected several beast carcasses, albeit the vital parts required for refining had already been extracted. As he continued southward, he felt remarkably at ease. The little monkey uncovered several rare herbs in hidden spots, making the search for spirit herbs feel extraordinarily effortless. Within a sparsely wooded area, the underbrush lay in disarray. A robust purple-striped leopard lay on the ground, dragging a broken leg, panting in fear as it glared at Lu Tiandu, unable to comprehend why it, as the ruler of this territory, had its spine shattered by mere punches from this individual. With no chance of escape, it resigned itself to its fate. Enough of this play, Lu Tiandu remarked, observing the now defeated leopard, and without wasting another moment, he vanished in a flash of light. In the blink of an eye, the leopard's terrified gaze met the white-gloved fist that would deliver its final blow. With a resounding thud, the leopard's massive head was left with only half intact. Nonchalantly, Lu Tiandu produced a white silk handkerchief to wipe the crimson and ivory stains from his silver gauntlet, a smile gracing his lips. These gloves were crafted by a master forger his family had commissioned, utilizing the sharp claws of a third-tier beast, the snow howler. Throughout his journey, empowered by these gloves and his formidable strength of 4,000 to 5,000 pounds, he truly roamed without fear. Once he discerned that a beast possessed no peculiar abilities, he typically concluded battles in a mere few punches. Even the speedster purple-striped leopard fell victim to 4 decisive strikes, utterly outmatched by the swiftness of his wind attribute boots. After collecting the leopard's carcass and harvesting a 300-year-old spirit herb it had been guarding, Lu Tiandu proceeded southward, following the monkey's guidance. Having spent half a day subduing the poisonous bees in the valley, he had fallen behind others. However, with the monkey's direction, he discovered numerous spirit herbs. Slaying beasts and gathering herbs, albeit at a slower pace than others, he realized that aside from a few rare herbs hidden in hard-to-find locations, most spirit herbs were fiercely guarded by formidable beasts. The purple-striped leopardess territory was certainly a place where ordinary 13th-layer disciples would not dare to tread, affording Lu Tiandu a significant advantage. As he continued his journey, striking various beasts, he felt an exhilarating sense of invincibility. The time and resources spent perfecting his body refinement techniques over the past 2 years had proven immensely worthwhile. Perhaps influenced by countless martial arts novels from his past life, he derived immense satisfaction from engaging enemies with sheer strength, delivering powerful blows that shattered all opposition. Throughout his travels, aside from encountering the lifeless bodies of a few fallen disciples from the 7 factions, he had only seen a handful of 11th-layer disciples. Yet, upon sensing Lu Tiandu's 13th-layer aura, they would promptly flee. He held no interest in these expendable disciples, nor did he harbor any intent to engage with them. Many 13th-layer cultivators, however, would seize the opportunity to eliminate such expendables, explaining why few 11th-layer disciples emerged from past blood trials, most of them remaining on the periphery, seeking spirit herbs while avoiding confrontations with stronger cultivators. The second category comprised 12th-layer disciples, often equipped with 2 or 3 superior artifacts, and occasionally a common pinnacle artifact. They would typically collaborate or act solo to eliminate weaker 10th and 11th-layer disciples, subsequently hiding until the trial concluded. Some deemed themselves strong enough to venture into the central region for a chance at glory. Most of the participants from Huangfeng Valley were 12th-layer disciples. And aside from Han Li, who intended to gather herbs, few would genuinely enter the central mountain area. The final category consisted entirely of 13th-layer cultivators, each possessing at least 1 or 2 common pinnacle artifacts. Among them, elite disciples bore high-quality pinnacle artifacts, and some even received mid-level talismans as gifts from their sections. For instance, Lu Tiandu and 6 other 13th-layer experts from Huangfeng Valley were privately gifted a mid-level talisman by Master Zhong for protection. These individuals represented the main force for harvesting spirit herbs in the central mountains, with the sect placing its expectations upon them. The first 2 days of the trial were primarily spent by these 13th-layer experts eliminating the 11th and 12th-layer disciples from rival factions, preventing them from taking advantage of the chaos. By the morning of the 3rd day, when the Moonlight Pearl activated, they would cease mutual killings, each entering the central mountain area to slay beasts and gather herbs, saving any final conflicts for the 5th day when all disciples would depart, victorious and laden with spoils. This was the rule of the blood trial. On the 1st day, the slaughter neared its conclusion. Lu Tiandu traveled southward, discovering several untouched first-tier pinnacle beast territories, concluding each encounter with a few decisive punches. The only exception was when he faced a pinnacle beast, the azure water crocodile, hidden in muck, which proved resistant to his fists. Ultimately, he resorted to a gray sword talisman obtained from Jingguang Shangren, severing it in 2. At that moment, while crossing a grassy marsh, he sensed a reaction from the summoning spell placed upon his arm by Master Zhong. It seemed there were fellow disciples nearby. Each faction typically imbued their disciples with such spells upon entering trials, designed to foster mutual assistance and enhance survival chances. This spell allowed them to sense the presence of comrades within a certain range, enabling cries for help in times of peril. Of course, whether to assist or not was ultimately a personal decision. Lu Tiandu remained unconcerned. If the other party chose to depart, it indicated a desire to avoid his company as a fellow disciple. Conversely, if they approached him, it might signify they were in trouble, and given his prowess, offering assistance would not be a challenge. After all, at this hour, those of the 13th level of cultivation were exceedingly rare. Most who dared to venture out were at the 12th level. As anticipated, with Lu Tiandu's pause, another figure clad in yellow was swiftly approaching. "Senior brother, save me." The young man, a 12th level cultivator from Huangfeng Valley, sensed his fellow disciple nearby and immediately exhibited a fervent desire for survival, racing towards Lu Tiandu's direction. As for why he did not utilize a flying artifact, it was due to the grim lessons learned from their predecessors. As an uninvited intruder, the various prohibitions in the void were no trivial matter. At that moment, the pursuer, a man in green, wore a smirk of derision. Did he truly believe that the arrival of a 13th level disciple would save his life? With a flick of his wrist, 2 crimson flying daggers appeared in his hand. Meanwhile, Lu Tiandu, using his spiritual sense, identified the fleeing yellow-clad man as indeed his fellow disciple, surnamed Li, in his 30s, with whom he had exchanged a few words before the trial. This revelation eased his wariness. After all, it was not uncommon for disciples to conspire with outsiders to harm their brethren, especially in a place where trust was scarce. Just as the disciple was within 80-odd paces of Lu Tiandu, his expression shifted abruptly, and he barked, "Stop!" with a flash of light beneath his feet. He closed the distance to his fellow disciple in an instant. Although his speed was remarkable, the assailant behind, being closer to Li, waved his right hand, sending a streak of crimson blade light hurtling towards Li's back, who was still caught in the surprise of recognizing Lu Tiandu. "Watch out!" Lu Tiandu shouted urgently as he swiftly waved his sleeve, unleashing a silver light that shot forth. At that moment, Li also reacted, hastily rolling to the side while reaching for his storage pouch. Observing that Li was reasonably clever, Lu Tiandu felt a measure of relief. His spiritual light shuttle was faster than the crimson blade, and intercepting the attack would pose no issue. The thought of witnessing a fellow disciple slain before him was one that Lu Tiandu found utterly unacceptable. Just as the spiritual light shuttle collided with the crimson blade, to his horror, the blade split in two. One half was intercepted while the other pierced through Li's back, exiting through his front. Li's body, propelled by inertia, stumbled a few steps forward before collapsing. In that moment, Lu Tiandu's gaze turned icy. With a casual flick, he recalled the spiritual light shuttle, scanning the scene only to find Li had perished. "Did you not hear me when I commanded you to stop?" Lu Tiandu directed his cold stare at the handsome man in green, who stood several dozen paces away, his expression indifferent. He recognized this individual as Han Tianyu from the Huandao Valley. "Oh, so it's the wind spirit root from Huangfeng Valley." The effeminate Han Tianyu twisted his waist with a flirtatious smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. He produced a fragrant handkerchief from his waist, delicately wiping non-existent blood from the flying dagger, his movements graceful and gentle, akin to a refined lady of high society. "Now I hear you. What else do you wish to say?" He casually tossed the handkerchief onto Li's corpse, a look of disdain etched upon his face. "Oh, then you may perish." Before Lu Tiandu could finish his retort, Han Tianyu vanished. With a resounding explosion, he reappeared nearby, now accompanied by a headless corpse. Chapter 69, Acquiring Talisman Treasures. Enough. Lu Tiandu, with an impassive demeanor, collected 5 storage bags from Han Tianyu's grasp along with the fallen flying dagger artifact. With a flick of his finger, a fireball descended upon the corpse, and within mere breaths, the grassy patch was dusted with ash. As for Li, Lu Tiandu, while retrieving the storage pouch, struck the ground with his fist, creating a deep pit to bury the body, granting it a semblance of peace. After scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, Lu Tiandu resumed his journey. He was not surprised by the ease with which he dispatched Han Tianyu. If anyone dared to compare him to ordinary perfected Qi cultivators, they would scarcely comprehend their impending doom. Traveling southward, the signs of slaughter became increasingly evident as he drew nearer to the central zone. By this time, night had fallen. However, the darkness within the forbidden area was as bright as day, with the sky perpetually shrouded in a gray hue that was somewhat unsettling. At this moment, many disciples from the 7 factions, having slaughtered throughout the day, began seeking refuge to recover their mana, rendering the area considerably quieter. Guided by the little monkey, Lu Tiandu continued his search for various spiritual herbs. Since he had transitioned to the wind spirit formula, his internal spiritual energy had doubled compared to when he practiced the wind spirit technique, and he still possessed ample power to continue battling monsters. He planned to find a place to enter the Stone Pearl realm for rest later in the night to prepare for the upcoming conflict. Several hours later, Lu Tiandu, having collected the body of a mottled python and gathered spiritual herbs, made his way towards a nameless small mountain. After establishing a rudimentary cave dwelling and setting up a concealment array, he swiftly entered the Stone Pearl world. 3 hours later, upon restoring his mana and physical strength to their peak, he concluded his meditation. After casually collecting suitable materials for refining from over 20 high-tier, first-level monster corpses, Lu Tiandu utilized several empty storage bags to transport these bodies to a cave halfway up Tongtian Peak, where he crafted over 50 first-level blood essence pills. Indeed, this forbidden area was a veritable treasure trove. Lu Tiandu marveled at the fortune he had amassed in just one day. A stark contrast to the 2 years he had spent acquiring enough monster blood to refine approximately 80 first-level blood essence pills through the Golden Jade Pavilion. He casually retrieved the storage bags from Han Tianya and Li, examining their contents. Among the items in Han Tianya's bags, the most valuable was a common top-tier artifact and several mid-tier artifacts. The rest were mostly inconsequential, totaling 5 mid-tier spirit stones and 200 low-tier spirit stones, likely rewards from their sect prior to departure. The spiritual herbs included 4 decades-old specimens, while the remainder was a hodgepodge of unremarkable items. Han Tianya's storage pouch surprised him. No wonder the man had appeared so fearless. In addition to the previously revealed pair of mergeable red flying daggers and a high-quality top-tier defensive artifact, he possessed a talisman treasure within his pouch. This golden talisman revealed a silver bell, radiating silver light and appearing almost lifelike. Lu Tiandu toyed with it briefly before storing it away. While he had no immediate need for talisman treasures, he did not dismiss their potential value. The remaining contents included 2 ordinary top-tier artifacts, several mid-tier artifacts, 500 to 600 spirit stones, and 2 centuries-old spiritual herbs, all of which Lu Tiandu collected. Li's storage pouch yielded little of worth, an already damaged ordinary top-tier defensive artifact, 2 mid-tier artifacts, and some spirit stones. One newly harvested century-old spiritual herb had a broken root, suggesting it had been hastily gathered. Certainly, there is no such medicinal herb. Encountering the enigmatic figure of Han Tianya would likely lead to a grievous fate. After all, this individual revels in such predicaments. Lu Tiandu lamented the misfortunes that befall this person. Previously, he had instructed the little monkey to record the scents of several individuals, including Xianxia Li, Han Li, Nangong Wan, Feng Yu, the barefooted man from the giant sword sect, and Chen Qiaoming. Yet he had shown little interest in the aforementioned figure, thus neglecting to make a record. This slight oversight led him to forget that this individual could manipulate 2 flying daggers with remarkable finesse. Assuming it to be merely a magical artifact, he ultimately could not save this fellow disciple, which filled him with a sense of indignation that culminated in a decisive blow that obliterated the figure's head. After gathering his belongings, Lu Tiandu sensed that the time was ripe. He exited the cave dwelling and continued southward towards the portal of the central area. As he stepped into a grove, the little monkey on his shoulder chirped twice. A peculiar expression flickered across Lu Tiandu's face. According to the information relayed by the monkey, a person whose scent it had previously recorded, none other than Han Li, was within a radius of approximately 3 miles. To his surprise, he was about to encounter Han Li so soon. Continuing on his path, as Lu Tiandu approached within a mile of Han Li, he felt a reaction from the tethering technique on his arm, indicating the presence of 2 fellow disciples from Huangfeng Valley nearby. This tethering technique had a range of about a mile, and simultaneously, faint sounds of combat reached his ears. Just as Lu Tiandu prepared to investigate this disturbance, the little monkey transmitted another message, revealing that another individual it had recorded, the formidable Feng Yu, was also drawing near. Lu Tiandu recalled that Feng Yu was likely to possess a peculiar knife talisman, as he had learned from the original text. The battle ahead raged on, and Lu Tiandu's figure vanished. The simultaneous arrival of Han Li and Feng Yu sparked memories of the unfolding narrative, prompting him to prioritize locating the hidden Feng Yu. As Lu Tiandu sensed Han Li and another disciple from Huangfeng Valley, both individuals became aware of another approaching comrade. Their faces lit up with joy. "Senior brother, hold on. We have reinforcements," exclaimed a seemingly ordinary yet striking female disciple of the 12th layer. Hurling various low-tier talismans and launching lower-tier spells against a mirror artifact suspended in the air. This mirror emitted ethereal azure light, enveloping a green flying sword and a fiery serpent frozen in the void. Joy flickered in Han Li's eyes. The opponent, a troublesome treasure girl from the Hidden Moon sect, had proven exceedingly difficult to handle. His previously utilized high-tier artifact, a black curved hook, had been corroded by a liquid emitted from a pink crystal ball she deployed. Knowing that reinforcements were approaching, he felt reassured that the 3 of them could withstand the 12-layered treasure girl, regardless of her strange array of magical artifacts. Thus, he dismissed the thought of utilizing his golden talisman to eliminate the enemy. Meanwhile, the treasure girl's expression shifted as she hastily commanded the pink liquid surrounding her crystal ball to launch a projectile toward Han Li. Han Li's countenance altered dramatically. He quickly drew a white jade shield from his storage bag, which expanded to protect him. The defensive talisman he had employed earlier was clearly insufficient against the pink liquid. He was pleased with the white jade shield he had acquired from Lu Shixiao. It had proven invaluable throughout his journey. As the three engaged in their fervent duel, Lu Tiandu, relying on the little golden monkey, swiftly located Feng Yu's presence. The blue-clad middle-aged man, characterized by a hawkish nose and a face marred by scars, lay concealed over 30 yards away from Han Li and the others, holding a golden talisman with a cruel glint in his elongated eyes as he fixated on the trio in the distance. He had overheard the earlier exchange and was delighted at the prospect of yet another fool arriving to meet his demise. As he caressed the golden talisman in his hand, a finger suddenly appeared at the back of his head, followed by a muffled gasp. The notorious Feng Yu, infamous for his cruelty and a veteran of the Qi refinement stage, met his end without ever knowing his assailant. Lu Tiandu effortlessly seized the golden talisman that dropped from Feng Yu's hand. Indeed, it was that peculiar knife talisman. The small knife, translucent and radiating a faint yellow glow, possessed a handle 3 times the length of the blade, presenting an odd appearance. Lu Tiandu casually stowed away this talisman in Feng Yu's storage bag, then addressed the others with a calm demeanor. Cease your hostilities. Chapter 70. The Cloud-Treading Boots. The Secret of Invincibility Among Peers. As Lu Tiandu's voice halted the magical duel, he flickered into proximity of the three, casually discarding Feng Yu's corpse onto the ground. Lu Shixiao. Upon his arrival, both Han Li and the female disciple in the yellow robe expressed their delight. With the assistance of this 13th layer expert, the prospect of vanquishing the treasure girl from the Hidden Moon sect became considerably brighter. Upon hearing the command to cease, the treasure girl broke into a cold sweat, hastily retreating to the side and summoning a defensive artifact. Unbeknownst to her, someone had approached her from a considerable distance without her notice, and she dared not contemplate the implications of a sudden ambush. Gazing at the unexpected corpse and the presence of Lu Tiandu, whom the elder Qiong had warned her to avoid, her face turned ashen. The treasure girl, known as the dual beauties of the Hidden Moon, possessed limited battle experience and was merely at the 12th layer. She typically relied on her equipment to overpower foes. Faced with opponents wielding several high-quality artifacts, she found herself at a loss. Lu Tiandu greeted his fellow disciples with a smile before indicating Feng Yu's body. While you two engaged in a life-and-death struggle here, he was lurking nearby, preparing to make his move, he remarked with a hint of amusement. This revelation sent a chill down Han Li and the yellow-robed female disciple's spines. Through the latter's explanation, Han Li learned that the deceased was notorious among the 7 sects. Yet he had been effortlessly dispatched by Lu Shixiao. At this moment, the white-clad treasure girl, her expression fluctuating, managed a strained smile. Thank you, Lu Shixiao, for your assistance. However, she found herself hesitant to leave, caught in an awkward position, uncertain of how Lu Tiandu would handle her. If necessary, she might have to invoke her grandmother's name, as she doubted Lu Tiandu would dare to act too harshly in the presence of so many witnesses. There's no need for excessive gratitude. Simply show me your map. Lu Tiandu's demeanor remained unfaltering. He had previously promised Elder Qiong that he would not take the initiative to kill any disciples from the Hidden Moon sect, provided they did not provoke him. Of course, even if he were to seize treasures, he could not do so before Han Li and the yellow-robed disciple, especially given the treasure girl's formidable background, including her golden core grandmother and possibly even Nangong, Wan's Yuaning senior sister. This was evident from the azure mirror still hovering above her head. The treasure girl promptly produced a jade slip, which, after Lu Tiandu's examination, revealed no discrepancies from the one provided by Elder Qiong, granting him a sense of relief. He tossed it to Han Li. Han Shidi, you might as well make a copy. A flicker of intrigue passed through the treasure girl's eyes, yet she refrained from voicing any objections. After expressing his gratitude, Han Li proceeded to copy the map without reservation. There were many individuals secretly exchanging maps within the forbidden area, and he had long desired to find someone to trade with. However, he had not had the opportunity until now, and thus he acquired a map without cost. While Han Li was copying the jade slip, Lu Tiandu cast a casual glance at the Lu surnamed junior sister, and after a few inquiries, he frowned. This fellow disciple had previously lost her magical artifacts to the corrosive effects of the crystal ball of the treasure girl, and now she was left with only some low-grade talismans. Remaining here would likely lead her to a dead end. Yet, having saved her, he could not allow her to perish that way. Lu Tiandu casually pulled out 3 high-grade magical artifacts, spoils from previous battles, and handed over a dozen mid-grade talismans to the Lu junior sister, ultimately requesting 400 spirit stones from her as a partial sale and gift. This left the Lu junior sister immensely grateful. However, the fact that she could produce 400 spirit stones suggested that she had also made some gains the previous day. When she realized that Lu Tiandu was unwilling to take her into the central area, she thanked him once more and turned to leave. All right, you may depart now. After a moment, Lu Tiandu glanced at the treasure girl and added, when you encounter our disciples from Huangfeng Valley, please be lenient. Upon hearing this, the treasure girl finally relaxed, yet her eyes darted around, and for some reason, she still did not leave. Lu Tiandu had little interest in her. Although the dragon-eating body was still causing disturbances, he was gradually adapting and could suppress it now. Turning to Han Li, Lu Tiandu smiled and said, were you not always curious as to why my speed is so remarkable? Han Li's curiosity was piqued. Since witnessing Lu Tiandu's inexplicable elimination of the 8 obstructive figures in Tainan Valley, he had harbored this question. After spending more than 2 years cultivating in Huangfeng Valley and interacting with Lu Tiandu several times, he had attempted to broach the topic indirectly. But Lu Tiandu had always responded with a smile, evading the subject. He wondered why it was being brought up now. You will understand once you remove Feng Yu's black boots. Lu Tiandu replied nonchalantly. At that moment, the treasure girl, who was standing not far from them, suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, cloud-treading boots? It appeared she had also remembered one of Feng Yu's treasures that allowed him to act with impunity among low-level disciples. Cloud-treading boots. Han Li's eyes lit up as he comprehended instantly. He quickly removed the boots and examined them closely. Junior brother Han may give them a try. I will temporarily lend you this treasure. Lu Tiandu chuckled, as he already possessed the wind-driven boots and had no need for these at present. After expressing his gratitude, Han Li immediately took off his own boots and donned the cloud-treading boots. The immense physical strength and the short-distance teleportation-like speed must be one of the secrets behind Lu Tiandu's extraordinary power. With a single step, Han Li found himself several zhang away in an instant. With another flash, he appeared in another location. Han Li soon began to utilize his mundane martial art, the Luo Yin step, in conjunction with the cloud-treading boots, making his movements even more elusive, nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. The sight left the treasure girl beside them filled with envy and awe. The thought that Lu Tiandu could defeat someone with such speed as Feng Yu was astonishing. His speed must be even greater. Could it be that the wind spirit root combined with such a boot artifact would render his speed even faster? No wonder the ancestral master advised against provoking this person. Brother Lu, why not sell these boots to me? How many spirit stones would suffice? After a brief moment, the treasure girl could no longer contain herself and addressed Lu Tiandu. Since I have already lent them to someone, it would be illogical to sell them. Lu Tiandu replied coolly, Junior sister Zhao likely does not lack for a magical artifact. Indeed, this treasure girl, one of the twin beauties of the Hidden Moon sect, was named Zhao Yuji. The one surnamed Yang among the golden core practitioners of the Hidden Moon sect was her grandmother, and her treasure was the azure reflection mirror. This revelation eased Han Li's mind. He was exceedingly fond of these boots. With them, combined with the nameless silk thread he had acquired, his survival capabilities would be greatly enhanced. Resolving to buy these boots from Lu Tiandu, he thought that once he refined his body cultivation techniques, he too would become invincible among his peers, just like Lu Tiandu. Just as Lu Tiandu and Han Li were preparing to depart, the treasure girl followed them, hesitating for a moment before expressing her desire to accompany them. Although Han Li was unsure why Lu Tiandu had allowed the treasure girl to remain, he did not inquire further. He looked to Lu Tiandu for direction, as the presence of this senior brother assured him of safety on their journey to the central area. He merely needed to gather the 3 primary ingredients for the foundation establishment pill, and everything else was secondary. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tiandu nodded in agreement to the treasure girl's inclusion. After all, one more person or one less did not matter to him. Familiarizing himself with this well-connected treasure girl might be beneficial in the future. The trio wasted no time and set off towards the central area once more. With a thunderous crash, a large tree, about a foot in diameter, was shattered by a frenzied, 10-foot-tall azure wild bull. Standing at a distance on a tree, Han Li and the treasure girl Zhao Yuji gaped in astonishment at the destruction wrought by the beast. At that moment, Lu Tiandu's figure suddenly appeared at the bull's waist, and a flurry of white punches landed swiftly on the creature's spine. With a resounding thud, the bull was sent tumbling several zhang away, crashing into a large tree, and despite its struggles, it remained unable to rise. Observing the bull's crazed eyes filled with fury, Lu Tiandu casually waved his hand, and a silver light pierced through the bull's neck, cleanly severing its head. Wow! Brother Lu, you are incredible. The treasure girl exclaimed as she rushed down, surrounding the bull's carcass in awe. This azure wild bull was an invincible being among the top-tier demonic beasts. Its speed was unmatched, its sharp horns deadly. And its raw power meant that even Foundation establishment cultivators would have no choice but to flee. It was astonishing that Lu Tiandu had rendered it incapacitated. After saying this, the treasure girl gazed at Lu Tiandu with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration. Han Li was equally astonished. Throughout their journey, Lu Tiandu had consistently and astonishingly located various century-old spiritual herbs, effortlessly dispatching the demonic beasts guarding them with just a few punches. He had become somewhat numb to it all. However, upon encountering this azure wild bull, its ferocious attacks made him contemplate retreating. Yet, after several dozen punches, it was Lu Tiandu, even more ferocious, who shattered its spine. Looking at the treasure girl, Han Li found it difficult to reconcile her current demeanor with the brazen and wild girl he had first met. If he were aware of a term called simp, he would undoubtedly find it remarkably fitting. At this moment, the treasure girl efficiently harvested the spiritual herbs guarded by the azure wild bull and presented them to Lu Tiandu with a beaming smile. Lu Tiandu smirked slightly and accepted the spiritual herbs. He felt somewhat speechless at the treasure girl's enthusiasm throughout their journey. Though he was aware that much of it was due to the dragon-eating body's influence, it also reflected a certain admiration for his overwhelming prowess. After storing the massive carcass of the wild bull, Lu Tiandu beckoned the two to continue forward. Along the way, he single-handedly dealt with any top-tier demonic beasts they encountered, while Han Li and the treasure girl worked together to eliminate other beasts of varying ranks. Over several hours, the trio had amassed considerable rewards. Their fortune improved significantly when they stumbled upon a tree bearing 6 earth spirit fruits, akin to the primary ingredients for Foundation establishment. This fruit serves not only as a miraculous remedy for healing, but, more significantly, allows practitioners at the Qi refinement stage to directly elevate their cultivation level upon refinement. Though it can only be consumed once, it remains beneficial for Han Li and Duo Bao Nu, both at the 12th layer of cultivation. Lu Tiandu generously plucked one for each of them, eliciting their heartfelt gratitude. The remaining fruits, along with the tree, were gathered by Lu Tiandu. Although the pair could not comprehend how Lu Tiandu managed to transport them without detection by the sect's spirit beasts, they recognized that the cultivation realm is replete with various secret techniques, and thus refrained from probing further. Throughout their journey, the 3 surviving disciples from the 7 sects had encountered few living souls, yet the sight of numerous corpses was all too common. Along the way, Lu Tiandu and Han Li took it upon themselves to dig graves for several fallen brothers. In this trial of blood and restrictions, nearly all sects participated at full capacity. Following the first day's carnage, only a little over 70 disciples remained in the entire forbidden area, a stark reduction of nearly 100 from those who initially entered. From the morning of the second day, most elite disciples from various sects arrived promptly near the central zone, initiating a thorough purification of the area. During this time, they mostly encountered those who had been eliminated, while the surviving individuals had already concealed themselves. After more than an hour, the trio finally reached the outer stone wall of the central area, which was completely encircled by such walls. Not far from this wall stood an ancient and ornate bronze door, adorned with numerous intricate patterns resembling ancient script. The door stood wide open, indicating that someone had ventured inside. There are 4 such bronze doors within the central area, and this particular one belongs to the northern sector. It is the sole entrance to the central area. All other regions are enclosed by seemingly modest stone walls. Anyone daring to bypass the bronze door in favor of a clever leap over the stone wall would encounter ancient wind-based prohibitions that would impart an unforgettable life and death experience. At last, Han Li exclaimed with excitement as he gazed at the bronze door. Once inside, he anticipated that with the activation of the Moonlight Pearl at dawn the following day, he could procure the coveted foundation building elixir, thus paving the way for his own foundation establishment. Lu Tiandu cast a glance at the ancient inscriptions on the door, regrettably unable to decipher them. Since Han Tiandu had been eliminated by Lu Tiandu on the very first day, no corpses adorned the vicinity around the northern bronze door. The 3 soon stepped through the threshold, immediately enveloped by a denser aura of spiritual energy that invigorated their spirits. Upon entering, they were greeted by a breathtaking scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise, filled with extraordinary flowers and peculiar trees, each more astonishing than the last. Silver daisies the size of bowls, blood-red bizarre trees exuding enchanting fragrances, and thick yellow bamboo as wide as a human waist. All of these sights overwhelmed the senses. At that moment, Duo Bao Nu suddenly dashed toward a peculiar tree adorned with resplendent golden flowers, her excitement palpable. Just as Lu Tiandu was about to issue a warning, he detected a presence lurking among the blossoms some 80 yards away. The richness of the spiritual energy here starkly contrasted with the outside, making it easy for newcomers to lower their guard and fall victim to ambushes. Before he could utter a word, two green shadows emerged silently from the nearby foliage, darting toward Duo Bao Nu's back. Seeking death, Lu Tiandu scoffed, and although he was at a distance, he swiftly flicked his wrist. Two silvery threads shot forth, piercing through the long, slender green entities with remarkable speed. What? My flying snake is dead? The expression of a grotesque man, concealed in the distant flowers, shifted dramatically. The wild flying snake had repeatedly aided him in striking down enemies with its uncanny speed, yet now it lay lifeless. Just as he reached for the bulging spirit beast pouch at his side, two silvery threads flashed past, eerily penetrating his brow. The grotesque man, with his face marred by dark spots, instantly lost the glimmer in his eyes, his head tilting as he collapsed to the ground. The exchange had been swift and perilous. It was not until Lu Tiandu waved his sleeve and stowed away the silver needle artifact obtained from the Bai Yi of the Tianyu sect that Duo Bao Nu became aware of the anomaly behind her. Upon seeing the two lifeless flying snakes and the groans emanating from some 50 yards away, her complexion paled with dread. Be cautious, Lu Tiandu remarked nonchalantly. The assailant is already dead. The hidden individual from the Spirit Beast Mountain had been situated 80 yards away from Lu Tiandu, well beyond the detection range of an ordinary Qi refinement practitioner. Were it not for his formidable divine sense, he would not have discerned the presence, let alone execute a lethal strike. This was the first time he had employed the silver needle artifact since acquiring it, and the results were exceedingly satisfying. It proved to be particularly effective against such nimble demonic beasts. With her eyebrows raised in anger, Duo Bao Nu remained silent as she hastily approached the spot where the body had fallen. She brandished a white flying sword from her storage pouch, aiming it at the corpse of the grotesque man. Lu Tiandu and Han Li followed closely behind, their magical boots allowing them to advance swiftly. Suddenly, Duo Bao Nu retched violently. Lu Tiandu and Han Li exchanged perplexed glances. Had she not killed before? Why would she vomit at the sight of a corpse? However, upon glimpsing the dismembered body beside a large sack revealing fragments of flesh, Lu Tiandu's expression turned grim. The repugnant man from Spirit Beast Mountain truly deserved his fate. Han Li, too, turned his gaze, more curious about the method Lu Tiandu had employed to instantaneously eliminate two demonic beasts and the vibrantly attired disciple from Spirit Beast Mountain. Upon entering, he had released his divine sense and recognized the potential for ambush, yet he had detected nothing unusual. How had Lu Tiandu perceived the threat? However, upon witnessing the pile of dismembered flesh, his expression soured. This individual truly deserved his punishment for feeding his beasts with his own kind. Chapter 72, Silver Page. A Clash of Titans. Apprehension. The blood-soaked forbidden area is broadly divided into two segments, the outer and central zones. The outer region encompasses the vast expanse beyond the four bronze doors, accounting for roughly 2/3 of the entire forbidden territory. Within this area, the spiritual herbs and extraordinary fruits grow haphazardly, scattered in any corner of the zone, ranging from decades to millennia in age, and guarded by various levels of ordinary to elite demonic beasts, dependent on luck. Due to the substantial size of this area, conflicts arising from the emergence of spiritual herbs are infrequent. Instead, more lives are claimed by the purges conducted by others and the murderous endeavors of certain individuals seeking treasures. The central area, encircled by stone walls, occupies approximately 1/3 of the territory, beginning from the vicinity of the four bronze doors. This region is further divided into 3 distinct layers. At present, the trio finds themselves in a realm that resembles a celestial paradise, measuring about a mile in width. This is the first layer of the central area. Here, the flora consists of ornamental exotic flowers and rare trees, meant solely for aesthetic enjoyment rather than the crafting of potent spiritual medicines beneficial for cultivation. This location was likely once a leisure retreat for its former inhabitants. Moments ago, Duo Bao Nu had nearly succumbed to an ambush due to the enchanting scenery, revealing the immense danger that lurked for newcomers. Beyond this layer lies the entrance to the second layer of the central area. The second layer is entirely enveloped by a vast circular mountain range, perpetually shrouded in impenetrable mist. Within this mountainous region, one can find natural formations such as caves, secluded valleys, and sheer cliffs, alongside man-made structures like stone houses and temples, where various spiritual herbs flourish. The maps exchanged in secrecy among disciples from different sects predominantly pertain to this area. As for the third layer, It is the towering stone spire situated at the very heart of the circular mountains. According to the conjectures of the seven sects, this location is believed to be the dwelling of an ancient cultivator. Despite the intense curiosity surrounding it, the mysteries contained within the tower remain unsolved. A formidable, unknown barrier continues to operate at the junction of the second and third layers, preventing any disciples attempting to breach it from entering. It is evident that this barrier cannot be dismantled by disciples in the Qi refinement stage, and whether those at the foundation establishment stage or above can break through remains an enigma, as no one has succeeded in entering the forbidden area. Lu Tiandu flicked his fingers, and a fireball descended upon Zhong Wu's lifeless body, leaving behind a cloud of ashes. The various spiritual beasts on Zhong Wu met their demise as well. Given their history of consuming human flesh, the three had little interest in them. Zhong Wu, a disciple of the spirit beast mountain, was recognized by the precious treasure maiden. At around 40 years of age and at the pinnacle of the 13th layer, he was a formidable individual who had survived several trials in the forbidden areas, showcasing his capabilities. Unfortunately, his luck ran out when he encountered Han Li and the precious treasure maiden, mistakenly perceiving them as mere pawns like those who had previously perished at his hands. Unexpectedly, he encountered Lu Tiandu, a formidable opponent, leading to his unceremonious demise. While Lu Tiandu soon recalled this individual, he did not dwell on it. Lu Tiandu collected several storage bags from the deceased, discovering numerous jade slips related to the forbidden area, including those from the Spirit Beast Mountain, the Concealing Moon sect, the Pure Void sect, the Great Sword sect, and the Blade Refinery sect. After making copies for each of them, Lu Tiandu realized he lacked the map from the Great Sword sect, but possessed the others. Junior brother Han, junior sister Zhao, do you plan to find a place to rest and await the activation of the Moon Sun Pearl tomorrow, or? Lu Tiandu inquired as they walked along a winding gravel path leading to the central mountain range. The routes up the mountain were limited, and by dawn, the disciples from the seven sects would gather near these paths. Everyone intended to find a place to rest well in preparation for the impending battle. Where do you plan to go, senior brother Lu? The precious treasure maiden asked first. Since Lu Tiandu had saved her life, her fondness for him had become increasingly evident, a sentiment that Han Li observed clearly as well. Although the precious treasure maiden possessed some beauty, she was not to Lu Tiandu's taste, and he had no intention of pursuing her. I need to find someone to exchange an item. After that, I will naturally seek a place to rest and prepare for tomorrow's ascent, Lu Tiandu replied. Given his arrival, various uncertainties were bound to arise. Hence, he had inquired about several individuals of interest, including a barefooted man from the Great Sword sect, and had even instructed a little monkey to record this person's aura. Recently, this man's aura had appeared within 4 to 5 miles. Shall I accompany you, senior brother Lu? Since it is still early, if we encounter members of the Concealing Moon sect, we can part ways then, the precious treasure maiden suggested with a smile. Lu Tiandu glanced at Han Li, who also expressed his agreement. Having already gathered considerable resources along their journey, the presence of Lu Tiandu deterred anyone from provoking them, creating a rather pleasant atmosphere. With ample daylight remaining, they were in no rush to find a spot to meditate and rest. The trio resumed their journey, this time heading southeast. Along the way, they encountered several cultivators, many of whom instinctively avoided them upon noticing the unique route of the Huangfeng Valley. In no time, they arrived at their destination, and Lu Tiandu instructed the others to maintain a distance before he called out towards a nearby earthen mound. Friend Yin from the Great Sword sect, please come forth for a discussion. Moments later, a barefooted giant wielding a silver sword emerged from a cave within the mound, his expression dark as he regarded Lu Tiandu. What business do you have? The man with the surname Yin inquired, his cold gaze sweeping over Lu Tiandu. Clearly recognizing the renowned Huangfeng Valley spiritual route that had been the subject of much discussion outside the forbidden area. When Lu Tiandu expressed his desire to trade a top-tier magical artifact for his sword refining technique, Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he slowly replied. It is said that cultivators with unique spiritual roots possess 3 to 4 times the combat power of their peers. If you can defeat me and my silver radiant sword, I shall gladly offer you my sword refinement technique without any exchange. Upon hearing this, a fervent enthusiasm lit up his face. Very well, Lu Tiandu responded calmly. I have yet to encounter an opponent who satisfies me on this journey, so I shall engage in a friendly contest with you, friend Yin. Lu Tiandu extended due respect to this martial enthusiast. Although he understood that the silver radiant sword, infused with silver essence, was not something he could easily overcome with ordinary top-tier artifacts, he was determined to test his own limits with his superior gauntlets and immense strength. As they continued, Lu Tiandu was keen to ascertain the limits of his perfected body refinement. Seeing that Lu Tiandu did not draw any magical artifacts, Yan's anger surged. With a shake of his shoulder, the silver sword soared into the sky, and with a pointed finger, the sword emitted a blinding brilliance, striking down upon Lu Tiandu with overwhelming force. As the massive sword hurtled toward him, Lu Tiandu adopted a serious demeanor. In a flash, he summoned silver-white energy around his fists, launching a barrage of strikes toward the sword's blade. This marked his first activation of the power contained within the silver gauntlets. Suspended 3 to 4 zhang above the ground, Lu Tiandu unleashed a flurry of punches, catching Yan utterly off guard. Feeling the tremors from the giant's sword, Yan's complexion shifted as he prepared to alter his technique. However, Lu Tiandu remained vigilant. Recalling that this man possessed a technique capable of transforming the sword into a massive grinding wheel, a move that could easily obliterate even high-quality top-tier artifacts. If he were to employ this technique, it would be challenging to defeat the Silver Radiance sword using only his gauntlets. Without hesitation, Lu Tiandu mustered all his strength, his figure flickering as he unleashed a torrent of punches toward the silver sword in mere moments. With a deep grunt, the giant sword was sent flying, and the man with the surname Yin coughed up blood as he struggled with his technique. In the distance, apart from Han Li and the precious treasure maiden, several others had stealthily concealed themselves, witnessing the spectacle. As they observed the once dominant Silver Radiance sword being sent flying by Lu Tiandu's bare hands, they were left in stunned silence, exclaiming in disbelief. Their gazes toward Lu Tiandu were filled with trepidation. This individual is indeed a rare practitioner of both the law and the physical cultivation. The extraordinary combination of an unusual spiritual root with body refinement techniques explains such formidable strength. At this moment, the man surnamed Yin has summoned back the Silver Radiance sword, which he has nurtured for over 20 years. A flicker of regret crosses his otherwise listless expression as he notices a faint fist imprint on the sword, its luster somewhat dimmed. Although the Silver Radiance sword has not sustained severe damage, he has incurred significant internal injuries. This is the inherent flaw of the heart refining method. It can lead to both triumph and downfall. He has become one with this sword. Yet he still has many powerful techniques yet to be unleashed. A flash of unwillingness appears in his eyes as he reaches for a storage pouch, tossing a silver page toward Lu Tiandu. Lu Tiandu examines the silver page adorned with intricate silver patterns. It is clearly a disguise crafted by the man surnamed Yan, concealing a golden page beneath that contains the sword refining techniques he has acquired. Unbeknownst to him, the true contents include the complete version of the top-tier technique from the Xianxia sect, the Qingyuan sword method. When the Xianxia sect fell thousands of years ago, the Great Sword sect must have reaped considerable benefits, and this is one of the hidden techniques. Although Lu Tiandu cannot cultivate this wood attribute technique, his curiosity about the sword method remains piqued, particularly regarding the accompanying 3 transitions of heavy yuan technique. If someone in his harem cultivates a wood attribute technique, it would be quite advantageous. Furthermore, he could sell it to Han Li later for a profit. As for the accompanying Qingzhu Fengyun sword set of rare flying sword techniques, that currently lies in the hands of Li Huayuan, Lu Tiandu's spiritual sense sweeps the area, revealing that several hidden individuals have quietly withdrawn, rendering them no longer a concern. As for those with ulterior motives, they are likely filled with trepidation, fearing that Lu Tiandu might seek them out for trouble. Chapter 73, Nangong Wan. Golden Treasure Chest. Golden Thunder Tiger. Observing the despondent man surnamed Yan, Lu Tiandu tosses him a bottle of high-grade healing elixir. He then presents a map from another sect in exchange for the Forbidden Area map of the Great Sword sect. With the maps from the 7 sects now gathered, Lu Tiandu feels significantly bolstered for the upcoming journey into the mountains. The man surnamed Yin casts a lingering glance at Lu Tiandu before hastily departing in another direction, preparing to hide and recover from his injuries. If he can successfully establish his foundation on this outing, he will return to Huangfeng Valley to challenge Lu Tiandu and reclaim what is rightfully his. After sharing the Great Sword sect map with Han Li and the Treasure Girl, Lu Tiandu takes the initiative to part ways. Ignoring the Treasure Girl's pleas for him to stay, he vanishes from their sight. Have you encountered that wind spirit root from Huangfeng Valley? Did you travel together? This person also possesses a formidable body refinement technique. You only separated recently? At a secret gathering place of the Shadow Moon sect, a 15 or 16-year-old ethereal girl in white sits regally at the top, her delicate face revealing a hint of confusion as she questions the bowing Treasure Girl below. After several inquiries, and having extracted some hidden details from the Treasure Girl, she casually dismisses the disciple known as the Shadow Moon Twin Beauties. Ultimately, she is still too young. A few questions revealed all the details. Nangong Wan retrieves a jade pendant and places it on her forehead to sense for a moment. A flicker of verdant energy flashes across her exquisite face as she muses. Humph. Just as Brother Qiong said, this little brat is remarkably clever. I never expected that the magical mark set by Brother Qiong would remain in the outermost area. You little rascal, since your strength is so formidable, I will indeed need you to exert yourself this time. Do not think of escaping from my grasp. That place may very well pertain to my path to enlightenment. After parting ways with Han Li, Lu Tiandu utilizes the invisibility function of his gauzy cloak to enter the misty mountain range. At this moment, without the moonlight sun pearl to disperse the dense fog, it inadvertently becomes an excellent hiding place for Lu Tiandu. After delving several feet deep, he can only clearly observe a half-foot radius around him. As he nears the risk of becoming lost in the thick mist, his figure flickers and disappears within it. Upon returning to the Stone Pearl world, Lu Tiandu rubs his slightly numb wrist. Based on his assessment of his strength along this path, he realizes that even a series of dozens of punches could damage ordinary top-tier magical artifacts, yet he merely sent the silver sword flying? This prompts him to re-evaluate the sword. The silver radiant sword is indeed extraordinarily powerful. However, after undergoing heart refinement, it cannot be wielded by others. Continuously unleashing dozens of punches within a short span is already his current limit in body refinement, resulting in immense physical exhaustion and slight injury to his wrist. Soon, Lu Tiandu sits cross-legged, channeling his technique to recover his stamina and magical energy. After several hours, he plants some of the precious spiritual herbs he has gathered into the 100 herb garden. Holding a thumb-sized, fiery red orb, he falls into deep contemplation. This orb is the fire attribute treasure he obtained from the storage pouch of a foundation-building cultivator from the Spirit Beast Mountain, which significantly accelerates cultivation. He has yet to discover how to utilize it. Based on his speculation, it likely relates to cultivation techniques, as he does not practice fire attribute techniques, making the acceleration effects unnoticeable for him. Nevertheless, during his exploration, he uncovers the utility of this object, whether it is a spirit item or a magical artifact. For instance, after infusing it with magical energy, the small red orb emits a bright red light, illuminating a radius of 100 feet around him in a crimson glow. Thus, Lu Tiandu contemplates using this feature of the fiery orb to gain an advantage as he enters the misty mountain range. At this moment, he sets aside the examination of the 10 or so storage pouches obtained from Fengyu and Zhongwu and swiftly exits the Stone Pearl world. After releasing the white jade poison bee queen and 300 ordinary poison bees to guard the surroundings, Lu Tiandu channels his magical energy into the floating technique of the red orb. Instantly, the orb radiates brilliant red light, causing the surrounding mist to roil. Lu Tiandu hastens toward the center of the mountain range, and indeed, as he channels his magical energy, the surrounding mist is continually dispelled, revealing clarity within several dozen feet. Excellent! Excellent! Lu Tiandu's expression beams with delight. As the second day has yet to conclude, he can already enter the mountain range early to gather herbs, granting him over half a day's advantage. Moreover, he has nearly gathered all the maps from the 7 sects. Combined with the little monkey's spiritual nose and the 300 elite-level white jade poison bees, what beast could possibly hinder him? 2 hours later, as Lu Tiandu emerges from a cave, he furrows his brow. Along the way, in the interest of safety, he primarily targeted the locations of spiritual herbs marked on the consolidated map, resulting in numerous slayings of demonic beasts, yet the herbs he collected are of rather low age, mostly around 100 years, which leaves him somewhat disappointed. Although these areas are generally safe, previously traversed by disciples from the 7 sects, the absence of herbs aged 7 or 800 years, or even 4 or 500 years, is disheartening. Overall, they do not surpass the herbs he gathered in the outskirts. Glancing at the map, Lu Tiandu comes to a rough conclusion and decides to no longer rely on it as his main guide, instead utilizing the little monkey's strengths to seek out herbs of higher age. With 300 white jade poison bees accompanying him, this journey becomes remarkably effortless, as he occasionally dispatches a few demonic beasts guarding the herbs with little effort. 3 hours later, it is now the early hours of the 3rd day, 4 a.m. As Lu Tiandu, guided by the little golden monkey, navigated through the winding, labyrinthine passages and entered a spacious underground chamber. His gaze was suddenly captivated by a small white jade pavilion situated about 70 to 80 zhang away. Within this subterranean expanse, a crimson orb radiated a brilliant light, while a dozen white jade venomous bees hovered nearby, rendering everything within 100 zhang distinctly visible. The distant white jade pavilion was remarkably conspicuous as a golden chest. Measuring 12 feet in length and half a foot in width, inexplicably floated within it, its lid tightly sealed and its body shimmering with a subtle golden glow. Could it be? Is this the very place where Nangong Wan and Han Li forged their bond? Floating 3 feet above the ground with the aid of his invisibility cloak, Lu Tiandu gazed in astonishment at the golden chest several dozen zhang away. Being well versed in the original plot, he knew that within this forbidden domain, the golden chest contained the token required to access the central treasure tower, though whether there were additional items remained uncertain. Suddenly, the little golden monkey perched on Lu Tiandu's shoulder tugged at his hair, its golden eyes flashing with excitement as its tiny claws pointed in another direction. A few dozen zhang away, several spiritual herbs thrived in a somewhat shadowy corner. What? Upon closer inspection, Lu Tiandu was taken aback. For these spiritual herbs were surrounded by swirling vortices of dense spiritual energy, their fragrance wafting through the air, intoxicating and refreshing. The aroma surpassed that of the millennium-old spiritual herbs he had encountered before. No wonder he felt a distinct difference in the air upon entering this place. However, instead of rushing to collect the herbs or seize the golden chest, Lu Tiandu remained cautious, aware that a top-tier first-level demon beast likely lurked nearby. The crimson orb could only illuminate a radius of 100 zhang, while the rest remained shrouded in thick mist, where danger might be concealed. If it were the golden chest he was after, he recalled that it was guarded by a top-tier first-level demon beast, the Ink Jiao, which could evolve into a second-level demon beast during combat. The strength of a first-level top-tier demon beast was comparable to that of a perfected Qi Refinement cultivator, and the Jiao's combat prowess was formidable, rivaling that of an ordinary foundational stage cultivator. A second-level demon beast, on the other hand, was equivalent to a foundational stage novice, capable of contending with ordinary third-level demon beasts or mid-foundational stage cultivators. As the stakes heightened, Lu Tiandu commanded the queen be perched on his other shoulder to direct the dozen or so ordinary venomous bees to disperse and scout the area while he continued to conceal himself in the void. The invisibility and concealment functions of the cloak were such that even a second-level demon beast, let alone those of the fourth or fifth levels, might struggle to detect him. Continuing to guide the crimson orb in various directions, Lu Tiandu moved stealthily, keenly observing his surroundings. Yet, after a quarter of an hour surveying the vast expanse of approximately 1,000 zhang, confusion flickered in his eyes. There was no marshland here. The terrain consisted mainly of dry earth slopes and rock caves. Was this not the location of the chest guarded by the Ink Jiao? With no marshes or stone halls leading to the entrance, Lu Tiandu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could it be that there was more than one such chest? Most perplexing was the absence of demon beasts surrounding the spiritual herbs. This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon since entering the Misty Mountains. After a thorough investigation, confirming that no low-level demon beasts were present, Lu Tiandu felt a sense of relief and a smile crept onto his face. He had not anticipated acquiring treasures and these spiritual herbs so easily. Gently drifting towards the white jade pavilion, Lu Tiandu reached out, conjuring a large azure hand from thin air, which grasped the floating chest. As he stored the entire chest within the stone pearl space, a surreal sensation washed over him. Just as he prepared to depart from the white jade pavilion to harvest the nearby spiritual herbs, a sudden shock coursed through him, prompting him to swiftly evade. With a resounding crash, a fissure appeared where he had just stood, measuring nearly a zhang in width. A flash of light beneath his feet revealed a half-zhang-long platinum blade slicing out a sizable pit at his previous position. A metal attribute spell? Lu Tiandu fixated on the source of the platinum blade, surprised to find it emanating from the entrance he had used to enter. The moment he had taken the golden chest, the invisibility and concealment effects of the cloak had dissipated, evidently allowing the unseen demon beast to lock onto his position. While evading the relentless onslaught of platinum blades aimed at him, Lu Tiandu directed the crimson orb towards the entrance he had come through. With the fortuitous gale boots enhancing his speed, he was confident that the blades would not graze his garments. As the mist began to clear, a massive golden-furred tiger had suddenly materialized, its head measuring nearly a zhang in diameter, with purple eyes larger than basins, radiating a chilling glare. The golden-winged tiger? Observing the fully revealed golden tiger, Lu Tiandu mused that this creature was a dominant presence among demon beasts, known for preying on jiao snakes, and was exceedingly rare. He was astonished to discover one here. However, his expression soon shifted to one of concern. The tiger's wings were not the golden wings characteristic of a golden-winged tiger. but rather a pair of purple flesh wings. This was troubling. The aura it emitted did not belong to a first-level demon beast. As he sensed the tiger's presence, Lu Tiandu's complexion changed. Due to the formation, or perhaps the original owner's intentions, it seemed unlikely for a second-level demon beast to exist in this forbidden zone. To his surprise, he had encountered one nonetheless. At this moment, the purple-winged golden-winged tiger fixed its cold gaze upon Lu Tiandu and let out a roar, sending dust and debris swirling throughout the space. Lu Tiandu then noticed a several zhang-long golden python corpse lying quietly nearby. Indeed, it was a second-level demon beast. It appeared that this creature had recently gone out hunting. Confirming the information regarding this second-level demon beast ignited a sense of excitement within Lu Tiandu, as he rubbed his palms together, eager to test his mettle. Yet, why did this creature possess a purple wing? Had it mutated, or was there another explanation? Moreover, its innate metal attribute spells were surprisingly potent, surpassing even the upper-tier metal blade spells. With a casual wave, Lu Tiandu called back the dozen or so ordinary white jade venomous bees that were stationed nearby. They would be of no assistance in the impending battle. Just then, the purple-winged golden tiger lunged forward, its expansive purple wings unfurling, its massive body measuring 10 zhang, barreling towards Lu Tiandu like a small mountain. What incredible speed! Lu Tiandu's expression shifted as he narrowly dodged twice. This creature's leap spanned over 50 zhang, and its colossal frame nearly overpowered him. The thrill he had felt upon first encountering this second-level demon beast vanished in an instant. He typically prided himself on his speed. But if this beast matched or exceeded him in that regard, his advantage would be significantly diminished. As he observed the gracefully descending purple-winged golden tiger, Lu Tiandu found himself uncharacteristically solemn. He had abandoned the notion of engaging in close combat. This beast was exceedingly swift, and escaping this place would not be a simple feat, especially with the surrounding mist still thick. He could only rely on the crimson orb to make his escape, which would essentially reveal his location to the creature. However, if he concealed himself in the crimson orb, the purple-winged golden tiger would likely lose track of him. In that case, he could remain hidden within the stone pearl space and wait for the agreed-upon time when the moonlight pearl would disperse the mist before quietly departing. Nevertheless, before that, he yearned for a confrontation with this tiger, not only for the sake of the several spiritual herbs estimated to be over 10,000 years old, but also to test the limits of his current strength. According to his estimation of his own strength, he could effortlessly slaughter a first-level demon beast relying solely on his physical prowess and the boots of destiny. Even when facing foundation-building cultivators, as long as he did not activate his protective shield or defensive artifacts, they would find themselves with no escape within a 50 zhang radius. However, he was still uncertain about the limits of his combined combat power in qi refining and body refining, and this tiger served as an excellent test stone, so he eagerly anticipated this battle. Chapter 74, Continuous Setbacks. Drunken Demon Pill. Observing the diminutive figure before him skillfully evade his onslaught, the purple-eyed golden tiger exuded a menacing aura. How dare this little creature intrude into his backyard? It seemed that extra measures were warranted today. With a resounding roar, the tiger's body trembled, and its mighty roar reverberated throughout the expansive underground space. The force of the roar struck Lu Tiandu like a wave, causing a momentary dizziness. But he quickly regained clarity as the shadow of the furnace in his consciousness flickered. This was bad. The tiger's roar possessed a soul-stirring effect. It should not be underestimated. As Lu Tiandu gazed at the massive golden shadow charging towards him, a flash of light illuminated his feet, and he vanished without a trace. The enormous purple-winged golden tiger once again missed its target, landing gracefully atop a pile of stones. A sharp claw struck down, cracking a 3-foot stone like it was venting frustration, and its gaze towards Lu Tiandu grew increasingly ferocious. Lu Tiandu refrained from unnecessary words, flicking his hand to send the spirit light shuttle shooting towards the giant tiger. Despite the tiger's remarkable speed, it still endured dozens of strikes from the agile spirit light shuttle. However, after a moment, Lu Tiandu noticed something amiss. Although the shuttle was incredibly swift, its attack power, being an exquisite artifact, was evidently limited. While waves of attacks elicited furious roars from the giant tiger, they did not inflict any substantial damage. Changing the technique in his hand, Lu Tiandu transformed the small silver shuttle into a massive one, launching it towards the giant tiger. This transformation provoked a series of furious roars from the tiger, and the white gold blades it shot towards Lu Tiandu grew ever more numerous. Although the enlarged silver shuttle had its power significantly increased, its mobility was notably compromised. After a flurry of attacks, Lu Tiandu found himself in a stalemate with the tiger. Moreover, The larger shuttle was repeatedly swatted away by the golden giant, which posed a risk of damaging this frequently used artifact, one that would be invaluable in his future foundation building. Recognizing the urgency, Lu Tiandu hastily retracted the artifact. Gaining some distance from the giant tiger, Lu Tiandu wasted no time. With a flick of his hand, a small black, triangular banner appeared, his formidable Yin-Soul banner. He tossed it into the air without a glance at the swirling gray-black mist around it, swiftly casting several spells toward the banner. In an instant, the triangular banner expanded in the wind, transforming into a tall flag, its surface now thick with gray-black mist, with the souls within emitting hoarse cries. Grasping the black flagpole, a chill surged through Lu Tiandu's body. As the cold energy swept through him, a torrent of pure yang energy surged along his meridians, restoring his body to normal. The dragon roar body indeed had its merits. Lu Tiandu chuckled as he felt the changes within, which bolstered his confidence to wield the Yin-Soul banner without practicing demonic arts. With both hands firmly gripping the flagpole, Lu Tiandu shook it fiercely towards the giant tiger. The black-gray flag quivered, and 10 black serpents shot forth from its surface, racing towards the purple-winged golden tiger. The golden giant tiger atop the stone pile roared, unleashing a barrage of platinum light blades. The light blades collided with the black serpents, effortlessly piercing through the insubstantial forms of the black serpents without causing them any harm, and continued unimpeded towards Lu Tiandu. Meanwhile, the black serpents remained undeterred, hurtling toward the giant tiger. Lu Tiandu stepped forward, swiftly escaping the coverage of the light blades. A resounding crash followed, creating a large pit filled with debris. Standing in a new position, Lu Tiandu smirked at the giant tiger, confident that the black serpents infused with sinister energy would cause it significant distress. However, Lu Tiandu was soon astonished as the purple-winged golden tiger flapped its wings and evaded to a new position. With its massive head tilted back, it exhaled a purple energy sphere that instantly shot towards the pursuing black serpents. A cacophony of thunder crackled in the air, and the black serpents were obliterated, leaving no trace of the sinister energy that had once formed them. What? Holding the massive Yin-Soul banner, Lu Tiandu's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the remnants of lightning in the air. Wasn't this golden-winged tiger a metal attribute beast? How could it wield lightning magic? This energy, which had once made 2 foundation-building cultivators retreat in fear, was effortlessly dispelled. Lu Tiandu glanced at the Yin-Soul banner in his hand, rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. This artifact clearly held little utility now. He had no choice but to stow it away. Observing the tiger's wings, which should have been golden, Lu Tiandu realized that this creature was extraordinary. The golden-winged tiger must have undergone a mutation for some reason, resulting in the rare lightning attribute. Previously, he had sensed the tiger's astonishing speed. Now, recalling the faint purple arcs of electricity that danced along its wings during flight, it seemed likely that this creature possessed lightning evasion techniques as well. This swift and electrically adept opponent was certainly giving Lu Tiandu a headache. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Tiandu summoned a green banner, the prized Qingjiao flag he had not used in a long time. Rubbing it between his hands, the small flag rapidly expanded into a towering banner, its surface shimmering with green light, depicting a fierce green dragon with bared fangs and claws, exuding an aura of ferocity. Once again evading the platinum light blades shot from the giant tiger's mouth, Lu Tiandu swiftly cast several spells at the suspended Qingjiao flag, commanding, transform into a dragon. The Qingjiao flag erupted with brilliant light, and amidst the shimmering green glow, a massive green dragon, approximately 15 zhang in length, materialized in the air. Pointing towards the golden giant tiger, Lu Tiandu directed the fearsome green dragon to charge at it. A thunderous clash echoed as the 2 beasts collided and grappled in midair, allowing Lu Tiandu a moment of respite. The Qingjiao flag, crafted from the entire spine of a second-level wind attribute dragon, integrated with the remnant soul of a fierce dragon and forged from numerous rare materials, was naturally swift enough to match the golden tiger with its mutated lightning wings. Moreover, its size surpassed that of the giant tiger, making it a worthy adversary in this fierce confrontation. At this moment, Lu Tiandu was not idle. As the green dragon ensnared the giant tiger, he vanished from his position, reappearing at the side of the golden giant tiger, and delivered a powerful punch towards its massive body. After a moment of instantaneous transfer, Lu Tiandu once again unleashed a flurry of punches towards the giant tiger. 4 or 5 breaths later, as he paused at a distance, slightly out of breath, he observed the violet-winged golden tiger still engaged in a fierce battle with the azure flood dragon, leaving him momentarily speechless. Lu Tiandu gazed in silence at the violet-winged golden tiger, which was locked in combat with the Azure Flood Dragon. In just a few fleeting breaths, he had successfully launched 70 to 80 surprise attacks on this colossal beast, yet the outcome was disheartening. Although his strikes had made the tiger's massive body tremble and elicited a series of roars, they had inflicted no substantial damage whatsoever. Was this truly the same person who had previously vanquished a first-level pinnacle demon beast with just 3 or 5 blows? Had he grown weaker? Or was this second-level beast simply unfathomably strong? The answer was evident. This was no ordinary second-level demon beast, and Lu Tiandu was increasingly certain of that. Regrettably, the previous windstorm array had been destroyed by 300 frenzied venomous bees. Otherwise, subduing this giant tiger might have been feasible. After a brief moment, as he continued to observe the azure dragon and giant tiger entangled in midair, Lu Tiandu comprehended that the conventional tactics that had previously ensured victory over lesser foes were ineffectual against this formidable demon beast. On one hand, the formidable body-refining strength, which had allowed him to dominate first-level beasts, now seemed negligible. On the other hand, aside from the Azure Dragon banner and the ever-utilized Windstorm boots, he found himself incapable of summoning any other magical artifacts. Even if he could, their effectiveness would be severely limited, as demonstrated by the prior encounter with the luminous shuttle. He could summon talismans, but in his current Qi refinement stage, they would yield no significant power. They might pose a threat to opponents of the same rank, but surpassing that threshold was a daunting challenge, especially when facing the golden-winged tiger, whose combat prowess rivaled that of a third-level demon beast. Such talismans could only reach their full potential in the hands of a Foundation establishment practitioner. Even if he were to risk damaging a talisman to deliver a full-force attack against this mutated second-level giant tiger, Lu Tiandu himself doubted he could bring it down. After all, the tiger's speed seemed to surpass his own, even while utilizing the windstorm boots, and given its robust physique, he knew that if he could not overcome this beast, it would surely flee. Lu Tiandu had no intention of wasting precious time pursuing it. Most importantly, his mindset had shifted since their initial encounter. Upon realizing that the golden-winged tiger had undergone a mutation and possessed lightning attributes, he abandoned all thoughts of exterminating it and began to entertain the idea of capturing it as a mount. Ever since witnessing the battle between spirit beasts unleashed by 3 Foundation establishment practitioners at the Moon Concealment Sects auction, he had longed to cultivate powerful demon beasts as allies. Although the white jade venomous bee swarm he had captured earlier was commendable, it was only first level and suited for group combat, with limited individual strength. He had already come to appreciate this during numerous encounters, commanding the swarm to eliminate other demon beasts. In contrast, this mutated second-level golden-winged tiger, despite its rank, wielded lightning techniques, lightning evasion, and metal-based spells, its formidable physique enabling it to contend with mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioners with ease. After a series of fierce exchanges, Lu Tiandu found himself increasingly enamored by the creature. Should he succeed in capturing it as a spirit beast, it would undoubtedly prove to be an extraordinary ally. However, given his inability to confront the creature head-on, how could he subdue it? Naturally, he would have to employ unorthodox strategies. Gazing once more at the imposing violet-winged golden tiger, Lu Tiandu chuckled softly and gestured towards the azure dragon in the air. The azure dragon responded by thrashing its body, delivering a powerful tail swipe that struck the giant tiger, eliciting a chorus of enraged roars. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Tiandu transformed into a streak of light and darted towards the azure dragon, swiftly retrieving the azure dragon banner. He did not linger, as a flash of light beneath his feet signaled his instantaneous disappearance. Suddenly, the crimson orb that Lu Tiandu had embedded in the ceiling of the subterranean space vanished as well. The vast underground chamber was swiftly enveloped in mist once more, leaving only the echoes of the furious tiger roars resonating through the stone bead world. Sensing the dwindling mana within him, Lu Tiandu let out a bitter smile. He had intended to test his combat limits against this second-level demon beast, yet he had encountered this formidable mutated golden tiger instead. His once proud speed could not suppress his opponent, and the power he had achieved through body refinement was ineffectual. Furthermore, various top-tier magical artifacts could not unleash their full potency due to his cultivation restrictions, leaving him feeling defeated and powerless. This was the first time in years that Lu Tiandu had faced an opponent that left him feeling utterly helpless. However, it was precisely because of the golden tiger's might that he contemplated capturing it as a spirit beast. Whether he would ultimately succeed remained to be seen. After a soft chuckle, Lu Tiandu revealed a black jade vial in his hand and poured out a black pill the size of a soybean, which emitted a slightly sweet aroma. This was the trump card he had prepared, The Drunken Beast Pill. Chapter 75. The 10 Great Forbidden Techniques. The Soul-Settling Seal. The Mysterious Thunderfruit. This Drunken Beast Pill had been retrieved from the storage bag of Senior Brother Zhang, the rotund figure from Spirit Beast Mountain. As the name implies, this pill was designed to anesthetize demon beasts and was one of Spirit Beast Mountain's secret concoctions. With such a pill in hand, disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain could more safely subdue wild first and second level demon beasts. This pill was undoubtedly a precious item. Among the 3 Foundation establishment practitioners at Spirit Beast Mountain, only the plump Senior Brother Zhang possessed 2 of them in his storage bag. One had been used previously to test its effects on a young monkey, resulting in 3 days of deep slumber. The remaining Drunken Beast Pill, along with the previously auctioned Thunderbolt capsule, had originally been intended for the Ink Flood Dragon, fearing that it might evolve during the capture process. Lu Tianyu had to use it now that he had encountered the mutated Golden Winged Tiger. 2 hours later, once Lu Tianyu's mana had fully recovered, he did not rush to exit but instead opened the golden treasure chest he had previously stored. Inside the chest lay a golden token and a jade slip. The jade slip appeared unremarkable, while the token was intricately carved with the image of a soaring golden-winged tiger, almost lifelike. Lu Tianyu first examined the contents of the jade slip, which detailed one of the 10 ancient formations, the Heavenly Wind and 6 Harmonies Divine Killing Formation. Known for its formidable restrictions, it became clear that the protective formation guarding this forbidden area was one of the 10 renowned ancient formations, the Heavenly Wind and 6 Harmonies Formation. No wonder, even after thousands of years, a single vulnerable node required the combined efforts of 7 core formation practitioners to open. Holding the jade slip, Lu Tianyu felt a sense of admiration. According to the slip, if one could fully comprehend the formation's restrictions, they could freely enter and exit this forbidden area. With an understanding of the Grand Formation, one could safely pass through the restrictions surrounding the central stone tower with the golden token accompanying the jade slip, gaining access to the inheritance within without needing to reach the late Yuanying stage. Moreover, this golden token represented another small opportunity, a gift left by the master of this cave dwelling, aside from the inheritance. The golden chest was one of the tokens of inheritance left by the master, and Lu Tianyu speculated that the golden chest guarded by the Ink Flood Dragon might contain something similar. He wondered how many such golden chests existed. In the original narrative, once Nangong Wan reached the late Yuanying stage, she used the token guarded by the Ink Flood Dragon to enter the stone tower and obtain its inheritance. Of course, there were also storage bags left behind by powerful practitioners of the Tianfu sect who had attempted to breach the stone tower without a token, only to be annihilated by its restrictions. Unfortunately, the task of comprehending this formation would have to be entrusted to Xen Rian, as Lu Tianyu felt insufficiently confident for the endeavor. After picking up the token for inspection, Lu Tianyu realized that it served as a key or token to access certain opportunities, perhaps due to the influence of the Stone Pearl world. The token absorbed Lu Tianyu's spiritual energy, revealing an arrow formed by a point of light. However, it spun around aimlessly like a headless fly. It seemed that further experimentation could only take place outside. What intrigued Lu Tianyu the most was the large box, which seemed excessive for containing merely 2 small items. After plucking a guling fruit from the previously transplanted guling fruit tree, Lu Tianyu chuckled, donned his invisibility cloak, and exited the Stone Pearl world. At this point, it was already the 3rd day at dawn. Indeed, as agreed, the Moonlight Pearl had been activated by the disciples of Tianyu Fortress, and the mist in the 2nd layer of the central region's foggy mountains had been dispelled, with the fog in the underground space also significantly reduced. Most of the disciples from the 7 factions who had entered the central region had already begun harvesting spiritual herbs in the mountains. However, Lu Tianyu was not in a hurry. He had already gathered enough herbs previously, and capturing the purple-winged golden tiger was now his priority. Concealed from view, Lu Tianyu observed the purple-winged golden tiger resting nearby, a faint smile gracing his lips. After their earlier confrontation, the beast appeared quite fatigued, with various wounds adorning its body. This made Lu Tianyu even more delighted, as such enticing bait would be more effective. He carefully placed the guling fruit, which contained the Zui Yao pill, near a cluster of spiritual herbs, then distanced himself several dozen yards to observe. The effectiveness of his plan hinged on this moment. Sure enough, although he was several hundred yards away from the fruit, the massive tiger suddenly opened its eyes, scanning the area in confusion, as the familiar scent of herbs mingled with the alluring aroma of the added guling fruit. The 10-foot-long tiger gracefully rose, padding toward the cluster of spiritual herbs. It was evident that it was well acquainted with the herbal scents, and the unique fragrance of the guling fruit quickly captured its attention. With a casual swipe of its enormous paw, the tiger inspected the area and, after a moment of waiting and sensing no unusual changes, it swiftly snatched the fist-sized guling fruit into its mouth, vanishing without a trace. Hidden in the shadows, Lu Tiandu was overjoyed, clearly. This miraculous healing fruit held great allure for the creature. As the tiger returned to its resting spot, Lu Tiandu calculated the time. After a quarter of an hour, he gradually revealed himself. To his relief, the massive tiger remained in slumber. The records about the Zue Yao pill were indeed accurate. This pill was effective even against second-level demon beasts. Lu Tiandu felt a surge of elation. Yet, to be cautious, he still held 2 intermediate talismans at the ready. As Lu Tiandu approached within 50 yards, the tiger continued to sleep soundly, allowing him to finally breathe easy. With a flick of his wrist, the Qing Tung talisman and the Jin Wang talisman were activated and hurled toward the giant tiger. Just as Lu Tiandu prepared to envelop the ensnared tiger with his magical energy and draw it into the stone pearl space, the once sleeping beast began to stir awake. Alarmed, Lu Tiandu noted the confusion in the tiger's large purple eyes. It was indeed a formidable opponent, proving resistant even to intoxication. Waving his hand, he conjured a massive purple net, the Zidian dough, to ensnare the beast. Watching the tiger struggle even more vigorously against the combined bindings of the Zidian dough and the 2 intermediate talismans, Lu Tiandu's expression shifted. How would he manage to confine this awakened creature within the stone pearl world? If a living being resisted, it could not be absorbed into the stone pearl world. Thoughts raced through his mind as Lu Tiandu acted decisively, his hands weaving intricate seals as he chanted incantations. Dark energy coalesced in his palms, his complexion growing pale as the black light intensified. Within mere moments, a shadowy seal materialized between his hands, adorned with mysterious markings that evoked an eerie sensation. Biting his tongue, Lu Tiandu expelled a mouthful of essence blood toward the spectral seal. As the blood left his body, his pallor deepened. With a decisive gesture, he directed the crimson-tinged seal, infused with his blood, to flash into the tiger's forehead before it could evade. The soul-binding seal truly was mysterious. Although this exertion drained his vitality, it was not in vain. Casting a glance at the now motionless golden tiger, its massive head bowed and eyes closed, Lu Tiandu knew that the beast's soul had been temporarily confined. This soul-binding technique was one of the secret arts he had comprehended from the Tianyin Zhueshigong, requiring the opponent to be subdued for its effectiveness. Unfortunately, its use during the Qi refinement stage necessitated the sacrifice of his own essence blood. With this loss, he felt extremely weakened. This time, no unforeseen complications arose, and Lu Tiandu successfully brought the tiger into the Stone Pearl world. Once within his domain, particularly within 10 miles of the Tongtian Peak, the tiger could no longer escape his grasp. Lu Tiandu paid it no further mind, plucking the last 3 guling fruits, consuming one to initiate his healing and recovery. An hour later, feeling the surging vitality within him, Lu Tiandu's eyes gleamed with delight. His energy had nearly restored itself. He was thoroughly satisfied with the healing effects of the guling fruit. It was no wonder it had so easily deceived this second-level mutated beast. He then began to gather a plethora of materials to set up a controlling spirit formation, preparing to tame this powerful beast as a companion before venturing out again. Fortunately, he had originally intended to subdue the demon beasts of this forbidden area and had prepared ample materials for the spirit-controlling formation. Otherwise, he would have found himself at a loss. After 2 hours, watching the golden-winged tiger awaken in a daze, clearly feeling a strong affinity toward him, Lu Tiandu burst into laughter. Since you have manifested the rare lightning attribute, you shall henceforth be named the Golden Thunder Tiger. With the Golden Thunder Tiger left to remain in the Stone Pearl space, Lu Tiandu finally ventured out to harvest the cluster of spiritual herbs. Given that this area was the territory of the Golden Thunder Tiger, no other beasts were present. As Lu Tiandu approached the cluster of herbs, he was instantly captivated by a robust spiritual tree with iron-like bark, its branches thick and leaves lush, standing tall like a giant. Hanging amidst its dense foliage were 2 fist-sized, purplish-black spiritual fruits, their surfaces flickering with arcs of violet lightning, exuding an aura of mystery. What kind of spiritual fruit is this? Lu Tiandu marveled, scrutinizing the tree, clearly unfamiliar with it. Upon entering this space, he had not closely examined the peculiarities of the herbs, his attention having been drawn to the golden box. After a moment of observation, he determined that this unknown spiritual tree should have borne 3 fruits. The missing one could easily be deduced to have been consumed by someone. This fruit had evidently granted the golden-winged tiger its lightning attribute. Such a celestial fruit was indeed a rarity. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Tiandu soon transported all the spiritual herbs, along with the soil beneath them, back to the stone pearl world. All these herbs were over 10,000 years old, but he only recognized one. It seemed he would need to gather more information about ancient spiritual herbs once he emerged again. Having concluded his business in this location, Lu Tiandu produced the golden token he had previously acquired, no longer hesitating, and infused it with his spiritual energy. Moments later, a silver point of light in the shape of an arrow appeared on the token, directing him toward a specific location. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Lu Tiandu's eyes. Although he could not yet access the treasure tower in the central area, this token evidently indicated a site of opportunity. Lu Tiandu released the little golden monkey, and under its guidance, he swiftly exited the underground labyrinth in less than a quarter of an hour. Upon reaching the exterior, amidst a mountainous forest, Lu Tiandu summoned the golden thunder tiger, stepping onto its back in one fluid motion. Together, the trio, man, tiger, and monkey, progressed in the direction indicated by the token. Chapter 76. All in action. Man, tiger, wolf. While Lu Tiandu sought the location pointed out by the token, the moonlight pearl had already been activated for over 3 hours, dispersing the mist. With the arrival of disciples from the 7 sects, the vast circular mountain range began to buzz with activity. Within a narrow underground cavern, a silent procession of white-clad men and women, approximately 15 to 16 in number, was observed. They were the surviving disciples of the Hidden Moon sect. Led by a youthful girl of about 15 or 16 years, the ethereal Nangong Wan, who had previously inquired about Lu Tiandu from the treasure girl. In a brief moment, Nangong Wan and her companions traversed the winding underground passage and arrived near a marshland. Her innocent and flawless visage radiated confidence as she conversed with her fellow disciples and made arrangements. With a slight parting of her lips, she exhaled a pink circular ring, no larger than a thumb, which rapidly expanded to the size of a head, emitting a low humming sound, its brilliance dazzling and ethereal. Nangong Wan blinked her beautiful eyes and gestured with her delicate fingers, directing the ring into the depths of the marsh. An enraged roar reverberated within the cavern as a colossal emerald crocodile surged forth from the mire. Yin and Yang, unite for a swift strike, Nangong Wan commanded, her innocent face betraying an unexpected authority. The young disciples of the Hidden Moon sect aligned themselves in a prearranged formation, channeling their powers to unleash spells upon the giant crocodile lurking in the marsh. In a shadowy grotto, a young man clad in yellow, with an unremarkable visage and a slightly dark complexion, directed several bizarre golden blades hovering in the air to ensnare a nearby spotted python, which was already covered in wounds. Just as the python leaped towards him, the man inexplicably evaded, appearing several feet away as the serpent's lifeless body fell to the ground. Han Li, amused, touched the transparent thread coiled around his finger and walked over to a few nearby spirit herbs. In a vast stone chamber, a refined middle-aged man in yellow observed dozens of gray butterflies fluttering about. Wordlessly, he wielded a golden brush and silver pen, swiftly inscribing several silver talismans that burst forth with radiant light. In a tranquil valley, a young man in blue, an elderly man in green leaning on a cane, and a gray-robed Taoist with a sheathed sword on his back were locked in a standoff over 2 purple monkey flowers. By a lakeside, a smooth-faced elder in yellow was exchanging furtive gestures with 2 companions, one a middle-aged man clad in flamboyant attire brimming with pockets, the other a gray-clad youth wielding a whisk. Deep in thought. Thus, throughout the central mountain region, disciples from various sects engaged in battles against beasts to seize spirit herbs, with occasional conflicts arising over the coveted resources. Strangely, despite the skirmishes, true fatalities were rare. Those who recognized their disadvantage usually retreated, and the victors hurriedly collected the herbs before moving on to their next target. Most were acutely aware of this. Time was of the essence, and the opportunity for bloody confrontations was deemed less valuable than exploring other areas for potential rewards. The real contest for life and death over spirit herbs awaited on the final day, when all would return laden with treasures, a day certain to be drenched in blood. Unlike the preceding days when adversaries were often allowed to escape. 3 hours later, when Lu Tiandu, accompanied by the golden thunder tiger and the little golden monkey, arrived at the location indicated by the token, he felt a surge of excitement. This ancient edifice, constructed by immortal cultivators, was undoubtedly one of the significant opportunities. Aside from the inaccessible central stone tower, recalling the exhilaration Nangong Wan had experienced upon seeing the golden chest guarded by the ink dragon in the original tale, Lu Tiandu's anticipation for the opportunity represented by the token was palpable. The cavern was naturally formed, and to his surprise, there were no beasts above the first-tier level within several miles of its entrance. The entrance itself was enormous, adorned with peculiar rock formations. And since the Golden Thunder Tiger could comfortably enter, Lu Tiandu chose not to dismiss it. With the Golden Thunder Tiger as his protector and the little golden monkey scouting for spirit herbs, Lu Tiandu's harvest was prodigious. Most of the guardian beasts he encountered either fled in fear of the Golden Thunder Tiger's presence or fell to its might, requiring Lu Tiandu to intervene only sparingly. On rare occasions when he faced groups of beasts, he would release the white jade venomous bee to assist in the battle, merely waiting to gather the spirit herbs and collect the beast corpses. Although the Misty Mountains had been partially explored by the 7 sects, much remained uncharted due to the presence of formidable beasts, to Lu Tiandu's advantage. Entering the Misty Mountains, the century-old spirit herbs were abundantly scattered. Yet Lu Tiandu primarily sought those aged 400 to 500 years or more. Having entered several hours ahead of schedule, coupled with his formidable strength, he had already collected over 100 spirit herbs aged between 400 to 500 and 1,000 years, a boon that would surely incite envy among even the most seasoned nascent soul experts. This trial of blood and banishment had yielded bountiful rewards for Lu Tiandu, and securing this opportunity would make his journey truly worthwhile. As he navigated the labyrinthine cavern, the darkness deepened with each step, prompting him to summon several moonlight stones and employ a levitation spell to illuminate his path. Throughout his journey, his consciousness remained vigilant, ever wary of unexpected encounters. After a brief passage, Lu Tiandu abruptly halted, commanding the Golden Thunder Tiger to pause. The tiger displayed signs of apprehension, letting out a roar. Lu Tiandu, his expression grave, gazed ahead. 100 feet away, he observed a swarm of ghostly lights flickering ominously, evoking a sense of foreboding. Ice Fire Wolf Pack? A sweep of his consciousness revealed the true nature of the beasts within his range, a pack of ice fire wolves, numbering around 40 to 50. Each approximately 10 feet in length, some pure white, others a fiery red, all first-tier apex beasts, currently fixated on the intruding Golden Thunder Tiger. The ghostly lights he had seen earlier were merely the wolves' emerald eyes glimmering in the dark, concealed upon the back of the Thunder Tiger. Lu Tiandu sensed the urgency and commanded a slow retreat. The area was far too expansive. Should the ice fire wolves encircle them, their only escape would be into the Pearl World. Just as the Golden Thunder Tiger began to carefully withdraw, a sudden howl erupted from the pack, and 2 pink ice fire wolves sprang forth, revealing themselves atop a nearby hill. The Ice Fire Wolf King? Recognizing the distinctiveness of this alpha among the others, Lu Tiandu understood that obtaining the opportunity here would not be an easy feat. This pack of ice fire wolves posed a formidable challenge. The 2 wolf kings are the true ice and fire wolves, their entire bodies adorned with splendid pink fur, with one head gleaming white and the other crimson. Each measures about 30 feet in length, exuding an air of formidable authority. Although they remain first-tier top-grade demon beasts, their prowess is not to be underestimated. At the command of the Wolf King, the pack of wolves swiftly divides into 2 teams, encircling the Golden Thunder Tiger from both sides. However, at this moment, Lu Tiandu breathes a sigh of relief. The Golden Thunder Tiger has retreated into a relatively confined space. Since the emergence of the ice and fire wolves, the concealed Lu Tiandu has been secretly activating the talisman treasure he holds. Just then, 20 ice and fire wolves with white and red fur leap forward, their heads raised high as ice spikes and fireballs are hurled toward the Thunder Tiger. The Golden Thunder Tiger does not hold back. With a thunderous roar, it unleashes a barrage of golden blades towards the wolves. At that moment, a streak of gray light, about 4 or 5 feet long, bursts forth from the back of the Golden Thunder Tiger, slicing through the advancing wolves with the ferocity of a dragon emerging from the water. In an instant, several ice and fire wolves are grievously wounded, with one red ice and fire wolf cleaved in 2. Observing the devastation caused by the gray sword talisman, Lu Tiandu feels a sense of certainty. Against this pack of ice and fire wolves, as long as he can defend this passage and avoid being surrounded, he can eventually eradicate them with the talisman treasure in hand. At this moment, he feels invincible. A series of explosive sounds erupt as the ice spikes and fireballs released by the ice and fire wolves detonate near the Thunder Tiger's head, sending debris flying within the cave, ruffling the fur of the Thunder Tiger's massive head. The golden blades unleashed by the tiger are equally formidable, swiftly slicing through several ice and fire wolves, spilling their blood. Lu Tiandu chuckles. These wolf pups undoubtedly lack the individual striking power of a second-tier Thunder Tiger, and as long as he avoids being besieged, everything will be manageable. After enduring several attacks from the chaotic ice spikes and fireballs, although the thunder tiger suffers little harm. The humiliation provoked has enraged it. With a sudden roar, it releases a thunderball the size of a basin, obliterating one ice and fire wolf into a shower of flesh. Witnessing this scene, Lu Tiandu casually retrieves 2 mid-level defensive talismans, casting one for the thunder tiger and one for himself, enveloping them both in protective barriers. With no lingering concerns, he channels his mana fiercely into the gray sword talisman, charging into the fray against the roaring wolves. As the gray light soars and golden blades whirl, explosions from thunderballs resonate amidst the howls of the wolves, the air filled with cries of despair. Under the Wolf King's command, the pack of ice and fire wolves grows increasingly reckless, launching spells and daring assaults against the colossal tiger. Time passes, and Lu Tiandu's mana depletes rapidly due to the use of the talisman. He takes out a mid-tier wind spirit stone to replenish his energy while fighting. At this moment, the golden thunder tiger appears somewhat fatigued. Having already engaged in battle with Lu Tiandu, its true essence has not fully recovered despite consuming an earth spirit fruit, and it shows signs of weariness against the relentless ice and fire wolves. Amidst the heap of wolf corpses and the remaining fewer than 20 ice and fire wolves, Lu Tiandu feels overwhelmed. Chapter 77, Spirit Beast Tokens. A great opportunity. He is not only beset by the crisis of depleted mana, but also by the increasingly unreliable talisman treasure. This flying sword talisman, obtained from the Golden Light Master, has already been utilized several times by the Qin family, and after being swept away by Golden Light, it has been employed multiple times. Having fought against around 30 first-tier top-grade ice and fire wolves, its brilliance has dimmed considerably. At this moment, the mid-level defensive talismans, which had been used twice by both the tiger and himself, have exhausted their last vestiges of power, disintegrating into ashes. Without concern for the disappearance of the barrier, Lu Tiandu changes his hand seals, pouring his spiritual energy furiously into the gray sword shadow in the air. The shadow quivers violently, radiating a brilliant light, and swiftly encircles several ice and fire wolves before dissipating. Simultaneously, several of the charging ice and fire wolves are cleaved in two, falling upon the corpses of their companions. Without a glance back at the chaotic battlefield, Lu Tiandu swiftly retrieves the golden thunder tiger and vanishes into the stone pearl world. At this moment, both his spiritual energy and the thunder tiger's true essence are nearly depleted, rendering them incapable of continuing the battle. 2 hours later, after refining several restorative pills, both Lu Tiandu and the tiger regain their vitality. Upon exiting the stone pearl world, they find themselves surrounded by wolf corpses, the air thick with the scent of blood. While the remaining ice and fire wolves have vanished without a trace, Lu Tiandu picks up several empty storage bags, beginning to collect the corpses. The materials from these first-tier top-grade wolf bodies can be used to forge mid to high-tier magical artifacts, and their flesh can be refined into first-tier vitality elixirs. Nothing must go to waste. 15 minutes later, both Lu Tiandu and the thunder tiger resume their journey. Soon, they encounter the surviving members of the ice and fire wolves. Observing the mere 15 or 16 remaining wolves, Lu Tiandu produces a golden talisman that emits a soft golden glow, upon which a platinum wheel materializes, vividly animated. This is the wheel talisman obtained from the Bai clan of the Hidden Moon sect. Without a word, Lu Tiandu and the tiger launch their assault on the terrified pack. This time, it is Lu Tiandu and the thunder tiger who block the panicked ice and fire wolves. The platinum wheel dances in the air, its blades radiating outward, while ice spikes and fireballs rain down, accompanied by the howls of wolves and the roars of the tiger, igniting another chaotic battle. As only 2 dual-headed wolf kings remain, Lu Tiandu retracts the wheel talisman. Together, he and the tiger charge at the ice and fire wolf kings, initiating a brutal melee. Moments later, observing the 2 dual-headed ice and fire wolves, battered and trembling, lying prostrate on the ground with pleading eyes, Lu Tiandu orders the thunder tiger to cease its assault. Indeed, these 2 ice and fire wolves possess dual heads, one of ice and one of fire, and with their pure bloodline, Lu Tiandu intends to subdue them and nurture them as valuable spirit beasts. However, this time he will not employ the control spirit formation. Instead, he produces 2 palm-sized black wooden tokens. On one hand, he is truly lacking in blood essence, having expended much in the past few days to subdue the white jade venomous bees and the golden thunder tiger, as well as using the soul-subduing seal. Further use could destabilize his foundation. On the other hand, although these ice and fire wolves have a pure bloodline, their potential pales in comparison to the white jade venomous bees and the mutated golden thunder tiger, making them of limited value. In truth, cultivating 2 or 3 truly useful spirit beasts suffices. There is no need to control them all with the control spirit formation. These black wooden tokens, known as spirit beast tokens, are products of Spirit Beast Mountain and can be used to control mid to low-tier demon beasts below level 7. The Spirit Beast tokens for controlling spirit beasts above level 7 are called Life Spirit tokens, and it is said that Spirit Beast Mountain possesses very few of these. After piercing the foreheads of the ice and fire wolves and collecting their blood essence, Lu Tiandu deftly performs the hand seals to extract a trace of their spiritual souls through the Spirit Beast tokens, thus fully subduing these two first-tier top-grade demon beasts. Just as Lu Tiandu prepares to store the two lethargic ice and fire wolves into the Stone Pearl world, they tug at his sleeve, leading him in a certain direction. After collecting the numerous wolf corpses, he allows the ice and fire wolf kings to guide him forward. Soon, Lu Tiandu arrives at a vast stone chamber that appears quite rugged. Before he can step inside, 3 small dual-headed wolves, about the size of kittens, joyfully dash out. Oh! It becomes clear now why the 2 dual-headed ice and fire wolves pleaded for submission. Observing the playful little wolves frolicking around the Wolf King, Lu Tiandu finally comprehends the prior actions of the dual wolves. Glancing at the golden token in his hand, he notices that the silver light point on it has vanished, indicating that he has indeed reached his destination. The previous ice and fire wolves must have been the guardians of this place. Without further ado, I gathered all the ice and fire wolves into the Stone Pearl world, and Lu Tiandu, along with the golden thunder tiger, entered the stone chamber. This stone chamber was exceptionally vast and spacious, evidently carved out deep within an underground cavern. At its center stood a remarkably conspicuous circular altar, several zhang in size, divided into 3 tiers, all exquisitely adorned with fine white jade. Surrounding the altar were various magical arrays and runes, emitting a faint glow. Lu Tiandu instructed the thunder tiger to remain vigilant around the perimeter as he ascended the steps alone, swiftly reaching the highest tier. Upon observing a rectangular pit in the center of the altar, measuring about 12 feet long and 5 feet wide, he instantly comprehended the purpose of the golden box he had previously acquired. Without hesitation, Lu Tiandu activated his wind-walking technique to levitate and retrieve the golden box, employing a telekinetic spell to gently place the box into the pit. After a moment's wait, however, nothing transpired, which left Lu Tiandu perplexed. He began to scrutinize the surroundings of the altar and soon noticed a fissure that had appeared unbeknownst to him. Moments later, he took out the token he had received alongside the golden box and inserted it into the crack. Instantly, a booming sound resonated, as if something were being activated. The white light surrounding the altar flickered incessantly, and after a brief interval, the radiance dissipated, restoring tranquility to the altar. At that moment, the surface of the altar was entirely flat, seamlessly unified, composed entirely of fine white jade, and the golden box had vanished without a trace. The previously solitary golden token lay abandoned on the altar's surface. Beside it, a golden doorway, standing 12 feet tall and 5 feet wide, materialized on the altar. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Tiandu stored the token and the golden thunder tiger, clutching several mid-level defensive talismans, and stepped through the golden doorway. As soon as Lu Tiandu disappeared, the golden doorway transformed into motes of light, fading away. Lu Tiandu felt a jolt and instantly regained his senses. He found himself within a white jade pavilion that was identical to the one he had collected the treasure box from earlier, hexagonal, supported by 6 jade pillars, with flying eaves and a quaint, harmonious design. The only additional feature was a white jade round table in the center, measuring less than 4 feet across, with a pillar as thick as an arm, intricately carved with several lifelike golden-winged tigers. After a quick glance, Lu Tiandu did not linger on it, as he had already stored the previous white jade pavilion where he had placed the golden box into the Stone Pearl world, intending to retrieve this one later. The small pavilion seemed a waste to leave here. It would be far better to store it in the Stone Pearl world for future meditation and rest. As he entered the space, the rich fragrance of medicinal herbs immediately captivated him. Stepping outside the small pavilion, he beheld the ground covered with spiritual herbs, eliciting great joy. Scanning the area, which spanned approximately 4 to 5 acres, he noticed a layer of white light enveloping it, indicating an abundance of spiritual energy. With various unknown herbs flourishing here, Lu Tiandu casually circled around and found that he recognized only a third of the herbs. However, he did discover several plants of the vital transformation herb that the elderly Master Qiong desperately needed. After matching them with the herbal jade slip left by Qiong, Lu Tiandu could not help but burst into laughter. 30,000 years. The oldest spiritual herbs here had reached an astonishing age of 30,000 years. Comparatively, Over 300 other herbs of similar age appeared, and upon contrasting this with the 13 spiritual herbs he had previously obtained along with the mysterious thunder fruit, he realized they were also of 30,000-year-old vintage. In addition to these 300 oldest spiritual herbs, the remaining ones were all at least 3,000 years old, totaling around 2,000 spiritual herbs in this place. He felt he had truly struck gold. Lu Tiandu could hardly recall the last time he felt such exhilaration. The age of the herbs was not the sole reason for his excitement. Having the green liquid meant he would eventually be able to cultivate them. But the issue of varieties was insurmountable. Here, however, lay over 200 species of herbs that had long been extinct in the outside world, a delightful surprise indeed. Many of these extinct herbs were likely similar to those encountered by Han Li in the Spirit Veil Garden of the Abyssal Demonic Valley during the original storyline, which were commonly seen during ancient times. This was the most significant treasure of all. After observing for a while longer, Lu Tiandu understood that aside from the 300 to 400 spiritual herbs originally planted by the master of this cave, the rest were either seeds or root stems of other spiritual herbs that had proliferated and grown over the past 30,000 years. Hence, the varying ages of the herbs. Gazing at the 2,000 spiritual herbs, Lu Tiandu grew eager about the token guarded by the inked flood dragon he had previously known about. That token was something he would not let slip away. With time nearly reaching the 4th day, Lu Tiandu dared not delay any longer. After spending over 2 hours dividing the 5 acres of medicinal field, he carefully transported each herb into the stone pearl space. After resting for a moment, he looked at the vibrant golden thunder tiger and the 2 ice and fire wolves and smiled faintly. During his time in the blood-forbidden trial, he had slain nearly 300 first-level demon beasts, accumulating approximately 70,000 pounds of demon beast flesh. Each time he emptied his storage bags, he returned to the Stone Pearl world to refine a batch of blood qi pills, as the storage bags for these demon beast materials were limited and required efficient recycling. With nearly 700 first-level blood qi pills, it would take years in the outside world to gather such a quantity. Moreover, after testing, these blood qi pills were highly favored by the little monkey, golden thunder tiger, and ice and fire wolves, much to Lu Tiandu's delight. With this, combined with the 2 special feeding pills passed down from the Spirit Beast Mountain, nurturing these spiritual beasts would pose no significant challenge. As for the white jade poison bee, unfortunately, it showed no reaction to such pills, and he was still uncertain how to cultivate them. Upon exiting the Stone Pearl world, Lu Tiandu approached the White Jade Pavilion, only to find that it seemed inseparably connected to this space, rendering him unable to collect it. Ultimately, he could only leave it behind, which he did not find regrettable. Soon, he realized he was unsure how to exit. After attempting for a while with the golden token in his hand to no avail, he eventually touched the surrounding light membrane, and with a whirl, he returned to the circular altar from which he had entered. It turned out that the token was only necessary for entry. Lu Tiandu glanced at the white jade altar beneath his feet, knowing he had been transported back to the original location. Releasing the thunder tiger and little monkey, Lu Tiandu and his companions hurriedly made their way toward the cave's exit.